The story opens on a harsh stretch of farmland, where a group of men dressed in plain white uniforms are bent over the earth, forcing their bodies to keep working as they till the soil under brutal conditions. Then a sharp yell cuts through the air, ordering someone to bring water at once. And right after that, the men are made to spread straw across the ground without a moment to rest. Several of the men stand lined up with heavy buckets in their hands, while above them, perched on the edge of a low cliff, another man snarls down at them and calls them slaves, barking at them to move faster and stop wasting time. Off to the side, a goblin quietly scratches notes into a record book, using a log one of the laborers is carrying as if every bit of their suffering is just another routine entry to document. Among them, one man endures the constant sting of lashes ripping across his shoulders, unable to escape the pain as blood and sweat soak through his body. Under his breath, he bitterly curses the unbearable cruelty of a life spent in endless servitude. But in a completely different chapter of this story, there once stood a man known as the strongest fighter alive, someone who seized the title of champion at only 27 and held on to his place at the very top of the world for 2 straight years. In one of his defining matches, the referee finally stepped in and called it when the towel was thrown. By then, the winner had already built an untouchable record of 23 victories and 0 defeats, securing himself as the heavyweight champion of the biggest MMA organization on the planet. He even closed out his career the perfect way, defending his title without ever tasting defeat, then walking away from the sport while still undefeated. That man is Choi Hyun-seok, the pride of South Korea and the true lead of this story. But not long after retiring, fate blindsided him in the most infamous way possible, with a sudden encounter involving the legendary death truck. And just like you would expect, the truck slammed into him and ended his life on the spot. After dying, Hyun-seok could only mourn the retirement money he had worked so hard to save. Fighting had been the only life he ever knew, so to lose everything right after finally stepping away from it left him simmering with bitter regret. As if that were not enough, he was also single and had gone through life without even a hint of romance. Even 30 minutes after dying, Hyun-seok was still wallowing in dramatic self-pity, though little by little his way of thinking began to change. Eventually he started finding a few faint positives in all of this. At least now there would be no more hellish training camps, no more punishing fights, and no more pressure to keep defending a championship belt. He even found a strange kind of comfort in the fact that he had no family and no close friends waiting behind him, which meant there was probably no one left grieving over his death. While he drifted through that strange, weightless space, an arm suddenly reached out from nowhere and entered his view without warning. That arm belonged to a stunning angelic woman who immediately apologized for arriving late. She called Hyun-seok an SSS-class hero and introduced herself as Rahel. Then she explained her job. She was a recruiter, someone assigned to seek out people whose lives on Earth had already come to an end. Hyun-seok, already confused out of his mind, could not help blushing the moment he looked at her, especially when his eyes drifted toward her chest. And when Rahel casually took hold of his hand, his face turned even redder. Trying to steady himself, Hyun-seok asked for a proper explanation, and Rahel answered by laying out 2 possible choices in front of him. The first option was simple. He could accept his death as final and quietly wait for reincarnation, though Rahel warned that he would probably end up being reborn as some unlucky old bachelor all over again. The second option was far more dramatic. He could be revived right away as a hero, someone destined to save a world that desperately needed him, and to make that offer even harder to resist, Rahel surrounded him with flashy visions of beautiful women. Caught completely off guard, Hyun-seok admitted he could not make a decision so quickly. Everything had happened too suddenly, and from his point of view, he still had nowhere near enough information. Rahel leaned in and gently pressed him, asking whether he really intended to let a chance like this slip through his fingers when it was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She began painting the rewards in the brightest colors possible, talking about wealth, fame, beautiful women, and even special privileges that ordinary people could never hope to enjoy. But while Rahel kept talking, Hyun-seok had already started tuning her out. In his head, he was weighing the real choice in front of him. Becoming a hero meant going right back to fighting again, and that was the very life he had only just retired from. Compared to that, the other path, quietly waiting for reincarnation in peace, sounded much more attractive to him. Rahel quickly noticed that her sales pitch was not landing the way she wanted, so she decided she needed to push much harder. This time, she described the new world in warm, inviting detail, saying the village chief would come running barefoot to greet him, welcoming him from the moment he arrived with food, shelter, and sincere hospitality. According to Rahel, Hyun-seok would be treated like an honored guest, breeze through every quest placed in front of him, and might even be offered the chief's daughter in marriage, a girl said to be the most beautiful woman in the entire village. Even after hearing all of that, Hyun-seok's face barely moved. He stood there with the same flat, unreadable expression, and that only made Rahel more anxious about losing the bonus tied to recruiting him. Realizing sweet promises were not enough, Rahel suddenly switched tactics. Acting as though she had given up, she suggested that maybe he should just accept his destiny as a lonely bachelor forever, and that line finally made him react. Then she delivered the real finishing blow. There was absolutely no guarantee that his next reincarnation would even be as a human being. That single thought hit Hyun-suk hard, and you could almost feel the gears in his mind suddenly lock into place. As Rahel turned as if she were about to leave, Hyun-sik lunged and grabbed hold of her leg, blurting out that he had made up his mind and would accept the offer. Rahel, clearly enjoying herself now, pretended not to hear him properly and coyly asked him to say that again. Hyun-seok tightened his grip even more and shouted at the top of his lungs that yes, he would do it. He would become the hero. That was all Rahel needed. A satisfied grin spread across her face as she cheerfully announced that they should get started right away. Caught off guard again, Hyun-suk blinked in confusion and asked what exactly she meant by that. The answer came instantly when a glowing magic circle flared to life beneath him. That was the signal that his journey had already begun, and even though he protested that he was not prepared, it was obvious there was no way to stop it now. Rahel excitedly insisted that the incredible world waiting for Hyun-suk was already fully prepared for his arrival. She sent him off with wishes for an amazing adventure, though she still could not resist grumbling about how ridiculously difficult he had been to recruit, especially since he ended up agreeing in the end anyway. Then all of a sudden, Rahel received a call. She picked it up and calmly reported that the prospective hero designated as number 137421, Hyun-suk, had successfully completed his transmigration. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk himself drifted down into unconsciousness, only to slowly stir awake when he heard someone nearby ordering him to open his eyes. Still half dazed, he wondered if this might be the village chief Rahel had promised, the same man who was supposedly waiting to welcome him and introduce him to his beautiful daughter. For a brief second, it almost seemed like the story was going exactly the way Rahel described, until a brutal punch slammed straight into his stomach and snapped him fully awake. Instantly annoyed, Hyun-seok fired back in anger and demanded to know whether that idiot had a death wish, but the rest of his words died halfway out of his mouth. Standing in front of him was something that clearly was not human, a bizarre figure wearing the skull of a wild boar with horns jutting from it. The creature was glaring in rage and accusing Hyun-suk of lazing around inside the slave dormitory instead of working. Hyun-suk could only stare, completely thrown off, as doubt and confusion washed over him. Was this grotesque thing seriously supposed to be the village chief Rahel talked about? The idea sounded completely insane, because what he was looking at felt less like a welcoming host, and a lot more like the kind of monster a hero is supposed to kill. Still unsure of himself, he timidly introduced himself as a hero. The creature only stared at him for a moment in confusion, then stepped closer with a mocking look, sneering as if heroes these days had turned into complete idiots. At that point, Hyun-suk started to feel that something had gone horribly wrong. Even so, he forced himself to believe that Rahel would never have outright lied to him. So then, what was this thing supposed to be? His very first quest target? Trying to steady his nerves, Hyun-suk decided he had to respond the way any proper Korean action protagonist would and take matters into his own hands. But before he could finish sorting out his thoughts, the creature narrowed its eyes and asked him what exactly he had just said. Hyun-suk did not hesitate for even a second. He lashed out with a kick and shouted at the creature to die. For one brief instant he celebrated the hit like he had pulled it off, only for the mood to die immediately when the creature caught his foot in its grip. With a crooked smirk spreading across its face, the creature looked at him like he was ridiculous and asked if he really believed he was some kind of hero. Then, in a voice that sounded more tired than angry, it grumbled about how exhausting these so-called heroes were and muttered about how they just kept showing up from nowhere. Hyun-seok froze on the spot, unable to move as the creature tightened its fist and mocked him, saying he would probably feel a lot better after getting knocked out for a nice long nap. And just like that, the creature hurled Hyun-suk into an underground prison. Once he had a moment to adjust his eyes to the darkness around him, Hyun-seok began taking in the dim, miserable cell, when suddenly a loud pounding noise started echoing through the area. Someone outside the door was screaming for it to be opened, demanding another chance to fight that cow-headed monster again. A moment later, the door creaked open, and an angry goblin stormed into view with a sword in hand. The goblin barked at the noisy prisoner to shut his mouth, threatening to boil him into soup if he kept making a racket. Threat worked instantly. Terrified, Hyun-suk hurriedly promised that he would stay quiet. After the goblin finally left, Hyun-suk started grumbling to himself, bitterly complaining about this so-called beautiful other world he had been promised. He kept wondering where everything had gone off the rails so badly, and above all else, one miserable thought hit him the hardest. At this rate, he might die a virgin in this life too. Then, without warning, a voice suddenly called out to him from a small window in the cell. The person on the other side asked if he was new here. Curious, Hyun-suk asked who was speaking, and the man introduced himself as a senior hero who was apparently still waiting to begin his own journey. He went on to explain the ugly truth. They were trapped inside a fortress belonging to the Demon King's army, a place where captured humans were forced into slavery. When Hyun-suk peeked through the little opening, he was stunned to realize the man was also Korean. He immediately called him Sunbae with full respect and asked how on earth they had ended up in a disaster like this. The man seemed amused by how polite Hyun-suk was even in this situation. After teasing him a little, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted to the other prisoners, asking whether the self-proclaimed heroes were still alive in there. At once, voices started shouting back from every direction, each one claiming to be a hero. The place was packed with miserable people who had all been dragged into similarly terrible fates after arriving in this world. Completely baffled, Hyun-suk asked what the hell was going on. The Sunday answered casually, as if this madness had already become normal, and said there were at least 100 heroes who had ended up falling into the Demon King's fortress. Then he pointed out that the red cow-headed creature Hyun-seok had run into earlier was Raedrun, the one in charge of the fortress, and the goblin who had just threatened him was Jack, a prison guard infamous for how cruel he was. After that, the man revealed what he believed was the real reason behind all of this. In his eyes, the blame fell squarely on Rahel, the so-called angel. Hyun-suk's face twisted in confusion as the man cursed her and called her a wicked demon instead. The Sunbae muttered bitterly to himself, lamenting that everything might have turned out differently if not for her mistake. Now getting frantic, Hyun-suk demanded a proper explanation. Was this really not the normal place where their journey as heroes was supposed to begin? The man confirmed it right away. He explained that other heroes who had been captured in different places had told him what proper starting locations were supposed to be like. Normally, heroes started off in peaceful towns or quiet villages, even if they arrived without any powers at all. That realization hit Hyun-suk like a hammer. The one responsible for dropping him into this living hell was none other than the so-called angel, Rahel, and the moment that truth settled in, her face rose clearly in his memory. A few days later, the scene shifts to the 2nd Slave Squad of the 3rd Battalion inside the Demon King's army. There, human prisoners are driven to work under merciless conditions while goblins watch them from close range. To make it even worse, the humans are forced to chant slogans like, "Let's crush the humans. Let's devour the humans." Hyun-suk's whole body trembled with exhaustion as he carried a massive log on his back, with a goblin sitting lazily on top of it as if riding him. Eventually, a bell rang out, marking the end of the day's labor, and the goblin immediately ordered them all back to their cells. Once he was back inside his prison cell, Hyun-suk found himself thinking that, compared to the labor outside, the prison almost felt better. Then he remembered the promise Rahel had made about heroes receiving special privileges. That thought pushed him to test out one of the classic commands people always seem to use in situations like this. "Status window?" He called out. And to his genuine surprise, it actually worked, with his status appearing right in front of him. As he looked over the display, he started learning the basics about himself in this world, getting a first glance at his stats and abilities. Hyun-suk muttered aloud about what he was seeing, and that immediately caught the attention of the man in the neighboring cell. After overhearing him, the man sounded genuinely shocked that Hyun-suk already had stamina at level 1. Hyun-suk confirmed it and added that his strength stat was 28. The man, remembering that Hyun-suk had once been a champion, was openly amazed by that number. He admitted he had not expected Hyun-suk to be that exceptional, especially for someone whose stats were already pushing past 30 at level 1. But Hyun-suk brushed the praise aside and pointed out the obvious. No matter how impressive that sounded, he was still nothing more than a slave here. Even so, the man stayed optimistic and told him that someone with that kind of potential could definitely escape one day and become a real hero. Hyun-suk, still unconvinced, chose to pretend he was going to sleep, but in truth he was lying there occupied by a different thought, fixated on how low his level still was, and doubting that it would be enough to help him break out. As the night grew deeper, and the man next door finally drifted off to sleep, Hyun-suk quietly rose again and brought up his status window one more time in the dark. That was when he noticed two particularly interesting options waiting there. Mana that could push the body beyond normal human limits, and on top of that, something called hero points. As Hyun-suk stared at the information in front of him, he quickly realized the other so-called heroes probably knew nothing about hero points at all, because from everything he had heard, not a single one of them had ever managed to earn any. Then all of a sudden that familiar light appeared again, and out of it stepped the angel once more, making sure to show herself off as dramatically as possible. With a teasing smile on her lips and a playful little pout, she cheerfully greeted him like they were old friends, casually saying it had been a while. Then, Almost like she was dangling a prize in front of him, she asked whether he wanted her to share some very important information about hero points. But before she could even finish her sentence, Hyun-suk lunged forward and snatched the tiny Rahel up in his hands, his face dark with pent-up frustration. He bluntly told her he did not care about hero points, or anything else she had come to say. At that moment, all he wanted was to finally vent everything he had been holding in. And not long after that, Rahel ended up tied up and hanging in the air like bait on the end of a fishing line. In an apologetic voice, she explained that the magic circles had malfunctioned because of an unfortunate accident during snack break when someone had spilled coffee. As she gave her excuse, soundproofing magic was activated around them to keep the conversation private. Hyun-suk narrowed his eyes and asked whether being assigned to him had been some kind of punishment for her. Rahel quickly corrected him and said that her actual role was to serve as his personal fairy, a guide meant to support him all the way until he defeated the Demon King. Hyun-suk made his position crystal clear. He said he no longer cared about becoming a hero at all. Confused by that answer, Rahel asked him what exactly he meant. He explained that he had no interest in defeating the Demon King and would rather just live an ordinary life instead. Rahel admitted that plenty of chosen heroes ended up making that same choice, but she stressed again that he had rare SSS-class potential. Hyun-suk pushed back immediately, saying that just because he had potential did not mean he owed anyone anything. He admitted that he had never once believed this was some grand destiny he was meant to fulfill. Rahel tried to object, but Hyun-suk cut her off before she could really begin. He said flatly that he had no desire to go back to a life of endless fighting after spending his previous life buried in battle already. That answer visibly caught Rahel off guard. Up until then, she had seen him as nothing more than a dumb brute obsessed with fighting and women. But now, for the first time, she started worrying about what this meant for her own situation. When she had first received the assignment to become a personal fairy, Rahel had fiercely protested. In her eyes, it was humiliating and completely unfair for someone of her standing to be stuck with a role like that. Even so, the order had been absolute. She was told she would remain by Hyun-suk's side until the day he defeated the Demon King, and there was no arguing with that decision. She had also been informed that a personal fairy was supposed to actively support their assigned warrior and share in both the glory of success and the burden of failure. And despite all her complaints, she had been teleported straight to the demon fortress anyway. Back in the present, Hyun-suk quickly pieced something important together. A personal fairy was obligated to follow the commands of the warrior assigned to her. The moment he realized that, he used it to his advantage and ordered Rahel to help with his escape plan. Reluctantly and with obvious displeasure, she agreed. Just then, a sudden noise came from the door, forcing Hyun-suk to react immediately, and he quickly grabbed Rahel to hide her from sight. Outside, the goblins were already waking the prisoners up and driving them out for another day of forced labor. Rahel grumbled that she could have hidden herself just fine with stealth magic and did not need him interfering, but even after the roll call ended, Hyun-suk noticed that Jack, the cruel goblin guard, was still standing by his cell instead of leaving. Then Jack informed Hyun-suk that Raedran had summoned him to his office. Once Hyun-suk was brought in, Raedran surprised him by bringing up something unexpected. Apparently, Hyun-suk had been working quite diligently these past few days. Hyun-suk was so shocked he could hardly react, while Jack lounged carelessly on Raedran's shoulders like this was all perfectly normal. He genuinely could not believe that a filthy, foul-smelling goblin like Jack had just spoken about him in what sounded almost like praise. Raedran admitted that, at first, he had taken Hyun-suk for just another insane human. But after watching how he had behaved lately, his opinion had started to change. That was exactly why Raedran wanted to give him a different position. The role of head slave. Hyun-suk was left completely baffled, unable to tell what Raedran was really getting at. Raedran then explained it more clearly. Work efficiency had slowed down a lot recently, and someone needed to step in and manage the humans properly. At that, Rahel panicked and desperately hoped Hyun-suk would reject the offer on the spot. She furiously whispered at him to refuse, even yelling that a hero should never bow to officers serving in the Demon King's army. Unfortunately for her, both Raedran and Jack heard the noise and immediately asked what that strange commotion was. Thinking fast, Hyun-suk loudly declared that he would take care of everything and make sure the humans worked even harder from now on. Then, to throw them off completely, he bowed so dramatically that he slammed his forehead into the desk with a loud crack. Raedran loved the display. In fact, he openly admitted that despite his first impression, he was starting to like Hyun-suk more and more. He even promised that if Hyun-suk kept performing well, he would personally write him a special recommendation letter so he could join the Demon King's army. After that, Hyun-suk was dismissed, but as he walked away, despair sank deep into his chest as he watched his escape plans slipping further and further out of reach. A few days later, the humans were once again chanting while they worked. Right in the middle of them, Hyun-suk strutted around with a smug look on his face, loudly scolding one of the workers for moving too slowly. He even mocked the man by saying his grandmother could move faster than that. With the way he carried himself, he honestly looked perfectly suited to life in the Demon King's army. Then the system window suddenly popped up and revealed that his hidden skill, charisma, had increased. Drawing on his past experience with leadership, Hyun-seok immediately blurted out that being the head slave was actually the best. The other men nearby could only trade uneasy looks, completely convinced that he had finally lost his mind. Behind his back, they whispered to each other in worry. Rahel, however, was not amused in the slightest. She scolded him and warned that acting like this could drag them into even deeper trouble. Hyun-suk brushed her worries aside and told her to trust his plan. Then, with arrogant confidence, he added that a little sparrow like her could never understand the strategy of a phoenix like him. And when one of the laborers suddenly dropped to his knees, Hyun-suk turned and harshly scolded him too. Right after that, the system window notified him that Raedron's favorability toward him had increased again. Hyun-seok instantly threw out a dramatic salute and thanked Raedron with exaggerated enthusiasm, loudly declaring his loyalty. That was the last straw for Rahel, who exploded in frustration and reminded Hyun-seok that he had talked about wanting freedom, adventure, and escape. Scratching his head awkwardly, Hyun-suk sheepishly explained that he was only following what the system seemed to be guiding him toward. In his mind, obeying the system was part of what it meant to act as a hero. Rahel fired back furiously, insisting that raising the favorability of officials in the Demon King's army was completely ridiculous and nothing like any hero quest she had ever heard of. Hyun-seok refused to back down. He insisted that this really was what the system was telling him, and he even offered to read the quest description out loud. Then he started reading, "You who have found yourself trapped inside the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake." Before he could finish, Rahel cut him off and argued that the wording sounded way too casual to be a proper system message, since those were supposed to be written in neutral, precise language. Hyun-seok only gave a shrug and said that maybe things work differently for an SSS-class hero system. The night before, Rahel had made a huge fuss, angrily accusing Hyun-seok of accepting the head slave position far too easily, as if he had given in without even thinking. Hyun-seok fired back at once, saying she was the crazy one here, not him. And right in the middle of that argument, a system message had suddenly popped up in front of him, addressed directly to Hyun-suk. It read that he, having ended up trapped inside the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake, was probably feeling the same kind of frustration as someone reaching for toilet paper only to discover the roll was empty. But the message did not stop there. It told him this disaster was also an opportunity, and that if he wanted to become a true hero, he needed to earn the favor of the Demon King's officer, Raedron, and collect 100 hero points. At the time, Hyun-suk had been completely stunned by those instructions. But after thinking it through, he realized this was the only path in front of him that actually made sense. Now, back in the present and back at work, Hyun-suk stood at the front and led the slaves in singing the Third Army Corps song of the Demon King's army. Rahel, meanwhile, was deeply confused because, as far as she knew, only figures with very high authority were capable of altering the objectives of a hero quest. That left her wondering why anyone with that kind of power would bother changing a quest specifically for Hyun-suk. Then, without warning, Jack came up to Hyun-suk again and curtly ordered him to follow, saying Raedron was calling for him. When he arrived, Raedron praised Hyun-suk for how much productivity among the slaves had improved lately. Putting on a humble act, Hyun-suk immediately gave all the credit right back to Raedron, saying it was only possible because of Raedron's wise judgment. Rahel scoffed under her breath, muttering that such cheap and obvious flattery was never going to work. But to her disbelief, Raedron actually looked pleased. He visibly twitched with satisfaction, clearly enjoying every bit of that praise. Then the system window appeared again and announced that Hyun-suk had met the favorability requirement and successfully cleared the hero quest. He received 100 hero points, and with those first points, the beginner hero store was finally unlocked. Both Hyun-suk and Rahel could only stare in shock, because neither of them expected his ridiculous method to work that well. Now that the favorability quest was complete and everything was moving in the right direction, Hyun-suk decided it was time to push forward into the next stage of his plan. So he approached Raedron and asked for permission to begin training the slaves. Raedron reacted with a raised brow, clearly not expecting that request, and asked what exactly Hyun-suk meant. Hyun-suk immediately began painting the picture he wanted Raedron to see. He described a slave workforce moving in total unison, perfectly disciplined, fully trained, and so efficient that each human could perform the labor of 3 men without slowing down or slacking off. He went on to stress that if they reached that level of efficiency, the fortress could be finished in just 1 week. Raedron pushed back at first, arguing that humans were too weak to survive training on top of their regular work. But Hyun-suk stayed calm and added one final incentive, saying that if the plan succeeded, the commander above them would surely shower Raedron with praise. That was enough to sway him, and Raedrun approved the training plan without needing much more convincing. Back in the cell afterward, Rahel was wallowing in dramatic despair. She lamented that her hero had completely gone off the rails. In her eyes, it was bad enough that he had submitted to the Demon King's army, but now he was actually going to train slaves for their benefit. She looked utterly defeated and hopeless. Hyun-seok, already irritated by all her whining, snapped at her to stop being so loud and told her that he did, in fact, have a plan. Still suspicious, Rahel asked if he was just trying to make a fool out of her again. Hyun-seok shot right back with his usual sharp tongue, asking whether she seriously thought he was the same as her. Then he finally revealed what he was really aiming for. He planned to use the slaves themselves to start an uprising. Hyun-seok explained that there were about 3,000 human slaves inside the fortress, while the Demon King's army stationed there only numbered around 500 soldiers. On top of that, there was also a human alliance base nearby. If a rebellion broke out and chaos spread through the fortress, they could call on the human alliance for reinforcements. The moment Rahel heard that, her hopelessness vanished and turned into open admiration. Her eyes actually sparkled as she admitted, a little sheepishly, that maybe he was not as foolish as she had first believed. After laying all that out, Hyun-seok decided to check what rewards he had gotten from the quest. Rahel, however, still had her doubts, and asked whether he had really received hero points at all, or whether the whole thing had somehow been fabricated. Hyun-seok reassured her that everything he had said so far was true. He even told her that the hero store had been unlocked, and with that, he decided to open it and see what was inside. Hoping for something genuinely useful, Hyun-seok looked at the store with high expectations. In his mind, this might be the lifeline he needed. Maybe even the key to finally obtaining a real hero skill. But the instant the status window displayed the available items in the store, Hyun-seok was left staring in disbelief. The skills on sale included things like Hold Your Breath, which improved breath control, and shit-holding, a skill that supposedly let you endure bowel pressure for longer. Staring at that absurd list, Hyun-seok sarcastically muttered that shit-holding ought to be an SSS rank skill, especially for emergencies in public. And those were not the only options either, because the rest were just as mundane. Things like cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Confused, offended, and furious all at once, Hyun-seok demanded to know how any of these were supposed to qualify as hero skills. Rahel, meanwhile, laughed at the look on his face and explained that the store was only level 1 for now. She assured him that if he kept collecting points and raised the store's level, better options would eventually start appearing. Still boiling with anger, Hyun-seok snapped at Rahel to shut up and called her a swindling fairy. The next day, the slaves saluted the Demon King on Hyun-seok's command, and he ordered them to sing the 3rd Army Corps song once again. At his signal, they all began together. We, the great Demon King's army, defeat humans, devour humans, forget all your suffering the moment you catch them. Under the heavens, nothing compares to the Demon King's affection. Raedrun watched the performance and felt satisfied, more convinced than ever that letting Hyun-seok train the slaves had been the right call. Then, all of a sudden, the door to his quarters flew open and Jack rushed in carrying urgent news. The human army was moving toward the fortress. Jack reported that the 8th Division, the largest unit stationed in the region, had already been lured into a trap and forced to retreat. And if even the 8th Division had been driven back, Jack warned, then it was only a matter of time before the human forces reached the fortress itself. Even in the face of that situation, Raedrun stayed calm. He acknowledged Jack's suggestion that they should evacuate, but insisted they wait for a moment first. He declared that since ancient times, wars had always been decided by supply lines. And according to him, the first rule of war was simple: never lose a competent supply officer. With that, he ordered Jack to go on ahead while he personally handled Hyun-seok before following after. At the same time elsewhere, Hyun-seok was still scolding the slaves, asking them if they were prepared to obey his commands. Then, hearing a disturbance nearby, he let out a tired sigh, already suspecting that his combat training would once again be interrupted by Raedrun's constant watch over everything. After checking his status window, Hyun-seok saw that his abilities had gone up a little, but not nearly enough to start the kind of rebellion he had in mind. He muttered to himself in frustration, wishing some sudden unexpected event would happen and give him a way to grow stronger much faster. But before he could even finish that thought, Raedrun suddenly dropped down right beside him. The landing was so abrupt that it made Hyun-seok jolt, and Raedrun immediately reached out, tapping him on the shoulder to get his attention. Startled, Hyun-seok turned toward him, only to find Raedrun looking unusually rushed. There was no calm explanation this time, just a tense urgency in his voice as he said they did not have time. Then Raedrun told him he had to come with him immediately. Completely confused, Hyun-seok asked where they were going and why. But Raedrun gave him nothing, Not even a hint. At that exact moment, a booming voice rang out from the opposing side, as the commander of the human army shouted the order to attack and declared that victory was already within reach. Human soldiers armed with spears surged forward in formation, rushing into the fray and successfully skewering several goblins that stood in their path. But their momentum came to a screeching halt the moment a terrifying figure stood before them. The Red Nightmare himself, Raedrun. The human commander immediately shouted for the troops to fall back and leave the enemy to the knights instead. Even with that order ringing out, the soldiers kept charging ahead, carried by their momentum and the heat of battle. As Hyun-suk watched the battlefield erupt into chaos, a dangerous thought started creeping into his mind. Why were human troops here right now? And more importantly, could he use this chance for himself? For a brief moment, he seriously considered whether this might be the perfect opportunity to stab the Demon King's commander in the back and return to human society as a hero. Then one of the human soldiers shouted, "Die, Red Nightmare!" and lunged straight at Raedrun. Raedrun answered with horrifying ease. He caught the man by the head and crushed it on the spot, leaving Hyun-suk frozen where he stood in pure shock. Without missing a beat, Raedrun followed up by unleashing one of his combat arts, using the seventh movement. He smashed the dead soldier's face into the ground and chained it into a wide area attack. The explosive destruction wave. The earth burst apart beneath the impact, and human soldiers were blown into the air as the ground shattered around them. Then Raedrun turned back toward Hyun-suk in the middle of all that carnage, and simply asked if he was all right. Hyun-suk almost instinctively snapped into a salute, and answered that he was fine, while quietly slipping in the thought that he would be leaving soon. That moment drove one thing painfully back into his mind. He was still standing beside one of the Demon King army's most terrifying warriors. The battlefield remained busy and chaotic as the human side took control of the area. Two flags were raised in the center, and the soldiers began sorting the captured civilians from the Kingdom of Marriott and the Drasen Empire into groups. A soldier then questioned Hyun-suk's prison mate, asking whether they were warriors. The man answered yes without hesitation. After that, the ones identified as warriors were separated from the rest of the captives and led away along a different route. Waiting to receive them was a middle-aged man with vivid red hair and a thick beard, a striking figure named Olivane Grimiar. He was introduced as a duke of the Drasen Empire and the commander leading the allied forces. One of the soldiers stepped up to Olivane and reported that the evacuation had been completed. Olivane calmly praised the soldier for the job well done. The soldier then added that the people claiming to be warriors had also been gathered. Hearing that, Olivane gave a short order to begin. He commanded all soldiers to return to their positions. And then, only moments later, his next order came down cold and merciless. He ordered them to annihilate every warrior standing before them. Meanwhile, away from that bloody scene, a carriage was making its way through the forest. Inside that carriage, Hyun-suk sat in bitter silence, mentally saying goodbye to the dreams he had built up about adventure and the glamorous second life he thought he was going to get. Sitting across from him was Raedrun, calm and stoic as ever. Hyun-suk could not stop thinking about how effortlessly Raedrun had wiped out the people chasing them. At this point, whoever had pursued them was no longer a problem at all. Trying to lift the mood, Rahel chimed in and said that moments of crisis often open the door to new opportunities. She suggested they should head to headquarters first and properly assess the overall situation in the Demon King's army. Hyun-suk, utterly unimpressed, told her to shut up then. Breaking the silence in the carriage, Raedrun casually admitted that he must have dozed off for a moment. He then looked over at Hyun-suk and asked if he had said something. Thinking quickly, Hyun-suk covered for himself at once and claimed he had only been mumbling about how honored he felt to be accompanying someone like Raedrun. Raedrun seemed genuinely touched by that answer and thanked him. Then he informed Hyun-suk that they were almost at the headquarters of the Third Corps and told him he should look forward to what was coming. And then Raedrun added one more thing. Once they arrived, he planned to officially enlist Hyun-suk into the Demon King's army. Hearing that, Hyun-suk went pale on the spot, though he still forced out the words that it was an honor. Rahel panicked silently right along with him. Soon after, when they reached headquarters, a guard announced Raedrun's return, and the gates opened for them. Raedrun gestured for Hyun-suk to follow him and said he would take him directly to meet the commander. He warned Hyun-suk that meeting the commander was an absolute honor, but also made it clear that if he wanted to stay alive, he needed to behave himself in that person's presence. Remembering the old saying that even a tiger's den could be survived if you kept your head, Hyun-suk steeled his nerves and swore to himself that he would not give up here. When they arrived at the commander's door, Raedrun announced himself from outside and was granted permission to enter. Then the door slowly opened, and the moment Hyun-suk heard a woman's voice from inside, he found himself wondering whether the commander might actually be human. But the figure waiting beyond the doorway was anything but ordinary. A striking woman with long ears, claw-like nails, and eyes hidden from view. The color of her jaw and neck was different from the rest of her skin, making her look even more otherworldly and unnatural. She lounged back in her chair in high stilettos, carrying herself with effortless authority. With a smile, she welcomed Raedrun back, and casually remarked that he seemed to have packed on even more muscle since the last time she saw him. This woman was Hemis, the commander of the Demon King Army's Third Corps. Raedrun answered her greeting with a compliment of his own, saying that her beauty had only grown more radiant. At that, Hyun-Sok could feel his cheeks warming. He genuinely had not expected someone that stunning to be the commander here. Hemis accepted the compliment with an elegant smile and thanked Raedrun for his kind words. Meanwhile, Hyun-Suk was panicking inside his own head, unsure what he was supposed to do next. Should he compliment her too? The thought raced through his mind, but before he could decide, Raedrun shifted the conversation elsewhere. Raedrun then admitted with visible shame that he had failed to defend the fortress. Hemis dismissed that guilt immediately and told him the blame belonged to the commander of the 8th Division, not to him. Then with a sharper edge in her voice, she added that she should have already turned that man's hide into a bag. Hearing that, Hyun-Seok felt his breath catch. Hemis went on to say that the commander of the 8th Division had managed to return alive, but only as a disgrace, and standing in front of her, Hyun-Seok felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down on him, far heavier than anything he had experienced before. He balled his hands into tight fists, trying with everything he had to hide the trembling running through them before anyone noticed how shaken he really was. Then, as if casually setting that tension aside, Hemis shifted the conversation and turned her full attention toward the human Raedrun had brought in with him. Raedrun introduced him as Hyun-Suk, the very person he had already reported to her about earlier. Then, in a formal tone, he declared that he had brought Hyun-Suk here to officially enlist him into the Demon King Army. Hemis stepped closer, looking him over from head to toe with open curiosity. Then, almost too casually, she remarked that he was cute. A faint excitement slipped into her voice as she said she was looking forward to seeing what he could do, especially since he was someone Raedrun had personally chosen. Caught off guard by that attention, Hyun-Suk stumbled over his words for a second, but still managed to say that he would do his best. Hemis, however, looked at his body with clear doubt and dryly pointed out that with a frame like his, he probably would not last very long in the demon army. She turned toward Raedrun and asked whether he felt the same way. Raedrun gave a small nod and agreed, adding that the others would eat someone like him alive. Still, he pointed out that it was rare for a human to join the demon army at all, and on that basis he formally asked for permission to train Hyun-Suk himself. Hemis answered immediately, and her refusal came down hard without even a pause. Absolutely not. She made it clear that Raedrun's time was far too valuable to be spent on training a human, and then, right in front of Hyun-Suk, something happened that completely shattered any sense of normalcy in the room. Hemis began to transform. Her head twisted and changed shape until it resembled some grotesque flower, except this thing had rows of teeth and a long wet tongue that made the whole sight even more horrifying. Hyun-Suk could only stare in total disbelief, his mouth hanging open as she calmly shoved her own arm straight into that monstrous mouth of hers. A moment later, her face returned to normal as if nothing had happened. But now, cradled in her arms, was a small black creature that looked like some kind of dog. In an almost matter-of-fact tone, she told Hyun-Suk that from now on, his job would be to take care of her pet. The creature was small, but there was nothing harmless about the way it looked. It radiated a savage kind of menace despite its size. Hemis introduced it warmly as Bobo and asked, almost proudly, if he was not adorable. On the inside, Hyun-Suk could only wonder what kind of monster passed for a pet in a place like this. To Hyun-Suk, the thing looked less like a pet, and more like something that had crawled straight up from the deepest pit of hell. To make it even stranger, in his own language the name Bobo basically meant stupid, which gave the whole situation a bizarre and almost absurd twist. Raedrun studied the creature for a moment and remarked that even as a baby, he could already feel an enormous amount of power coming from it. Hemis lit up at that praise, clearly pleased to hear it acknowledged out loud. Hyun-Suk, meanwhile, still looked unconvinced, and Hemis caught that hesitation right away. Her gaze sharpened as she asked him, in a quietly threatening tone, whether he did not like it. Startled, Hyun-Suk immediately backed down and hurriedly insisted that it was an honor to take care of Bobo. Satisfied at last, Hemis gently passed Bobo over into Hyun-Suk's arms. She warned him not to forget that Bobo was still growing, which meant he had to be fed properly. Then she added, almost too casually, that he became unpleasant whenever he got hungry. She went on to explain that finding new caretakers for Bobo had become difficult lately. The reason was simple and horrifying. He had already eaten all the previous ones. At that exact moment, Rahel suddenly cried out so loudly that everyone was caught off guard. She had just spotted a brand new hero quest appear in the system window, and the shock of it burst out of her before she could stop herself. Hyun-Suk immediately shushed her, worried that all that noise might wake Bobo. Then the quest information appeared in front of him. survive by earning Bobo's affection and secure a better future. The reward waiting at the end was 200 hero points. Hyun-suk just stared at it, stunned. Out of everything he could have imagined, he never expected that his fate would now depend on winning over a commander's pet. Just then, the door opened, and a goblin stepped in while knocking against the frame on the way inside. Hyun-suk greeted the goblin politely on instinct, but inwardly he felt deeply uneasy. Being paired up with a goblin like this made him feel less like a soldier and more like a piece of food waiting to be served. Curious, and more than a little concerned, he asked what had happened to the previous caretakers. The goblin answered him in a flat, blunt voice. There were none left. They were all dead. The goblin then explained that from this point on, their job would be to prepare Bobo's meals. Hyun-suk blinked and asked, almost in disbelief, if that was really all there was to it. The goblin said yes. But just as it looked ready to snap out another order, a dark shadow slowly fell over its body from above. It was Bobo. The little monster was looming there, ominously licking the goblin's head. The goblin instantly panicked and threw itself around Hyun-suk's leg, clinging to him in total desperation. It begged frantically for its life, and even offered Hyun-suk its own food if that would save it. At that point, whatever patience Hyun-suk had left finally broke. "What are you doing?" he shouted in irritation. But the goblin paid him no attention at all, because it already understood the situation perfectly. One of them was going to die. Furious now, Hyun-suk grabbed the goblin without hesitation and hurled it straight toward Bobo. "You're the one dying here," he declared, right as Bobo tensed and got ready to pounce. Hyun-suk practically offered the goblin up like a snack, and Bobo looked delighted by the gift. Without the slightest hesitation, the creature devoured it on the spot. Hyun-suk and Rahel could only watch as Bobo happily munched away on his treat, looking perfectly satisfied with himself. Later on, the situation flipped in a way that felt almost ridiculous. Rahel was now the one screaming and flying for her life in a full panic while Bobo chased after her. She desperately called to Hyun-suk for help, but he answered with maddening calm, telling her she had better not keep running for too long. At this rate, he warned, Bobo was just going to get hungry again. Then something suddenly caught Hyun-suk's eye. A new item had appeared. It was an extra-large bone, according to the description. This bone could attract Kennedy-type monsters and even charm them. The price was 30 hero points. Realizing this might be his chance, Hyun-suk reacted immediately. He called Bobo over and held up the bone where the creature could see it clearly. The moment he threw it, Bobo's eyes flashed with excitement. In the next second, the creature took off at full speed to chase it down. Meanwhile, Rahel finally slowed down, completely exhausted from all the flying and frantic dodging, and started grumbling under her breath. "You should have found that sooner," she complained. Hyun-suk answered with a smug look, saying that this was exactly why his brain never overlooked the little details. For a brief moment he thought the quest was going to be easy from here on out. But that hope did not last long at all. Bobo suddenly lunged at him without warning. Hyun-suk barely managed to avoid it, and the only thing the creature tore was the hem of his shirt. That close call made the truth hit him immediately. The bone alone was not going to solve this. What Bobo really wanted was fresh meat. Rahel looked at him and asked, half shocked and half wary, whether he was seriously thinking about taking Bobo outside. Hyun-suk hesitated and turned the idea over in his head, all while the pressure kept rising. In front of him, Bobo was already showing its fangs, making the danger feel more immediate by the second. Panicking, Hyun-suk blurted out the very first soothing word that popped into his mind, hoping anything might calm the beast down. "Walk." Bobo stopped dead at that word and changed instantly. All that wild, feral aggression vanished in a flash, replaced by bright excitement and a happy tail that started wagging like crazy. Bobo even threw himself forward to hug Hyun-suk, and Hyun-suk let out a long breath of relief. But once they were outside, a new problem hit him right away. He started searching for the kitchen, only to realize he had absolutely no idea where he was going. Bobo, still overflowing with energy, kept pulling him this way and that, making it even harder for him to get his bearings. Rahel looked around and tried to pick up any sign of food nearby, but after scanning the area, she admitted that she could not smell anything at all. Rahel quickly spotted a goblin nearby and immediately suggested that they ask it for directions instead of wandering around aimlessly. So Hyun-suk walked over to the goblin, and the creature looked visibly confused the moment it saw an actual human approaching it. At the same time, Bobo started slipping back into his wilder, more dangerous state, and the goblin instantly went rigid with fear. Trying to calm the situation before it got out of hand, Hyun-suk explained that this was only Bobo's walk time, but the goblin was still horrified, and in a shaken voice, it asked why a human was the one walking Bobo in the first place. Bobo leaned in and licked the goblin right across the face, and Hyun-suk immediately spoke up in a firm voice, telling him that he was not allowed to eat this one. Then Hyun-suk asked where the kitchen was, and the goblin, still trembling all over, pointed to the left. The second it finished answering, it turned and sprinted away as fast as it could. Hyun-seok and Rahel both stared after the fleeing goblin for a beat, completely dumbfounded, and then the absurdity of it finally hit them and they burst out laughing. The goblin had been so wildly terrified, so unbelievably dramatic about the whole thing, that it honestly made them wonder whether he even belonged in the demon army at all. Once the laughter faded, Hyun-seok pulled himself back together and refocused on what mattered. He was ready to head for the kitchen and look for some meat. Rahel, however, was thinking further ahead. She asked him what his long-term plan was, wondering if he seriously intended to keep taking care of a dog forever. Hyun-seok scoffed at that idea right away and said of course not. He still had dreams he meant to chase. The moment he turned back around, his whole expression changed. Bobo was gone. A wave of panic slammed into him instantly. His face turned pale on the spot, and he shouted in alarm, "Where the hell is that dog?" Despair started creeping in almost immediately. Bobo was basically a walking catastrophe, and Hyun-seok realized that even taking his eyes off him for a second had been a terrible mistake. Rahel hurriedly scanned the area, then raised her hand and pointed off in one direction. When they looked that way, they saw Bobo casually trotting back toward them. Hyun-seok let out a breath he had been holding and scolded him in relief, saying the little monster had nearly scared him to death. Bobo came back looking perfectly cheerful, but there was blood dripping from around his mouth, and his swollen stomach made it obvious that he had already eaten something. Then all of a sudden, shouting broke out nearby. Someone yelled that Commander Regis was dead, and a furious cry for revenge echoed through the area right after it. Hyun-seok froze where he stood, horror washing over his face. Beside him, Rahel pointed straight at Bobo and whispered accusingly that he was obviously the culprit. Goblin soldiers started pouring into view, and Hyun-seok and Rahel immediately ran for their lives. While struggling to keep up, Rahel gasped out and asked if this was really how they were about to die. Hyun-seok shot back at her without slowing down, telling her to shut up and keep running. A moment later, they slammed into a dead end and found themselves trapped. Goblins closed in around them, shouting accusations, and one of them even snarled that he was going to rip Hyun-seok's arms off like chicken wings. Another goblin mourned the fact that their commander had already been digested and wondered out loud what he might have tasted like. Then yet another suggested that they tear both Hyun-seok and Bobo apart and split the remains between them. Even with all of them closing in, Hyun-seok forced himself to stay calm. Then he shouted back at them with sudden boldness, demanding to know how they dared act like this. He knew he was badly outnumbered, so he needed a plan immediately. Thinking on the fly, he lifted Bobo up and asked the goblins whether they had any idea who this brave little creature actually was. The goblins looked confused and just stared at Bobo, because up until that moment they had assumed he was nothing more than some savage beast. The instant Hyun-seok heard the way they were talking, anger flared up inside him, and he sharply scolded the goblins for their ignorance. He loudly declared that this cute but deadly creature in his hands was none other than Bobo himself. The goblins hesitated. Some of them vaguely remembered the rumors that Bobo was Commander Hemis's pet, but they still brushed it aside and assumed this was just another lie from a human trying to save his own skin. Even so, a few of them were beginning to wonder if Hyun-seok might actually be telling the truth. Hyun-seok shot back at them, asking how they could possibly fail to recognize Bobo and calling the whole thing disgraceful. The goblins could only stare at him, confused by how confident he sounded, keeping his nerve. Hyun-seok then gave Bobo a direct order and told him to go into beast mode. Bobo obeyed immediately. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a ferocious predator, drool hanging from his mouth like he was already looking forward to his next meal. Hyun-seok faced the goblins again and calmly repeated that this was Bobo. Then he pointed and gave another order. Bite him. The second the command left his mouth, Bobo released a thunderous roar and launched himself at the nearest goblin. Blood sprayed through the air as Bobo's fangs tore into his target. Hyun-seok watched the brutal scene unfold and dryly commented that a dog without a muzzle really did make a mess. By the time Bobo was done, nothing remained of the goblin except bones. Hyun-seok turned toward the others and mockingly asked whether anyone still doubted who Bobo was now. The goblins immediately broke into panicked apologies, insisting that they had not known it was truly Bobo. Right then, a system notification appeared in front of Hyun-seok. It announced that his extraordinary charisma had cowed numerous demons at once, and as a result, his hidden charisma stat had increased. Seeing that, Hyun-seok broke into a satisfied grin, clearly pleased by the unexpected reward. But before he could enjoy it for long, a voice from behind suddenly cut in. It was calm, composed, and yet carried enough authority to make everyone stop, as its owner wondered aloud what all the noise was about. It was Commander Hemis. She looked over the scene with open amusement and casually remarked that the cute new pet was causing quite a scene outside. The moment Hyun-seok heard her voice, his blood ran cold. Facing Hemis in her office had already been terrifying enough, but standing before her out here, in the middle of this disaster, somehow felt even worse. Hemis let out a chuckle, clearly entertained by the nerve Hyun-suk had shown in using both her name and Bobo as shields to stay alive. Hyun-suk immediately bowed his head deeply and admitted that he had committed a grave offense. But then he looked up in confusion, because Hemis seemed to think she had just complimented him instead. She told him she admired the cleverness and quick thinking he had shown, especially compared to the many demons around her who only knew how to use brute force. With a faint smirk, she added that he had guts too. Hyun-suk awkwardly stammered out a hesitant thank you, still unable to tell whether her words were sincere praise or some kind of hidden threat. Then Hyun-suk continued, explaining that the demon army seemed to rely far too heavily on raw strength, and that this often led to pointless chaos that could have been avoided. When Hyun-suk asked what kind of trouble she meant exactly, Hemis only gave him a cryptic reply and said that he would find out soon enough. After that, she smoothly steered the conversation in a different direction, and once again suggested that he should think about becoming an executive in the demon army. Hyun-suk was completely stunned by the proposal, feeling utterly unfit for something like that. But Hemis dismissed his self-doubt without the slightest concern. She bluntly reminded him that he could not keep surviving forever by hiding behind her name and Bobo's presence. Then she explained that the demon army had a decisive duel system, one where the winner could take the loser's rank for themselves. Finally, she told him that he had 1 month to prepare for a battle. If he managed to win, she would continue extending her protection over him for 1 more month. She went on to say that if he kept producing results, he might even climb as high as battalion commander someday and become genuinely useful to her side. Hyun-suk hesitated before asking the one question he almost did not want answered at all. What happens if I lose? Hemis's expression turned cold as ice, and she told him that if that happened, he would regret having survived the battle in the first place. The meaning behind her words was obvious. Failure would bring him something worse than death. With no real way to refuse, Hyun-suk had no choice but to accept. Hemis did not leave the matter vague either. She chose his future opponent right there on the spot. Standing nearby, Rahel let out a long, dramatic sigh and gloomily remarked that at this rate she would probably be saying goodbye to him in a month. Hyun-suk shot her a sharp glare and reminded her that she was the very one who had once said he had SSS rank potential. Rahel only shrugged and casually explained that potential was just possibility, not a guarantee. Hyun-suk snapped back that she was supposed to be a fairy, yet somehow she could not even manage to be supportive. But right in the middle of his frustration, his eyes landed on something unsettling ahead of them. The doors in front of him were streaked with blood. Staring at that grim sight, he muttered aloud, wondering if that place was really supposed to be the kitchen. Carefully, and with more caution than before, he pushed the doors open. Inside, he was met by a massive figure with red skin, towering over the room like an ogre. The monster looked at him and said that he must be the human their commander had mentioned. Then he introduced himself as Kulkin, the chef of the demon army. Kulkin then asked Hyun-suk what exactly he was doing there in the kitchen. Hyun-suk stayed just outside the doorway instead of stepping fully in, then explained that he had only come to get a snack for Bobo. The moment Kulkin heard that, his eyes narrowed, realizing at once that Bobo's caretaker had been replaced again. Even so, Kulkin flatly refused Hyun-suk's request without hesitation, leaving him staring there in disbelief. Kulkin explained it bluntly. He had no reason to help a human. As far as Commander Hemis's orders went, the only thing he had been told was not to kill Hyun-suk. Now getting desperate, Hyun-suk tried to bargain and asked whether there was any way they could work something out, stressing that the food was not even for him, but for Bobo. After thinking it over for a moment, Kulkin finally offered a solution. If Hyun-suk truly wanted meat, then he would have to hunt it himself, just like the goblins did. Hyun-suk's face went pale as soon as he glanced toward the goblins and saw what they were doing. They were chopping up meat that looked disturbingly like it had come from other goblins. His stomach twisted at the sight. In the dim kitchen hall, goblins were laughing as they happily tore into chunks of flesh, feasting with sickening enthusiasm while their voices echoed around the room. The whole scene was so grotesque that it barely felt real, yet Hyun-suk could not bring himself to look away. And with that, a heavy realization sank into him. Kulkin's version of hunting was far more brutal and horrifying than Hyun-suk had imagined. Before long, Hyun-suk found himself standing face to face with a gigantic wild boar that looked savage enough to tear through anything in its path. He had been told that if he managed to kill this beast, it would become his dinner for the night. Looking up at the monster in front of him, he could not help but think about how absurdly dangerous his situation had become. This same boar had already killed Morgan, and even though everyone kept calling it a hunt, the creature itself seemed to do little more than charge wildly and relentlessly at whoever stood in front of it. Around him, the cooks had already sworn that they would avenge Morgan. Watching all of that chaos unfold, Hyun-suk dryly remarked that at this point it was hard to tell who was actually going to end up as dinner. Rahul, ever practical when things turned ugly, asked what they were supposed to do next and even suggested that maybe they should just run for it. Hyun-suk shook his head right away. With that many eyes around and that kind of crowd hemming them in, escape was not realistic. Even so, he could not ignore how dangerous his position really was. Having made up his mind to act, Hyun-suk started to move forward. But before he could do anything, Kulkin's voice suddenly stopped him. By reflex, Hyun-suk answered, as if he were volunteering to go next, but to his surprise, Kulkin told him there was no need for that. The hunt was already over. Hyun-suk was genuinely caught off guard. Up until then, he had thought they were all just recklessly throwing themselves at the boar. He could not understand how they had finished it off so quickly and efficiently. A goblin stepped up and reported the results to Kulkin, listing 12 dead and many more injured. To Hyun-suk, that cost sounded horrifyingly high. But Kulkin did not look bothered in the slightest. Instead, he called the outcome amazing and casually declared that they would take a short break before heading out to hunt their next prey. That was when Hyun-suk really noticed just how little Kulkin cared about the casualties piling up around him. As the cooks busied themselves with the aftermath, Hyun-suk quietly told Rahel that there was no chance of escaping anymore. Rahel asked whether that meant he was planning to join the others on these monster hunts. Hyun-suk answered with a firm no and said he had no reason to do something like that. Instead, he thought carefully about his situation and came to a clear conclusion. If he wanted his stats to rise, then he needed to level up. And if he wanted to level up, then what he needed most was experience points. Rahel agreed that his logic made sense, but she still asked the obvious question. In a place like this, where exactly was he planning to get that experience from? Without even pretending to be honorable about it, Hyun-suk asked whether he would still gain experience points if he only delivered the finishing blow. Rahel confirmed that yes, he would. Still, she made sure to call his idea shameless. But hearing that answer only strengthened Hyun-suk's resolve. He thanked her, then told her it was time for them to move. In his mind, the situation was simple. His choices were limited. And if Hemis's threats were truly real, then he had only 1 month to grow stronger. So Hyun-suk walked up to Kulkin and declared that he wanted to take part in the next hunt as a member of the brave demon army. Kulkin just stared at him for a long moment, and that silence immediately made Hyun-suk nervous. For a second, he wondered if he had spoken too boldly. Then, to his relief, Kulkin broke into a grin and said that he liked Hyun-suk's nerve. Relieved, Hyun-suk quickly thanked him and piled on a few flattering words to keep Kulkin in a good mood. But what came next caught him off guard. Kulkin assigned Hyun-suk to lead the next hunt. Kulkin explained that within their group, the leader's role was the highest honor, something reserved only for special cases. Feigning humility, Hyun-suk protested that someone like him could never stand at the front ahead of such noble demons. He even added that the other cooks would probably object to a human taking command, but Kulkin did not care at all. He simply gave Hyun-suk a thumbs up like the matter was already settled. Their conversation was cut short when someone urgently called out for Kulkin. Kulkin turned and asked what was wrong. One of the cooks hurriedly reported that monsters were invading, explaining that the cry they had just heard meant an urn had appeared. Confused by that, Hyun-suk asked if that meant they were in danger. Kulkin dismissed the concern almost immediately, though he did casually mention that urn meat was not all that tasty. Then, reaching behind himself, Kulkin pulled out a knife and rallied everyone to arm themselves. He loudly announced that they were going to hunt the urn and add its meat to tonight's dinner menu. Hyun-suk immediately recognized the opening in front of him. If he stayed close to the fight and timed it right, then all he had to do was swoop in at the very end and steal the finishing blow. Right then, Rahel flew over and handed him something. System notification popped up in front of him at once, showing that his health and strength had both received a slight boost that would last for 3 minutes. Rahel brushed off his reaction with total confidence, acting like it was no big deal at all. But instead of thanking her nicely, Hyun-suk reached out and bonked her on the head. Still moving, he grumbled under his breath and complained about why she had not used something like that on him sooner. Now fired up, Hyun-suk broke into a sprint, rushing to put himself in exactly the right place to take the final hit. As he ran, he forced his thoughts into order and locked his mind onto what he was fighting for. In his head, he pictured a beautiful blonde noblewoman, then a future with no fewer than 5 children with rabbit-like features, and after that, a quiet retirement far away from all this madness. There was no way he was going to die again as some defeated, unloved loser. With that stubborn determination surging through him, Hyun-suk threw himself straight into the fight and drove his fist into the urn with everything he had. The monster collapsed on the spot, and the instant it died, a flood of system notifications came pouring in one after another. Hyun-suk stared at the screen in disbelief when he saw that a single finishing blow had raised his level by 4. At that pace, he realized he might actually be able to reach level 20 in just one day. A rush of excitement hit him all at once. For the first time in a while, Hyun-suk genuinely felt empowered. Finally, he had found a real way to get stronger. A little later, one of the cooks nervously approached the corpse of the dead urn, butcher's knife shaking in his hand as he got ready to start cutting. But before that cook could actually do anything, Hyun-suk casually bumped him aside with his elbow and coolly claimed that his arm had just slipped. Then he broke into a wild laugh, wearing a grin so wide and dangerous that it almost looked unhinged. At that point, he seemed just a little bit insane, as he boldly declared that from now on, every last hit in the world belonged to him. Time passed, and before long, more monsters fell one after another. Rahel, already looking completely worn out, asked if they were finally done now. Hyun-suk answered with a smug little smirk and praised his buffbot companion for all her help. By then, all the monsters seemed to have been taken care of, and at first glance, it looked like the cooks had already finished butchering everything. But when he looked a little more closely, he realized the cooks were not merely preparing the meat anymore. They were already stuffing themselves with it on the spot. One of them even shouted for a bigger portion, and the sight left Hyun-suk standing there in utter confusion. Kulkin noticed him staring and called out, asking what exactly had caught his attention so hard. Hyun-suk asked whether it was really acceptable for the cooks to dig into the army's food like that. Kulkin answered without the slightest concern, saying that it was one of the cook's privileges, especially because monster meat spoiled quickly if they did not eat it fresh. He added that for ordinary soldiers, the chance to eat fresh meat like this was rare enough to count as a special occasion. Kulkin even openly admitted that being able to enjoy good food was the main thing that kept him going. Hearing that sent all kinds of questions spinning through Hyun-seok's head, from what kind of privilege this even was to how a place like this functioned without something like a labor union. Even with all that skepticism still in him, he did not turn down Kulkin's next offer. The chef handed him some meat and said he had earned a portion too, as a warrior. Hyun-suk paused with the meat in front of him, staring at it while thinking about how much the cooks had already risked just to get their hands on food like this. In the end, he took a bite. The taste was not exactly terrible. It had a strong smell, but strangely enough, that scent actually added something to the flavor. Still, beyond that, the meat itself was bland and tough, the kind of chewy bite that did not really live up to the effort it took to obtain it. Hyun-suk could not help thinking that if meat like this were sold back in South Korea, it probably would not last long on the market. And that was when the truth really hit him. These cooks were risking their lives over meat that was at best mediocre. Then his thoughts began to shift in a completely different direction. What if he could make something better than this? The idea came together all at once. If he won them over through their stomachs, then he could earn their loyalty, gain their favor, and maybe even become the god of the kitchen. With that thought in mind, he opened the Hero Shop interface, right in front of Rahel, catching her completely off guard. After spending some of his points on a skill and an item, he showed her exactly what he had bought. One was an F-rank cooking skill that cost 50 points. The other was a seasoning packed with MSG, which cost 20 points. Rahel looked at him like she could not believe what she was seeing. Then she immediately scolded him, accusing him of wasting precious points on what was basically just salt. Hyun-suk waved off her criticism without a second thought. He told her she was seriously underestimating just how powerful something like this could be. Then he proved it on the spot, sprinkling the seasoning over the meat in front of her. The change was immediate and impossible to miss. The smell deepened into something rich and mouth-watering, and the meat itself suddenly looked juicy, glossy, and far more appetizing than before. At that moment, Hyun-seok felt completely victorious, already picturing himself as some kind of culinary god in this strange new world. Carrying that confidence, he brought the improved meat over to Kulkin. But the chef initially refused, saying he was already full. Hyun-seok would not let it go that easily. He insisted that he had poured his soul into this dish and said he could die happy if Kulkin would just taste it once. Reluctantly, Kulkin finally accepted and took a bite. The instant the flavor hit him, it was as if he had been dragged all the way back to childhood. In that moment, he remembered his mother's voice asking him whether he wanted meat for dinner. The memory hit him so hard, and with such vivid force, that tears actually welled up in his eyes before he could stop them. After that, Hyun-suk left the kitchen, carrying a bag full of meat. It was a parting gift from Kulkin, who reminded him that the meat would stay fresh for only 2 days. When Hyun-suk finally made it back, Bobo came charging straight at him so suddenly that it nearly made him jump out of his skin. Reacting fast, Hyun-seok immediately held out the meat, and just like that, Bobo calmed down almost at once. Hyun-suk urged Bobo to eat as much as he wanted, pulling out piece after piece from the bag without holding anything back. A soft laugh escaped Hyun-suk as he kept offering the meat over, and Bobo's eyes grew so wide with delight they looked ready to pop right out. The little beast practically bounced in place, overwhelmed with excitement by this unexpected feast. Bobo threw himself at the food and tore through every piece with wild enthusiasm. Hyun-suk could only watch with a mix of amusement and relief as the creature happily devoured everything in sight. Bobo kept eating with obvious joy, and Hyun-suk even promised that he would bring more meat again tomorrow. That promise paid off immediately, raising Bobo's affinity toward him. At the same time, their hero quest was marked complete, and the promised reward of 200 hero points was granted. It had all gone exactly the way Hyun-suk intended. Rahel noticed his success right away and pointed out that there was an item on his screen that could be used to improve his stats. When she asked why he had not used it yet, Hyun-suk explained that he had been avoiding it because he did not actually understand how it worked. And of course, he added that this was all thanks to certain idiots who had skipped the tutorial. Rahel, completely unbothered by the jab, told him it still was not too late. Then she started explaining to him how bonus points were supposed to work. Strength increased raw power, while stamina improved endurance and overall resilience. Agility enhanced speed and reflexes, and mana was tied directly to magic. When Hyun-suk asked about charisma, Rahel explained that it was a hidden stat, something he could not raise by simply assigning bonus points. The only way to improve it was through proper training. She advised him to spread his points out evenly, but Hyun-suk did not agree. In his mind, it made far more sense to pour everything into strength alone. Rahul looked genuinely taken aback by the way he was thinking. She told him that focusing only on strength might seem fine at the start, but once things progressed, mana would become absolutely essential. She made it clear that a body reinforced by mana would eventually far surpass one built on nothing but muscle and physical training. After adjusting his points, Hyun-suk asked Rahel if his new distribution looked acceptable. She checked it over and admitted that it was not bad. After that, she told him to go into the shop and buy a basic skill for mana control. Curious, Hyun-suk asked what mana control actually was. Rahel explained that it was basically a skill meant to help him handle and manipulate mana more efficiently. She estimated that it should cost around 100 hero points. So Hyun-suk immediately started searching the shop for it, only to come up empty. Rahel was stunned, because that kind of thing was supposed to be a common purchase. Disappointed, Hyun-suk muttered that he had almost started to think she might finally be useful. Then, frustrated, he bluntly accused her of being completely useless after all. Rahel quickly defended herself, insisting that the skill really should have been there. 3 weeks passed, and by the end of it, Hyun-suk had reached level 100. Even so, the whole process had taken longer than he originally expected it would. Rahel pointed out that the amount of experience needed rose dramatically as his level climbed higher. Hearing that, Hyun-suk found himself wondering whether any other heroes were grinding as relentlessly as he was. Rahul answered by telling him that he had already become something like a sinecure. Hyun-suk had a hard time believing that. He immediately turned on Rahel and reminded her how many times he had nearly died just that day alone. Rahul explained that for most people, reaching level 100 usually took around 6 months. Then, with a trace of sadness, she admitted that she had wanted to get along with him. Hyun-suk, however, shot back that she had brought this treatment on herself. Just then the door suddenly opened, and a goblin stepped inside to inform Hyun-suk that the commander wanted to see him. When Hyun-suk arrived at Hemis's office, she greeted him in a surprisingly warm manner. Looking him over, she commented that he seemed healthier than before and had clearly become stronger. She also noticed that his mana had doubled. Hyun-suk explained that he had been working hard every single day to bring Bobo the best quality meat he could find. But instead of dwelling on that, Hemis remarked on how quickly his strength was rising, and she directly asked him whether that rapid growth had something to do with the hero leveling system. Hyun-suk froze on the spot. In that instant, he realized that Hemis already knew he was a hero, and his mind immediately raced to wonder how long she had known. Hemis calmly told him that she had figured it out the very first time they met. When he asked how, she explained that she had ties to someone with a deep interest in heroes. After that, Hemis turned the question back on him and asked why he thought she had summoned him there in the first place. Hyun-suk tried to make a guess, bringing up the battles he had been fighting recently. Hemis reminded him of the promise between them and asked if he still remembered it. When Hyun-suk said that he did, Hemis immediately started scolding him for the way he had been acting. Then, without warning, Hemis transformed again into that monstrous flower-like creature that swallowed things whole. She vented her frustration over how fast he was leveling up and warned him that if he truly wanted to stay alive, then he needed to work even harder. To her, this was all part of the entertainment. Hearing that, Hyun-suk recalled a truth he knew all too well. Crowds were never the most excited by flashy performances or easy victories. What really thrilled them were dramatic turns and shocking reversals no one saw coming. That was when it clicked for him. Hemis had deliberately set him up against an opponent he had no realistic chance of defeating. Panicking, Rahel shouted and demanded to know what he was going to do. Hyun-suk told her to calm down and give him a moment to think. After forcing himself to think it through, he decided that the smartest move was to gather as much information as possible about his opponent before the fight began. Choi Hyun-suk's plan was simple in theory. Before he fought anyone, he wanted to study their strength as carefully as possible. Rahel, however, immediately pointed out the obvious flaw. All they had was the opponent's name, and with nothing else to go on, she asked how he was supposed to figure out which one was actually his target. With a confident look, Hyun-suk revealed that he already had an answer. He said he was planning to buy something from the hero shop, an item called the combat power meter, and that tool would let him solve the problem. The item cost 50 hero points, but for Hyun-suk, it sounded more than worth it. According to its description, the device could measure a person's strength, stamina, agility, and even mana, turning someone's overall power into something he could actually read and compare. Hyun-suk explained that once he found his opponent, he could use the meter to check their level, then train by sparring against someone around the same range. Hearing that, Rahul let out a long sigh and teased him, saying he really only became clever when his life was on the line. Hyun-suk shot back without missing a beat, telling her that was still better than being useless all the time. After that little exchange, the two of them decided to test the combat power meter right away, and Rahel became their first subject. When the reading came up, Rahel's combat power was 375. She stared at the number, clearly unsure what to make of it, then admitted she had no idea whether that was considered high or embarrassingly low. Since the number meant little by itself, she suggested they test Hyun-suk next. Hyun-suk handed the device over to her and waited for the result, watching her face closely while she checked the reading. But instead of answering right away, Rahel just stood there looking confused, like what she was seeing didn't make sense to her at all. Noticing her expression, Hyun-suk asked whether anything had shown up on the device. Rahel hesitated for a moment before awkwardly saying that the meter had to be malfunctioning. There was no way, she insisted, that his stats should be coming out higher than hers, and she clearly couldn't wrap her head around the result. But the meter wasn't broken. Hyun-suk's strength was displayed as 1,560. Seeing that, he immediately put on a smug expression and asked Rahel whether she was really sure she wasn't the weaker one between the two of them. That jab hit hard. Looking thoroughly deflated, Rahel admitted that just 1 month earlier, her strength level had been 10,000. Hyun-suk, still focused on the result in front of them, asked whether the combat power meter had actually worked properly, despite all her doubts. To settle the matter, they tried the meter on Bobo next, and the result was absurd. That damn dog had a combat strength of 47,422, a number so ridiculous it made both of them stop and stare. Rahel looked completely crushed after that. The fact that both she and Hyun-suk were weaker than a dog was simply too humiliating to take. Hyun-suk, on the other hand, found the whole thing hilarious and joked that maybe Bobo's breed had gotten some kind of secret buff. After that, he stepped outside with the meter in hand and decided to check the combat strength of the other orcs around him, curious to see where he stood compared to the fortress as a whole. As he looked around, one thing quickly became obvious. The goblins, who appeared the frailest at a glance, really did have much lower stats than everyone else. The other orcs, meanwhile, mostly had numbers that were much closer to Hyun-suk's own level. Then the atmosphere shifted in an instant. Someone suddenly announced Captain Bulkman's arrival, and at that call, everyone around them straightened up and saluted immediately. As Captain Bulkman walked past, Hyun-suk discreetly used the combat power meter on him. The reading that appeared made his eyes widen. Bulkman's strength was an incredible 14,300. From that, Hyun-suk started piecing together a rough pattern. Anyone whose combat strength passed 10,000 seemed to be holding a commander-level position, which gave him a much clearer sense of how rank and raw power lined up in this place. With that in mind, he turned to Rahel and asked her again to confirm whether his assigned opponent was really supposed to be just a platoon leader. Rahel confirmed it and added the name, Kirkin. She also mentioned the rumor going around that Kirkin was an orc with the intelligence of a pig. Hearing that, Hyun-suk started calculating his chances. If a platoon leader should only be around 3,000 in combat strength, then maybe, just maybe, he still had a shot if he could level up a little more. Now, fully focused, he went looking for Kirkin. Once he finally found him, Hyun-suk raised the meter and checked the reading. The number that came back was 6,671. Rahel didn't bother sugarcoating it. She flatly said that this basically meant Hyun-suk was being sent out to die. And almost as if the system had been waiting for that exact moment, a new hero quest appeared before him. The system window popped up with brutal honesty. It stated that his chances of defeating Kirkin were almost zero. Still, because enduring impossible situations was apparently the trait that defined him, the system was willing to offer him a chance. His objective was to raise his combat strength to 3,000 within 1 week, and if he succeeded, he would earn 300 hero points. Hyun-suk couldn't help reacting with sarcasm. He muttered about how perfectly timed the quest was, and half joked that the system must have been spying on him. Even so, he understood exactly what this meant. The situation was life or death, and whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to accept. From that moment on, Hyun-suk made up his mind. If surviving meant outsmarting both the observer watching him and Hemis herself, then that was exactly what he would do. The next morning, Hyun-suk showed up in the kitchen and made his presence known, looking like someone who had already decided what he was going to do. Kulkin greeted him and quickly noticed the goggles Hyun-suk was wearing. The odd-looking gear caught his attention right away, and he asked where he had gotten them. Hyun-suk answered casually, saying he had seen other people wearing something similar and decided to get a pair for himself. Kulkin, apparently satisfied with that explanation, guessed that it must be some kind of trend among the younger crowd. But he didn't linger on it for long, and immediately shifted the conversation to more practical matters. He told Hyun-suk to get ready for the hunt. While acting casual on the surface, Hyun-suk secretly used the combat power meter on Kulkin, and the result nearly stunned him. Kulkin's combat strength came out to a terrifying 35,230. That number genuinely confused Hyun-suk, because it was far beyond what he would have expected from someone at the level of a captain. Then he looked around more carefully and started to understand why. Even the other cooks had high combat strength, all because they constantly fought against demonic beasts as part of their work. The moment he realized that, an idea formed in Hyun-suk's mind. If he could spar with someone whose level was in a similar range, he could sharpen himself for the battle that was coming. So Hyun-suk directly asked Kulkin for permission to spar with one of the cooks. He framed it as a reasonable request, explaining that training this way would help him get stronger and make him more useful to the kitchen unit. At first, Kulkin brushed the idea aside. He told Hyun-suk that he was already impressively strong for a human and didn't need to force his growth so quickly. But Hyun-suk had his own way of applying pressure. In a calm but pointed tone, he implied that if he wasn't allowed to spar, then he might just keep the best meat for himself instead. That threat worked. Kulkin reluctantly gave in and told Hyun-suk to go ahead and choose whichever cook he wanted as his sparring partner. Later, while the cooks were getting ready for the hunt, word spread about Hyun-suk's choice, and the reaction was immediate. Everyone was shocked to hear that he intended to fight Gorbachev, one of the cooks whose combat strength measured 2,620. Some of them looked at Hyun-suk like he had lost his mind, quietly wondering whether this was going to be the last day he stayed alive. The goblins, however, protested for a completely different reason. They didn't want Hyun-suk to die because he was the one who gave them delicious meat. When the complaints grew loud enough, Kulkin shut the goblins up and turned to Gorbachev with a stern warning, telling him not to kill Hyun-suk during the spar. He went even further and explicitly told Gorbachev to hold back and not take things too far. Gorbachev, wearing the dull expression of someone not known for his brains, nodded and agreed. Even so, the look on Kulkin's face made it obvious he didn't fully trust that answer. With that, the sparring match began. Hyun-suk moved first, bursting forward with determination written all over him as he charged straight at Gorbachev without hesitation. At the same time, Gorbachev reminded himself of Kulkin's warning, repeating inwardly that he wasn't supposed to kill Hyun-suk. The moment Gorbachev threw a punch, Hyun-suk slipped around it with surprising skill. As he watched the movement, he quickly realized something important. Gorbachev's fighting style was almost entirely instinctive, relying on brute habit more than technique. The instant he understood that, Hyun-suk countered, and as his body moved, the sensation felt strangely familiar. The rhythm of the exchange reminded him of the fights he used to win again and again in the past, as if that old version of himself was suddenly waking back up. Then, almost before anyone could properly react, it was over. The match ended in the blink of an eye and Hyun-suk was declared the winner. The goblins could only stare in disbelief. Gorbachev had gone down so quickly that some of them hadn't even processed what they had just seen. Hyun-suk himself looked stunned. Only after the fight ended did it fully sink in that he had taken Gorbachev down with a single kick. That unexpected win lit a new spark inside him. For the first time, Hyun-suk began to feel real confidence, and the idea that he might actually stand a chance against Kurken no longer seemed impossible. Later, at the northern edge of the Black Fortress near the Great Forest, Hyun-suk replayed the entire spar over and over in his mind. The fact that he had knocked out an orc whose combat strength was nearly double his own with just one kick drove a clear thought into his head. Combat strength was only a number, not an absolute law. By the time he finished thinking it through, Hyun-suk came to a firm conclusion. If he could improve just a little more, then his upcoming fight might not only be survivable, it might even turn into an easy win. Right at that moment, one of the goblins hurried over to Kulkin with an urgent report, saying that a huge number of Talas had appeared further ahead on their route. Kulkin's face immediately twisted with irritation, the kind of look that made it obvious this was the last thing he wanted to hear. With clear annoyance in his voice, he asked whether they had already wandered into Talas territory. Curious about the sudden tension, Choi Hyun-suk asked what exactly the issue was. He even wondered out loud if the problem was simply that Talus meat tasted terrible. Culkin quickly cleared that up, saying their meat actually wasn't all that bad. If anything, their bone marrow was considered a real delicacy. The real danger, he explained, was that Talus lived in groups and were fiercely protective of their young. If someone hurt one of their offspring, things could spiral into a disaster fast. Hyun-suk naturally assumed that meant the hunt would end there, but Culkin had no intention of backing off. Tempted by the thought of that rich, flavorful meat, he decided to push forward anyway and ordered everyone to attack, declaring that Talus meat would be today's snack. He barked out another order right after that, making it crystal clear that no Talus were to be allowed to escape, and that every last one of them should be butchered on the spot. The creatures themselves looked grotesque, like giant spiders fused with skull-like structures across their bodies, making them even more unsettling to look at up close. As the chaos of the hunt began, Hyun-suk slyly shoved a goblin beside him and made it look accidental, using the confusion to create an opening for himself. Then he took shameless advantage of the situation, slipping in at the perfect moment to land the finishing blows and pile up XP for himself. After a while, the hunting party had built up a grim collection of dead Talus, their bodies scattered and stacked. As the slaughter continued, Hyun-suk delivered the final strike to the last surviving one, and the moment it dropped, he leveled up from the kill. Rahul immediately praised him, sounding half impressed and half exasperated, as she pointed out that he was practically a professional when it came to stealing the last hit. Hyun-suk accepted that compliment without even pretending to be humble, and said this was exactly why he liked working in the kitchen so much. But then, without warning, an overwhelming pressure crashed over the entire area, so sudden and so oppressive that it caught Hyun-suk completely off guard. As he turned in alarm, a scream rang out from somewhere nearby. The Talus Queen had arrived. The fury radiating from her was impossible to miss the moment her eyes fell on the heap of dead Talus, littering the area. She let out a low, furious growl, and the rage in that sound alone was enough to make the whole scene feel heavier. Even then, Hyun-suk's curiosity got the better of him. He quickly used his goggles to check her stats, only to find that her power couldn't even be measured. At that point, the horrifying truth was impossible to ignore. They had just slaughtered her children without mercy. Hyun-suk immediately spun around to ask the chef what they were supposed to do next, only to discover that Culkin was already running away. While fleeing, Culkin shouted back for everyone to survive on their own and meet up again later. Hyun-suk could only think bitterly about how absurdly irresponsible that was. But before he could dwell on it, a loud crash pulled his attention away. Over the chaos, someone started yelling for everybody to scatter in different directions. The weaker goblins were being ripped apart as the enraged Talus Queen screamed, cutting through them with terrifying ease. Then her roar exploded like thunder, and the furious force behind it tore straight through the helpless goblins in front of her. Hyun-suk's eyes widened in horror as he watched the weak creatures get shredded apart, their desperate screams swallowed by the sheer violence of her rage. The sound only grew louder, swelling into a deafening roar that shook the battlefield itself. It was so intense that Hyun-suk instinctively clamped his hands over his ears, struggling just to endure the crushing force of it. In the middle of that panic, Rahel urgently told him to look behind him. When Hyun-suk turned, his blood ran cold. Hundreds of Talus were charging straight toward him, and at the front of that wave was the queen herself. There was no decision to make after that. Hyun-suk turned and ran as fast as he possibly could, while goblins somewhere in the distance screamed desperately for help. He knew with absolute certainty that if he slowed down for even a second, he was dead. Eventually, in the middle of his desperate escape, he came across a cave. He hesitated at the entrance, unsure whether going inside was a smart move or a fatal mistake. Rahul quickly reassured him, saying the cave was empty and claiming that she had already scouted it earlier. Hyun-suk didn't completely trust her word, but even so, he figured the cave still had to be safer than the open forest, where danger could come at him from every direction. Once inside, he realized the cave stretched far deeper than he expected. He asked Rahel whether it was a natural formation, but she admitted she had no idea. What she did point out was how strangely spacious it was, wide enough that even the Talus Queen could have entered without trouble. As Hyun-suk kept moving through the darkness, his eyes caught a sticky, gooey substance clinging to the wall, and the sight of it made an unsettling idea begin to form in his mind. Rahel immediately dismissed the thought that this could be a Talus hideout, reminding him that the chef had said there weren't any Talus groups nearby. Even with that explanation, the sticky residue on the walls continued to bother Hyun-suk. A bad thought crossed his mind. Were those spider webs? And then he saw them. The moment it clicked, he realized the truth. This cave was a Talus nest, which meant the place he had fled into for safety wasn't safe at all. Just as he decided he needed to get out immediately, a cluster of glowing green eyes appeared from the darkness ahead. A fully grown Talus suddenly lunged at him. Hyun-suk broke into a full sprint, running as hard as he could while Rahel frantically asked whether they were even going the right way. Hyun-suk admitted he had no clue. It was his first time inside this cave too. So he was running blind. Then, all of a sudden, his foot came down on something under the darkness, and he lost his balance and slipped. Panicking, he grabbed the first thing he could get his hands on and hurled it straight at the attacking Talus. The creature stopped it in midair, and only then did Hyun-suk realize what he had thrown. It was an egg. To his surprise, the Talus didn't keep attacking right away. It froze for a moment instead, its attention seemingly drawn to the egg in its grasp. Hyun-suk immediately turned to Rahel, looking for some kind of explanation. Rahel guessed that the Talus might have reacted to the egg because its round, smooth, moist surface appealed to it somehow. She pointed out that the thing he had thrown looked a lot like a Talus egg, which was probably why the creature had stopped in the first place. A sudden idea sparked in Choi Hyun-suk's mind. Grabbing another egg without hesitation, he faced the Talus and started provoking it, using the egg like a weapon even before he threw it. With a defiant look, he made it clear he was done putting up with this thing's nonsense and wasn't about to let himself get pushed around anymore. The Talus immediately reacted in panic, and that response alone told Hyun-suk everything he needed to know. His plan was working exactly the way he hoped, planting his feet firmly. Hyun-suk drew back his arm and hurled the egg with full commitment. The Talus lunged after it in a frantic scramble, moving almost desperately just to catch the egg before it could be damaged. Watching the creature move, Rahel noted how absurdly agile it was. Its speed, balance, and physical ability were impressive enough on their own, and she figured that monstrous body of its had to be amplifying everything even further. Then she looked to Hyun-suk and asked what he planned to do next. Hyun-suk, clearly fed up, shot back with exasperation and asked what kind of choices she thought he had left when there were still more than 100 eggs scattered all over the place. Even in the middle of that mess, he still found the nerve to taunt the Talus the moment one of the eggs cracked. In a mocking tone, he told the creature that he could probably catch the eggs better than it could. Hyun-suk quickly ordered Rahel to bring him another egg. But instead of helping, she informed him that there was only one left. The color drained from Hyun-suk's face instantly. Realizing just how badly he had overplayed things, he turned pale with panic. The Talus let out a savage, furious growl and then launched itself straight at them. Reacting immediately, Hyun-suk shouted for Rahel to cast a buff spell on him. The Talus Queen was still burning with rage, but Hyun-suk noticed something important in that moment. After all the chasing and scrambling over the eggs, she was already wearing herself down. He steadied his breathing, tightened his stance, and focused his mind. In that brief instant, he became convinced that this was a chance he could actually turn into victory. As the Talus Queen came rushing toward him, Hyun-suk prepared to unleash his ultimate move, Paradise Reincarnation Shot. Instead of backing away or trying to flee, he stepped forward and met the monster head-on. Then he drove in a decisive, powerful strike, and that blow was enough to bring the Talus down. Right. After the monster fell, multiple system notifications flashed up one after another, confirming that Hyun-suk had leveled up from the fight. Rahel hurried over as fast as she could, looking him over in alarm and asking whether he was all right. Hyun-suk admitted that he absolutely was not. In a half-joking, half-pained voice, he said he felt like he was dying on the spot and suggested they move somewhere safer first. To his surprise, Rahel then revealed that she could use healing magic too. Hyun-suk immediately praised her and said that putting points into mana had really paid off. Still, Rahel modestly explained that her healing wasn't very strong, and that at best, she could mostly stop bleeding. After that, Hyun-suk distributed the stat points he had just earned and decided it was time to head back. Now at level 108, his stats had become Strength 56 plus 2, Agility 53 plus 2, Stamina 55 plus 2, Mana 53 plus 2, and Charisma 27. Looking over those numbers, he felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. His stats were finally starting to look balanced, even if he still didn't fully know the best way to make use of every one of them yet. For now, he chose to think of it as an investment, something that would definitely pay off later down the road. Then out of nowhere, a familiar voice echoed through the cave. It was Culkin, and he sounded genuinely delighted to find Hyun-suk still alive. Hyun-suk, however, immediately asked why Culkin was even there. Culkin explained that while he had been running for his life, he happened to discover this cave and thought they were lucky just to have escaped the Talus at all. But the moment he realized what kind of place it actually was, Culkin froze. This wasn't just any cave, it was the Talus nest. His eyes moved to the items scattered around on the ground, and Hyun-suk explained what they were. They were Talus eggs, meaning this was the place where the creatures came to lay them. The second Culkin heard that, his eyes lit up with excitement. He said Talus eggs were an incredibly rare delicacy, something normally reserved only for high-ranking officials. Annoyed that Culkin's mind had gone straight to food again, Hyun-suk snapped at him to focus. yelling that they needed to think about escaping first. Culkin grimly pointed out that the tallest queen was probably already somewhere inside the cave by now, and he admitted that taking down a monster like that would require someone at the level of a division commander or above. With that, he resigned himself and muttered that the egg was probably going to be his final meal. Just then, more voices echoed in from the entrance. The surviving goblins had managed to make it there too, and the head chef came with them. Culkin acknowledged the ones who had barely survived, and, as if accepting the end, offered to share the precious egg with them. Hyunsuk, meanwhile, made a silent promise to himself that this was not going to be his last meal. There was no way he was dying here before getting to enjoy his wife's 5-dish spread again. That thought hardened into pure determination. He refused to die in a pathetic hole like this. Meanwhile, in Hemis's office, someone greeted the commander and commented on how stiff and formal he looked, just like always. She then asked whether he had finished the mission he had been assigned. Raedrun reported that, just as ordered, he had successfully captured the Holy Empire's next saintess. Hemis looked impressed and praised Raedrun for managing to infiltrate a fanatical cult and complete the job in only 3 weeks. Clearly pleased with him, she reached out and patted him on the head, and that simple gesture was enough to make him blush. Their quiet moment didn't last long, though. A knock sounded at the door, and Hemis immediately showed her annoyance at being interrupted. A goblin entered and reported that there was urgent news concerning the cooks who had been sent out to gather ingredients. At first, Hemis brushed it off as if it were probably some routine trouble, but the goblin quickly clarified that the situation was far more serious than that. The tallest queen had appeared, and as a result, most of the cooks, including Culkin, were either dead or missing. Hemis immediately asked about Hyunsuk, and the goblin answered that he too was currently missing. The moment Raedrun heard that, his expression darkened on the spot. Back inside the cave, the goblins had already started toasting with talus eggs, acting like people who had completely given up and were preparing for the end. Culkin even started saying his farewells, but Hyunsuk smacked him across the head and yelled at him to get a grip and snap out of it. Culkin stared at him like he'd completely lost his mind, his face practically screaming, "What the hell was that for?" Hyunsuk answered without missing a beat, saying Culkin had clearly fallen under some kind of wicked spell, and that he had simply used a secret weapon to snap him back to his senses. Then, wearing a triumphant grin, Hyunsuk pulled out a brand new item like he'd been saving it for exactly this moment. It was the Beast Encyclopedia, Demonic Beast Edition. The encyclopedia wasn't cheap. It had cost him 50 hero points, but in exchange, it contained detailed information on nearly every kind of demonic beast, making it the kind of tool that could mean the difference between dying blind and surviving with a plan. Without wasting time, Hyunsuk searched for talus. The entry described them as spider-like demonic beasts that lived in colonies and were especially known for the terrifying strength in their legs. According to the encyclopedia, anyone trying to kill a talus had to aim for its weaker points, specifically places like the torso and the head. It also revealed something even more important. The bodily fluids of a talus were extremely flammable, and its eggs contained a substance so unstable it was basically as dangerous as a bomb. There was more. The caves built with talus saliva were also highly vulnerable to fire, which meant using flame magic inside one of those nests was incredibly risky and could turn the whole place into a death trap. Hyunsuk immediately turned to Culkin and asked if he could use fire magic. Culkin admitted that he could, but only at a basic level, the kind of simple flame attacks that amounted to little more than shooting fire. With a heavy, resigned sigh, Culkin told Hyunsuk to give it up. He warned him that the talus shell was far too tough, and his flames wouldn't be strong enough to burn through its carapace anyway. But Hyunsuk brushed that concern aside at once. He said he had no intention of setting the talus itself on fire. Then he gathered everyone around and revealed the outline of his actual plan. First, he made one thing absolutely clear. They had to survive, because if they did, they could go right back to enjoying delicacies like talus eggs again later. The goblins looked unconvinced and clearly thought his plan sounded hopeless. Hyunsuk, however, knew exactly how to reach them. He tempted them with a promise that if they made it out alive, he would celebrate by giving them an unlimited feast of premium demonic beast meat. That did it. Their eyes instantly lit up with renewed spirit, and Culkin himself started drooling at the thought before eagerly leaning in and asking what the plan actually was. Satisfied that he finally had everyone's attention, Hyunsuk began explaining the details of what they were going to do. Above all else, he stressed one critical point: no matter what happened, once they started moving, nobody was allowed to stop running until they reached the exit. Once the plan was settled, the group set out. Before long, they ran straight into a swarm of talus deeper inside the cave. Seeing the creatures closing in, Hyunsuk signaled to Culkin and told him to get his flames ready. Then, at exactly the right moment, Culkin unleashed his fire. The result was immediate. Part of the cave erupted in a violent explosion, fire and force tearing through the tunnel. As the chaos burst around them, Rahel looked at the destruction and asked Hyun-seok what exactly he had done. Hyun-seok explained that once the flames spread, the egg still deeper inside the nest would become a massive distraction for the Talus. That distraction, he reasoned, would keep the creatures occupied just long enough for their group to make a run for it and escape. Even while moving, Hyun-seok kept shouting instructions to the goblins, telling them to stay focused on survival and to throw an egg as a diversion if they absolutely had to. Since he only had one egg left in his own hands, they couldn't waste it carelessly. They had to find the exit first before using that final card. As they pushed forward through the cave, Rahel suddenly spotted light in the distance. Hyun-seok immediately guided the group toward it, steering everyone in that direction. At the same time, he urged them to keep running and not slow down for any reason. For a brief moment, relief washed over the group when they finally reached the light. But that relief lasted only an instant. Standing directly in their path was the Talus Queen herself. Hyun-seok's expression darkened at once as the massive creature blocked the way out like a living wall. Culkin looked just as shaken and muttered under his breath that the queen had come back, convinced that this was the end for all of them. Hyun-seok, however, refused to surrender to that thought. As tense as the situation was, he noticed something important. The queen still wasn't attacking them outright. Sensing that tiny opening, Hyun-seok addressed her directly. At the same time, he told Culkin to prepare to ignite something, then raised the last egg in his hand and threatened to blow it up. He warned the queen in no uncertain terms. If this egg exploded, they would all die, and her offspring would die with them. Queen hesitated, and her gaze locked tightly onto the egg in Hyun-seok's hand. Hyun-seok narrowed his eyes and studied her reaction, calculating every possible move she might make next. Each second felt painfully slow, and the egg in his hand suddenly seemed far heavier because of how much destruction it could cause. He took one careful step forward, his voice calm but firm, never taking his eyes off the queen. The queen's eyes shifted restlessly, flicking back and forth as uncertainty crept into her expression. Her body stayed tense, claws flexing against the ground as if she might attack at any second, but she didn't move. The air between them felt tight enough to snap. Then Hyun-seok raised his voice and demanded that she move aside. Every word hit with the full weight of his threat, forcing the queen to seriously reconsider what would happen if she challenged him. In response, the queen let out a piercing shriek, sharp enough to send vibrations racing through the cavern. The goblins around Hyun-seok froze where they stood, unable to tell whether the next second would bring escape or death. Hyun-seok lifted the last egg even higher, gripping it tightly as he shouted that if it blew up, everything would perish, including her young. The flicker of nearby flames danced across the cave walls, making his warning feel even more dangerous and real. Queen shrieked again, louder this time, and the tension in the cave climbed even higher. Beside him, Rahel anxiously asked what they were supposed to do next. Out of options and with no better idea left, Hyun-seok lit the egg and hurled it straight toward the cave wall. The egg exploded on impact, and the blast immediately ignited a fire that began spreading through the nest at terrifying speed. The whole ground started trembling beneath them as the cave began to collapse around their heads. The goblins, completely terrified now, scrambled in panic to get out before the falling cave buried them alive. Over the chaos, Hyun-seok shouted for everyone to forget everything else and focus only on getting out alive. But while he was running, he suddenly stopped in place for a split second, his attention stolen by a new system notification. He had leveled up. Rahel, utterly exasperated, yelled at him to move already before the collapsing cave turned him into rubble. When Choi Hyun-seok glanced back during the escape, he caught a shocking sight. The Talus Queen was being crushed under the collapsing debris as the cave came apart behind them. At the same time, more and more system notifications flooded across his vision, stacking up so fast he could barely keep track. He had leveled up again, and then again, and then again. That was when the truth hit him. Every Talus that had died in the collapse was being counted as his kill, and all of that experience was being awarded to him. There was no other way to describe it. This was speed EXP farming taken to an absolutely ridiculous level. Hyun-seok stood there for a stunned second, almost unable to process what had just happened, but then forced himself to snap out of it and focus on getting out alive first. He immediately called out to Rahel for another buff, and she responded without delay, casting it on him right away. But even after pushing through the chaos, one final obstacle still stood between them and survival. The Talus Queen was still there, still blocking their path. Desperate to create even the smallest opening, Culkin suddenly pulled out an egg and shouted toward the queen, practically offering it up to her. "This is for you, queen." He tried to bargain with the monster on the spot, offering the egg in exchange for a way out. The moment Hyun-seok saw that, he realized it might actually be the chance they needed. With survival on the line, he threw every ounce of strength into his legs and sprinted with everything he had. The queen responded by spitting out a green fluid that looked disturbingly similar to spider silk, firing it straight into their path. For one brief instant, Hyun-suk genuinely wondered if this was where it all ended for him. Then, out of nowhere, red hands appeared and grabbed onto a massive tree trunk. A familiar voice called out and asked if he was all right. Hyun-suk suddenly realized that he was being dragged away from danger, and when he looked up, he was stunned to see that it was Raedrun. Raedrun looked openly pleased to find Hyun-suk alive, as if this outcome was exactly what he had expected all along. With complete confidence, Raedrun declared that he would take care of the rest. Wielding that enormous trunk like a weapon, Raedrun slammed it into the Talus Queen with a devastating blow. The Queen let out a deafening shriek from the impact, while Raedrun settled into a combat stance, fully ready to continue the fight. Hyun-suk couldn't even hide his admiration at that point, and blurted out just how incredible Raedrun was. What he was seeing felt almost unreal, and he could hardly believe it was happening right in front of him. Later, back at the Demon King's Black Castle, the aftermath became painfully clear. Out of the 105 goblin packs that belonged to the Demon King's army, only 6 had survived. The other 99 were either dead or missing, and that list included Kulkin. Meanwhile, in Bobo's room, the giant beast whimpered pitifully and clung to Hyun-suk like an oversized child, practically straddling him as if afraid to let go. Hyun-suk tried to comfort the emotional Bobo, joking that he had come back from the dead just to see him again. Rahul commented on how lucky they had been to survive at all, giving credit to that cow-headed figure. While she said that, Bobo just kept licking Hyun-suk's face over and over with shameless affection. Hyun-suk answered Rahul by saying they should enjoy whatever peace they had while it lasted, because the coming finals might very well be where they ended up getting killed. Rahul looked confused and asked him what he meant by that. Hyun-suk then explained that the finals were coming up fast. Rahul observed that Hyun-suk had matured a great deal, and she wasn't exaggerating. Because of the cave collapse, he had gained an absurd 75 levels all at once. That put his current level at 200, but even then, Rahul remarked that it still didn't feel like enough. Hyun-suk agreed with her completely, especially when the opponent waiting for him had more than 6,000 battle power. Rahul then tested his understanding with a question. If he somehow reached 6,000 battle power himself, did that automatically mean he would be as strong as an orc? Hyun-suk replied that it couldn't be that simple, and said strength wasn't determined by raw power numbers alone. Rahul confirmed that he was right. She went on to explain that power on that level also depended heavily on magic, and she urged him to learn how to use magic properly if he really wanted to face enemies like that. Hyun-suk admitted that mastering magic sounded much easier said than done. Rahul reminded him that there had actually been a moment in the past when he had unconsciously used magic. Hyun-suk looked puzzled, having no memory of doing anything like that, and Rahul sheepishly admitted that what he had used was so basic, it barely even deserved to be called magic. Only then did Hyun-suk finally understand. That strange surge of power he had felt back then really had been magic after all. Their discussion was cut off without warning when the doors suddenly swung open. Both of them were startled, and the surprise only deepened when Raedrun stepped into the room. Hyun-suk looked at him in confusion and asked why someone like Raedrun would come all the way to such a humble little room. Raedrun told him that he had come to summon him. The great commander wanted to see him in Hemis's office. When Hemis saw Raedrun there, she asked why he was present in such an unusual way. Raedrun answered that he had a personal matter he wanted to discuss. Then he made a request that completely caught Hyun-suk off guard. He asked for permission to personally teach Hyun-suk the art of battle. Hemis naturally asked why he was making that request. Raedrun explained that the orc platoon leader Kirkin was showing abnormal potential and looked like someone suited to become a deputy battalion commander in the future. If things kept going like this, Hyun-suk was bound to lose. Even so, Raedrun said he believed Hyun-suk possessed tremendous potential of his own, and he wanted to see with his own eyes just how far Hyun-suk might go in the future. Hyun-suk was left speechless, convinced Hemis would reject a request like that on the spot. To his surprise, she approved it. Raedrun thanked her for the decision, and Hemis casually dismissed them afterwards, saying she still had work to do. Just before they left, though, she remarked that Hyun-suk had grown much stronger since the last time she saw him. At that, Hyun-suk suddenly turned back and gave her a sweet, almost playful smile. Then he politely thanked her, saying, "Yes, I sincerely thank you for your generous help, great commander. Well then, we'll be on our way." And while Hemis couldn't help admiring how quickly he was developing, that same growth also irritated her, because it meant he was becoming a real threat to Kirkin. Watching a creature evolve at this kind of speed was honestly almost mesmerizing, and yet, at the same time it was beginning to get under her skin more and more. If Raedrun ended up stepping in to support Choi Han-suk, then the one who might truly be pushed to the brink and lose everything would be Kulkin. With that in mind, she made up her mind to hand Kulkin something that would help balance the fight and keep the scales from tipping too far. Raedrun brought Hyun-suk to his own private training ground, and the moment Hyun-suk saw the place, he couldn't hide his amazement. The area was enormous, far beyond anything he had expected. Seeing all of this, Hyun-suk found himself reflecting on just how highly Hemis must regard Raedrun to entrust him with something like this. Raedrun watched him quietly for a while, saying nothing at first. From a single look, he could tell Hyun-suk's body was overflowing with mana, but despite having so much of it inside him, he still had no idea how to actually wield it. It didn't take long for Raedrun to understand the problem. Hyun-suk had been growing far too quickly, and because of that explosive progress, he had never been given enough time to properly learn the fundamentals. And with the battle now only 4 days away, there simply wasn't enough time left to teach him in any ordinary way. After thinking it through, Raedrun came to a single conclusion. There was only one way to force Hyun-suk forward in time. He slowly clenched his fist, his expression turning firm, and declared that pain was a necessary part of growth. Then he warned Hyun-suk to keep his guard up and stay alert. And in the very next instant, he drove a punch straight into Hyun-suk's face without holding back. As he went crashing down onto the ground, Hyun-suk couldn't stop himself from thinking that this guy had to be completely insane. This was supposed to be training, and yet instead of teaching him calmly, Raedrun was beating him half to death. Hyun-suk yelled at him to at least pay attention to what he was doing, because if he didn't figure out how to defend himself with mana, then at this rate he was genuinely going to die. Still gritting his teeth, Hyun-suk tried to protect himself from Raedrun's incoming kick by throwing up his forearm to intercept it. Right after that he sprang backward to force some distance between them. Then, gathering himself in one motion, Hyun-suk fired back with a kick of his own. Raedrun found that strange. Hyun-suk's raw physical strength wasn't especially impressive, but his reaction speed and sharp awareness were on the level of a veteran knight who had survived countless battles. Raedrun could also see that Hyun-suk's fighting spirit was anything but ordinary. At that point, he realized there had been no luck involved when he failed to avoid Hyun-suk's kick. Hyun-suk's combat instincts had been honed to an almost unbelievable degree, as though his body knew how to fight before his mind could even catch up. So Raedrun decided he would trust that natural battlefield sense of Hyun-suk's and build his next move around it. He reminded Hyun-suk about the wager with the commander, and made it crystal clear that if he failed to master mana, then defeating Kulkin would be absolutely impossible. With a chilling calmness, Raedrun added that dying here would be better than being crushed in front of everyone later, and the moment he finished saying it, he unleashed another brutal punch that sent Hyun-suk flying high into the air. At that moment, Hyun-suk finally understood one terrifying truth. Raedrun hadn't been bluffing at all. If he took another hit like that head-on, he might really die. In that split second, his thoughts drifted wildly to the life he still hadn't lived yet, to getting married someday, and to having cute children of his own. But Raedrun gave him no chance to sink into those thoughts. He was already chasing after Hyun-suk through the air, leaving him with only 2 options in that desperate moment: die or block the attack. Desperately praying to God under his breath, Hyun-suk clenched his fist tight and prepared himself to strike back. Then in the next instant, the entire ground shook from the force of someone smashing down into it. That person was Hyun-suk. The impact of his fall was so violent that a large section of the terrain cracked and shattered around him. Nearby, Rahel looked visibly shaken by what she had just seen. Meanwhile, Raedrun walked over to Hyun-suk's motionless body and studied him closely. Then he stated that Hyun-suk had just succeeded in controlling his own mana for the very first time, and he asked him if he had noticed it himself. Barely able to move? Hyun-suk weakly raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, joking that apparently God really had listened to his prayer after all. That absurd look on his face was enough to make even Raedrun let out a quiet chuckle. Raedrun reassured him that if he kept improving at this pace, then he really would be able to win. After saying that, he grabbed Hyun-suk by the arm and told him not to move so he could heal him. But the moment Raedrun started, Hyun-suk immediately let out a pained groan while grabbing tightly at his neck in agony. Only then did Raedrun remember the critical problem: dark mana functioned like poison to humans. The instant he realized what he had done, Raedrun panicked and started apologizing over and over. He quickly scooped Hyun-suk into his arms and urged him to stay alive. In this world, some powers naturally stood in opposition to one another. Dark mana suppressed ordinary mana, mana overcame divine power, and divine power in turn countered dark mana. Mana belonged to humans. Dark mana was the power of demons, and divine power was something only the faithful servants of God could wield. The Church of Tussis, the single most powerful religious institution on the continent, had fought war after war in order to force every other faith beneath its authority. And now, under the banner of the divine empire of Gitron, they selected one chosen person said to hear the voice of God and honored that person as the Saintess. Somewhere inside the Demon King's fortress, rumors continued to spread about the captured Saintess who remained locked away in her room. That prisoner was Abelson Marriott, the woman destined to become the next saintess of the divine empire, now held in the custody of the demon army. Among the demons, quiet murmurs of suspicion began to circulate, because she hadn't offered a prayer in days. And that made many of them question whether she was truly the saintess at all. Even so, they still chose to trust Raedrun's judgment in capturing her. As for Abelson herself, she saw no reason to pray in the first place. To Abelson, the life she had now was actually better than the one she had endured back in the church. As strange as her situation was, she still found it easier to bear than returning to that place. Then, without warning, the door slammed open so hard it nearly sounded like it would come off its hinges, and Raedrun stormed inside with Hyun Seok unconscious in his arms. Abelson immediately scolded him for barging in so rudely. But Raedrun didn't even acknowledge it. Ignoring her complaint entirely, he urgently demanded that she heal the human he was carrying. Meanwhile, Hyun Seok's head pounded so badly it felt like it might split open, and in his dazed state he started wondering just what kind of thing Raedrun had done to him this time. Honestly, the whole situation felt so absurd that it was almost funny in a twisted way. And in that half-conscious haze, his last regret was embarrassingly simple. Of all the hands he could have ended up holding at the end, it had to belong to a man instead of Rahel. When he finally opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was a breathtaking silver-haired beauty staring back at him. And naturally, his first thought was that he had died all over again and somehow landed in yet another random afterlife. Hyun Seok immediately started complaining at full volume, lamenting his fate, and swearing that he would never forgive the angel responsible for putting him through this again. In dramatic fashion, he even declared that he would rather become an archmage by the age of 30 than ever suffer through something like this one more time. Still rambling like a man on the edge, he prayed fervently while cursing Rahel, accusing her of being a demon, pretending to be an angel, and demanding that she be condemned to eternal suffering for what she had done to him. And just before he ran out of steam, he muttered one final, shameless wish. If that angel was really going to force him into becoming a hero again, then she should at least marry him first. Abelson listened to the whole pathetic outburst without the slightest hint of sympathy, then flatly called him pathetic. The moment those words hit him, Hyun Seok's eyes flew wide open in shock. Raedrun, clearly relieved to see that Hyun Seok was awake again, reacted so strongly that he grabbed his shirt in excitement. Hyun Seok, still groggy and not fully aware of what was happening, could only stare in total confusion. Then Raedrun pulled him into a tight embrace, but Hyun Seok immediately started protesting, convinced this man was somehow trying to kill him all over again. It was only at that exact moment, in the middle of all that chaos, that Hyun Seok finally realized one important fact. He wasn't dead after all. He slowly turned his head toward Abelson, and as soon as he did, all the humiliating nonsense he had just blurted out in front of her came rushing back into his mind at once. At the same time, Raedrun turned to the saintess and asked whether Hyun Seok had been fully healed yet. Abelson answered that he still wasn't completely recovered, and she pointed out that Raedrun should be able to tell that himself, since traces of dark mana were still lingering inside Hyun Seok's body. She admitted with unusual honesty that she didn't know what would happen to him from here. Raedrun then asked whether her divine power couldn't simply remove the dark mana altogether, but Abelson warned him that one wrong move could easily kill Hyun Seok on the spot. So instead, she suggested they wait and see, since there was a chance the dark mana would fade naturally over time. Hearing that, Raedrun sincerely apologized and promised that he would make up for his mistake by helping Hyun Seok grow stronger through training. Even though that hug had nearly crushed the air out of him, Hyun Seok still managed to mutter that Raedrun didn't need to go that far for someone as insignificant as him. But before he could say much more, Raedrun started dragging him away, leaving Hyun Seok scrambling to protest and tell him to wait. After they left, Abelson found herself quietly intrigued. She couldn't help wondering why a demon would go so far as to personally train a human. A few hours later, Hyun Seok finally returned to his room completely worn out. And just like always, Bobo was already there, happily chewing on his head like it was the most natural thing in the world. Hyun Seok actually thanked Bobo. He remembered hearing that Bobo had destroyed his house and eaten the soldier who tried to feed him. And even so, he thanked him again, realizing that if it weren't for Bobo's separation anxiety, he probably would have still been trapped in Raedrun's training hell. After that, Hyun Seok started pouring out all of his frustrations to Bobo, venting about everything that had happened during the day until he felt like he might cry, and as if that wasn't enough already, the dark mana was still moving through his body. Looking upward in helpless frustration, he asked Rahel whether he was going to die. Meanwhile, Bobo just kept licking Hyun Seok as if none of this was a big deal. Hyun Seok called out for Rahel again, but this time there was no answer at all. Rahel was crying. She was devastated, heartbroken over the fact that her hero had been ruined and corrupted, and through tears she told him that he was no longer the same hero he used to be. That completely threw Hyun Seok off, After everything he had just suffered through, he honestly felt like he should have been the one crying here, not her. Eventually, Rahel managed to calm herself down enough to speak clearly. And then she confessed that all of this misfortune was her fault. The dark mana inside Hyun-suk, the fact that he had nearly died, she blamed all of it on herself. Then, with bitter sarcasm dripping from every word, she described herself as a demon wearing an angel's face, a crazy maniac who deserved to suffer eternally in hell. Hyun-suk froze on the spot, because he immediately recognized those words. They were the exact same things he had babbled earlier in front of the saintess after waking up. Realizing how badly he had messed up, he hurried to comfort Rahel, and even went so far as to say that there wasn't a single buff item in the world more amazing or more valuable than her. Rahel, however, didn't soften at all. She coldly told him to shut up and said he didn't mean any of that. Left with no good answer, Hyun-suk could only sit there and wait while desperately trying to think of some way to make it up to her. 3 days later, Hyun-suk felt like he was losing his mind. Lying collapsed on the ground, he cried out from the brutal training Raedrun had put him through over and over again. As usual, Abelson was there to heal him afterward, calmly tending to his battered body once more, just like he always did. Hyun-suk praised her beauty while she worked. Abelson, clearly disgusted by his behavior, found it hard to believe that this shameless man was supposed to be a hero at all. Still, despite that, she healed him anyway. Then Hyun-suk awkwardly scratched the back of his head and shyly asked Abelson for a favor before the battle the next day. He wanted her to pray for his survival, and if she could, he also wanted her to come watch him fight. That request completely caught Abelson off guard, leaving her visibly surprised. Before long, the day of the battle finally arrived. The match that would determine Hyun-suk's fate once and for all. The arena was already filled with restless chatter as the crowd buzzed with speculation. Why would anyone challenge the commander? And more importantly, why would that challenger be nothing more than a human? Of course, both Hemis and Raedrun were present to watch. Clearly enjoying the excitement in the air, Hemis turned to Raedrun and asked who he thought would win. Without the slightest hesitation, Raedrun answered that Hyun-suk would be the one standing victorious in the end. He explained that Hyun-suk had trained relentlessly, and that his talent was exceptional. Hearing that, Hemis leaned in with clear interest and proposed a wager of her own. If Hyun-suk won, Raedrun would be allowed to keep training him. Raedrun found the bet strangely worded, and immediately asked what would happen if Hyun-suk lost. Hemis responded with a sly smile that made the answer feel ominous before she even spoke. If Hyun-suk lost, then Raedrun himself would be the one required to kill him with his own hands. That, she said, would be the price he paid for speaking so boldly. A dark, uneasy feeling settled in Raedrun's chest. But with Hemis saying it like that, he had no real choice except to accept the wager. As her eyes rested on Hyun-suk, Hemis remarked that it had been a long time since she'd felt this excited by anything. Right then, the announcer's voice rang out as the fighters began to be introduced. Hyun-suk stood ready with a calm expression, his mind clear and his body sharpened to its peak. He wasn't trembling, and he wasn't nervous. When his name was called, he stepped forward confidently, thinking to himself about just how far he had come. His stats had risen dramatically. He had gained both a new skill and a new trait, and the brutal training had clearly produced results. On top of that, Raedrun's unique combat style, made up of 10 separate forms, had now become part of Hyun-suk's own arsenal, even though he had only reached 8% proficiency with it so far. Hyun-suk believed that would still be enough. Hyun-suk threw himself into the match with a stubborn kind of determination, already fantasizing that if he could somehow pull off this win, maybe he would finally earn himself a proper date with the silver-haired saintess. But before that daydream could carry him any further, Rahel's sharp voice snapped him right out of it as she barked at him, demanding to know what nonsense he was thinking about at a time like this. Then on the opposite side of the arena, his opponent was formally introduced to the crowd. The beast stepping forward was Culkin, and he had clearly been brought here for one reason only, to punish Hyun-suk for getting too full of himself. The moment Hyun-suk and Rahel laid eyes on him, though, both of them immediately sensed that something about Culkin was off. He was definitely not the same as the one they had seen before, and that difference was obvious the instant he appeared. Even Raedrun was visibly thrown off the second Culkin stepped into view, as if this was not at all what he had been expecting. Hemis didn't waste even a moment. She immediately reminded Raedrun that there was no turning back now, and that their bet was already locked in. Culkin suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a roar so violent that it blasted through the arena like a shockwave, rattling the entire area around him. When Hyun-suk checked through his goggles, the number staring back at him was absurd. Culkin's combat level had risen to 10,573. Hyun-suk could barely process what he was seeing. In only a few days, Culkin had somehow broken past the 10,000 mark. Rahel was just as stunned, and she immediately suspected that there had to be something dirty behind it because there was no normal way his strength should have skyrocketed that fast. Even so, Hyun-suk slowly tightened his fist and muttered under his breath, almost bitterly, that of course this wasn't going to be easy. And the instant the fight officially started, Hyun-suk shot forward first, charging straight at Kulkin without hesitation. Kulkin had already read that move coming. He lifted his weapon at once, preparing to bring it down the moment Hyun-suk entered range. Hyun-suk knew perfectly well that if that giant club connected even a single time, the fight would be over for him on the spot. Kulkin swung, but Hyun-suk slipped out of the way, just in time. The attack was huge, heavy, and broad enough to read if he kept his head clear. So he forced himself to stay calm, keep dodging, and wait patiently for the one opening that actually mattered. When that chance came, Hyun-suk stepped in and drove a clean hit into him. Even the announcer blurted out that a blow like that had to hurt, no matter how monstrous Kulkin was. Not stopping there, Hyun-suk reset his stance, gathered himself, and immediately followed up with another strike, landing it again. The impact was massive, strong enough to make the hit look devastating, yet Kulkin didn't so much as flinch. The very next instant, Hyun-suk realized he had made a mistake. Something blurred into his vision, rushing toward him too fast for comfort. That incoming blow smashed hard into the side of his body, carrying enough force to jolt him violently on contact. He hurriedly jumped back to open up distance between them, only to discover with a grim look that his left arm had been broken from that one single hit. Meanwhile, Kulkin looked almost completely unaffected by the damage Hyun-suk had dealt earlier. Still, as Hyun-suk watched closely, he noticed that Kulkin's body seemed normal enough, and more importantly, his movements were still readable. In his head, Hyun-suk reminded himself that he had survived worse than this before. He hardened his resolve, forced the fear back down, and told himself not to panic as he remembered everything he had been taught up to this point. Combat arts were techniques that fused mana into martial skill, turning an ordinary strike into something capable of smashing apart the ground itself or shattering stone with a single punch. That was how Raedrun had explained it to him. But he had also made one thing crystal clear. Combat arts were never just about hitting harder. At their core, they were killing techniques, methods designed specifically to end the opponent in front of you. During their training, Hyun-suk had once been told outright that with the abilities he had at the time, he stood no chance of defeating Kulkin. And the reason, according to Raedrun, was simple. Hyun-suk still lacked true killing intent. Without a genuine will to kill, his blows had no real meaning. Now, standing in the middle of the fight, those exact words came flooding back into his mind. Kulkin prepared to attack once again, but this time Hyun-suk didn't retreat, and he didn't dodge. Instead, he burst forward straight into the danger, moving as if he meant to answer that strike head-on. This time, there was something different inside his attack. It was no longer just force or technique. It was backed by unmistakable killing intent. Hyun-suk's punch slammed in, and as he drove it through, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fucking die!" Unlike the earlier hits that had only landed on the surface, this one tore straight through Kulkin's thick, muscular body. This was the first form of Raedrun's combat style. Instant obliteration. And just like the name promised, it wasn't only the target that got wrecked. The arena itself was devastated along with it. As dust and debris swallowed the battlefield, Abelson stared into the clouded arena and wondered who had actually come out on top. Then the dust finally began to clear, revealing Kulkin's body still standing there, with a huge hole blasted straight through his chest. Seeing that sight, Hyun-suk raised his fist in triumph and, in his own head, mocked him with a nasty little jab, welcoming the ugly bastard to the Donut Club. It was official now. The so-called weak human, Choi Hyun-suk, had actually won. But even after taking the victory, Hyun-suk's whole body was trembling, and he immediately understood why. If he tried to use Raedrun's technique one more time in his current state, it might kill him first. Off to the side, Rahel was already celebrating excitedly. She told Hyun-suk that his attack had gone straight through Kulkin's heart. Even hearing that, Hyun-suk still looked like he could hardly believe the two of them had actually pulled this off. But then the mood shifted instantly. A dark red aura began spreading around Kulkin's body, and it was obvious right away that something was very, very wrong. Even the announcer was stunned into disbelief, shouting out that what they were seeing was nothing short of a miracle. Hyun-suk, however, knew better. This wasn't some miracle. He kept his eyes fixed on Kulkin as a red object started pushing its way out from the ruined body, while Kulkin twisted in agony under whatever strange change was taking hold. At that moment, Hyun-suk realized his blow hadn't been enough to truly finish things. And somehow, almost absurdly, Kulkin was still standing there even with a gaping hole where his heart should have been. At this point, Kulkin had quite literally turned into a walking meat donut. And from here on out, he may as well have been Mr. Donut. Staring at that horrifying hole in Mr. Donut's chest, Choi was left shocked that Kulkin could still keep fighting after having his heart torn apart. As he watched, he came to the conclusion that this had to be the commander's doing. His eyes stayed on Mr. Donut's grotesque open chest while elsewhere, Hemis watched the whole match with a satisfied smile, clearly enjoying the way things were developing. Standing beside her, Raedrun couldn't help wondering what exactly she had been thinking when she shared her dark mana with Mr. Donut. On top of that, she had placed a curse on him that would turn him undead the moment he entered a fatal state. Hemis, meanwhile, was impressed by how quickly Choi had learned and how much talent he had shown, though the smile on her face also carried a trace of irritation, as if she had expected even more from him. Back on the battlefield, Choi stared at the heartless monster still standing in front of him and wondered aloud whether Mr. Donut was somehow still alive. Rahel immediately corrected him, explaining that he wasn't alive at all and that this was the result of a curse. Even so, she added that the effect shouldn't last much longer. Then, without warning, Mr. Donut lunged straight at the hero, eyes filled with murderous intent as he prepared to strike. Choi actually let out a laugh, brushing it off as a move he had already seen before, and calling it easy to dodge. Those words turned into famous last words almost immediately. In the very next blink, he got hit. Mr. Donut's fist was suddenly already at his neck. And just like that, Choi realized the attack had not been nearly as easy to avoid as he had arrogantly assumed. Mr. Donut clamped one hand tightly around the hero's neck, lifting and controlling him in place, and then started hammering him over and over with the other hand. He only stopped when Choi, acting on pure desperation, wrapped himself around the monster's attacking arm with both arms and even locked on with his legs, refusing to let go. The moment he did, a violent surge of energy burst out from the contact point. That sudden reaction forced Mr. Donut to let go and hurl him away without hesitation. Choi's body flew through the air and slammed hard into a wall with a brutal crash. As he lay there taking in that very gentle reunion between his body and the wall, Choi couldn't help thinking back to that awful sensation from earlier, the feeling of nearly dying, and comparing that moment to what he was going through now. It felt like every bone in his body had shattered at once. But before he could sink too deeply into that misery, he noticed someone nearby urging him with their eyes to get back up and keep going. That was when Choi spotted Abelson, her presence clear, her gesture firm, silently encouraging him and telling him through her expression that he could still win this. For a brief second, he hesitated, unsure whether he could really believe that. But that hesitation didn't stay with him for long. He forced himself back to his feet, realizing that a fight like this wasn't finished until it was truly, completely over. And the thing giving him that sudden courage was almost ridiculous in its simplicity. He was more afraid of looking pathetic in front of a girl than he was of death itself. That, apparently, was the force dragging him past the brink. Even with his whole body feeling like it had already fallen apart, he still managed to channel mana through himself, shaping it like armor over his broken frame, and a blue aura immediately began to cover his body. With that, Choi made up his mind to strike back, and he charged straight toward Mr. Donut to launch a counterattack. As he closed the distance, the system suddenly updated twice in a row, showing one breakthrough after another as his mana control rose from F to E and then again from E to D, gathering power into one energy-laced blow. The hero yelled out an invitation for Abelson to go on a date with him right in the middle of the attack. Apparently, while screaming and smashing in a goblin's thinking box, Choi decided that was the perfect moment to ask a girl out. His strike came crashing down and drove Mr. Donut's head straight into the ground. Even so, it still wasn't enough to completely put him down. It had come dangerously, frustratingly close. The moment Choi realized just how effective that attack had been, he didn't hesitate and immediately kept the pressure on, continuing the assault without giving Mr. Donut any room to recover. He just kept pounding away at Mr. Donut's meat coconut of a head again and again. All around them, the audience could do nothing but stare in stunned silence, completely unable to make sense of the madness unfolding in the arena. At the same time, in the room where Raedrun and the commander were watching, she asked Raedrun if he was the one who had taught the hero all of those moves. Raedrun flatly denied it, and even stressed that he had never seen anything like this in his entire life. As the battle moved closer and closer to its end, Choi's thoughts somehow drifted toward his possible date instead. 1 night, 2 days, dinner, a hotel, clearly, in his exhausted state. These were apparently the things occupying his head. Even so, somewhere in that mess of thoughts, he knew he still had to stay careful, right up until the point where he nearly collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Watching all of this, the commander turned to Raedrun and warned him to be careful, because Choi was a monster. She then mused that having a hero serving in the demon army was going to be very entertaining, even if Choi's face reminded her of someone she absolutely did not like. Sometime later, the hero suddenly woke up in a startled panic inside his cabin, his body wrapped in bandages with Dog and Rahel standing nearby. Before he could even ask where he was, Rahel dryly informed him that he was obviously in his own cabin, still worried about how the battle had ended and what exactly had happened to him. Choi was quickly reassured that he had won, and that Abelson had personally treated his injuries. Eager to see the results for himself, he immediately checked the system. Hero candidate Choi, now at level 212, had jumped massively, not just in level but also in stamina, mana, charisma, and he had even unlocked the mana control skill. As he looked over those numbers in disbelief, Rahel chimed in to mention that she could have healed him too. Choi completely ignored that part, focusing instead on the ridiculous number of levels he had gained. Then, the moment he noticed the mana control skill, Rahel reacted with wildly exaggerated shock. She quickly defended that reaction, insisting that she wasn't overdoing it at all, because she was right. Mana control was an extremely rare thing for anyone to achieve. And just as she started trying to explain how incredible that accomplishment really was, Choi cut her off after noticing a strangely folded piece of paper. The scene then shifts over to Abelson's prison. There, she stands under the open night sky, looking up at the stars as she quietly mutters to herself that it really wasn't necessary. In her mind, the hero is a strange person. After all, he had discovered mana and learned combat in only 3 days. Something that was clearly far from normal. This hero definitely possessed some kind of unknown potential. Unfortunately, that impressive ability seemed to be almost perfectly inverted by the state of his personality. Abelson wonders to herself whether her prayers had truly been answered, or whether Choi was simply someone born with overwhelming talent. In the end, though, that distinction doesn't really matter to her. Whatever the answer is, he is still the hope she needs. A moment later, she walks up and knocks on a door to ask for a favor. And on the other side, Raedrun answers and offers to help her. When Raedrun asks what it is she wants, Abelson simply says that she wants to take a walk back in Choi's room. As he opens and reads the letter, he is stunned to realize that it contains a positive reply to his request for a date with Abelson. She wants him to meet her in the courtyard now, and to Choi, this feels like the beginning of the greatest moment of his life. Not long after that, the long-awaited time for the meeting finally arrives. Choi stands there full of nerves, with no idea how he is even supposed to act in a situation like this. He wonders if he should ask for her number, only to immediately remember that this world doesn't even have cell phones. Rahel, meanwhile, tells him to forget this whole thing and just go back to his room, complaining, as usual, that he never listens to a word she says. But before she can even finish what she's saying, Choi suddenly grabs her fiercely, clearly intending to toss her out of the way. Just as he was about to toss Rahel aside and clear the way for himself, Abelson suddenly appeared right in front of him. And she wasn't alone. 2 other figures were with her. Choi froze on the spot, completely thrown off by her sudden arrival, and awkwardly blurted out that Abelson was here before immediately asking who the other 2 people with her were. Abelson calmly explained that they were her escorts. In her current situation, there was no way she could simply wander around by herself. That answer instantly reminded Choi of the reality she was living under. And a wave of sadness crossed his mind as he remembered that Abelson was still being kept as a hostage by the Demon King's army. Then, gently breaking the tension before it could linger too long, Abelson said she would like to begin with a walk. Choi quickly agreed, and the 2 of them started walking together. But even while they moved side by side, all he could think about was how stressful it was having Abelson's escorts watching them the entire time. Their presence completely killed any chance for a private or intimate atmosphere, and because of that, he had no idea how to even begin the conversation. Abelson, meanwhile, seemed to have none of that trouble at all. She already knew exactly what she wanted to ask. Without the slightest hesitation, she turned to him and asked directly, "Are you a hero, Mr. Choi Hyun-suk?" The question hit him so suddenly that Choi was left visibly startled, unable to understand how she could possibly know or even suspect something like that. Abelson then explained it simply, in this world only heroes and demons have black hair. That revelation clearly shook Choi, and before he could fully recover from it, Abelson asked whether he had any questions he wanted to ask her in return. She told him he could ask freely. Nervous, but also quietly thankful for the opening, Choi timidly tried to begin with his first question, but before he could manage to get anything coherent out, the moment was interrupted by Raedrun. Choi turned in surprise and watched Raedrun approaching in a rush, the irritation on his face impossible to miss. Raedrun delivered Hemis's message without ceremony, saying that the commander wanted to see him and that the hero needed to come immediately. Choi panicked inside at once. His meeting with Abelson had ended almost before it had even truly begun. Abelson looked frustrated too, although it was obvious that her frustration came from a very different place than Choi's. Watching everything unfold, she started to wonder whether Choi was really someone she could trust. The scene then shifts to Hemis's chamber, where she explains that she had been watching Choi's battle closely. She comments on the way he kept escaping death through sheer tenacity, and then asks whether he remembers what she had offered him before. Choi answers carefully, confirming that he remembers her promise. If he took part in a battle against the opponent she selected, she would protect him. Hemis then tells him to think a little further and recall the rest of what had been included in that agreement. So the hero continues, saying that he was also supposed to become an executive under the commander. Hemis admits that this last part had not been entirely deliberate on her part. To be honest, she had not expected Choi to survive very long once he was thrown into all of this. But as things unfolded, her view of him had changed. Turning her attention toward Raedrun, Hemis reminds him that she had already said Choi was talented, the kind of person who could be a strong candidate for a leadership position in the Demon King's army. By the end of it, she makes her conclusion clear. Choi is far too capable to remain nothing more than a platoon leader. Then, bringing up the heavy losses suffered by the Cook's company, the commander points out that their meat supplies are running dangerously low, to the point where she fears they may eventually be forced into cannibalism. Choi hears every word and understands what she is saying, but he still has no idea why she is telling him any of this. That is when Hemis finally declares it outright. He is going to take command of the Cook's squad. From this point on, Choi is free to do whatever is necessary to restore order in the kitchen. After laying that responsibility on him, Hemis ends by asking whether he will be able to carry out the task. Caught between hesitation and pressure, Choi answers that he will do his best. The scene shifts again, and now Choi is alone with Rahel. With dripping sarcasm, she asks him how it feels to be the leader of a Demon King squad while technically still being a hero on paper. Choi answers in the exact same tone, saying he is so happy he could die. As he heads toward his new workplace, the hero points out that Rahel still seems bitter about the whole thing. Rahel responds with nothing more than a grumbling little grunt. Then, putting on a completely different attitude, Choi arrives at his new post and immediately begins his work by confronting a suspicious-looking creature inside the kitchen. That creature, one of the servants, mocks him right away and sneers at Choi by calling him a slave, determined to establish his authority from the very start. Choi shouts at the servant while marching straight toward him. The servant only looks confused for a split second before Choi suddenly drives a blow straight into his chin, knocking him out cold while loudly declaring that he is now the new commander. After that, Choi orders everyone in the kitchen to gather up at once. As he scans the group in front of him, he notices that the strongest among them only has a power level of 3,500. Even so, the bigger problem is obvious right away. There are far too few of them here, and that leads him to wonder where the rest of the cooks have gone. The answer is grim. What used to be a group of 300 has now been reduced to only 20. The moment Choi hears that, he immediately understands just how bad the situation really is. He knows exactly how difficult this assignment is going to be, and he knows just as well what failure is likely to cost him. So he turns to the squad and asks who among them knows who he is. Little by little, some begin answering. One calls him the barbecue master, while another one goes even further and dares to call him a delicious human. That one gets kicked so fast he turns into wall decoration before anyone can even process what just happened. Choi then coldly and firmly reminds them that he is their commander. After that, he orders everyone to address him properly as the rightful commander of the cook squad. Only then does he ask why the number of cooks has dropped so badly. One of them answers that the others left to hunt on their own without permission and ended up getting killed by demon beasts. Having grasped the situation, Choi moves on and asks a more practical question. Who is the best cook currently left among them? Someone names Gallum, and without wasting any time, Choi immediately appoints him vice commander. No one objects. Once that is done, everyone is dismissed and left alone with his thoughts. The hero starts wondering how in the world he is supposed to rebuild this squad to 200 members. But after thinking for only a moment, an idea suddenly comes to him. The next day, the hero sets out with the fairy and the dog, beginning a cook recruitment mission with a plan already forming in his head. As they search all over the place, Choi reflects to himself that some people are easy enough to replace, while others are the kind you simply cannot afford to lose. And then, during that search, he finds someone without even bothering with a normal introduction. Choi opens with a kick for a greeting and then invites that individual to come work as a chef. The guy clearly did not appreciate being greeted that way, and the irritation on his face showed it immediately. He tried to lash back at Choi in retaliation, but the hero shut that down almost instantly and sent him crashing back to the ground again. Then, instead of finishing him off, Choi switched gears and started talking, trying to win him over with words. Choi told him he could be the first recruit of the day, and sweetened the offer by promising him a high-ranking spot if he agreed. As a senior, he explained, this guy would not be the one getting pushed around all the time. No, he would be the one doing the ordering around instead. That promise made the future senior visibly hesitate, and he started wavering even more once Choi added that his very first assignment would be recruiting 5 juniors under him. And just like that, Choi's so-called Plan A became painfully obvious for what it really was, a full-on pyramid scheme. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, another figure was calmly enjoying a thick, juicy steak, like the world had absolutely no problems in it. That man was Doris, the commander of the 3rd Battalion in the Demon King's army. As he ate in total comfort, he casually remarked that things had been unusually peaceful lately, and that this elegant meal in front of him felt like proof of that peace. Then the door suddenly burst open, and a goblin rushed in to warn Doris that something was wrong. Doris, still calm enough to wipe his mouth before reacting, asked what the issue was and even scolded the goblin to try being a little more elegant next time. Still panting, the goblin blurted out that most of the battalion's soldiers had left. Doris frowned and asked if they had abandoned their posts, especially when they had no duty other than serving him. The terrified goblin hurried to explain that it was not like that. They had not deserted. They had been called away to join the army's cooking division. Still chewing his steak like this barely counted as bad news. Doris remarked that the new kitchen chief was that human Commander Hemis was so fond of. Then he coolly told them to be more careful with this sort of thing next time. The goblin practically shouted back that this was not something he should brush off so lightly. He pointed out that they had already taken 200 of Doris's soldiers away to serve as cooks. That finally made Doris go still in shock, because even he could not believe his entire battalion had ditched him that fast. Outside, the soldiers Choi Hyun-seok had called in were now gathering together in growing numbers. Rahul told Choi that more than 200 had already assembled. Choi, resting a hand against his chin like some smug mastermind, proudly declared that this was all thanks to his own intelligence. He went on to say that they had basically secured enough culinary manpower already, and that recruitment would be wrapped up soon. But right then, some sudden commotion pulled his attention away, making him turn to look. The noise came from a goblin sitting on Doris's shoulder, pointing accusingly at the soldiers who had left the battalion behind. The second Choi saw that scene. His first thought was simple. This was definitely not a good sign. He adjusted his glasses and muttered that he had no clue who these people even were or what exactly was going on, but they definitely looked angry about something. Then the device itself flashed a warning, informing him that it could not measure combat levels above 50,000. That instantly caught Choi off guard. The glasses added another warning too, saying that if he kept using them past their designed limit, they might malfunction altogether. Under his breath, Choi muttered that he needed to end this fast and run before things got even worse. Then Doris shouted out, demanding to know whether Choi Hyun-seok, the human who took care of Bobo, was present. Just as Choi started turning to make a clean escape without leaving so much as a trace behind, Bobo suddenly popped up and barked happily at Doris, completely ruining any chance Choi had of slipping away unnoticed. So Choi stopped retreating, forced himself to gather some courage, and introduced himself to the commander before asking what had brought him there. Doris introduced himself as the commander of the now separated 3rd Battalion. Then, with visible irritation creeping into his voice, he demanded to know who the hell Choi thought he was to question why a battalion commander had come there in person. He pointed toward the former battalion soldiers and asked Choi whether he honestly believed there was no reason at all for him to show up. That question put Choi on edge immediately. He got nervous fast, because even he had not realized those scoundrels had dragged practically their whole unit along with them. And after that, Doris invited Choi to continue this little talk in his office. With no real way out of it, Choi agreed. Deep down, he had the sinking feeling that things had been going way too smoothly for this not to blow up in his face eventually. Now, seated in Doris's office, the commander asked whether all of this had truly not been intentional. Choi firmly insisted that he would never have done something like that on purpose. He explained that he had simply chosen the bravest soldiers he could find, and it just happened that every single one of them came from the 3rd Battalion. That answer surprised Doris, and he started thinking that the army's commander really must favor this human quite a bit. Deciding it would be better to settle the matter without escalating it, he chose to let it slide. After that, Doris softened his expression and spoke in a much friendlier tone, saying that since things had already unfolded this way, there was no point making a bigger issue out of it now. He told Choi to just take the soldiers he had selected and use them however he wanted. Hearing that, Hyun-seok lit up and asked if Doris really meant it, already thinking this conversation might actually end well for him. But right after that brief rush of relief, Doris calmly added that there was one condition. The moment Choi heard that, the uneasiness came flooding right back. Doris, presenting himself as a true gentleman, explained that since Choi had already taken 200 of his men, there was one particular soldier Choi should take as well. That instantly put Choi on alert. In his mind, there was only one explanation. If Doris still wanted to dump one more soldier on him after losing that many already, then this last one had to be some hopeless disaster who would do nothing but cause problems. Clearly annoyed by the hesitation, Doris asked whether Choi was refusing him, and whether he had some kind of problem with the request after taking nearly the entire 3rd Battalion away. Feeling the pressure crush down on him so hard that his legs almost started giving out, Choi hurriedly insisted that it was not like that at all. He claimed he was simply so overwhelmed with happiness that he did not even know how to express his gratitude properly. Then the door opened and Doris declared that he had made his choice. He was now going to introduce Choi to his new soldier. A huge hand appeared first, and then Doris announced the recruit's name, Usaru. He added that this lovable hybrid had been born from an ogre and an orc. Usaru introduced himself by speaking in the third person, proudly announcing, "Usaru has arrived, Commander." Since Choi was still wearing his glasses at the time, he immediately realized something alarming. Usaru's combat power could not be measured either. While Choi stood there mentally frozen at the idea of having someone that absurdly strong assigned under him, Doris casually explained that Usaru's only flaw was that he was unbelievably stupid. Strong, yes, but very stupid. Then he told Choi to make good use of him. As Usaru tried to step into the room, he smacked his head right into the doorframe and loudly announced the fact himself, leaving Choi to stare and wonder just how stupid this guy really was. Back at the recruitment area, Choi stood in front of everyone and announced that he would be introducing himself properly once again. He declared that his name was Choi Hyun-seok, the tamer of Bobo and the army's new head chef. One of the soldiers, looking puzzled, commented that this was actually the first time he had ever seen Bobo, holding up a bone in his hand. Choi declared that Bobo was a good boy. The second the beast saw that bone, Bobo's eyes lit up and drool started dripping at once. Then Choi turned back toward the gathered members and announced that from this moment on, he would be restructuring the unit. He put up a list where everyone could see it and explained that this was a brand new roster he had prepared himself. Everyone needed to check their names on it and organize themselves according to those assignments. Rahel, sounding genuinely surprised that he had actually taken the time to prepare something like a list, asked what standard he had used to divide everyone up. Choi told her that he was working off the assumption that all of them had roughly the same level of intelligence, so he had sorted them by combat power instead. He went on to explain that the weaker soldiers, especially the ones with more kitchen experience, had been assigned to actual kitchen work. Then he turned to Rahel and asked, with obvious self-satisfaction, whether that was not a genius-level plan. After some time passed, one of the soldiers called out to him and reported that everything was ready and that everyone had been arranged according to the new structure. Looking pleased with himself, Choi said he would go check it personally. Once everyone had been split into two big lines, Choi stood in front of them and made the structure clear. The squad gathered on the right would serve as the culinary unit, while the one arranged on the left would become the combat unit. Drawing on his own experience dealing with people, Choi openly acknowledged that some of them might not be happy with the roles they had been assigned. So he told anyone with a complaint to step forward and speak up now. After a brief pause, one soldier raised a green hand and signaled that yes, he did have a problem. It was a goblin with neatly parted hair, one of the weakest members in the whole battalion. He spoke up and said that he wanted to go hunting too, because he wanted to eat fresh meat right away. Choi answered with a very strange smile, the kind that made it obvious he already considered this a headache. Then he calmly told the goblin to come closer. The goblin crept forward carefully, clearly wondering what was about to happen. But the second he got close enough, Choi suddenly drove a vicious kick straight into the poor guy's crotch, making him scream in agony with his eyes bulging out. Right after that, Choi coolly announced that what they had just witnessed was the goblin's entrance exam. The poor goblin collapsed there in horrible pain, already seeming to realize that his future bloodline had probably ended on the spot. Choi showed absolutely no sympathy and simply declared that since the goblin could not withstand the kick, he had failed the test. Only then did the hero system finally appear, flashing up a notification that thanks to his excellent leadership and command ability, Choi had successfully organized the unit and stabilized it. As a reward, the system granted him a hidden skill upgrade tied to charisma, and on top of that, his leadership skill itself also leveled up. Looking back over the assembled squad, Choi asked if there were any other brave candidates who still had complaints. After a short, heavy silence, he clenched his fist like he was about to deliver something important. Then he raised his voice for everyone to hear and shouted that everything had now been officially confirmed. Without wasting another second, he ordered the combat unit to pick up their weapons because it was time to go hunting. Now in the great forest north of the Black Fortress, Choi stood together with all the members of the combat unit. Looking around, he remarked to Rahel that the forest felt especially quiet today, so quiet that not even a single beast seemed to be anywhere nearby. Rahel answered that it might be because Bobo and Usaru were with them. Since the two of them were so overwhelmingly strong, they could easily be scaring all the demonic beasts away before they even got close. Choi nodded and admitted that, annoyingly enough, the theory made perfect sense. And then the scene shows Bobo and Usaru looking more adorable than ever, despite being the exact reason nothing dangerous wanted to come near them. Choi grumbled that those two were his best soldiers, which also meant he simply could not afford to leave them behind. That was when Rahel suggested a different solution. If monsters would not come to them, then maybe they should use bait to lure the monsters in. Choi immediately questioned that idea, pointing out that if he had spare meat lying around to use as bait, then there would be no reason for him to be out here hunting in the first place. Rahel just smiled and told him he had misunderstood her completely. She was not talking about refined bait or anything sophisticated like that. Then she pointed straight at all the squad members and explained, with terrifying casualness, that they themselves would serve as living bait to draw the demonic beasts out. The light seemed to leave Choi's eyes for a second. He slowly looked upward and silently asked God what exactly he had done in a past life to deserve ending up here. Then he folded his arms, made up his mind, and with complete conviction called out numbers 14, 3, 1, 43 and 7 from the roster, ordering those members to step forward. Rahel, having no idea why those particular numbers had been chosen, asked him what the significance of them was. Choi answered that those were the lottery numbers he used to bet on back on Earth, then sadly lamented that he could have been a winner. Still looking like a man who had emotionally not recovered from that thought, Choi announced that the operation would now begin. Then he ordered Usaru to grab member number 14, which instantly made the giant look excited. The moment Usaru lifted him up, the unfortunate number 14 panicked and demanded to know whether Choi had completely lost his mind. Calling the poor victim an intercontinental ballistic goblin, Usaru casually hurled him far into the distance with absurd ease, with one hand on his chin like a thinker evaluating a master plan. Choi commented that this was actually a great strategy. If they kept throwing weak soldiers out as bait, eventually the monsters would have to notice. He then turned to one of the fox soldiers and ordered him to light a small fire, so that the goblins they threw out there would at least have some kind of marker to guide them back. Rahel questioned whether launching soldiers like that would not simply kill them the moment they hit the ground. Choi fired back by saying he was sure at least 1 out of every 6 would survive and come back alive. Then he told Usaru to keep throwing the rest of the numbers on the list. The rest of the battalion could only stare in horror, whispering among themselves that the human head chef had completely lost his mind, and that all they wanted was to live long enough to enjoy their lives. One terrified goblin soldier finally decided that enough was enough and turned around to run away on the spot. But the moment he spun around to flee, he found Bobo standing there, eyes sparkling with unnervingly cute intensity. The goblin immediately panicked and blurted out that this was not what Bobo thought it was, and that he absolutely intended to serve the Demon King's army for the rest of his life. Bobo, however, did not seem convinced at all, while Choi casually noted that the ones he had thrown earlier were taking too long and should have been back already. Meanwhile, somewhere in the background, the cries of a miserable goblin begging for help could be heard. At the same time, one of the goblins who had been launched as bait came running back in total desperation, screaming for help while several monsters chased after him from behind. Choi smiled the second he saw that and remarked that it was about time. One of them came back. He then thought that now the soldiers could handle things, though only if he himself got to land the final blow on a monster, so the experience points would count for him. But before he could even finish that thought, Usaru suddenly bolted forward ahead of everyone else. He was simply too strong and too eager to leave the last hit for anybody. As Usaru tore through the monsters one after another, smashing them down with overwhelming force, he loudly shouted about how much he loved fighting, leaving absolutely nothing behind for Choi. Rahul froze, then turned to look at Choi and asked what exactly he meant by last hit, because there was not a single monster left alive anymore. At the end of it all, while Usaru celebrated proudly beside Bobo, Choi was left in tears. He had gained no experience, and even worse, the monsters were so completely shredded that he could not even use them properly as food. Still stunned, Rahel pointed out that both Usaru and Bobo only needed 1 strike each to kill the monsters. Choi, still in disbelief himself, said that he would have to come back tomorrow, but next time, without those 2. Rahel immediately asked whether he was really sure about that, reminding him that there was only 1 more day left before the main commander's regular duties returned to normal. Once they got back to the battalion, Choi gave the order to retreat and told everyone to gather again tomorrow in the same place, only earlier than usual. Then back in the kitchen, Rahel asked why he had gone there immediately after returning. Choi answered that he needed to see whether the mashed-up monster meat could be used for anything at all. Then he kicked the door open and shouted for all the lazy ones to get over there at once. One of the kitchen soldiers hurried over and asked if something had happened. Choi immediately asked him whether he had tried the meat from that day's hunt yet. That soldier was Galam, the vice chef. Galam confirmed that he had tested it, but admitted that the results had not turned out nearly as well as they had hoped. Choi, still uncertain, said that a true craftsman should not be so picky and asked whether Galam understood what he meant. With tears in his eyes, Galam said that yes, he understood. Choi then mocked him and asked whether, after all his experience as vice chef, Galam still did not know how to make minced meat properly. Galam answered that the kitchen army's main role was to gather ingredients, not to act as personal chefs for the commanders. He explained that commanders cared about flavor, but everyone below that rank only cared about filling their stomachs, and usually did not care whether the food tasted good or not. Hearing that, Choi told him the other members were struggling too, and ordered Gallum to move faster. Gallum immediately ran off and started shouting for the others to gather and prepare the firewood. As Choi reflected on what Gallum had just said, he realized that everyone below commander rank had been surviving on tasteless food this whole time. That thought gave him an idea, and a smile slowly spread across his face because things might actually be easier than he first assumed. After a while, he decided it was time to visit an old acquaintance, so he went to Abelson's door, knocked on it, and introduced himself as Hyun-suk. Hearing his voice from outside, she turns toward the door and calmly tells the hero that he can come in. Flustered the moment he steps inside, Hyun-suk awkwardly avoids her eyes, his face already reddening as he mumbles that it is nothing important and that he simply wanted to see her. Rahel, standing there like she has already figured everything out, immediately teases him by saying she finally understands why he went all the way to the kitchen in the first place. So this was the real reason. He wanted to come see this woman. Trying to recover, he carefully brings out the dish he prepared, a meal that looks as impressive as it smells, then gently asks whether she has eaten dinner yet. Hyun-soo keeps talking, explaining that he only managed to win that duel because she supported him, and that this meal is his way of showing how grateful he is. Abelson thanks him softly, though she adds that she will only take a small portion. She cuts off a neat little cube of the meat, lifts it with her fork, and pauses just for a second, already thinking to herself that the aroma alone is surprisingly good. Then she places it in her mouth, chews slowly for a moment, and after that first bite, her face goes completely still without giving away any reaction at all. And then, almost like a dramatic food scene straight out of a manga, she finally admits that it is delicious, even better than what she used to eat back at the castle. To her, the taste is unbelievably rich and far more satisfying than she expected. A few minutes later, Hyun-seok looks genuinely pleased as he notices the empty plate and points out that she must have liked it, since she ended up finishing every last bite. Still acting shy, he takes the plate back into his hands and says that now that she has eaten, he should probably leave. But just as he is about to turn and go, she suddenly calls out his name and stops him in place. Abelson then asks him in a quiet but serious tone what he plans to do in the future once he finally leaves this place behind. Hyun-suk, completely carried away by emotion and not thinking even a second before answering, blurts out that his plan is to marry her. The moment those words leave his mouth, Abelson's eyes open wide in surprise, realizing at once what he meant and realizing just as clearly that he completely misunderstood the meaning of her question. She cuts the moment short and tells him that he can go now, but before he actually leaves, Hyun-suk quickly adds that marriage is not the only thing he wants. There is something else he wants to do too. That answer immediately catches her attention. Still, before he can finish what he was going to say, he turns the question back on her and asks what her own plans are, and what she wants to do once she gets out of there. With a hollow, lifeless look in her eyes, she says she does not know. And if the day ever comes when she really does leave this place, then honestly she does not want to do anything at all. Far away from there, the scene shifts to Gartron, the divine imperial capital of Gratium, a theocratic seat of power ruled under the authority of the Pope of the Church of Deuces. Inside that setting, a man kneels respectfully before another and addresses him as Your Holiness, then reports that they have finally discovered the whereabouts of Abelson Marriott, the next saint. He goes on to explain that, according to the information they received, Abelson is being held inside the Black Fortress, the very place where the glutton Hemis resides. Sitting upon his throne, the man asks how the next saint could possibly have ended up trapped in a place like that. His fingers begin tapping against the throne with clear impatience as he asks whether the Demon King has sent any message about the matter. The kneeling man answers that there has been nothing at all, because no one can tell what the demons want when they have not made a single demand. The Pope rises from his throne and says that throughout the long history of war between humans and demons, there have only been a few times when human forces ever managed to break through the defenses of the Black Fortress. But even in those rare cases, the glutton Hemis had not been present there. Because of that, he concludes that launching a direct attack now would be nothing short of reckless. He pulls open the curtain by the window, stares outward, and says that, instead, they will dispatch a rescue team in secret. Then Pope Urban IV gives the order for the man before him to summon their hero at once. Back at the hunting grounds, Hyun-suk lines up the kitchen battalion soldiers into 2 solid blocks and begins organizing them with purpose. Even so, while he is handling all of that, something keeps bothering him in the back of his mind. No matter what he does, he cannot stop thinking about Abelson's words and what she really meant when she said that she did not want to do anything else. After walking for a bit, he comes to a spot that seems suitable, stops in place, and says that this should be good enough. Then, while digging around inside his backpack, he calls one of the platoon commanders forward and orders him to step up. He pulls something out from the bag and without any explanation beyond that, tells the platoon commander to eat it. What Hyun-seok has taken out are 2 thick steaks of meat, and the soldiers staring at them can barely believe what they are seeing. In their heads, they start wondering whether this is some strange new bribe or maybe just leftovers being handed out. Hyun-seok asks them what they are waiting for and whether they are not going to eat. The soldiers immediately apologize, then hurry to obey and start devouring the meat. The instant they taste it, their eyes light up. The flavor is so unbelievably good that the soldiers who eat it practically fall into a state of bliss, overwhelmed by the richness of the meat. Before long, the 3 platoon leaders drop to their knees and swear that from this moment on they will be loyal to Hyun-seok, all while shamelessly begging him for just one more piece. Instead of giving in right away, he takes out even more meat and tells them that their chance to simply taste it has already ended. Then he raises his voice and orders them to run, declaring that from now on only the platoon that captures the greatest number of living demon beasts will earn the right to eat with him. The 3 platoon leaders instantly explode into motion, sprinting off in desperation while yelling at their own soldiers to move faster and keep up. Watching them rush off like that, Hyun-seok quietly remarks that the plan worked perfectly, because every last one of them is a slave to appetite, and the real purpose behind bringing those monsters back alive is simple. He wants to land the finishing blow himself and use that to level up. Looking over the system screen as his level, his stats, and even his charisma continue to rise, Hyun-seok says that while he was carving through the monsters, he managed to gain 10 levels in no time at all. After that, one of the platoon leaders steps forward and asks which of the 3 platoons ended up winning. Hyun-seok turns toward them and announces the result, declaring that the winner is the Wolfkin platoon, and that the Wolfkin platoon will be the one sharing an amazing meal with him. The members of the other platoons immediately ask what they are supposed to get. In a bored, almost careless tone, Hyun-seok answers that they can have the leftovers. Then he raises his voice again and orders everyone to gather up all the butchered meat and carry it back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, beyond the Black Forest, the scene reveals several fallen soldiers lying motionless on the ground, and among them stands a man in a black cloak with a sword in his hand. Back at the headquarters, someone stops in front of a door and announces that they have finally arrived. Inside the room, Abelson is left thinking that she should never have said that to Hyun-seok, because deep down she knows she cannot keep hiding the truth forever. Then the door opens, and the man in the black hood steps inside while calling Abelson by her full name. A moment later he removes the hood, revealing that it is not Hyun-seok at all, but a blonde man with green eyes. Looking straight at her, he tells her that he has come to rescue her. The instant she recognizes him, Abelson calls him Sergifen Oselde and asks whether the Pope sent him. He answers that he believes that is the case, though even he does not sound completely certain, leaning herself against the table for support. She apologizes and tells him that she cannot go back now, then politely asks him to leave while he still can. To her surprise, he says that he would gladly retreat too if it were up to him, but a mission is still a mission, and it has to be completed no matter what. Her expression turns serious as she reminds him that Hemis, the glutton, lives in this fortress, and that if he tries to take her away from here, then he should already understand what the worst possible outcome would be. He walks closer with a smile on his face and asks how she intends to make that happen. Abelson answers that she will call Hemis there herself by using her holy power. The blonde man suddenly grabs Abelson by the throat, his expression turning hard as he tells her he did not come all this way to play games. He makes it clear that he is not some prince here to negotiate gently. He is a soldier, and he intends to act like one. With that same cold, unfeeling look on his face, he orders her to close her eyes, saying that by the time she opens them again, she will already be back in the capital. As his fingers tighten harder around her neck and her consciousness begins to blur, Abelson realizes something terrifying. He may be using holy power, and in that suffocating moment, she cannot understand how that could even be possible. While her vision slowly darkens and her eyelids begin to sink shut, one desperate thought passes through her mind. She cannot go back there again. Then, out of nowhere, a sleep spell flies straight toward the blonde man. It is Hyun-seok, and he shouts for him to take his hands off Abelson immediately. Hyun-seok's punch slams into the man's face right after that. But despite the clean hit, it barely seems to do any real damage. A thin streak of blood appears on the blonde man's face, and he calmly remarks that Hyun-seok's punch was infused with magical energy. Staring at him more closely now, he asks what Hyun-seok even is, then adds that his movements are far too impressive for someone with that level of magic. Irritated by that nonsense, Hyun-seok throws another punch and snaps back, asking what the hell he is talking about. At the same time, he orders him to get away from Abelson right now. The blonde man answers with a brutal kick of his own and says this was never part of the mission, Still, if something useful falls into his hands, then all the better. That means Hyun-suk will be coming with him too. The kick drives straight into Hyun-suk's stomach with so much force that he cannot keep himself standing and is knocked right off his feet, with both Hyun-suk and Abelson now down on the floor. The blond man looks at them with contempt and mutters that insignificant worms always have a way of irritating him. Watching the whole thing from a distance, Rahul sees that the stranger took down the other man in a single blow. Because of that, she hesitates, unsure whether she should call Bobo over for help or not. Then Rahel suddenly feels it. A terrifying presence is drawing closer to the area, and the pressure alone is enough to make the moment even more ominous. Inside the room, the blond man looks down at a teleportation scroll and mutters that there is no helping it. If he wants to take an extra person along with him, then he will have to adjust a few of the terms first. At that exact moment, someone appears right behind him. The newcomer casually asks the blond man whether something is not going well. It is Hemis, smiling like she has just walked into something amusing. She asks him if he needs a little help. The blond man whirls around at once and freezes in shock when he sees Hemis standing there. In disbelief, he wonders how this can be happening when he had already blocked the saint's power. Hemis lightly asks whether he could start calling her gourmet from now on. Meanwhile, the blond man trembles as fear creeps over him, and he realizes he cannot sense any magical energy from her at all. In his mind, the only explanation is that the gap between their levels must be that overwhelming. He places the contract into his mouth, and in that tense instant a thought flashes through him. Maybe the stories were true after all. Maybe Hemis, the glutton who devoured thousands of soldiers in a single day, is no exaggeration. A pink aura flares out around Hemis as she releases her power, and with a playful voice, she says that now she wants to see just how skilled her blonde guest really is. The pressure pouring off her magical energy is so monstrous that the blonde man's body locks up on the spot, leaving him paralyzed where he stands. All he can do is tell himself not to panic. If he stays calm, maybe he can still dodge her attacks, and if even the slightest opening appears, then he will seize the saint and escape immediately. Then a strange wave of dizziness suddenly hits him, and he realizes too late that it came from the punch Hyun-suk landed earlier. The delayed effect only kicks in now, the moment that distraction opens him up. Hemis strikes. Her attack appears to land cleanly, and in an instant, the blond man's arm is torn away. The glutton sounds almost delighted as she tells him she likes him, then asks if he can entertain her a little longer. The blond man immediately judges the condition of his body and comes to a harsh conclusion. In this state, the smartest thing he can do is flee on his own while he still can. So he declares the mission a failure, activates the teleportation power, and in the next instant a burst of golden light erupts around him. Then he vanishes from the room completely. Hemis looks genuinely surprised that he ran away even after she personally asked him for a favor. But then a devilish smile spreads across her face and she says that is fine, because the truly fun part is only just about to begin. Then the story pauses to describe Hemis herself. The glutton, an ancient monster, an ageless witch, all of those names in truth are little more than labels and insults thrown at Hemis, the commander of the Third Corps of the Demon King's army. Through the endless current of time, countless demons have been born and vanished. And yet, through all of that passing time, two beings alone remained unmoved like towering mountains. The Demon King and Hemis. But an eternity that never ends dulls everything eventually. And that kind of endless passage is a cruelty no thinking being should have to endure forever. A few days later, Hyun-suk is in training when he gets struck once again, in the exact same spot, by another attack. Lying on the ground in tears, Hyun-suk is training under Raedrun, who bluntly tells him that both his attacks and the way he uses magic are still far too straightforward. Raedrun explains that he does not need to handle everything so rigidly and that he should learn to be more flexible. Still teary-eyed from the pain, Hyun-suk says he will remember that next time, in a voice dripping with irony. Raedrun says, there is still one more thing worth mentioning. No matter how strong Hyun-suk may feel, and no matter how strong he believes himself to be, there will always be someone even stronger waiting somewhere above him. As he helps Hyun-suk back to his feet, Raedrun tells him not to forget a hard truth. A fair victory is a luxury reserved only for those who are truly strong. Then Raedrun turns toward Choi Hyun-suk and says that training is over for today, adding that he did well. Raedrun turns his back and starts walking away from the area, while Hyun-suk can only sit there awkwardly and watch him leave. Looking almost completely defeated, the hero drops down onto the ground, and a worried Rahel asks whether he is all right. Hyun-suk answers that, no, he absolutely is not, that he is basically dying here, and asks her to heal him already. Rahel starts using her healing magic, and once the pain eases a little, Hyun-suk says that at least now he can breathe again. That makes the fairy shoot back in annoyance, asking whether she has basically become nothing more than a healing potion to him. As the healing continues, Hyun-seok's mind starts wandering through everything that happened. He remembers Abelson telling him that he needed to become stronger, because in the end only his faith in his own strength would be able to protect him. Then he looks at Rahel and tells her that Abelson said he needed to get stronger. That instantly irritates Rahel, because to her, he is talking about that woman again. She snaps that because of Abelson. He nearly lost his life, and she cannot tell whether that woman is really a saint or some kind of witch. Hyun-seok warns her that saying something like that could bring divine punishment down on her. While she keeps healing him, Rahel remembers that the assassin used sacred power, and that thought makes her question everything. If Abelson really is the saint, then why would someone like that attack her in the first place? Thinking it through, Hyun-seok admits that she has a point. The next saint should have been a priceless existence to them, and yet that is clearly not how things played out. The more he thinks about it, the more frustrated he becomes, until he finally gives up and says that no matter what, he is done thinking about it for now. Rahel then asks him why he is so attached to her in the first place. Hyun-seok brushes the question aside and says she is only jealous. Rahel immediately explodes, yelling that he is a woman-crazed moth and asking whether he seriously wants to get himself killed. A short while later, Hyun-seok is sitting there with his head hanging low, looking miserable, while both Rahel and Bobo stare at him in silence, completely drained. Hyun-seok says that it is over for him and asks that in his next life, he be reborn as the pampered cat of a rich family, leaving both of them staring at him in total confusion. Rahel looks over at Bobo and asks whether he is actually worried about Hyun-seok, and whether he would really accept someone like that as his master. Bobo still looks completely lost. So Rahel lets out a breath and says fine. Then she will explain exactly what happened. She then takes the story back to 30 minutes earlier, inside Hemis's office, where Hemis called Choi Hyun-seok over and announced that she had a very serious dilemma on her hands. Without dragging it out at all, Hemis bluntly reveals that she has been bored for a very long time, and that sudden confession catches both Rahel and Hyun-seok completely off guard, sitting lazily on her throne. Hemis says that because of that boredom, she wants to see something entertaining. Hyun-seok can only agree with her nervously. Then she calmly declares that he has 1 month to train himself and defeat a battalion commander. The moment he hears that, all the color seems to drain from him. Stunned and anxious, he blurts out a shaky question, asking if that is really what she just said, with a dangerous aura starting to leak from the claws at her fingertips. Hemis asks whether there is a problem, or whether he is simply saying he cannot do it. Then, with a mocking edge, she asks if he wants her help again, the same way she helped Mr. Donut during that fight against him. The instant that memory flashes back into his mind, Hyun-seok bows so fast that he smacks his head right into the table. From there, he hurriedly says that he does not need her help at all, and that he will take care of it himself. Rahel finishes recounting the whole thing, while Hyun-seok cries pitifully in the background. Then she turns to Bobo and tells him he should probably say his goodbyes now, because he may not be seeing his so-called master for a very long time. And judging by the look on Bobo's face, he finally seems to understand how bad the situation really is. After that, Rahel turns back to the hero and tells him it is about time he accepted the reality that he is supposed to be a hero. Then she asks him if he seriously plans to beat a battalion commander with only 9,000 power. Hyun-seok, already on the verge of tears, says that is exactly why he is crying and asks whether she is trying to kill him on the spot. While Hyun-seok continues lamenting his fate, Rahel thinks to herself that yes, he really has grown stronger at an incredible rate. But even that is nowhere near enough, because a battalion commander exists on a completely different level. Hyun-seok also remembers that the average battalion commander has combat power well above 40,000. And the thought alone makes him despair, because there is simply no realistic way for him to climb that high in such a short amount of time. His eyes drift toward Bobo, and for a brief, pathetic moment, he thinks about how wonderful it would be if Bobo could just take his place and fight for him instead. After all, Bobo could probably face a battalion commander evenly, or maybe even beat one outright. As Bobo tries to comfort him, Rahel points out that the fight is supposed to be a duel, and Hyun-seok confirms that yes, that is exactly what it is supposed to be. But then, only at that moment, something clicks in Hyun-seok's mind as he remembers the exact wording Hemis used. He quickly asks Rahel to repeat what Hemis actually said, and Rahel answers that Hemis told him he had 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. That is enough to make him suddenly light up again, because he realizes that Hemis never once said anything about a formal duel or a fair one-on-one fight. Rahel is left staring at him in speechless disbelief, her eyes widening on the spot. Hyun-seok immediately starts piecing together a plan, deciding that however it gets done, the only thing that matters is that the battalion commander loses. It does not matter whether he does it alone or with help. Rahel, still staring at him, asks whether he is really sure he should be interpreting Hemis's words that way, biting down nervously on his fingers. Hyun-seok says the only path he can see is to lure the battalion commander out somewhere, and then set up an ambush with Bobo waiting nearby. The moment she hears that, Rahel just looks at him and asks what exactly he even is anymore, because she honestly cannot decide whether to call him a genius or a shameless coward. Then Rahel presses him further and asks how he even plans to lure a battalion commander out in the first place. She cannot help wondering whether someone as reckless and careless as Hyun-seok really has any way of persuading a man like that. Holding up a spice ingredient with a confident smile, Hyun-seok says yes, he does. He recently met the commander, and from that meeting, he learned one very important thing. The man has a taste for elegant food and truly enjoys savoring refined meals. So with that in mind, Hyun-seok immediately begins preparing what he believes will be the ultimate grilled rib recipe. Carefully picks out the finest ribs he can find and starts working through the process step by step to make them exceptional. First, he soaks the meat in water mixed with honey to draw out the blood. Once that part is done, he transfers it into a pot so it can start cooking down properly. And while the pot begins to boil, Hyun-seok gets to work chopping mushrooms and green onions with quick, practiced hands, then adds gushing fish to the mixture and stirs everything together so the different flavors can blend into one rich base. After that, he puts all of those ingredients into the pot with the meat and leaves the whole thing to boil together. Once it has been simmering for at least half an hour, the scene suddenly shifts, and now Bobo is dragging Hyun-seok through the fortress corridors at such terrifying speed that it almost looks like his soul is getting left behind while his body is still being pulled along. The second they arrive at their destination, Hyun-seok completely collapses and can barely endure it anymore. In utter disbelief, he complains about how it even makes sense for him to lose in sheer endurance when he is supposed to be the human one. But before he can keep whining, Rahel quickly stops him and warns him that the food is burning, and that single sentence instantly throws Hyun-seok into panic. Then the finished dish is shown in full, a plate of ribs and stew that looks rich, glossy, and unbelievably appetizing. With careful hands, Hyun-seok places everything properly onto the plate, and then, smiling to himself, he sprinkles finely chopped green onions over the top as the final touch. Looking at the finished result, he declares that the ultimate stew, the very key to unlocking Commander Doris's heart, is finally ready. Elsewhere, a table is already covered in delicious food, and Doris leans back in his seat with the full, satisfied posture of someone who has eaten well. A rare moment of peace settles over him. He takes a deep breath, enjoys the calm atmosphere around him, and quietly reflects on how few chances someone in his position ever gets to enjoy refined and tranquil moments like this. He even thinks that handing Usaru over to Hyun-seok was a stroke of genius, because it lifted a burden he had not fully realized was wearing him down. As that thought lingers in his head, one of his subordinates enters the room and bows with measured respect. The mood in the room shifts slightly as the servant clears his throat, then reports that the cooking squadron has arrived and wishes to see him. Even though he is already full, Doris feels his curiosity stir at once and motions for the report to continue. At first, he dismisses the idea that they might have come to return Usaru, assuming that has to be the reason for the visit. But the subordinate hesitates, then explains that Choi Hyun-seok came for a completely different purpose. He says Hyun-seok wishes to present a dish as a token of gratitude. The moment Doris hears that, his eyes brighten immediately. Rumors of Hyun-seok's extraordinary skill in the kitchen have already reached him. Stories that make the man sound almost legendary among cooks. And now, for the first time, Doris is about to taste it himself. Straightening up with renewed interest, he gives permission to let him in. A knock rings out through the room, and then the doors swing open as Hyun-seok makes an absurdly dramatic entrance, holding a tray in his hands, wearing a mischievous look in his eyes, and somehow even carrying a rose between his teeth for maximum effect. Doris blinks at the sight, visibly thrown off for just a second, before he quickly regains his composure and straightens himself again. Hyun-seok steps forward, sets the tray down in front of him with an exaggerated flourish, and offers a theatrical bow as he thanks Doris for the opportunity that led to his new title in the kitchen. Doris, however, is not the kind of man to be impressed by words alone. He clearly expects the food itself to do all the talking. With a humble nod, Hyun-seok lifts the cover from the dish and reveals a steaming plate of ribs. At once, a deep and tantalizing aroma spreads through the room, so rich that Doris starts salivating before he can even stop himself. The plating is flawless, almost so beautiful it feels divine. As Doris slowly pulled in that rich aroma, he found himself completely overwhelmed by it, like the fragrance alone was already enough to shake his composure. Across the table, Hyun-seok watched with the calm confidence of someone who already knew the outcome. In his mind, the moment Doris took a single bite, he would be dragged into a world of pure indulgence. And the instant Doris tasted it, disbelief swept across his face. His eyes widened, his body leaned forward on its own, and the shock was impossible to hide. This was not food made at an ordinary level. To him, the dish had gone far beyond anything a person should have been capable of creating, reaching a perfection he had never once imagined. Seeing that reaction, Hyun-suk smoothly suggested that he could bring him even more dishes in the future. Doris did not hesitate for even a second. He accepted immediately, making it clear that he would gladly eat anything Hyun-suk prepared for him. As Hyun-suk made his way out, Rahel was waiting near the door, visibly struggling to hold back her own reaction. Meanwhile, Doris, still completely absorbed in the pleasure of the meal, casually commented on how favored Hyun-suk seemed to be. The moment Hyun-suk barely managed to make it outside, he grabbed the doorknob tightly, his whole body trembling where he stood. He and Rahel exchanged one look, and that was all it took. The two of them immediately doubled over and were hit with a violent wave of nausea. After wiping her mouth, Rahel stared at Hyun-suk with utter disbelief still written all over her face. Hyun-suk did not deny anything. He fully acknowledged what he had done and made it clear that he understood exactly what kind of consequences could come from it. And when Rahel pressed him on what he was really trying to do, Hyun-suk answered plainly. He planned to keep feeding Doris over and over until the day the man turned into nothing more than a pig raised to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, back inside the dining room, Doris remained blissfully ignorant of all of that, happily savoring each bite without the slightest suspicion. A week passed, and by then Doris was once again seated in front of another luxurious spread of food. But this time there was a visible change. His appetite was not what it had been before. Letting out a long sigh, he lazily poked at the food in front of him, his mind clearly occupied by heavier concerns. What weighed on him now was the coming duel that would decide the battalion commander position. The influence he had gained was now drawing attention he did not want, and if he failed, he would lose the title he currently held. Even so, Doris accepted those stakes with a certain grim dignity, as if he had already made peace with the risk. Hyun-suk, meanwhile, suddenly realized that after spending an entire week carefully building his plan, he had failed to account for outside threats and unexpected variables. Still, he forced a smile onto his face, and after Doris invited him to come watch the duel, Hyun-suk answered by confidently assuring him that victory would be his. Then the next day arrived, and the scene moved to the grand training grounds, where Rahel tried to raise Hyun-suk's mood with the kind of sarcasm that barely counted as encouragement. Hyun-suk, not particularly impressed by that, stayed convinced that Doris had absolutely no chance of holding up after everything he had been stuffing himself with. Roiger, the regiment commander of the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps, stepped forward and officially opened the duel. Then the challenger emerged, a humanoid figure whose head looked like a horned skull, making his appearance even more unsettling. Across from him, Doris climbed the stairs to the arena, already panting from the effort before the fight had even begun. And yet the moment his eyes found Hyun-suk in the crowd, a smug little smile crept onto his lips. Roiger then gave the signal for the match to begin. At first, Doris barely reacted at all, and he did not look especially motivated either. Right up until the exact moment he decided to move. In one sudden motion, he reached out and seized his opponent's weapon outright. The impact triggered a massive shockwave, so violent that the spectators around them had to recoil from the force of it. When the dust finally settled, the challenger was already down, lying motionless on the ground. Even Roiger was stunned by what he had just seen. Acknowledging Doris's overwhelming superiority, he declared the match over on the spot. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Hyun-suk was left standing there, quietly thinking about what his next move should be now. That night, the story shifted to Bobo's house, where Hyun-suk sat studying a monster distribution map he had drawn up himself. Rahel leaned over his shoulder to look at it and asked what exactly he was planning this time. Hyun-suk's answer was simple. He intended to pit monsters against other monsters and let one enemy wipe out another for him. Once Rahel understood the basic idea, she immediately realized how clever the plan actually was. 3 days later, deep inside the forest, Rahel groaned in exhaustion after having to memorize what felt like an endless list of monster information. Hyun-suk had offered earlier to split the work with her, but she refused at the time, and now she was clearly regretting that decision. All around them, the dense foliage trembled and rustled as unseen creatures shifted through the underbrush. The air was thick with tension, and every patch of shadow felt like it was hiding some new threat. The night echoed with distant roars and the sharp snapping of branches beneath enormous feet. Then, when Rahel asked what their first target would be, Hyun-suk simply pointed straight ahead. Rahel looked at what he meant and immediately identified it as a surfib, a gigantic forest worm. But despite its size, she dismissed it right away as useless for their plan because of how passive it was by nature. After making that deduction, she puffed out her chest with obvious pride and looked over at him like she was waiting to be praised. Hyun-suk, completely unimpressed, dryly remarks that even a fool can still be useful. A soldier came up to them and asked where their next hunting ground was going to be. Before answering him, Hyun-suk told the man to wait, then turned to Rahel and asked about dragon-like monsters with scales as hard as steel. Rahel replied that there were several creatures that fit a description like that, so unless she saw the beast in person, she would not be able to identify the exact type. That meant they had no real choice left. If they wanted the answer, they would have to face the creature directly. Hyun-suk then addressed the entire cooking squadron and announced a change in orders. This time, they were going to wipe the area clean. There was no need to capture anything alive, and everyone was free to kill as much as they wanted. He even gave them permission to eat their prey on the spot if they felt like it. Soldiers immediately lit up with excitement. To them, it felt like their commander had finally come to his senses, and they celebrated the fact that they could now slaughter freely and eat until they were satisfied. So they threw themselves into the hunt and cut down monsters one after another without holding back, carving out the meat until the gathered supply started piling up in front of them. Hyun-suk watched the results of all that effort closely, but even after all of that, the true ruler of the territory still had not shown itself. At that point, he started worrying that the entire operation might have been for nothing. Deciding not to drag it out any longer, he gave the order to stop and told everyone to put their weapons away. The platoon commander immediately moved to make sure his command was carried out properly. But just as things began to calm down, a strange sound suddenly reached Hyun-suk's ears and made him freeze. In that instant, he knew something had arrived. A flock of birds burst up into the sky in panic as an enormous and monstrous presence finally made itself known. Then, from above, a dragon's eye stared straight down at them. The creature was Nidrak, a monster with combat power so overwhelming it could hardly even be measured. The second the soldiers saw that dragon looming over them, panic broke out, and they scattered in terror. In response, Nidrak unleashed its power and set the entire area ablaze. And yet, while everyone else was terrified, Hyun-suk was actually pleased. Faced with a monster on this level, he realized he had finally found a weapon powerful enough to take down Doris. Back at Hemis's office, she spoke with Raedrun and brought up the concern that had been bothering her more and more. 3 whole weeks had already passed, and during all that time, there had been no news at all from Hyun-suk. Hemis wondered aloud whether Raedrun might have been putting him through some kind of extraordinary training. But Raedrun brushed that idea aside and said their training had not been anything especially unusual. After that, Hemis asked him directly how he judged Hyun-suk's chances against a battalion commander. Raedrun answered without even hesitating. In his view, Hyun-suk had no chance of winning. Still, he did mention one interesting detail. Recently, Hyun-suk had been getting unusually close to Doris. That information immediately caught Hemis off guard. She remembered Hyun-suk boldly saying that he would defeat the battalion commander, but now it sounded like he was becoming friendly with him instead. That contradiction only made her more curious about what he was really trying to do. Meanwhile, over in Doris's office, he was still eating away contentedly, enjoying the grilled meat Hyun-suk had prepared for him. After another bite, he thanked Hyun-suk for the meal. Hyun-suk let out a sigh at that moment, and the sound immediately caught Doris's attention. Sensing that something might be wrong, Doris looked at him and asked what the problem was. Putting on a pitiful expression, Hyun-suk claimed that there was a serious issue inside the squadron. He even hinted that this might be the last time he would be able to personally serve Doris a meal like this. That statement alarmed Doris at once, and he pressed him for an explanation. Hyun-suk then told him that the corps commander had requested a special kind of monster meat, but the beast they needed was far too strong for the cooking squadron to handle. Hyun-suk kept building on the lie, carefully feeding Doris the image of a squadron struggling helplessly against a terrifying monster they could not subdue. He gave the creature the name Marbling, a name Doris did not recognize, though he had at least heard rumors that many of the cooks had already been injured lately. Hyun-suk calmly reassured him that the monster was real, then stressed just how dangerous it was and how pointless it would be to keep throwing ordinary soldiers at something like that. Instead, he suggested that someone with Doris's level of strength could deal with it easily, and added that if Doris pulled it off, that achievement definitely would not escape the notice of the corps commander. The moment recognition from Hemis entered his mind, something inside Doris stirred. He started imagining her looking at him with approval, maybe even speaking to him warmly, lifting him above the image of being seen as nothing but a glutton. That fantasy alone was enough to leave him embarrassed and flustered. Sensing that reaction perfectly, Hyun-suk pressed the advantage and assured him that he would personally pass along word of Doris's accomplishment, making the false sense of friendship between them feel even more convincing. Even though Doris pretended to hesitate for appearance's sake, he eventually agreed to help, partly because he had already started seeing Hyun-suk as a friend. Hyun-suk thanked him politely on the surface, but underneath that respectful tone, his face twisted into a dark, sinister grin. The next day, the operation finally began. At the chosen location, Choi Hyun-suk gathered his forces together, and made sure every single step of the plan was arranged with care. Rahel checked one last time to see whether he had memorized the terrain properly, and Hyun-suk answered with total confidence, comparing himself to a living navigation system. Then he leaned in close and whispered to Bobo, quietly confirming that their real target this entire time was Doris. Usaru, not being the type to overthink anything, simply got ready to carry out the role he had been given without asking questions. With every piece now in place, the mission was set into motion. Deep inside the great forest, the soldiers moved forward completely unaware of what their true objective actually was. They had been sent out with almost no real explanation at all. The only thing anyone told them was simple and ominous. There was a dangerous monster somewhere ahead, and their job was to hunt it down. As they pushed deeper into the brutal wilderness, Doris's irritation became harder and harder to hide. Clearly fed up with the unforgiving terrain and the miserable conditions, he snapped out a question about how much farther they still had to go before reaching their target. Choi Hyun-suk calmly told him they were already nearing Marbling's territory, but even as he said it, he kept his guard up to the highest level. Every step forward was measured, and every glance around him carried the weight of extreme caution. He knew better than to underestimate Doris. Beneath that rough, careless exterior, the demon was far more dangerous than he looked. Even so, Hyun-suk still believed that, when the moment came, Nidrak would be the one to win. Then, without warning, the mood in the air changed. The forest reacted before anyone else did. Birds burst out of the trees in panicked waves, scattering wildly through the sky as if fleeing from something terrible, and that alone was enough to signal that danger was already closing in. Sensing it immediately, Hyun-sik warned Doris that something was coming toward them. Doris, who had been complaining just moments earlier, instantly sharpened up. His whole posture changed as he prepared himself, now fully alert and ready for whatever was about to appear. And then it came. From the darkness and cover of the shadows, Nidrak revealed itself, and the sheer pressure of its presence was enough to overwhelm the entire area the moment it appeared. Doris stared at it in confusion, clearly thrown off. He questioned whether this was really the Marbling he had been told about, because something about its appearance felt strangely familiar to him. Hyun-suk brushed those doubts aside right away, casually remarking that monsters often looked similar enough to confuse people anyway. Taking that explanation at face value, Doris dismissed the thought and looked at the creature as nothing more than another beast waiting to be killed. Brimming with absolute confidence, Doris gave the order for his battalion to attack. At the same time, he placed his trust in Hyun-suk, believing that once the battle was over, Choi would make sure word of his triumph reached the corps commander's ears. The moment the order was given, his soldiers rushed forward in a wave, throwing themselves at the dragon with reckless aggression and no regard for their own safety. Not content to stand back, Doris charged in himself as well, diving straight into the fight and unleashing the full force of his brutal combat techniques. Even with all of Nidrak's terrifying strength, Doris's savage, relentless style kept him forcing his way forward, refusing to give the monster any room to breathe. Watching from the middle of the chaos, Hyun-suk's concern began to grow. It was becoming painfully clear that Doris was proving far more capable and adaptable than he had originally expected. Rather than meeting Nidrak head-on in some honorable clash, Doris used his own soldiers like expendable tools. He let them die to create openings, turning their bodies and sacrifices into chances for his own strikes to land. Hyun-suk had intended for this fight to bury Doris under overwhelming pressure, but the demon's cold, calculated way of fighting was starting to ruin that plan. Instead of being crushed, Doris was finding ways to survive and keep pushing. And just before Doris could deliver what looked like a decisive blow, a terrified soldier cut through the chaos and interrupted him, frantically reporting that another creature was approaching. Hyun-suk's face darkened at once. He immediately realized he had made a mistake. This territory should have belonged to Nidrak alone. The appearance of a second monster shattered his entire scheme. Doris instantly ordered a retreat, but before anyone could actually get away, a huge worm-like creature burst out and blocked the battlefield. It was a Surfib, a creature Hyun-suk had previously dismissed because it was believed to be non-aggressive by nature. But now seeing the violence around it, the Surfib interpreted the battle as a territorial conflict. With that misunderstanding, it readied itself to fight as well. Realizing the situation had turned disastrous, Doris immediately shouted for a full withdrawal, but Rahel understood the danger of that better than anyone. If Doris escaped now, then everything they had set up, every risk they had taken would collapse in an instant. Hyun-suk knew it too. At that point, there was no longer any room left for hesitation, so in one swift and decisive motion, he launched his attack. Drawing on the first form of the rage-run combat style, he struck Doris so suddenly and so cleanly that the demon did not even have time to fully register what had just happened to him. Then Hyun-suk's voice rang out across the battlefield as he shouted for the retreat to be stopped immediately. He called on the demons to hold their ground, deliberately stirring up their pride and courage so they would keep fighting instead of running. With that single move, the confusion on the battlefield only grew worse, and the entire scene plunged even deeper into chaos. Right in the middle of that madness, Doris could only process fragments at first. The sharp pain from the blow, the noise of battle crashing around him, and the deafening roar that seemed to swallow everything else. A surge of rage exploded inside him. He could hardly believe what was happening, and bitterly questioned whether he had just been betrayed by nothing more than a primitive human. Completely consumed by fury, he roared out Hyun-seok's name, ready to throw everything away if that was what it took to get his hands on him. Then he activated his skill. Full bloom. The next instant, he unleashed a devastating attack with terrifying force. Hyun-seok had no idea what was happening until it was already too late. Caught off guard, he found himself with nowhere to run and no chance to evade. Rahul urgently screamed for him to escape. But before his body could even react to her warning, something slammed into him with the violent shock of a lightning strike. The impact nearly killed him on the spot. His whole body reeled from the force, and in the aftermath, he was left stunned, barely able to understand what kind of attack had just hit him. Through the confusion and noise, Hyun-seok finally spotted Doris still standing his ground on the battlefield. The demon glared at him and made his intent horrifyingly clear, declaring that he would rip him apart while he was still alive. Realizing just how close death was, Hyun-seok forced himself to assess the battlefield as fast as he could. His mind immediately jumped to the same question. Where were Bobo and Usaru? At the same time, Rahel swept her gaze across the battlefield and quickly noticed that the Serpheeb's attack had caught everyone within its range, without sparing anyone at all. In that moment, Hyun-seok felt as if he had been completely abandoned in the middle of the battlefield, left alone to deal with Doris, while the furious demon burned with murderous rage. But even through Doris's overwhelming anger, Hyun-seok noticed an important detail. The demon was coughing up blood, which meant he was clearly forcing his body past its limits just to keep fighting. Seeing that, Hyun-seok made a quick decision to buy himself time. Without wasting another second, he turned and ran at full speed, sprinting as fast as his battered body would allow. As he ran, Choi Hyun-seok quickly told Rahel to start calling out the monster zones from the map she had shown him earlier, using it as his only guide while he tried to stay one step ahead. Rahel immediately did as he asked, reading the locations out loud one after another as they came into view in her mind. She warned him that if he kept going straight, he would run directly into the warhound habitat. Even so, Doris kept charging after him without the slightest hesitation, showing absolutely no concern for the monsters that might be waiting in his path. Hyun-seok understood the risk perfectly. Most monsters would instinctively avoid a stronger presence, but if he led Doris into a nesting ground with young nearby, then those same creatures would turn vicious and attack without holding back. Doris, however, looked down on everything Hyun-seok was doing as nothing more than cheap, pathetic tricks. In his mind, none of it changed the outcome, because he was already set on killing him. Drawing on his strength, Doris released a level 3 technique, Falling Flowers. Power swelled around him as he moved, driven by his absolute conviction that for a demon, promotion itself was the greatest weapon of all. With total faith in that overwhelming strength, Doris prepared to finish Hyun-seok once and for all. But right at that moment, something started to feel wrong. His body suddenly faltered, and then he coughed up a heavy mouthful of blood. Hyun-seok, who had stopped just long enough to watch, heard Rahel point out that Doris's demonic energy was draining away at a frightening speed. Only then did Doris realize the truth, and by then it was already too late. He had pushed himself to the brink, and after spending too much power hunting demonic beasts, his body simply had nothing left to give. Recognizing that reality, he turned away at last, bitterly accepting that he could not keep fighting any longer. Hyun-seok immediately called after him, openly questioning whether he was really about to retreat. Doris answered with obvious frustration, but even he had to admit there was no other choice now except to withdraw and recover first. Even as he pulled back, he swore that this was not over. He vowed to come back for revenge and made it clear that he would never forget the humiliation he had suffered here. But before Doris could leave, Hyun-seok refused to let him walk away that easily. He called out and provoked him on purpose, taunting the demon by saying that he may have entered this place on his own terms, but he would not be allowed to leave so casually. Doris sneered at that challenge and mocked Hyun-seok outright, ridiculing him for seriously thinking a man armed with nothing but fists could bring him down. But Hyun-seok had already prepared for that. Activating the 7th movement of the Rage Run combat art, he released the explosive destruction wave with everything he had. And yet, to his surprise, Doris endured the blow, showing just how absurdly tough and resilient he still was even in that battered state. The nearby demons reacted with mocking smiles, acting as though Hyun-seok had made the foolish mistake of underestimating Doris. Before the fight could push any further, though, an entirely unexpected figure arrived and changed the atmosphere at once. A voice suddenly cut across the battlefield, calm and amused, as though whoever had spoken was entertained by the scene playing out in front of them. It was Hemis. she had appeared in person and questioned what exactly was causing such a disturbance in front of her castle. Then in an instant, a violent explosion blasted Hyun-seok backward and hurled him straight into a tree. The impact left him dazed, aching, and barely able to steady himself. As he held his head and tried to make sense of what had just happened, Doris turned toward the Corps commander and desperately pleaded for her to step in. He insisted that he had not truly been defeated yet, arguing that this was not the final battle and therefore could not be treated as a complete loss. Hemis was utterly unimpressed. She shut him down immediately, mocking his incompetence and sounding almost incredulous that a mere human had managed to beat him into such a miserable state. With the war against humanity still ongoing, Hemis found it absolutely disgraceful that someone like Doris held the rank of battalion commander at all. The very thought disgusted her so much that it made her shudder, and in that moment, she decided she would kill him on the spot. Sensing the opening in front of him, Hyun-seok rushed forward and boldly declared to the Corps commander that he had successfully defeated the battalion commander. And without a hint of hesitation, he kicked Doris hard enough to send the demon's blood splattering right onto Hemis's face. Remembering the bet they had made earlier, Hemis accepted the outcome for what it was. Then she invited Hyun-seok over, making it clear that the two of them now had plenty to talk about. As their conversation continued, Hemis learned that even a Surfib had become involved in the chaos near the end of the fight. Hyun-seok admitted honestly that he had not expected that part either. Interested in how his mind worked, Hemis casually remarked that maybe the easiest way to understand his thinking would be to cut open his head and take a look inside. Hemis openly acknowledged that Hyun-seok had turned the situation around against her and manipulated the circumstances to his advantage. She found the way he had done it both sly and unpleasant. Even so, she admitted that he had succeeded. At the same time, she warned him in no uncertain terms that he would never be given an opportunity like that again. If he ever tried to deceive her again or stirred up trouble in the future, then the punishment waiting for him would be severe. Later, back at Bobo's house, Hyun-seok lay spread out on the floor, completely exhausted from everything that had happened, but at the very least relieved that he had somehow made it through alive. While still trying to recover, he brought up Doris's polymorph and asked about the idea of promotion, clearly wanting to understand what that power really was. Rahel guessed that it might be a martial technique unique to demons, then suggested they ask the cow-headed one if they wanted a proper explanation. As Bobo barked nearby, Hyun-seok acknowledged how much the creature must have gone through in the middle of all that chaos, and recognized that the Corps commander had stepped in and settled the situation with incredible speed. Thinking back on the fight, Hyun-seok admitted that he actually felt a small trace of pity for Doris, believing that, in his own way, he had not been an entirely bad opponent. Rahel, however, immediately pointed out the obvious. She reminded him that he had intentionally made sure to land the finishing blow himself so he could claim all of the experience points. In response, Hyun-seok gave what sounded like an empty apology, but the hand-covering part of his face could not fully hide the wicked grin curling underneath it, revealing exactly what he was really thinking. Wanting to see what he had gained from the ordeal, Hyun-seok checked his level and realized that it had risen by a huge amount. But when he looked more closely at his status window, he found several entries replaced with question marks. And that strange result left him genuinely puzzled. Assuming the strange display had to be some kind of error, Choi Hyun-seok voiced his concern out loud. But Rahel immediately brushed that idea aside, insisting that the hero system simply could not malfunction in the first place. She even seemed to think he was fooling around, like he had to be joking about something that absurd. But Hyun-seok stayed completely serious for a moment before deciding there was no point pressing it any further. So he let the subject drop. Then, as a way to mark the fact that he had finally reached level 48, Rahel suggested they measure his combat power and see just how much he had grown. After checking the reading, she looked over the result and told him that his combat strength had now climbed all the way to 13,936. Hearing that, Hyun-seok could not help feeling proud of how far he had come. It made him think back to not that long ago, when even dealing with a single goblin had been enough to push him to the edge. Then, as a small surprise, Rahel pulled out a beer and offered it to him, turning the moment into a quiet little celebration. So the two of them drank, cheered, and let themselves enjoy the victory for a while. And yet, even in that brief, light-hearted calm, there was still a faint sense that danger had not truly passed. Beneath the peace, it felt like chaos was already waiting somewhere ahead. Sometime later, Hyun-seok slipped right back into the routine that seemed impossible to escape. His days once again became a cycle of sleeping, preparing, hunting, eating, cooking, training, and resting. That pattern repeated day after day without end. No matter how much stronger he became, his life still kept turning in the same relentless loop. While getting ready for training and wrapping bandages around his hands, Hyun-seok found himself wondering whether he should go see Abelson after practice and finally clear up the doubts that were still bothering him. Just then, Raedrun arrived and seemed a little surprised to see that Hyun-seok had shown up early for training. The two greeted each other as they met. With a proud smile on his face, Raedran brought up Hyun-suk's victory over Doris and congratulated him for it. Hyun-suk, a little shy under that praise, thanked him in return. Using that opening, Hyun-suk decided to bring up something that had stuck with him from the fight. He took the chance to ask Raedran about one particular thing Doris had used during their battle. When Hyun-suk asked whether he knew anything about the technique called promote, Raedran rested a hand against his chin and thought back on it. He remembered it as a kind of ancient combat style, but an informal one. The word informal immediately caught Hyun-suk's attention. Raedran then explained that there were two broad forms of combat. One was formal combat, which relied on structured movement, while the other was informal combat, which existed outside those formal systems and was not bound by the same framework. He went on to say that informal combat had far fewer variations compared to formal combat. And since even formal styles were already rare, informal ones were handed down in an even more secretive and limited way. After hearing that explanation, Hyun-suk summed it up in his own way, concluding that the difference sounded a lot like ordinary attack damage versus skill damage. Raedran continued by explaining that promote, despite everything, was a style that had been passed down for a very long time. Any demon capable of using demonic chi could in theory learn it, but it was also an extremely dangerous ability, one that very few were willing to touch because of the many side effects that came with it. After hearing that, Hyun-suk immediately asked whether there was any chance he could learn promote too, since he did possess at least some demonic chi. Raedran reacted with a joke about just how little demonic chi Hyun-suk actually had. He pointed out that not only was the amount tiny, it was not natural to him in the first place, nor was it true demonic chi in the proper sense. But while Raedran focused on how dangerous the ability was, Hyun-suk seemed to latch onto a different part of the answer entirely. He argued that if his demonic chi was so small, then maybe the side effects would also stay mild. And in the worst case, he reasoned that Abelson could always help him. Even with Hyun-suk pressing the issue, Raedran resisted the idea of teaching him something like that. Hyun-suk, on the other hand, only grew more frustrated as the answer kept dragging on without becoming a clear yes or no. Growing desperate, Hyun-suk suddenly dropped to his knees and grabbed Raedran by the leg. He pleaded fiercely, insisting that without promote, he was going to die sooner or later anyway. To him, every battle felt meaningless if his life could still be treated like that of a tiny ant with an expiration date decided by a commander. He kept pushing the point, arguing with everything he had, and finally swore that if even one attempt went badly, he would never bring it up again. In the end, Raedran was moved by everything Hyun-suk said, understood his reasoning, and finally agreed to train him. Raedran admitted that he was still not fully confident about it. But he had made a promise now, and he was not the kind of person who could back out after giving his word. Hearing that, Hyun-suk was visibly relieved. Raedran then declared that the training was beginning and told Hyun-suk to pay very close attention from that point on. The scene then shifts away from them and moves instead to the underground prison of the Empire of Gartron. There, in the dim prison, a shackled prisoner receives a visit from a man dressed in white robes. The robed man speaks first, greeting the prisoner by name, Geffen. Geffen answers that he had been wondering who was coming to see him, and he sounds surprised to realize it is the Pope. He then asks what the Pope wants, reminding him that he had already said there was no more business left between them. The Pope responds by saying that he has come with an opportunity to make peace. Hearing that, Geffen asks what exactly he is supposed to do. With a malicious expression on his face, the Pope gives his answer. The mission, he says, is to eliminate Abelson. Geffen is visibly taken aback by that order. He questions why this is now an assassination instead of a rescue and asks why the instructions changed so suddenly. He also demands to know what the church would gain if the goddess were to die. The Pope replies with cold irony that it is not something Geffen needs to know. Geffen then voices another concern, pointing out that the glutton is there as well. The Pope reassures him without hesitation. He says that 4 warriors will be assigned to him, and that the glutton will be away for some time. After that, the Pope ends the conversation with a threat, telling Geffen that he must succeed because failure will not be tolerated. Back at the training ground, Hyun-suk is now in obvious agony. Red energy pours out from his body, foam spills from his mouth, and beside him, Abelson watches in alarm, urging him to get control of himself somehow. Meanwhile, Raedran simply stands there and watches, giving almost no outward reaction at all. Abelson, furious at what she is seeing, scolds them for trying to practice demonic combat techniques in the first place. To her, doing something like this to a human was sheer madness. Raedran argues back that Hyun-suk had insisted the entire time that he was fine, and after all the training they had already done, there should not have been much demonic chi left in him anyway. But Abelson, enraged, ignores that defense completely. She fires back by asking whether either of them are healers. because if they are not specialists, then there is no way they could possibly have known Hyun-seok was truly fine. She explains that she had previously controlled and sealed Hyun-seok's demonic chi, but during this training that seal had been undone because they assumed they could handle the situation themselves. Raedron then asks what is going to happen to Hyun-seok, and Abelson answers that in its current state, she will not be able to keep the situation contained for long. She says it is already too late to try sealing the demonic chi again. So instead of attempting to lock it down once more, she decides the only option left is to force Hyun-seok's body to adapt to the flow of that energy. Abelson then tries to compress the demonic chi and suppress it with divine power, with the goal of spreading it out so it will stop gathering in one concentrated mass. If she can disperse it enough, then Hyun-seok's body may be able to endure it. Raedron is visibly surprised by the idea and questions whether something like that is even possible at all. Abelson openly admits that she is not certain. She says she has never done anything like this before, and she has never even heard of another deity attempting it either. There is even the possibility that the demonic chi could react violently against the divine power and spiral even further out of control. Even so, she decides to go through with it. Even if the worst happens, there is no real alternative left. Time is slipping away, and at this point, the only choice is to try. Sometime later, Hyun-seok suddenly wakes up in his room with a start. Still disoriented, he tries to sit up and wonders what in the world happened, feeling as though a huge stretch of time has somehow passed without him realizing it. Without any warning at all, Choi Hyun-seok is suddenly slammed by two small bodies at once. Rahul and Bobo throw themselves at him the instant they realize he is awake, both of them overflowing with relief and excitement that he finally opened his eyes. Rahul does not even try to hide how happy she is. She keeps repeating over and over that Hyun-seok has finally woken up after 3 full days, and that number shocks him so badly that he blurts out in disbelief. Seeing his reaction, Rahul immediately asks whether he really does not remember anything. Hyun-seok answers that the last thing he remembers is trying to learn promote. And as soon as he says it, he hurriedly checks his system window to see whether anything inside it has changed. The moment he looks, Hyun-seok realizes that something is definitely different now. There, inside the system window, he finds a brand new status labeled Demonic QI, and beside it are nothing but question marks. He starts examining it with surprising calm, but before he can look into it for long, the sound of someone arriving interrupts him. Raedron steps into the room alongside the commander, and the commander immediately jokes that she knew Hyun-seok would wake up sooner or later. Hyun-seok tries to force himself up so he can greet the commander properly, but his body wobbles badly before he can strain himself any further. The commander tells him not to bother, pointing out that in his current condition he can barely even manage to get onto his knees. And the commander casually brings up the report she received from Raedron, stating that she heard Hyun-seok had been practicing how to use demonic QI. The question instantly makes Hyun-seok tense up. He grows visibly nervous when pressed on why he never told them about it himself. The commander walks closer and studies his condition at close range, already aware that the goddess was the one who healed him. She remarks that the one revered as a saint really was worth the title after all, since she did a fine job. Hearing that word, saint, only leaves Hyun-seok more confused. Then the commander turns back toward him and draws dark energy from her mouth, calmly declaring that his demonic QI training is not over yet. This time she says she will personally give him a special kind of help. After all, just as Hyun-seok himself once said, he is only a little ant that belongs to her. In the next instant, the commander lashes out. Her magic snaps toward Hyun-seok's neck like a striking snake, biting into him and throwing his body into immediate shock. Raedron starts to question what exactly she is doing, but the commander dismisses the concern and says there is nothing to worry about. Hyun-seok, she explains, will simply need to rest a little longer. In the last fading seconds before he loses consciousness again, Hyun-seok watches them leave, hearing that they are heading off to a meeting with the Demon King. Days later, back at Bobo's house, Abelson finishes yet another day of treating Hyun-seok's body. She has been healing him continuously ever since the day that training incident went wrong. Once she is done, Hyun-seok thanks her for always helping him. And inwardly, he cannot help feeling grateful for another reason too. The simple fact that this gives him a chance to see her every single day. Abelson tells him there is no need to thank her, because in her eyes it was Hyun-seok's own willpower that helped stabilize the crisis. Then, almost under her breath, she quietly adds that his thanks are unnecessary because he is her hope. Hyun-seok does not catch that soft murmur properly, so he asks her to repeat it. Abelson ignores the request entirely and simply says goodbye instead, telling him she has already done everything she needed to do for the day. Left alone, Hyun-seok stays confused, thinking back on the other times Abelson said things he could not fully understand. With so many strange things happening in this world and so many unanswered questions piling up, all he can really do for now is wait and see how things unfold. Later that same night, Hyun-seok sits together with Raedron, receiving lessons from him on the theory behind manipulating demonic chi. Even so, Raedrun warns him not to push himself too hard. Hyun-sik replies that he is fine, reasoning that it has already been 3 days since he woke up, and that he should be all right, as long as he does not use that kind of magic again. At those words, Raedrun suddenly recalls that it has been exactly 3 days since the commander left. While Hyun-suk keeps talking, Raedrun's attention drifts and he begins to sink into his own thoughts. He reflects that, although this meeting is supposed to be a yearly event, something about this particular year feels off to him, as if there is something unusual hidden beneath it. Hyun-suk notices that Raedrun has gone distracted and calls out to him, pulling his attention back. Raedrun apologizes right away. Hyun-seok then mentions that Raedrun has seemed especially busy these past few days. Since Raedrun has been handling command responsibilities alone, Hyun-seok offers to help however he can if it is needed. Raedrun answers that everything is under control and says the commander will be back soon anyway. Even if she was summoned earlier than usual this time, he believes it should not disrupt their routine by much. He finishes by ordering Hyun-seok to focus on himself, and Hyun-seok accepts that answer like a proper command. As he looks at him, Raedrun notes that Hyun-suk has been getting stronger, little by little over time. He adds that now that Hyun-suk has demonic chi as well, his strength should grow even further from here. All Hyun-suk has to do is maintain stability in his current state. And if he can manage that, the results ahead of him should be tremendous. While watching Hyun-suk, Raedrun suddenly senses an unusual movement somewhere nearby. He immediately recognizes the presence as divine power, and the change in his expression shows just how quickly he goes on alert. He rises to his feet so abruptly that the sudden shift catches Hyun-seok off guard. Raedrun then explains that he has sensed someone with divine power inside the castle, and whoever it is not the saint. Before Hyun-suk can even fully process that, Raedrun confirms the truth. They have an intruder. He immediately orders Hyun-suk to stay quiet while he goes to check the situation himself. The scene then shifts into the castle hallways, where 4 men dressed in black cloaks have gathered together. As they move through the corridor, they comment on how surprisingly easy it was to get inside. One of them remarks that the only reason it was this easy was because the commander is away. Instead of replying casually, Geffen sharply orders him to be quiet. Geffen already knows that much, and he warns the others that even without the commander present, there is still one enemy in this castle they absolutely cannot take lightly. The moment Geffen speaks the name Red Nightmare, Raedrun suddenly appears right in front of the group and demands to know how they found out about Commander Hemis's absence. The instant they recognize the figure standing before them, one of the cloaked men panics and blurts out that it really is Red Nightmare. Geffen, however, forces the group to stay composed and orders them into battle positions at once. Geffen quickly gives out roles, sending 2 of the men after Abelson while keeping the other one beside him, so the 2 of them can hold Raedrun in place. The moment Raedrun realizes that their real target is the saint, concern flashes across him. The room where she is being kept is not far from where they are standing now. He clenches his fists in frustration. If all 4 of them had stayed in front of him, crushing them would have been simple. But dealing with only 2, while the other 2 slip past him, makes the situation far more dangerous and complicated. Then suddenly a voice rings out through the corridor. It is Hyun-suk. He appears there asking if everything is all right, having come because Raedrun left the room wearing such a serious expression that he could not sit still. Raedrun immediately scolds him, reminding him that he had been very clear when he ordered him to remain in the room. But inside, he is actually grateful that Hyun-suk showed up when he did. Without wasting time, he tells Hyun-suk to listen carefully because he has a new command for him. He explains that the intruders are after Abelson, and that Hyun-suk's job is now simple but urgent. He has to reach her before they do and escape with her. Then Raedrun throws his necklace toward Hyun-suk. Hyun-suk catches it, but he looks completely confused, not yet understanding what he is supposed to do with the accessory. Sir Geffen lunges at Raedrun before he can finish giving his instructions, trying to cut him off then and there. Even while blocking the attack and holding his ground, Raedrun still manages to tell Hyun-seok that the necklace will serve as proof, something high-ranking officers will recognize immediately and use to understand the situation. The moment he hears that, Choi Hyun-suk does not hesitate. He turns and takes off at full speed, following the order without wasting even a second. Sir Geffen clicks his tongue in irritation and sharply orders the man with him to chase Hyun-suk down and stop him before he gets any farther. At the same time, Raedrun finally stops holding back and makes his position crystal clear. No matter what happens, Abelson is not leaving this castle by anyone's hand without Commander Hemis's permission. With that, Raedrun activates the 7th movement of his combat style and crashes into Sir Geffen with a series of heavy, punishing strikes. He follows up by unleashing a blow called Explosive Destruction Wave. his eyes burning red with fierce resolve as he throws everything into the attack. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk sprints through the castle as fast as he possibly can, racing toward Abelson's room, and while he is running, a mission window suddenly pops up in front of him. This time, the mission message bluntly tells him that evil men are trying to kill Abelson and that his task is to protect her. It even adds, in that bizarrely casual way the system always does, that maybe romance might bloom afterward, along with a reward of 1,000 points. The moment Hyun-suk realizes that humans are truly trying to murder the saint, anxiety hits him hard and his pace only becomes more desperate. At the same time, another part of the message throws him off. The reward is so huge that even in the middle of the emergency, he cannot help feeling confused by how many points are being offered. The instant he reaches Abelson's room, Hyun-suk urgently blurts out that they need to leave right away because humans are attacking the castle. Abelson is completely caught off guard and cannot make sense of what he is saying at first. So Hyun-suk quickly explains that it is an attack by the same kind of people who assaulted them before. Meanwhile, in the nearby corridors, Raedron's troops are doing everything they can to slow the intruders' advance and buy time. Those allies urgently warn Hyun-suk not to stand around explaining any longer and tell him to flee immediately with the saint. Without pausing to ask permission, Hyun-suk grabs Abelson by the hand and then, in one swift motion, lifts her onto his shoulder. There is no time for politeness or apologies, so carrying Abelson like that, he takes off running at once. The scene then shifts to a meeting room, where the third commander, Roiger, is presiding over a gathering. In a disappointed tone, he comments on Doris being defeated by a low-level human. As he sits there, he recalls the commander's earlier order telling him to take care of everything while she was away, and Roiger cannot help wondering why he was the one chosen to deal with such a troublesome responsibility. Pushing that thought aside, he refocuses on the meeting, decides there is nothing more worth discussing, and tells everyone to follow their orders as the meeting comes to an end. Then suddenly, a goblin bursts in with an urgent report. The goblin hurriedly explains that Hyun-suk has arrived carrying Raedron's necklace, and Roiger immediately tries to piece together what kind of situation could have led to that. The goblin then adds the critical detail. Other humans are attacking the castle and are searching for Abelson. Hearing that, Roiger accepts the report, though he is visibly irritated by the sheer inconvenience and disorder of it all. A short while later, Roiger runs into Hyun-suk in a corridor, with Abelson right there beside him, and Hyun-suk immediately moves to explain everything in greater detail. He quickly lays it out. Raedron sensed divine power inside the castle, moved to intercept it, and discovered that the intruders were humans who had entered specifically to kill Abelson. Even then, Roiger struggles to believe it. He tells Hyun-suk to calm down, thinking this must be some kind of misunderstanding, because surely humans would not come here just to assassinate the saint. But in the very next moment, Roiger senses something strange rushing toward them. And before he can properly react, with barely enough time to shout for everyone there to protect themselves, a devastating attack smashes through the corridor windows, violently announcing the arrival of yet another enemy. At that point, Roiger has no room left for doubt. Faced with the reality right in front of him, he is left stunned that the humans truly came here with Abelson as their target. Seeing the enemies closing in on the saint, Roiger immediately casts a restriction spell in an attempt to pin them down before they can reach her. But the gap is too wide, and his magic is not enough to stop both attackers at once. Realizing that, Hyun-suk makes his move and prepares to use the seventh movement of Raedron's combat art himself. Before one of the attackers can get to Abelson, Hyun-suk drives a powerful punch into him from behind, dropping the man cold in a single hit. As he throws that blow, Hyun-suk shouts out loud that he is going to protect Abelson. Meanwhile, over in Raedron's battle, one of the invaders has already gone down, while Sir Geffen mocks his fallen companion without the slightest pity, treating the man as nothing more than a shield he already used up. Raedron had already expected Sir Geffen to be dangerous, but even so, the level of his strength is startling. He is powerful enough to rival a commander. On top of that, divine power and demonic chi are natural enemies to begin with. Those factors together are exactly why warriors like Sir Geffen are treated as heroes of humanity. Sir Geffen laughs and looks down on Raedron, acting as though the fact that he struggled against two intruders is proof that he is nothing special, just another ordinary demon after all. Raedron, however, stays composed and calmly questions how someone with no real chance of victory can still act so arrogant. Sir Geffen fires back by asking who is supposed to stop him, now that the commander is absent, and Red Nightmare has proven to be less terrifying than the rumors claimed. In his mind, the plan is simple. He only needs to keep Raedron occupied while his comrades deal with the weaker forces elsewhere. Hearing that, Raedron's stance grows more serious. The enemy clearly knows far too much about the castle's defensive patterns, and that alone tells him this is no ordinary attack. Deciding there is no more time to waste, Raedron declares that he is done talking and will end this fight quickly. Sir Giffen only smiles at that and asks how Raedron plans to finish things quickly when their powers are fundamentally incompatible. Raedron answers with brutal simplicity. Sheer force can smash through any incompatibility. Back in Hyun-suk's clash, after knocking one invader unconscious, he hears the remaining enemy speak in surprise, saying he had no idea there was another hero serving in the Demon King's army. The man sounds bitterly shocked, lamenting that there are apparently 3 corrupted humans fighting on the Demon King's side. Hyun-suk does not care about that complaint at all. He warns the enemy that the invasion has already failed, that allies from throughout the castle are on their way, and that no matter how strong one person might be, there is no realistic way to fight an entire force alone. According to Hyun-suk, the smartest thing left to do now is surrender. The man only scoffs at that warning and asks Hyun-suk if he is really so sure the invasion has already failed. Nearby, Roger finds himself wondering when exactly Hyun-suk managed to learn Raedron's combat arts. At the same time, he feels genuinely relieved because that ability was what allowed them to take one of the invaders alive. Then the captured invader starts muttering something too faint to make out at first. A moment later, the meaning becomes clear. It is an incantation, a spell that uses his own body as a sacrifice so flames can spread out rapidly. As a last resort, he pours sacred power into his own body and burns himself completely, turning his very flesh into fuel just to create fire one final time. In an instant, that desperate sacrifice swells into a towering wall of flames, spreading outward until the whole space feels like a sealed ring of fire. These flames are so lethal that even a single brush against them would be enough to kill an ordinary person. Standing behind that blazing barrier with renewed confidence, the man lifts his sword and coldly declares that even the highest-ranking demons would struggle to cross it. In other words, the hero only has one choice left: hand Ebelson Marriott over. Choi is left reeling, his mind in complete turmoil. He cannot understand why these humans are so determined to kill the saint, and he desperately tries to grasp why they would target someone who is supposed to be on their own side. The man does not even bother to acknowledge Choi's confusion. And just as Choi tries to point out the obvious contradiction in all of this, Abelson Marriott quietly steps in and answers for herself. She reveals the ugly truth in a calm voice. The fractured empire abandoned God long ago. That answer catches Choi completely off guard, and Abelson Marriott keeps going, explaining that the empire does not truly need a holy figure at all. What it wants is nothing more than a puppet it can control. For that purpose, it makes no difference whether the saint is genuine or fake. Clearly fed up with all the talking, the man suddenly slams his sword down into the ground. With a voice full of irritation, he says he is done listening to this pathetic drama and grants the hero a 10-second head start before the killing begins. Choi immediately feels the pressure closing in from every side. No matter how fast he thinks, he cannot find a safe plan that would let him survive a direct clash with this man for very long. And the only answer that comes to him is the worst one possible, the most reckless, most dangerous choice he could make. As the man starts counting down those 10 seconds, Choi clenches himself and begins activating Promote. The moment the first stage of the technique kicks in, Abelson Marriott's expression changes at once. She realizes immediately what Choi is trying to do, and that realization fills her with dread. The saint urgently tries to stop him, warning that his body will never be able to endure it. She reaches out, desperate to make him listen, but the seconds are slipping away too fast. But nothing she says can pull him back now. In Choi's mind, everyone here is going to die if he does nothing. So the only thing left is to throw everything he has into this fight. He forces the technique harder and harder until he reaches the end of stage 2. And even then, he still refuses to stop, still trying to push Promote even further. As he does, Raedron's warning flashes through his mind. Raedron had explained that Promote had 3 stages: bloom, full bloom, and falling flowers, and that each step came with greater danger for the user. Choi was supposed to fully master one level before even thinking about the next, and the 3rd stage was something Raedron made especially clear he should never attempt. It was simply too dangerous. But standing in front of certain death, Choi cannot see any other path, so he makes up his mind on the spot. If he can reach that final stage at all, then this will be the one and only time. By the 7th second, he finally reaches the peak. His heart feels ready to burst apart in his chest, and every inch of his body screams at him to stop this insanity before it tears him to pieces. Rahul watches in horror, unable to believe that things have become so desperate that even this suicidal use of Promote has turned into their only possible answer. Choi, however, shuts out every doubt and every warning. His mind narrows to a single point. He has only one thing left to do now, and that is move. Because Promote has already reached stage 3. His body is now completely transformed, wrapped in a dark aura, with crimson eyes that no longer look human at all. In that state, Choi turns to Rahel and tells her to use every buff she has on him. Then the 10 seconds run out. The man stares in clear surprise at the sight of a human using promote, instantly realizing that Choi is no ordinary person. Choi does not waste even a breath responding. He cuts through the tension with a blunt declaration and signals the beginning of his attack. The next moment, he bursts forward at terrifying speed and closes the gap on the man in a flash, forcing the enemy to raise his sword and brace for the incoming blows. The man recognizes right away that Choi has reached the third stage of the skill, and he chooses to defend instead of counterattack. In his eyes, Choi is still human, which means he will burn through his stamina soon enough and collapse on his own. But Choi ignores every word that comes out of the man's mouth and drives in even more punches, hammering his fists against the blade without slowing down. The enemy stays calm, convinced that victory will come simply by waiting for Choi's body to give out. Then in a sudden shift, Choi blasts the sword away with his bare fists. That single moment leaves the enemy disarmed and completely exposed, with his defense blown open. Before the intruder can even recover from the shock, Choi steps in and drives a precise, crushing punch straight into the center of the man's chest. The impact is strong enough to throw the man off balance, and he reacts with bitter frustration, complaining about the kind of tricks Choi used to create that opening. Even so, he can only stare in disbelief as Choi sets himself again, astonished by the sight of a human who willingly allowed demon arts to corrupt his own body. Choi knows better than anyone that his body is already reaching the edge of what it can survive under this technique, but he cannot afford to fall here, because right now he is the only thing standing between that assassin and Abelson Marriott. And with the knowledge that pushing promote this far may leave him with damage that can never be undone, Choi somehow finds a reason to push himself even further. Right there in front of him is a beautiful woman with tears in her eyes, and to him that sight is simply unacceptable. If giving his life is what it takes to make those tears stop, then to Choi, that is a price more than worth paying. Now that his body is already on the path to destruction, the only direction left for him is forward. Beyond every limit he once thought he had, there is no retreat anymore. Choi fully commits himself, deciding to stake everything on protecting Abelson Marriott. Watching his unwavering resolve as he throws himself at the threat, Abelson Marriott silently thinks about the danger of using holy power on him now, while his body is overflowing with demonic chi. If she did that, Choi's body would explode on the spot. So in the end, the only thing Abelson Marriott can do for him now is pray. Meanwhile, Choi presses forward again, utterly determined, and activates his combat arts as he advances on the enemy. The man quickly realizes what Choi is doing, stacking different attack types on top of each other, and he actually laughs at it, mocking the move as nothing more than self-mutilation. Choi pays that ridicule no attention at all. He gathers power into a leap, launches himself, and comes down with his instant obliteration strike. Even then, the enemy keeps trying to shake his resolve, sneering that when true death is staring him in the face, Choi is going to regret this choice. Just as Choi brings his attack crashing down, the enemy snaps back with his sword and intercepts it head-on. With open contempt, he dismisses it on the spot, saying that was far too weak to matter. But Choi never stops moving. Even while that strike is being checked, he is already building up something far heavier behind it. This was never meant to be a single follow-up blow. What he prepared instead was a full sequence, a chained combo of attacks stacked one after another. This time, the invader does not even get the chance to run his mouth. Everything happens too fast for him to say another word. The sheer force of Choi's overlapping strikes crashes into him all at once. So overwhelming and so sudden that the man is left completely stunned. At that point, there is nothing left for him to do but endure it, waiting helplessly as the barrage bears down on him to erase him completely. The violence of the impact is so extreme that even the castle cannot withstand it. Part of the structure is blasted apart, and a huge pillar of crimson energy shoots upward into the sky. At last the enemy dies. Choi only has enough strength left to briefly look over the damage he inflicted on the invader before he finally releases promote. The instant that happens, Rahel realizes Choi has given out. Abelson Marriott panics immediately and rushes toward him to help. Before Choi can fully collapse into unconsciousness, the saint catches him and supports him in a seated position, holding him up while checking the horrifying state his body is in. Abelson Marriott quickly notices that Choi is barely breathing. She tries to speak to him, trying to give him strength and keep him awake, but then a sudden scream jolts her in place. The enemy they thought was finished rises again in pure fury, shouting that Choi has now become a danger to the Empire. Even in that ruined state, he somehow forces himself to gather one last bit of strength, just enough to try and kill Choi before he dies. Right before he can carry it out, a massive hand clamps down around his head and stops him cold. Raedrun arrives at last, apologizes for being late, and then cleanly finishes off the invader once and for all. While Abelson Marriott stays with Choi, the saint watches as Raedrun casually wipes the enemy's blood and remains off his hand as if it were nothing more than spilled ketchup. Raedrun then quickly figures out what happened and notices that Choi used the technique again, breaking the promise they had made during training. After that, he asks the saint if she can take care of Choi, and Abelson Marriott answers without hesitation that she will do everything she can for him once again. Worried by just how far Choi pushed himself to save her, Abelson Marriott can only pray that he survives and does not die from what he has done. The scene then shifts away from the battlefield and moves to the waiting room inside the Demon King's castle. It is now the 5th day of the commander's meeting, and Hemis is busy complaining about the food when a woman sharply cuts her off, telling her to stop whining and eat what she was given, even calling Hemis a loudmouth. That woman is Park Hyuna, the 4th commander of the Demon King's army. Hemis immediately fires back with a mocking tone, treating Park Hyuna like a joke and calling her disrespectful. She even says that if the commanders were not bound by a non-aggression pact, Park Hyuna would have already died at her hands many times over. That remark visibly irritates the 4th commander. Before the argument can grow into something worse, a humanoid hamster suddenly bursts into the room shouting. He has urgent news for Hemis and says it is coming from the Black Fortress. Hemis asks what happened, and the hamster quickly reports that the Gartran Empire launched an attack on the fortress. 4 knights took part in the assault, and one of them was at hero level. The attack left behind heavy losses, with many dead and many more injured. After hearing that, Hemis slowly turns her eyes toward Park Hyuna with a smile full of sarcasm. She points out how interesting it is that the usual meeting schedule just happened to change right when the fortress was attacked. That comment immediately puts Park Hyuna in an awkward spot. Then, while finally starting to enjoy her meal, Hemis casually mentions that coincidence again, clearly turning the thought over in her mind as she thinks about the Demon King. Meanwhile, back in Choi's room, he wakes up once more after using Promote, and his first reaction is surprise that he actually recovered at all. Rahul immediately rushes over, grabs him by the hair and scolds him in irritation for being so reckless that he nearly got himself killed. Choi can only beg for mercy and remind her that he is still supposed to be a patient. Even so, he jokes that judging by how much pain Rahel just caused him, he must really still be alive, because he honestly thought that battle had finished him off for good. Rahul then explains that technically, he really was defeated, because even after combining all those techniques together and landing a direct hit on the enemy, the villain was still somehow able to remain standing while Choi himself had already fallen unconscious. But before that enemy could launch a counterattack, Raedrun arrived and brought the whole fight to an end. That cowhead guy, as Choi thinks of him, saved everybody with a single blow, and Choi listens to the explanation with obvious awe. Rahel keeps going, calmly recounting what happened after the battle ended. She explains that once everything was over, Raedrun and Abelson Marriott both stayed by Choi's side and gave him the treatment he needed in order to recover. She adds that she and Bobo helped take care of him too. And just as importantly, both Raedrun and Abelson Marriott said it was nothing short of a miracle that Choi survived at all. They both warned him not to ever do something that reckless again and make everyone worry like that another time. After hearing all that, Choi slowly raises a finger toward Rahel, and she immediately tenses up, already annoyed because she thinks he is about to argue with her. Instead, he gently touches her face and quietly apologizes for making her worry, thanking her for taking such good care of him. That completely disarms Rahel, and just like that, the tension between them melts away, and the two are on good terms again. A few hours later, Raedrun and Commander Hemis come to visit Choi. While Hemis casually plays with Bobo, Raedrun keeps repeating that the only reason Choi was even able to use the technique the way he did was because of the demonic chi Hemis had placed inside him. Raedrun also asks him, with clear frustration, whether he thinks he has 9 lives to keep acting like this. He reminds Choi once again that he is still alive only because of Hemis, and Choi answers that yes, he understands now. Meanwhile, Hemis grows visibly annoyed listening to the same lecture. Keep going while she is still busy playing with Bobo. Choi then asks how the meeting went, and Hemis answers bluntly that she could not care less about what happened there, because taking care of headquarters matters more. That is why she simply walked out of the meeting and came straight back to the fortress. Choi is left stunned by that attitude, especially because this was a meeting involving the Demon King himself. Hemis just smiles at that reaction, and casually remarks that the Demon King might have been a little upset about it. Meanwhile, both Choi and Raedrun can't help but feel a chill run down their backs as they imagine where all of this might eventually lead. Just thinking about the possible consequences is enough to leave the two of them deeply unsettled. At the same time, Hemis has something far more intriguing on her mind waiting back at the fortress. Something important enough to pull her attention away from everything else. What interests Hemis most is the way Choi performed after she injected her own demonic chi into him. The power didn't behave like some foreign force forced into his body. Instead, it moved as naturally as if that demonic energy had belonged to Choi from the very beginning. So while Raedrun and Choi are both quietly dreading the Demon King's wrath, Hemis is in a completely different mood. Rather than being alarmed, she's fascinated. almost delighted by just how unusual and interesting Choi continues to be. Focus of the scene then shifts, taking us to the moment Hemis stands before the Demon King himself for a direct meeting. In that memory, Hemis speaks with absolute certainty, stressing that from the very first battle the Demon King ever fought all the way to the last one, she was always there at his side. Through every war and every blood-soaked march, she remained loyal to his cause and followed the purpose he believed in. Because of that long history, Hemis truly believed that everything the king had ever done was ultimately driven by a desire to protect. In her eyes, even his harshest actions were meant to shield something important. But Demon King Tegrad, clearly wanting to get to the point, cuts through the sentiment and asks her what exactly she is trying to say after all of that. Hemis doesn't dance around the issue any longer. She states her meaning plainly, explaining that if the Demon King's plans are headed in a direction that opposes her own, then the two of them are going to have a serious problem. Tegrad immediately pushes back, calling Hemis's attitude insolent. To him, what she's really saying is simple. She no longer intends to obey his will. On top of that, Tegrad coldly asks whether Hemis has simply grown bored after living for so long, as if this rebellion of attitude is nothing more than a way for her to entertain herself. Hemis answers without hesitation, saying she already expected that kind of response from him. Then she makes one thing clear. She has no intention of fighting him, and that is exactly why she has chosen to leave instead. But before departing, Hemis turns back for one last look at Tegrad. With a sharp, knowing question, she asks who is truly the one becoming bored as the years pass. Then she tells him to think carefully, calling this her final warning as someone who has stood beside him for ages as a longtime companion. After that parting exchange, Hemis goes to see Choi, and the story returns to the moment when Hemis and Raedron are on their way out. As the two walk, Choi respectfully sees them off. Then Hemis glances toward Raedron and unexpectedly offers him congratulations. That sudden remark leaves Raedron genuinely puzzled, and he looks back at her, clearly wondering what exactly she's congratulating him for. Hemis explains that he managed to deal with a hero-class human by his own strength. With that in mind, she asks whether it might finally be time for him to rise into a higher position in the hierarchy. Raedron accepts the praise with gratitude, but he calmly replies that he doesn't believe this is the right moment for that kind of advancement. When Hemis asks him why, Raedron answers right away. He says he is still deeply interested in continuing his training and in watching Choi's growth up close. At the same time, he wants to keep learning from Hemis's own guidance as well, believing that staying where he is for now will be better for his personal growth in the long run. A faint smile briefly appears on Hemis's face. Then, after letting that sit for a moment, she drops the softness and moves straight to another matter, asking him to confirm whether the castle was split into 3 chunks because of the human invasion. Raedron admits it without trying to defend himself. Yes, that is exactly what happened, and he openly says he has no excuse for it. Hemis responds by saying that, in her view, everyone has grown complacent. The front lines were such a mess that she didn't even need to arrive there herself to see the problem. From that thought, she comes up with a new idea. She will hold a tournament to choose the commander of the Third Army. The scene then cuts back to Choi, who is now looking through his shop interface through the system. As Choi checks what he has, he notes that even after upgrading the hero shop to the intermediate level, he still has 950 points left over. Letting that many points sit there unused feels like a complete waste to him, so he starts wondering whether there might be something worthwhile and interesting he can buy. Rahel chimes in from the side, pointing out that after clearing yet another quest and earning another 1,000 points, having that much left is only natural. Choi keeps scrolling through the shop, clearly getting excited as he explores it in more detail. Now that the shop has evolved to a higher level, the number of things available has exploded. There are all kinds of items on display, and he even notices cosmetic options mixed in with everything else. When Rahel asks whether he actually plans to buy anything, Choi thinks it over and quickly realizes something disappointing. Even though the shop is packed with endless choices, almost all of them are incredibly basic, and worse, they don't even come with bonus stats. To him, that makes their high prices feel even more ridiculous. Rahul agrees with his assessment and points out that items like those would be so flimsy they could probably be torn apart like paper by hydro. As he takes another careful look through the listings, Choi notices that some of the accessories seem to come with different options attached to them. The problem is that the descriptions are vague enough that he can barely tell what any of it is supposed to mean. So instead of wasting more time on that, he decides his first priority should be upgrading his combat power gauge. Just before he goes through with it, though, something else catches his eye. He pauses and asks about an entry called Wrath and Magic Creation, wanting to know what exactly that thing is. Hell explains that it isn't an item at all. It's closer to a unique skill function connected to the creation system. In simple terms, she says Choi could take one of his own moves, like a kick, turn it into a formal skill, and then level that skill up over time. Even if the motion itself stays the same, The strengthened version would likely hit much harder than before. Hearing that, Choi quietly reflects on her explanation. After deciding to try it, Choi spends 500 hero points, and the system immediately begins the creation process. It starts analyzing his mana flow along with the movements of his body, and the length of that analysis period is something Choi himself can control to a manageable degree. At first, the sheer flood of information pouring in from the system leaves Choi completely confused. But the moment he begins to understand how the system is actually recording physical movement, that confusion gives way to genuine amazement. He's impressed by just how advanced and precise the skill-building process really is. With that realization settling in, Choi rises to his feet and gets himself ready to record the move that will become his new skill. As the system starts capturing his movements, Choi decides to begin with the technique he knows best. He uses his kick, carefully performing the motion so the system can record it properly. Once the recording is complete, the system is supposed to produce an altered version of the move, refining it by optimizing both his physical balance and the control of his mana. Choi simply stands there and watches the system do its work. But then, out of nowhere, a warning message flashes up and catches him completely off guard. In that absurd moment, he can't help thinking that his life is finally starting to feel like a real isekai story. The warning message reveals the problem right away. The creation process has failed, and the system tells Choi to perform the movement correctly before trying again. That instantly sets Choi off, irritated and confused. He demands to know what the hell is going on, because as far as he's concerned, he followed the system's instructions exactly. He genuinely has no idea why the damn thing refuses to work. Rahul offers a guess, saying the system may not be recognizing Choi properly because he's essentially a bugged user now, thanks to the demonic chi inside him. She explains that the hero system's security is the tightest and most secure in that world, so if it rejected the process, that likely means the problem isn't really Choi's fault. It's simply that he can't use the skill function in the normal way anymore. That explanation only makes Choi even angrier. In a burst of frustration, he grabs Rahel with both hands and starts shaking her violently up and down, leaving the poor fairy completely frantic. While he complains that he was already pissed off and that her explanation somehow managed to make everything even worse, something suddenly catches his eye. A brand new hero quest has appeared, and before he even finishes reading it, Choi gets even more irritated at the sight of yet another mission. After wasting a huge chunk of points for nothing, he angrily demands that the system give his points back. The mission text bluntly tells him that it's still too early for him to be despairing over the points he spent. It reminds him that he can always earn more later. So instead of whining about what's already gone, he should forget the past and move forward. Then it reveals the actual objective. He now has to create a brand new skill using his own strength. Sometime later at Raedron's training field, Choi drops to his knees in front of his master and once again begs for help. Raedron repeats the request back to him to make sure he understood correctly, saying that Choi wants assistance developing a personalized form of wrath. Choi immediately confirms that yes, that is exactly what he needs. Raedron goes quiet for a moment, taking the time to think it through and properly analyze the request. After that brief pause, he gives Choi his answer and says that he will help him. Hearing that, Choi is so moved he practically freezes, his eyes filling with tears. He can barely get any words out. Raedron then adds in his usual calm way that he had already intended to put Choi through more training anyway. Raedron turns away and announces that the training starts now. Choi wastes no time and immediately follows after him. A short while later, the two of them are seated in deep concentration, settling into the serious atmosphere that marks the true beginning of that training session. The training session doesn't end there. It keeps going with even more strikes, more repeated motions, and a set of physical drills piled on top of everything else, pushing Choi Hyun-sok further and further as the session drags on. And out of all of it, those brutal physical exercises seem to be the part that really drains him the most, leaving his body looking completely spent by the time it's over. By the end of the day, Raedron and the Saint are seen quietly looking in on Choi again as he rests in his room. He's covered in bandages, laid out in recovery, and even his feet are twisted into such a bizarre position that it makes the aftermath of the training look painfully obvious. That marks the end of day one, and despite how wrecked he is, Choi still manages to smile, clearly relieved and grateful that he somehow made it through the entire day. Then after a moment he forces himself back up, trying to steady his breathing and pull himself together again. Once he does, he checks the system window in front of him and sees the notice informing him that he has completed a mission. With that completion, Choi's combat power rises. And as he looks at the result, he reflects on the fact that he actually succeeded in creating a personalized form of wrath. What he ended up making is essentially a modified version of Raedron's martial arts style, reshaped into something that now fits him personally. And for that newly created style, the name Choi chooses is Nobilis. Then the story moves to the day of the tournament. Standing before the gathered crowd, the host greets everyone and introduces himself as Jark. With the stage set, he explains that this event is being held to choose one company commander along with 13 battalion commanders. He goes on to add that the scale of the event is massive, with the number of expected participants exceeding 1,000. As the narration focuses on Hemis and Park Hyuna together inside a room, the host continues explaining the structure of the event. This tournament, he says, will consist of 3 total matches, and unlike previous tournaments, all of them will follow a very different kind of battle format. He then announces that every participant has 1 hour to prepare before the first match officially begins. And during that preparation period, we already see several competitors gathering around, including one especially unsettling figure with a goat head and a twisted, strange smile stretched across his face. Right after that, the focus lands on Choi, who is smiling to himself as the host jokingly remarks that a knife has been accidentally dropped, using that image as a metaphor to introduce the name of the first match. That first event is called the Killer Run, and it will take place out on the outskirts of the highway. The scene then shifts again to Choi, who is in the middle of warming up when the 4th commander arrives and walks straight toward him. She says she has been watching him for quite some time, then asks in a rhetorical tone whether he's human. Choi is visibly caught off guard, because this woman is a complete stranger to him up to this point. And on top of that surprise, he's left completely stunned by how beautiful she is. Without waiting for much of a reply, she starts analyzing him out loud. Answering her own question, she says that at first glance, his black hair and combat power gauge make him look like nothing more than an ordinary hero. Choi tries to respond and confirm that much, but she keeps going, her eyes narrowing as she notices he possesses demonic chi. That immediately makes her wonder if he might actually be some kind of spy. Before the conversation can go any further, Raedrun suddenly arrives, asks for permission to approach, and firmly tells the woman to step back. Then, in the very next moment, he realizes who she is and recognizes her as the 4th commander. Raedrun then states that he has a request from Hemis to deliver to the commander of the cooking squad. Hearing that, Park Hyuna is clearly surprised that this guy of all people is receiving a direct order from Hemis herself. Raedrun calmly confirms that it's true, and after that, Park Hyuna decides to step aside and comply with his request. As she turns back to look, she reflects on what she's seeing. Raedrun isn't standing beside Choi as if he were prey to be watched or guarded. He's standing there like a commander beside someone important. That realization excites her, and she murmurs to herself that what's about to happen may lead to even more interesting results than she originally expected. After she leaves, Raedrun speaks to Choi and explains that she can act inappropriately at times. Still, he makes sure to clarify that she is a squad commander. And more than that, she's also a hero just like Choi. Raedrun warns him that she came to observe the tournament under the Demon King's orders, though Hemis specifically used the word surveil. Because of that, he tells Choi it would be best to keep his distance from her. Choi immediately picks up on the fact that something about the relationship between those 2 commanders feels strange. Even so, he quickly says he understands, then asks what request Hemis wanted passed on to him. Raedrun explains that Hemis said Choi needs to place at least rank 8 in the tournament. If he fails to do that, he'll be reassigned to the 2nd Material Research Squad. Raedrun also mentions something about cost protection, and hearing all of that at once leaves Choi badly shaken as he starts fearing exactly what kind of future is waiting for him. 2 hours later, the tournament is finally announced as starting, and the host begins laying out the rules for everyone to hear. The first event, he says, is exactly what it sounds like: a race. The participants' objective is simply to reach the final destination. Other than that, there are no extra rules. Then he adds one more thing in a chillingly casual tone. For today's event, if one competitor accidentally kills another, there will be no punishment at all. The goat-headed competitor immediately turns toward Choi and asks if he heard that right. In a threatening voice, he says that if he just happens to kill Choi by accident, he'll be forgiven for it. So Choi had better not come anywhere near him. Choi, completely unfazed, gives a calm answer and simply lets him know that he understood perfectly. Right after that, the host gives the signal for the match to begin. At once, the competitors burst forward into the race. Choi runs with a small cluster around him, but even then, he's still well behind the ones leading from the front. One of the competitors who can fly looks down from above and openly mocks everyone below who has to run on foot. Then, almost immediately, that same flyer launches a magical attack straight at the group Choi is running with, forcing Choi to call out to Rahel and ask her for a shield to protect him. As he keeps running under Rahel's protection, Choi asks her to update him on the condition of the runners at the front. Rahel checks and tells him that if he keeps up his current pace, he'll barely manage to stay around 100th place. Then, all of a sudden, the goat-headed competitor appears right beside Choi, visibly surprised that he survived the attacks from the air. Without wasting time, he gathers an energy sphere in his hand and hurls it straight at the hero. But when the attack lands, Rahel's shield performs perfectly, blocking it cleanly. Choi immediately thanks her for saving him. The goat-headed fighter, clearly irritated that the first attack failed, gathers an even stronger mass of energy and throws that one at Choi too. However, just before it can strike, that mass of energy suddenly starts splitting apart into countless smaller fragments. Those fragments then rain down over the area, striking several other competitors instead. Choi stares at it in confusion, unable to understand why the attack suddenly weakened like that, and wonders whether splitting it into multiple waves was really supposed to be an effective choice. The answer comes immediately after, when the goat-headed runner starts acting as though Choi was the one who launched that scattered attack on purpose to hit all the other participants around them. That false accusation makes Choi absolutely furious on the spot, because now, thanks to that lie, the surrounding competitors are all turning their anger toward him, their eyes filling with resentment as they start wanting Choi dead. Meanwhile, the goat-headed competitor speeds up again and throws back a mocking comment at Choi as he starts pulling farther ahead, while running for his life from the furious crowd and keeping his eyes locked on the goat just ahead. Choi grits his teeth and curses him, swearing that the moment he catches him, he's going to kill him. Then he asks Rahel how many people are still ahead. Rahel answers right away, telling him that he has already passed 76 competitors and that 24 still remain in front of him. But the instant Rahel gives him that update, Choi is struck from behind by an attack powerful enough to shatter Rahel's barrier, as the impact tears into him and his body starts tipping toward a fall. Choi's mind flashes back to his training with Rage Run, and in that memory, he is wrestling with a specific confusion during training, unsure of what exactly he's supposed to do now that he's dealing with multiple combined styles at once. In that memory, the problem becomes clear. Each of those techniques had originally been made for demons alone, built in a way that simply did not fit a human body. Both the promotability and Rage Run's combat techniques had to be taken as raw material and rebuilt from the ground up into a brand new skill that Choi Hyun-seok alone could actually use without rejection. And that was the moment Nobilis came into existence. The instant Choi activates that skill, and the focus snaps back to the race, the system immediately reacts, informing him that his magic power has evolved from rank D to rank C, while his demonic chi has also jumped from rank E all the way to rank C. Then the Nobilis skill window appears before him, explaining that this new power was born from the fusion of those two different forces. The result is a unique combat style wrapped in a purple aura made of magical power and demonic energy, and at that moment, its proficiency is only 0.06%. After gathering power while still fending off attacks from the other runners around him, Choi suddenly kicks into a full-speed sprint and shouts for everyone in front of him to get out of his way. In the next few moments, the other competitors barely see anything at all. To them, it's just a streak of purple light tearing past at ridiculous speed and blowing by runner after runner. He rushes past multiple competitors in no time. But then new information appears saying that 95 runners have already reached the finish, which means there are only 5 qualifying spots left. Hearing that, Choi pushes even harder and accelerates again, moving so fast that even Rahel can barely keep up with him. At that exact moment, the goat-headed runner glances back, notices Choi closing in, and looks genuinely shocked that he has already gotten that close. As Choi gains on him, he actually enjoys the timing of it, feeling almost grateful that he managed to catch up to the goat right at the very end of the race. Then he activates Rahel's third combat form, starts charging an attack, and closes the remaining distance between them even faster. The second he gets within range, Choi slams the goat from behind and coldly tells him to go ahead and accidentally die. The impact sends the goat-headed fighter flying forward at absurd speed. A moment later, he crashes so hard that the wall ahead is completely smashed apart. Meanwhile, as the chaos settles and both of them come into view, the host announces that the 99th and 100th qualifying spots have been taken by Choi and Holgat. Choi drops down where he is, breathing out in pure relief over the fact that he barely qualified, while Holgat lies unconscious behind him after that brutal finish. Choi offers his thanks, but almost immediately Holgat jerks back up, furious, cursing Choi out and threatening to kill him on the spot. Before the situation can explode any further, the host cuts in and declares that the race is over. He then explains that the 100 competitors who passed this first stage will move on to the second round in 3 days, and everyone else is dismissed. Later that night, in a forest near the Dark Fortress, Hemis stands together with Park Hyuna in the middle of the trees. There, the fourth commander asks her directly whether she truly intends to release that certain thing inside the tournament. Hemis doesn't answer the question right away. Instead, she keeps her eyes fixed on what's ahead and calmly greets Motum, remarking on how long it has been since they last met. The creature standing there radiates a heavy red aura and replies that yes, it really has been a long time. Exactly 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days. Then it asks what Hemis requires of it. This creature is Motum, someone Hemis clearly knows well. and his displayed strength is an overwhelming 198,532. Hemus then gives him his task. What he needs to do is seize all of the participants' flags. Motem says he understands, and after that Hemus adds one more instruction, telling him not to act recklessly. If he comes across any participant who seems decent, he is supposed to go easy on them. Hearing that, Park Hyuna comments that the loudmouth is getting too soft. Hemus immediately asks why the fourth commander sees that as softness, and then she turns the conversation around by asking whether Park Hyuna knows why demons keep losing to humans. But before Park Hyuna can even answer, Hemus answers the question herself and says the reason is simple. Demons fight far too fairly. They try to settle everything through raw strength alone, and even when they realize they're losing in power, they still refuse to retreat. In the end, they just die for it. And among demons, that outcome is accepted far too easily. Humans, on the other hand, are different. When they're at a disadvantage, they avoid the fight, pull back, and then come back later with tricks and schemes designed to tilt the battlefield in their favor. And that, Hemus says while pointing a finger right at Park Hyuna's face, is exactly why the Demon King's army keeps losing to weak humans. Park Hyuna is left staring at her, visibly thrown off by the force of the explanation. Then, just to break the tension she created, Hemus casually adds that the fourth commander needs to study a little more, which only leaves Park Hyuna even more irritated by the jab. After that, the rules for the next tournament phase are explained. The participants will be divided into random teams of 4, and each team will begin with 2 flags. Once 48 hours have passed, the teams holding the highest number of flags will move on to the next round, with only 10 spots available. Any team that ends up with no flags at all will be disqualified immediately, no matter what their ranking says. As the rules sink in and the teams are revealed, Holgot is thrilled with the lineup of his group. He's especially happy because their plan is to use Choi as bait, lure other participants toward them, and then steal their flags. Choi outwardly admits that it's actually a clever strategy. But inside, he can't help wondering what kind of rotten luck landed him on the same team as Holgot in the first place. Behind them, the other 2 team members stand there without much expression at all, one of them resembling a hawk and the other looking like Arbok. Together, the 4 of them form Team 9. Still excited, Holgot proudly declares that all they have to do now is wait, because with the number of flags they already hold, they're practically guaranteed to qualify. Choi watches him and silently thinks about how unbelievably annoying Holgot is. A moment later, it's shown that Choi's team is currently sitting in 4th place with 4 flags, though that wasn't where they were ranked only a few moments earlier. Then, without the team doing anything at all, their rank suddenly jumps upward again, climbing once more until they reach 3rd place. Seeing that abrupt change, everyone is taken aback and starts wondering what on earth is going on. Then, out of nowhere, a steel foot steps into view near the group. Choi hears the distinct clanging sound of metal, so he turns around and sees Motem standing there, his sheer strength and oppressive presence making the atmosphere instantly heavier. The moment Holgot notices the pile of flags strapped across Motem's back, he realizes this stranger is probably the reason the rankings have become such a mess. Then, grinning to himself, Holgot wonders whether this guy is some kind of golden goblin, and without thinking twice, he recklessly charges straight at the newcomer. Choi immediately tries to stop him, warning that he shouldn't even try to fight someone like that. Holgot ignores him completely and keeps rushing forward, calling Choi a coward as he goes. Gathering power for an attack, Holgot arrogantly declares that he's going to kill the tin monster and take all of his flags. But with just a single simple movement, Motem knocks Holgot flat, and with that single hit, Holgot is sent flying backward, crashing straight into the hawk and the Arbok-like teammate as the impact tears through the group and costs them their flag in the process, while Motem calmly gathers up the newly stolen flags and stores them away. It becomes clear that he is being watched the entire time by the ones who sent him in. Watching that scene unfold, Park Hyuna questions whether any of this was really necessary at all. From her point of view, with Motem standing there, Choi's team never had a real chance to win anyway. There's simply no way they could overcome him with the level of skill they currently have. Hemus says nothing in response. She remains completely silent, eyes fixed on the field, simply watching as the remaining time in the test continues to tick away. And as the standings are shown again, Choi's team has now fallen all the way to 25th place. Later, with only 1 minute left before the test ends, Choi reveals that he already has a plan. He quickly tells everyone to move on his signal, making a point of stressing that even the goathead needs to follow the timing exactly. At that moment, they've run into Motem once again. After his earlier attack, he had moved off to gather more flags from other teams, and the second he notices Choi's group approaching, he immediately realizes they're about to try some new, rough-looking attack pattern against him. Choi then gives the first order and tells the goat to attack. Holgot obeys, but not without irritation, glaring as he starts channeling magical energy. clearly annoyed that he's taking commands from a human. The moment that energy slams into the area where Motem is standing, flames and dust burst outward. But when the smoke clears, he's still there completely unharmed, not even budging from his spot. Choi immediately moves to the next step and signals for the hawk, who is already high above and waiting for the cue. At once, the hawk dives, building speed fast, as he drops toward Motem in a sharp high-speed descent. Motem notices the incoming charge right away and understands that what he's looking at is a coordinated team attack. He even notes to himself that this is the first team so far to rely on tricks like this, all while calmly preparing to block whatever comes next. As the hawk closes in on him, Motem meets the attack head-on. The tin monster's defense stops the charge cold, and in the same motion he restrains the attacker by the neck. The strike itself goes nowhere, leaving only the fierce wind from the hawk's dive washing over Motem's body, and bizarrely enough, Motem comments that the breeze actually feels refreshing. But almost immediately after that, his attention shifts again as he notices Choi advancing straight toward him. And he remarks that every member of this team attacks in an extremely simple and slow way. Then, with open contempt, he mocks just how pitifully weak the demonic chi inside Choi seems to be. At the same time, from farther away, the Arbok-like teammate moves in underground, while Choi is already nearly upon Motem's defensive range. Choi gives the order for the centipede-like attacker to strike, then tries to slip past Motem's defense himself in the middle of that distraction, and to bring the whole assault to its finish. Choi, with absolute determination, activates his unique skill. Wrapped in the power of Nobilis, he surges toward Motem, purple energy coating him, and gets within mere centimeters of grabbing the flag. But right there, Motem stops him and actually compliments the team's coordinated attack, admitting that for an improvised plan, it wasn't bad at all. Even so, that's as far as they get. Their effort still isn't enough, because Motem has already immobilized both the Arbok-like fighter and Choi before they can finish the job. And with only 15 seconds left before the test ends, 3 members of the team are now fully pinned down by Motem while holding them in place. The tin monster suddenly decides to ask Choi what exactly that strange purple energy he just used was. Choi doesn't care about the question at all. His eyes are only on the clock, fixed entirely on how little time remains before the test is over. Desperate, he snaps back that if Motem wants to know what that energy is, then he's about to find out the hard way. Then Choi grabs Motem's hand and triggers his new skill, Chai Explosion. That purple energy rushes straight into the enemy, and in the very next instant, Choi himself is already blown out of the fight. But even though he takes himself out in the process, the force of the attack is still enough to throw Motem off balance and destabilize him. As the two of them separate and drop away while time expires, Motem falls toward the ground, and then, in the final second, before it's truly over, he manages to stabilize himself just as the match ends. After regaining control, Motem figures out how the ability worked and wonders aloud whether it was basically some form of self-detonation, though he notes that it still wasn't powerful enough. Hearing that, Choi calls out to get Motem's attention, insults him by calling him a tin can, and tells him to turn around and look behind him. When Motem does, he sees Holgot clinging to his back with one of the flags in hand, and for the first time genuine confusion crosses his mind. Choi immediately mocks him, asking if he really thought Choi would blow himself up without having a plan in place. He explains that the entire sequence had been arranged so that, at the exact moment of the explosion, Holgot would be in position to snatch one of the flags. Then Choi finishes by saying that meeting him was a real displeasure. As the rankings are displayed, Choi adds that he'll never have to see that tin can again. With that, he raises his hand and flips his enemy the middle finger. Right after that, the system displays Choi's newly acquired ability, Chi Explosion, with a proficiency of 0.11%. Sometime after the second round of the tournament ends, the story shifts into a quieter but important conversation between Hemis and Motem. Hemis asks him directly what he thinks of Choi. Calm as ever, Motem answers that Choi is a rare human, someone carrying a mixed nature of demonic chi and mana at the same time, which is an abnormal and unprecedented combination. He says that in all his long years, he has never seen anything quite like that before. Hemis, however, stays unshaken and replies that she already knew about that unusual trait. Then she presses him further and asks whether he has anything else to add. Motem continues by saying that Choi is more than just unusual. He's talented, and more importantly, he thinks fast on his feet. Motem points out Choi's sharp instinctive judgment, openly admitting that the young human surpasses many demons he has known before, even among those once regarded as elite. Hearing that assessment, Hemis falls into quiet thought, clearly weighing what those words might mean. From there, she begins considering the possibility that the direction of the demon army itself may need to change, and as that thought develops, she reflects that if she decides to follow her own road instead, then the future ahead might become far more unpredictable and far more interesting. The narrative then moves to the divine empire of Drasen, where the atmosphere is heavy with grief and tension. The Pope laments the death of Sir Giffen Oselde, a hero-class figure who died during a mission, A warrior with enormous promise was taken down in a disgraceful and vile way, and the room is filled with a mood that mixes mourning with cold political calculation. In that same chamber, a man seated nearby asks what is going to be done about Abelson Marriott. The Pope goes silent for a moment before finally speaking in a cold voice, saying that no matter how beloved she may be, Abelson is still only the princess of a small and insignificant kingdom. Then, with absolute finality, he declares that she is to be removed as a candidate for sainthood and orders that she be publicly denounced as a heretic, a woman allied with the Demon King's forces. And once that matter is settled, the Pope turns his attention elsewhere. He then asks whether Hemis is causing trouble again. The man answers that she has already begun reorganizing the military chain of command. More specifically, she is planning to choose new officers through a tournament based on skill and performance. Hearing that, the Pope immediately asks whether there is any possible way to sabotage those plans. The man, now revealed to be Cardinal Elrond, explains that he already tried reaching out to the Demon King for cooperation, but the response he got was unmistakably hostile. In other words, making a move against Hemis's operation could very easily provoke the Demon King himself, and that is not a risk they can take lightly. The Pope listens, then coldly proposes a more direct solution. If subtle interference won't work, then they should send a hero to disrupt the structure from the inside, and Kinley Riverford is the name he puts forward as a possible candidate. Elrond hesitates at that suggestion and reminds him of one important complication. Park Hyuna, who is now branded as a traitor, is currently stationed at the Black Fortress, and with someone like her there, Kinley would have almost no chance of dealing with both of those powerful women at the same time. The Pope, sharp as ever, immediately reads into that arrangement. To him, Park Hyuna's presence at the fortress suggests that the Demon King may not be moving completely in step with Hemis after all. For a brief moment, Elrond seems to consider abandoning the sabotage plan entirely. But before he can say more, the Pope lifts a hand and cuts him off. He says with absolute certainty that the empires of Gartrum and Drassen have always prospered by embracing conflict rather than avoiding it. Their strength, he explains, has always come from waging holy war against the evil represented by demons. Then he goes even further, calmly stating that evil itself must continue to exist because only then can the light of righteousness appear brighter by comparison. And that light, in turn, feeds the faith of the common people. That faith is what sustains the empire and gives it strength. That is why, in his view, the war cannot be allowed to end, no matter how the balance between the sides begins to shift. The Pope then reveals one of the strategies they have been using all along. They have been pretending to cooperate with the Demon King in order to quietly influence the direction of the war from behind the scenes. But if demons continue evolving at this speed, there is a real danger that they will soon grow beyond the Empire's ability to control. After laying all that out, he instructs Elrond to confirm whether their spy planted among the enemy has already reported the location of the next tournament. Elrond checks his information, unfolds a map, and reveals that the next match is scheduled to take place in Inamazit, a distant forest region infamous for its dangerous beasts and harsh terrain. The two of them note how far that area is from the Black Fortress, and they interpret the choice of location as something almost like divine providence falling into their hands. With that, the Pope gives his final order, summon the heroes, and use this next opportunity to test the limits of their strength. And as those plans begin taking shape inside the Empire, the story cuts back to Choi, now alone in his quarters. Back in his room, Choi sits there calmly, almost amused as he looks over the chaotic mess his system has become after combining demonic chi with mana. The deeper he goes into it, the more complicated the energy control seems to be. Nearby, Rahel watches him with a mix of amazement and curiosity, quietly thinking about how not long ago he only had a single skill, one he managed to master through Raedrun's merciless training. As Choi checks the interface more carefully, he notices that the variations of Raedrun's combat style have now been properly registered in his skill window, with both Nobilis and Chi Explosion listed there as separate official entries. That update brings the number of unique skills in Choi's panel up to 5 in total, marking a pretty major step forward for him. Rahel, watching the system changes, asks whether his command ranking has risen too, pointing out that the new effects added to his abilities are incredibly useful. She sounds genuinely impressed by how fast he's climbing through the executive path inside the Demon King's army. While continuing to scroll through the system, Choi wonders out loud whether there might be some item available somewhere that could push his stats even higher. Then suddenly, a voice cuts through the room and bluntly tells him that nothing is going to help at his current level and that he seriously needs to wake up from that dream. The voice is cold, sharp, and instantly recognizable once he turns. It's none other than Park Hyuna, appearing out of nowhere and startling him on the spot. Choi reacts on pure instinct, scrambling backward across the floor in alarm the moment he realizes that his unexpected visitor is the fourth commander herself. Annoyed by the way he's panicking, Park Hyuna immediately tells him to shut up and demands to know how many hero points he's earned so far. Choi quickly answers that he's built up 1,300 points. She follows that by asking what rank his shop is at, and he tells her it's currently only at the intermediate level. Park Hyuna reacts with open contempt, mocking that level of progress as completely pathetic and outright calling it garbage, seeing a rare chance to learn something valuable. Choi timidly asks what she bought back when she was at the same stage, practically begging for advice from someone with far more experience. Park Hyuna laughs at that, clearly aware that he's trying to wring useful information out of her. Still amused, she says she'll give him one tip, but only if he answers every single question she asks him afterward. Choi accepts the deal immediately, without even thinking twice. She then tells him that since he already has an aura, the smart next move is to upgrade his shop further and buy a dimensional pocket, an inventory-type item that offers tremendous utility for how much it costs. Choi thinks over how useful something like that could be, and wonders whether it will appear in the next batch of shop options. Park Hyuna confirms that it will with a nod, but then, without lingering on the subject, she tells him it's now her turn to ask the questions. Her first one is simple and direct. Is Choi really a hero? Choi gives a vague answer saying that somehow, yes, he is. Then comes the second question. Why in the world is he serving inside the demon army? Once again, Choi answers in the same slippery way, saying he somehow just ended up there. Her third question is even sharper. How can he possibly use demonic chi and mana at the same time? And yet again, Choi gives her basically the same answer. It just sort of happened. At that point, Park Hyuna, clearly fed up, sarcastically sums up his entire story for him. So he's somehow a hero, who somehow joined the demon army, and somehow can use both demonic chi and mana together. Choi, with no shame at all, simply nods and agrees with every word. That carefree reaction finally pushes her over the edge. Furious, Park Hyuna drives a savage kick straight into his face, and sends him flying across the room. Dizzy and irritated, Choi fires back that she herself is part of the demon army too. Sometime later, the scene shifts again, and Choi is now lying face down in total submission, pinned beneath Park Hyuna's legs, while she casually lounges on top of him like this is the most natural thing in the world. When she calls to him, he answers instantly without delay. Then she asks whether he wants to transfer to the 4th Army and become her direct subordinate, even offering to train him personally if he agrees. Still aching from everything, Choi politely turns her down, though he does thank her for the offer. That answer sours her mood all over again, and she presses down harder on his back, making him groan in pain. As he struggles underneath her, she demands to know why he's so determined to stay where he is. Choi, barely managing to breathe through the pressure, answers that his biggest reason is actually very simple. If he tries to leave, Hemis might genuinely kill him. Park Hyuna then asks what his next reason is, pressing him on whether he has any real goal beyond just trying to survive long enough not to be killed by Hemis. Without a moment of hesitation, Choi announces that his next great ambition is to marry a rich blonde noblewoman and become the proud father of 5 children. The sheer randomness and sincerity of that answer hits Park Hyuna so hard that she is completely caught off guard. She freezes in place for a second, then abruptly gets off him, visibly shaken by what she just heard. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she mutters that it would be better for both of them to pretend this entire conversation never happened. After composing herself a little, she tells Choi he can chase whatever bizarre dream he wants, and grudgingly admits that on one point, he is probably right. Hemis would never let him leave that easily. With that said, she turns to go, and as she walks away she tosses one final remark over her shoulder, telling him to get some rest while he still can. As her footsteps slowly fade, Choi stays there in silence, staring up at the ceiling while his thoughts turn inward. He realizes that beyond his fear of Hemis, and beyond those ridiculous personal dreams of his, there's another reason he keeps choosing to remain here. His growth, as a person, as a fighter, and maybe even as a hero, has become deeply tied to this chaotic, unpredictable life inside the Demon King's army. And strangely enough, that realization doesn't frighten him at all. If anything, it makes him genuinely happy. Sometime later, the long-awaited day of the tournament's 3rd round finally arrives. The air is thick with tension and anticipation as Choi begins getting ready with focused determination, checking over his equipment and gathering the few things he actually needs before leaving. Before heading out, he smiles and asks Bobo to watch the house while they're gone. Then, full of confidence, he promises that when he comes back, it'll be with the first-place prize in hand. Bobo answers with a bark and a wagging tail, almost like he's giving his own rough little blessing. As Choi and Rahel get ready to leave, Rahel brings up the route to Inamazit and asks whether they plan to pass through Lee Dongjin before reaching the arena. Choi answers with a nod while checking the map one last time to be sure. With everything finally in order, the two of them step out through the door, the atmosphere between them buzzing with nervous excitement. Both of them are locked in on victory now, hearts burning and minds fully sharpened. With firm resolve, they move forward, determined to claim first place and carve their names into the next chapter of the tournament. By the time the tournament's third day begins, Choi Hyun-suk is already deep in the demonic beast forest, hunting non-stop. And the strangest part is, every single monster he takes down gives him a full level. He has already gone up 4 times, and even he can barely believe it's actually happening. The creatures he is cutting down are dryads, plant-type demonic beasts that usually appear as solitary female monsters. Their usual role isn't direct combat at all, but helping other monsters reproduce by carrying and exchanging pollen. With the limp body of one of the fallen dryads still in his hands, Hyun-suk pauses and frowns, unable to understand why the experience gain is this absurdly high. Right in that moment, a purple sphere drifts above him, hovering quietly overhead as part of the current round's setup. The third day's trial is simple in theory, but brutal in practice. Survive inside the demonic beast forest. The round will continue until 10 of the 24 participants are knocked out. To manage the event, every contestant has been issued a magical item for the day, and Hyun-suk already suspects that the purple sphere floating near him is exactly that device. That sphere is a military tracking tool created by Hemis herself, formed from demonic energy and designed to locate living targets with precision. Its main role is to report every participant's location to the tournament organizers, basically functioning like a magical GPS. When Rahal moves closer to inspect it, she looks genuinely stunned, marveling at how advanced the Demon King's army must be to create such an elaborate tracking spell. Seeing no reason to linger, Hyun-suk decides to move immediately. He wants to get out of there before anyone shows up and snatches away the monsters he worked to defeat. But just as he starts to move, something suddenly comes flying in and smacks him hard on the head. The impact knocks him down on the spot, and the monsters he had been carrying slip right out of his grasp and scatter onto the ground. The one who attacked him sounds delighted, almost thrilled to have finally found him. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk grimaces and tries to pull himself back together after the blow. A moment later, the attacker is revealed to be Holgot, and he is absolutely seething. The moment he sees Hyun-suk, it is obvious he came here with one goal in mind: to settle things and crush him for good. Elsewhere, the official overseeing the tournament looks completely uninterested, as if watching over the event is nothing but a tedious chore. He grumbles about his assignment, wondering why he always gets stuck with duties he compares to guarding the front of a doghouse, while other guards get placed at the much more important portal connected to Inamazet. One of the nearby guards tries to straighten him out, telling him not to talk like that. Guarding the portal matters, because it is the only one linked to the main gate, and if something happens to it, the consequences could be disastrous. The host admits that part is true, but he still shrugs it off, insisting that nobody would realistically come all the way out to such a remote place. Then, far in the distance, a new presence suddenly appears. The guardian at the portal reacts at once, his senses picking up an unfamiliar group of strange beings. He focuses his energy and scans them more closely, quickly identifying them as a group of humans. From what he can tell, they seem like monster hunters. Even so, he decides not to treat them as an immediate threat. He cannot sense any especially powerful magic from them, so he chooses not to act. The Guardian reasons that making the first move could create even bigger trouble, especially if attacking them ends up leading them straight to the portal. Inamazet is enormous, so he convinces himself they probably will not cross paths with the tournament participants anyway. Even though something about the group still feels off to him, he finishes his thoughts, lets the matter go for now, and leaves the strangers alone. Back in the forest, Holgot starts puffing himself up, trying to scare Hyun-suk with loud boasts about his overwhelming power. He says Hyun-suk should get on his knees and beg for mercy. But when he notices that Hyun-suk barely reacts at all, Holgot changes tactics and tells him that if he refuses to beg, then he should at least run. According to him, there is no shame in retreat, and for someone who fights with his fists, scars on the back are nothing to be embarrassed about. Irritated by the whole performance, Hyun-suk turns to Rahel and bluntly asks whether it would not be easier to just kill Holgot already. The second Holgot senses that shift in Hyun-suk's attitude. His entire posture changes. All that swagger disappears instantly, and he drops into outright submission, desperately begging Hyun-suk not to kill him. Then he adds that if Hyun-suk does it, he will regret it. That warning only leaves Hyun-suk more confused, because he has no idea what Holgot even means by that. Trying to save himself, Holgot hurriedly claims that he is holding on to information that is extremely valuable. That makes Hyun-suk stop and ask what exactly he is talking about. Holgot then reveals the real issue. Right now, every demon in the tournament has Hyun-suk marked as the #1 target. Hyun-suk immediately doubts him. If that is really true, he asks, then why is everyone not already swarming him? If he is supposed to be their common enemy, they should have been hunting him together from the start. Instead of answering right away, Holgot suddenly starts counting down, which only makes Hyun-sik stare at him in bafflement. The moment the countdown ends, the answer appears. All the other tournament participants begin closing in around a massive dominating chair, and Hyun-suk is caught off guard by the sight. Holgot, meanwhile, can only laugh at the situation unfolding around him. At the same time, back inside the Black Fortress, the events of the tournament's third day are being transmitted by magic to Hemis and Park Hyuna, both of whom are watching the scene unfold from afar. Even Hemis admits she did not expect all of them to gang up on Hyun-suk like this, and she laughs as she calls the whole thing disgraceful. Park Hyuna immediately scolds her, making it clear that this is not the time to be laughing. Before the moment can continue, the magical transmission is abruptly cut off by the portal guardian, who reports in with urgent news. Humans are attacking and trying to destroy the gate. He explains that the enemy force is made up of heavily equipped humans using stealth devices, and somehow, against all odds, they know the gate's exact location. Then the transmission ends. The instant it does, Hemis turns and orders Raydrone to move. Raydrone immediately grasps how serious the situation is and offers to act without a second's delay. As she assesses the report, Hemis points out just how thoroughly prepared the attackers are. To her, that can only mean one thing: information is leaking from somewhere. As those words leave her mouth, Park Hyun-ah can only watch in stunned silence. Then Hemis raises her voice and demands to know where the leak is coming from, while Park Hyun-ah visibly jolts again, shaken by the accusation and the sudden tension in the room. Back in the forest, Hyun-suk manages to shake off the others and hide, but he is badly rattled. In a hushed, distressed voice, he questions why the contestants are openly violating the tournament rules and why the people monitoring the stage are doing absolutely nothing to stop it. Rahul quickly tells him to be quiet, warning him that making noise now could give away the very spot he is hiding in. Not far away, two other participants move through the area searching for him. They scan the surroundings for a moment, then decide he is not there after all. Rather than keep wasting time, they leave and say they will just wait for the next tracking update instead. Hyun-suk stays still for a little while longer, just to be safe. Only after he is sure they are gone does he let his body give out and collapse onto the ground, overwhelmed by the fear that he might really die here. Lying there, he can only wonder how he is supposed to survive something like this. Trying to pull him back from panic, Rahel gently reminds him that his level growth has actually been going well so far. She suggests that they might still have a chance if they keep defeating nearby monsters, then asks whether there is anything in his shop inventory that could help him make it through this. Hyun-suk agrees that it makes sense, and starts searching through what he has. Though even as he does, he is far from confident that anything in there will really be enough to keep him alive. Just when he finally seems to find something that might be useful, his search is interrupted by the arrival of a dark figure in a cloak, approaching out of nowhere. The stranger looks at him and asks whether he is the hero everyone has been talking about, catching Hyun-suk completely off guard. Then the figure reaches up and pulls back the hood, revealing a red-haired human underneath, and the sight leaves Hyun-suk visibly stunned. A moment later, the rest of the group also reveals their faces, one after another, all of them turning their eyes toward Hyun-suk with unsettlingly strange expressions. They are unmistakably human, and yet something about them feels deeply wrong. The more Hyun-suk looks at them, the more unnatural their presence seems. The apparent leader finally steps forward and, with an almost polite air, apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. Then he tells Choi Han-seok his name is Andrew Taylor and adds one more detail that immediately matters: he is a hero too. At that exact moment, Hyun-seok's system window flashes into view in front of him and drops a new mission in his lap. The order is brutally simple: survive no matter what, and eliminate every villain here. If he succeeds, the reward will be 1,000 hero points. Realizing he has no room for hesitation, Hyun-suk immediately tries to fool the leader of the enemy group. He puts on the act of a harmless rookie hero, introduces himself with forced energy as Choi, the newest hero around, and casually throws out a question about what brought them all the way to a miserable place like this. Andrew answers without much hesitation, telling him plainly that they are here to hunt demons. Hyun-suk quickly plays along, agreeing that it is a righteous cause and saying that wiping out demons is justice. Then he rises to his feet as if everything is perfectly normal, saying he will go deal with some demons himself too, and lightly wishes them good luck before trying to leave. But the moment he turns to go, Andrew suddenly draws his sword and slashes at him in one swift motion, the blade narrowly missing its mark. The attack is so sudden that Hyun-suk is visibly shaken on the spot. Then Andrew makes their true intention clear. They are not only here to kill demons, they are also here to eliminate the human traitor. As Andrew prepares to strike again, another complication crashes into the scene. The tournament participants finally arrive as well, and they are also searching for Hyun-seok. Holgot instantly starts mocking him, acting as if escape is completely impossible. Now behind him, some of the other participants notice there is another human standing nearby and begin wondering whether Hyun-suk somehow has the power to duplicate himself. Andrew is thrown off by that strange claim, while Hyun-suk, in contrast, rapidly pieces the situation together in his head and starts forming a desperate emergency plan. Then, without warning, he boldly calls out to everyone around him and tells them to recite the chant tied to the Demon King's army's third command. The people around him are left staring in confusion, caught off guard and unable to understand what exactly he is trying to do. Andrew is just as confused watching Hyun-suk's sudden performance with no idea where this is going. Hyun-suk does not stop. He raises his voice and launches into a loud declaration, proclaiming that they are the mighty army of the Demon King. As the words leave his mouth, a blue aura begins to spread from his body, radiating outward and making his declaration feel even more forceful. With that strange energy building around him, Holgot and the other competitors still hesitate, unsure what comes next, and they ask whether they are supposed to devour the humans standing in front of them. Hyun-suk immediately answers yes and pushes harder, urging them to destroy the enemies of their father, the Demon King, and to do it as true warriors. Right then, the system announces that a hidden status, charisma, and leadership has been activated, and it notes that allied morale has increased. Seizing that moment, Hyun-suk shouts even louder and orders them all to charge. The participants begin murmuring among themselves, and even Holgot admits that Hyun-suk is not actually wrong. Another participant quickly agrees, saying that no matter how they look at it, they are still an army. Then Holgot, now fully leaning into it, echoes Hyun-suk's call and roars for everyone to move forward and crush the humans. Fueled by Hyun-suk's blue aura, the whole group surges ahead into battle. And right in the middle of that sudden wave, Hyun-suk is secretly ecstatic that his reckless plan actually worked, silently swearing that he will remember their bravery. While they all rush straight ahead, Hyun-suk does the exact opposite and bolts the other way. As he runs, he cheerfully declares that they will all meet again in Valhalla, as if sending them off with honor while abandoning the battlefield. Even while fleeing at full speed, he thinks to himself that those demons probably will not hold out for long. In the end, he knows running is the only real option he has left. Then, out of nowhere, someone grabs him sharply by the scarf. The one stopping him is the commander who had been guarding the gate. Hyun-suk recognizes him immediately and, caught off guard, asks what in the world is happening. The commander hurriedly explains that the gate connected to the castle was destroyed during the humans' ambush. Hyun-suk immediately asks what happened to the guard stationed there, and the commander tells him they were most likely wiped out. He adds, with the strain of someone who barely made it, that he himself escaped by the skin of his teeth. Hyun-suk cannot understand how that could be possible, especially when he remembers there were only around 40 enemies. The commander then clarifies just how monstrous that force really was. Every one of them was at least at battalion commander level. 3 of them were around regimental commander class, and one was nearly strong enough to match a division commander. After hearing that, Hyun-suk cuts straight to the only question that matters now. What do they need to do if they want to survive? The commander gives him a grim answer. As things stand, survival may not even be possible. Then he reveals something even worse. Hyun-suk currently has a tracking spell attached to him, and since the commander himself also holds a high rank in the Demon King's army, the 2 of them have effectively become the enemy's highest priority targets. Hyun-suk quickly asks whether there is any way to remove the tracking spell, but the commander immediately shuts that down, explaining that the removal process takes too long, and they simply do not have that kind of time left. Before they can think any further, the tracking spell reacts again and alerts them to the presence of a nearby creature, one classified as an extremely high-level demonic beast. The moment Hyun-suk hears that, his eyes sharpen. Somehow, he realizes that monster might actually become useful to them. He turns toward the commander, while the commander watches him closely, waiting to hear whatever crazy idea Hyun-suk is about to propose. Then Hyun-suk finally says it. He has a plan, and if it works, it might be their only way out of this situation alive. Sometime later, the invading force has already finished slaughtering all of the tournament participants. Only then do they realize that the traitor hero has slipped away. That discovery immediately triggers a full-scale pursuit, with the tracking spell guiding them as they go after him. As they follow the signal, Andrew notices that it is not only Hyun-suk's presence being picked up. There's something else there too, and he begins to wonder whether the second presence could be Flowclad. He explains what that means. Flowclad is a monster whose combat power falls somewhere between 250,000 and 300,000, the apex predator of Inamazet itself. It is an enormous plant-type creature, classified as high risk, and under normal circumstances, taking it down would require at least a fighter-class hero. Andrew admits that defeating it is not outside the realm of possibility, but he also makes it clear that the price would be heavy. The amount of damage it could inflict before going down would be enormous. And sure enough, it does not take long at all before the moment of contact throws everything into chaos, as the invading heroes clash with the monster and the battlefield erupts. Seeing the confusion unfold, Andrew gives a quick order to his team. They are to keep the monster occupied, while he personally continues the pursuit of the traitor hero. At that moment, the system announces the use of an item called pheromone perfume. The item mimics the scent of a demonic beast, letting a human imitate beast affinity, though it costs 10 hero points to use. The system also warns that the larger the area it affects, the weaker the overall effect becomes. Hyun-suk then combines that item with promote, as part of his survival plan, even if it means making himself look like some kind of female tree just to stay alive. Not long after, Andrew catches sight of the pair in their bizarre disguises, and the strange appearance on them is enough to make even him stop in visible surprise. But that hesitation lasts only a heartbeat. Without wasting another second, he lunges straight at them. Hyun-suk spots the incoming attack and instantly shouts for the commander to step in. The commander moves in time and cleanly intercepts Andrew's strike. After the clash, both swordsmen pull back and reposition themselves, each settling into stance as the real fight begins to take shape. Andrew then activates the advanced form of his sword and launches himself forward again with another attack. And with that, the confrontation explodes into a full-scale duel, a fierce clash between two warriors whose skill with the blade is on a completely different level. As the commander gets pressured from multiple directions at once, attacks start coming in from every angle, forcing him to deal with far more than just Andrew in front of him. Seeing that, Choi Hyun-seok jumps in without hesitation and starts cutting down the side threats one after another, cleanly shutting down each attacker, trying to interfere from the edges. He quickly reassures the commander, telling him not to worry about the smaller enemies because he will take care of them. Then he urges him to stay focused on their original plan and keep enduring for as long as possible. Watching the way the two of them move, Andrew begins to catch on and sharply questions whether their entire strategy is nothing more than a desperate attempt to buy time. But his suspicion is answered with nothing at all. Not a word comes back to him. The story then jumps back to the moment Hyun-suk first laid out the plan for the commander. At the center of that strategy was one key idea: use the demonic beast itself as the main weapon against their enemies. The commander's job in that plan was simple but dangerous. He had to avoid Andrew as much as possible, wear him down little by little, and use the beast's huge body as cover whenever those attacks came in. At the same time, Hyun-suk would handle the rest of the enemy group by taking advantage of the chaos created by the demonic beast's presence. The most important rule of the whole strategy was clear. Under no circumstances were they supposed to get dragged into a straight-up frontal fight. With ridiculous confidence, Hyun-suk even gives the operation a name: "You come at me." Back in the present fight, Andrew's patience starts to crack. Frustrated by the commander's constant evasion, he angrily asks how long he plans to keep dancing around and dodging every blow. The commander says nothing out loud. Inside, though, he looks at the way these humans fight and judges it as a cowardly style of combat. Even so, he cannot deny the truth. This exact method, however distasteful it feels, is what is allowing them to stretch out the battle and steal precious time. The focus then shifts away from that clash and lands on Hyun-suk, who now finds himself facing a single cloaked opponent head-on. Though already weakened, the enemy forces himself back up, driven by one obsession alone to kill the traitor. Then the man bursts forward in a direct charge. Hyun-suk slips around every attack with surprising ease, avoiding each swing without wasting movement. Still, even while dodging, he can feel how dangerous those strikes really are. Every blow is precise, every slash is heavy, and any clean hit looks strong enough to cut him straight in half. The problem for the attacker is that his movements are far too readable. There is no rhythm, no deception, no instinct. He swings his blade with the cold regularity of a machine. Hyun-suk takes advantage of that immediately, countering by snapping a strike into the man's leg first and knocking his balance out from under him. The moment the man crashes down and slams his chin against the ground, Hyun-suk follows through with a brutal kick straight to the head, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Victory comes so fast that even Hyun-suk looks surprised, especially when it rewards him with several more level-ups. The whole fight was almost too easy, and that only makes him more suspicious. The way they move feels so mechanical that he starts wondering whether these enemies are really human at all. But while he is still thinking about that, and also worrying about how long he can keep Promote active before it drains too much stamina, an unexpected side effect suddenly hits him. Something strange begins happening to his forehead, and at the same time the system alerts him that his demonic chi has risen from rank C to rank B. Then the visible change comes. A horn starts growing out from his head. Caught completely off guard, Hyun-suk realizes he is starting to take on a demonic appearance. The system then explains what is happening. His body has temporarily synchronized with demonic chi, and that forced synchronization has triggered an immediate transformation. Elsewhere, the commander stands at a cautious distance, his body wrapped in armor formed from tangled plants and twisting vines. His gaze stays locked on Andrew Taylor, who grips his sword with unwavering focus and refuses to let up for even a second. At this point, the commander can already feel his strength fading. He is reaching his limit, and the concern in his eyes grows heavier as he stares at the hero in front of him. Even the demonic beast serving as his shield is on the verge of collapse. The towering creature, with its pale alabaster skin and claws like blades, is covered in deep wounds carved into its body. Its breathing is turned rough, its legs shake under its own weight, and it is clear that neither the beast nor the commander can keep this up for much longer. Andrew, still standing firm with his sword in hand, is the one who finally breaks the silence hanging over the forest like a thick, suffocating fog. His voice comes out calm, but the contempt in it is impossible to miss. He mocks the commander, saying there is nothing impressive about him except his talent for running away. And even that little trick is about to end here. A dark, satisfied smile spreads across Andrew's face as he boasts that heroes like him grow stronger every time they kill a beast or a demon. Then he proudly reveals his current level, 983, and says that once he kills the beast protecting the commander, he will easily rise to level 1000, a height only a tiny few have ever managed to reach. Without giving him another second to breathe, Andrew suddenly lunges in and attacks the commander with lethal precision. The commander barely reacts in time, snapping up the long whip at his side and using it to deflect the strike before it can cut him down. By now, the strain is written plainly across his face. He is clearly fighting from a terrible disadvantage against an enemy with overwhelming force. He knows it himself too. If he does not come up with something solid immediately, he will be finished right here. So without wasting another heartbeat, the commander begins pressing his hands against several key points across the giant white beast's body. His fingers move with trained precision, quick and deliberate, and every time they make contact, tiny red sparks burst from his hand. Those sparks flicker like burning embers, tracing strange cryptic patterns over the beast's skin as though carving a seal into living flesh. Even while Andrew keeps hammering him with fierce, calculated attacks, the commander continues the sequence. The battle only grows more violent, but he refuses to lose focus, betting everything on the seal he is trying to complete before he runs out of time. Hungry for victory, Andrew keeps pressing forward. The commander blocks those redirected blows while desperately clinging to another section of the beast's massive frame, trying to hold on any way he can. Each strike forces him farther back, little by little, and his defense starts to break under the pressure. Then one especially brutal hit sends him tumbling across the forest floor. As the commander scrapes backward through the dirt, Andrew grabs his sword with both hands and lifts it high over his head. His eyes gleam with anticipation as he prepares to drive the blade down into the weakened demonic beast. In a voice dripping with arrogance, he warns the commander that once the beast is dead and his own attributes rise again, finishing off someone as weak and cornered as him will be little more than cleanup. But just before Andrew can bring down that finishing blow, the commander, still breathing hard, speaks in a firm voice. He says he was not running around without purpose. The words slice straight through the tension of the moment, and right then, the marks his hands left across the beast's skin begin to shine. The intricate patterns ignite with radiant red light, pulsing with energy, and from those glowing symbols, several thick metal chains suddenly burst outward in every direction. Red sparks scatter around the demonic beast, crackling through the air like fireflies trapped inside a violent storm. The technique is finally revealed. An advanced movement restriction skill. Ignoring the pain in his battered body, the commander gathers his focus, curls his fingers into a circle, and completes the final motion needed to activate the seal. The glowing red chains, now blazing with intensity, whip forward in an instant and coil themselves around Andrew from behind just as he is about to stab into the beast again. The story then slips into a memory, returning to a quiet moment before the battle, when the commander and Hyun-suk were discussing the second half of their plan. Barely able to hide how excited he is, Hyun-suk proposes a name for that next part of the strategy: Kill Steal. The commander responds with a skeptical look, one brow lifting as he folds his arms across his chest. He asks if that is supposed to be some kind of hero code phrase. Grinning anyway, Hyun-suk keeps going and explains the outline. First, he will wipe out the rest of the enemy group before the demonic beast finally goes down. As cautious as ever, the commander asks what happens after that. Hyun-suk answers with a confident smirk, saying the commander just has to keep buying time, exactly like he is doing now, and then, when the moment is right, Hyun-suk will come back and help finish off the beast. The two of them exchange a look that makes it obvious they both understand how dangerous this is, even without saying those fears aloud. The commander lets out an awkward laugh and scratches his head, accepting that they do not really have any better option anyway. Even so, he points out that Hyun-suk's plan comes with two very obvious problems. First, would Hyun-suk actually be able to make it back in time? Second, even if he did return, Would he really be capable of defeating a monster like that after it had already leveled up? With his usual blunt honesty, Choi Hyun-suk admits the truth without dressing it up. The odds of their plan working from start to finish are not good at all. If anything, he says, they are under 1%. But then his eyes sharpen and his tone hardens. If they give up here, he says, then the chance does not become small. It becomes absolutely zero. Hyun-suk tightens his fist and steels himself on the spot. If those are the only choices left, then he is willing to throw everything he has onto that 1 miserable percent. There is no space left in him for fear anymore. Only the decision to move forward. Scene jumps to the turning point of the battle. In an instant, Andrew is locked down by several glowing chains that coil tightly around his legs, his wrists, and even the sword he had just lifted overhead, freezing the blade in mid-swing. His face twists with rage and frustration, and with fury burning in his eyes, he snarls at the commander, demanding to know what he was thinking by using such a cheap method to trap his movement. His voice tears through the battlefield like a growl. The commander does not flinch at all, calmly continuing his hand signs. He controls the chains with precise measured movements, his expression steady from start to finish. All he tells Andrew is to wait and watch, because they have a hero on their side too, one who can also level up. Then, all at once Choi appears, but this is no longer the same figure from before. He arrives in his awakened demonic form, radiating raw power, dark horns jutting from his head, while tension coils through every muscle in his body. Even the air around him feels charged, as if it might split open under the pressure. Andrew's expression changes on the spot, anger giving way to disbelief. He can hardly process what he is seeing. His voice even falters as he stares and asks what that thing in front of him is, and whether Choi is actually a demon now. Hyun-seok gives him no answer at all. Instead, Hyun-seok explodes into motion and rushes the demonic beast barehanded. Then he drives in a savage blow powerful enough to send a shockwave across the battlefield. The impact is so overwhelming that the chains wrapped around both the beast and Andrew break apart at once. At the same time, the hero system window flashes up, confirming that Hyun-seok has successfully leveled up again. And right after that, the demonic beast releases its final breath and crashes down with a thunderous collapse. The commander drops to one knee with a fist braced against the ground, breathing hard, and lets out a tired laugh. He jokes that Hyun-suk could not have picked a better moment to show up, even if the timing was uncomfortably close. Hyun-suk, his fists still wet with the blood of the beast he just killed, gives a small nod and thanks the commander for holding the line until he arrived. His voice stays firm, but beneath that firmness there is a clear trace of real respect. Then, without wasting even a second, Hyun-suk turns sharply and lifts an arm, pointing straight at Andrew. With absolute confidence, he declares that the one who will defeat this hero now is him. Andrew raises his sword in response, his expression darkening at once. He scoffs at Hyun-suk's bold declaration and dismisses it as nothing but arrogance. In his mind, killing a weakened demonic beast does not mean anyone can suddenly stand above him. Tightening his grip around the hilt, he prepares to crush what he sees as Hyun-suk's foolish overconfidence with sheer force. In the next moment, the atmosphere itself seems to hum with tension as Andrew reveals a new skill. It is a high-level sword technique, Form 3, ominously named Dragon Slayer. Blue energy flares along the blade and spills outward in arcing light as Andrew steps forward, every motion heavy with the confidence of someone who has never known defeat. Then he roars and brings the strike down. Hyun-seok does not retreat. He plants himself firmly, raises both arms, and crosses his wrists above his head. The enormous blade slams down with crushing force, but Hyun-seok stops it head-on through nothing but raw physical power. The ground beneath him fractures from the impact, yet he remains standing without bending. Andrew's eyes narrow immediately. In that instant, he understands something important. Hyun-seok is not just some reckless brute. He is a close-range fighter with terrifying physical strength, and if Andrew lets him get in again, the advantage of having a sword might not be enough to save him. On the opposite side, Hyun-seok's eyes shine with a sharp white light, intense but completely steady. There is no panic in that stare, no hesitation, no awe toward the glowing sword or Andrew's title as a hero. His gaze cuts straight through him. He is here for one reason only: to finish this. Andrew immediately follows with a relentless series of sword strikes, one after another, his skill releasing blue slashes that surround Hyun-seok from every angle. But even with all that pressure, Hyun-seok defends against every single one almost effortlessly. Realizing Form 3 may not be enough, Andrew pushes the technique all the way to Form 7. He charges again to finish the next attack. But before he can complete it, Hyun-seok retaliates with absurd power, unleashing violet lightning that smashes into Andrew and sends him flying backward. Andrew is launched clean off the top of the demonic beast and only stops when he slams into a wall of rock hard enough to crack it from the impact. Blood spills from Andrew and drips onto the ground below him. His teeth grind together. His eyes widen and a desperate scream tears out of him as he wonders what the hell Hyun-suk even is, and whether he truly has become a demon. Down on the forest floor, Hyun-suk stands surrounded by a thick violet aura. Then he starts walking toward the place where Andrew fell and says calmly that every opponent he has faced up to this point has always been stronger than him. As he reaches him, Hyun-suk drives a brutal kick into Andrew's stomach, forcing the hero to gasp and fold in pain. And before Andrew can recover, Hyun-suk grabs him by the face and slams him down into the ground. Even while pinning him there, Hyun-suk keeps speaking in an unwavering voice, ignoring Andrew's desperate pleas for him to stop. As he presses forward, Hyun-suk lands blow after blow with savage precision. In the brief pauses between hits, he keeps murmuring words almost like a mantra, as if every strike is meant to carve the same lesson deeper into Andrew's mind. That lesson in the end is simple. Level is just a number. And with his fists wrapped in power and resolve, Hyun-suk finishes saying it with one last punch, a strike heavier than all the others before it. That final hit brings the fight to its true end, leaving behind no doubt that Hyun-suk has proven exactly what he wanted to prove. Once the battle is over, Hyun-suk gains several more levels, and along with them, a new hidden attribute unlocks. It is called Fighting Spirit, a trait that improves resistance against mental debilitation and sharpens focus in battle. The system grants him 10 points in this newly awakened attribute. A little later, Hyun-suk is sprawled out on the ground, groaning from the strain of using promote again. This time, the side effects are milder, but he still seizes the chance to act dramatic, whining as if he is about to die even though he is obviously not in that bad of a state. While Hyun-suk keeps up his exaggerated suffering, the commander walks over and asks whether the hero is still alive. Hyun-suk answers flatly that no, he is dead. The next second, the commander suddenly pours a red liquid straight over Hyun-suk's face, catching him completely off guard, and orders him to drink it. Hyun-suk jerks upright at once and starts complaining about how awful the potion tastes, demanding to know where something this disgusting even came from. The commander answers that Rahel is the one who brought a whole bunch of those potions. Right after that, Rahel herself appears, holding another bottle and explaining that it is a high-level potion. As she offers more, the system also notes that the potion does not just heal injuries, it restores a small amount of mana as well. Hyun-suk turns directly to Rahel and asks where in the world she managed to get so many potions. Rahel matter-of-factly explains that she took them from defeated heroes, because when heroes die, they drop everything they are carrying. That answer clearly catches Hyun-suk by surprise. Hyun-suk then looks over toward Andrew and says that heroes in this world are far too strange. Rahel does not understand what he means, so he explains. In his mind, heroes are supposed to be righteous people. They are the ones meant to oppose evil and save the world. But in this world, there is no punishment at all for killing another hero. In fact, doing that lets you gain experience and loot their items. As he reflects on that, Hyun-suk realizes that even though he himself is a hero, he has been living more like a villain for a long time now. He does the kinds of things a villain would do, yet suffers no divine punishment or moral consequence for it. After listening to that, the commander gives his own response. He says that from a human point of view, Hyun-suk's concerns make perfect sense. But from the perspective of an ally, what Hyun-suk has done is not evil at all. It is the same as what a good hero would do. After all, he saved him. Then the commander adds that getting too attached to human morality is pointless, because everything has two sides. Looking at the world only through right and wrong does not really work, since those viewpoints are not absolute. Hyun-suk listens carefully, paying close attention to every word the commander says. But one particular detail catches his attention more than anything else. Is the commander actually trying to comfort him? The moment Hyun-suk asks that out loud, the commander answers with kicks instead of words, telling him to shut up and go rest, still aching from the side effects. Hyun-suk yelps and complains that the aggression is too much and that his bones already hurt. After that, the commander stops and starts explaining the situation properly. Before the signal was lost in the attack, he had already sent out a request for help, which means reinforcements are probably on their way. Hearing that, Hyun-suk smiles in relief, finally feeling like the worst is over, though he still keeps his guard up in case the commander decides to kick him again. The scene then shifts to the moment Raedrun arrives. He is the one responsible for opening the portal that everyone will use to return. The commander reaches out a hand to help Hyun-suk into the portal, and the transition works without a problem. One after another, they all pass through the portal and make it back to the Dark Fortress. The moment he arrives, Hyun-suk is overjoyed and loudly announces that he is back. But as soon as he opens his eyes fully, that relief vanishes. What spreads out in front of him is utter devastation. Buildings are smashed apart. The entire area lies in ruins, and Hyun-suk reacts in shock as he realizes that the place he thought was his safe zone is no longer safe at all. Then the despair hits even harder when he sees his own house engulfed in flames. Rage surges through him at once, and he starts demanding to know what caused all of this destruction. The moment Raedrun and the commander take in the wreckage around them, the truth hits all three of them almost at once. It does not take long for them to figure out exactly where all this chaos came from. Every bit of the destruction was caused by Hemis herself. She is still standing there in the middle of it all, wrapped in rage, her face unnervingly blank, even as her fury tears the fortress apart. Park Hyuna is the one caught beneath Hemis's wrath, and she is clearly desperate. She tries to reason with Hemis, pleading with her to stop, insisting that continuing this destruction is pointless, especially when the attack itself does not even make sense anymore. At that point, the real issue becomes obvious. Hemis has convinced herself that Park Hyuna is the traitor, no matter how fiercely Park Hyuna denies it. But by now, Hemis has moved past even that. Whether Park Hyuna is truly a traitor or not no longer matters to her. She is furious, and that fury alone is enough to keep her going. In Hemis's eyes, no one connected to this betrayal deserves peace, and with a cruel smile curling across her face, she prepares to unleash another attack. Left with no other choice, Park Hyuna braces herself to defend against it. She is horrified that Hemis keeps pushing this far, even though all the evidence points away from her being a traitor. Hemis's next strike comes in brutally, but just as it should have landed, something strange cuts across its path and interferes with the attack's trajectory. A huge curtain of smoke suddenly billows upward, swallowing the scene for a moment. And from inside that chaos, a figure slowly begins to emerge. For a second, no one can tell who it is. Then a man with an appearance strikingly similar to Raedrun steps forward and calls out to Hemis, his expression hard, serious, and impossible to ignore. He is Uzgez, another commander in the Demon King's army, and he has come carrying a direct order from the king himself. Hemis is to stop this disturbance immediately. That makes Hemis pause, not out of fear, but out of curiosity. One detail bothers her more than anything else. How did Uzgez find out what was happening so fast? Even if someone had informed him the instant the attack began, there still should not have been enough time for him to arrive right then. Which means the Demon King must have known before any of this even started and sent Uzgez in advance. That realization leads Hemis to a new conclusion. Park Hyuna was never the real spy at all. She was just a decoy, while someone else had actually been assigned to keep watch on the commander. When Hemis says that and turns the accusation toward Uzgez, he answers by telling her she is being paranoid. He brushes it off as her exaggerating something that only exists in her own head. He mistakes that response as open mockery. Her eyes sharpen, and she calmly decides that Uzgez now deserves her full attention, with her next attack aimed directly at him. Then, after a brief moment of hesitation, Hemis lowers her guard just enough to descend to the ground and approach Uzgez face to face. As she walks toward him, she acknowledges that maybe she is overreacting, but then she begins bringing up the punishment she once received for saving Rotoch from the humans, how she was unjustly confined in the Dark Fortress for 100 years because of it. That is how she interprets Uzgez's words. She asks him directly whether he truly sees her as arrogant and paranoid, and while saying it, she starts casting a spell that spreads outward across the ground beneath them. As that magic crawls farther and farther, Hemis coldly remarks that perhaps saving Rotoch was a mistake after all. Uzgez senses the danger immediately, and for the first time, he looks genuinely caught off guard by how openly offensive her move has become. Dark energy closes in around Uzgez, and Hemis finishes her thought by asking whether he agrees with that conclusion. Uzgez, however, does not move. He remains standing there, almost as if he already knows nothing truly bad can happen to him. Then a voice suddenly cuts through the scene. It is Raedrun, shouting loudly enough to draw Hemis's attention and begging her not to continue with the attack. Uzgez reacts to Raedrun's arrival in a way that immediately shows the two are not strangers to each other. There is clear familiarity between them. Before anyone else can respond, Hemis calmly steps forward and places a hand on Uzgez's shoulder. In an eerily controlled voice, she tells him he can relax now because there is no longer any need for confusion. According to her, she already got exactly what she wanted. Then she tightens her grip on his shoulder and tells him he should thank his nephew for that. With those words, it becomes clear that Raedrun is Uzgez's nephew. Sometime later, Hyun-suk is lying in bed, still turning everything over in his mind. Even he is surprised by just how much internal disorder exists inside the Demon King's army. Abelson Marriott is once again at his side, helping him recover. While tending to him, she takes the chance to ask whether he really intends to keep serving in the Demon King's army, especially now that he is about to be promoted to battalion commander. Hyun-suk tells her he probably will stay. As he sees it, there is already an official war underway between the Dark Fortress and the Drasen Empire. And beyond that, even if he wanted to leave, he knows there is no realistic way for him to return to living among humans anymore. Now that horns are growing from his head and he can use demonic chi, Hyun-suk's condition only makes that truth harder to deny. Abelson ends up laughing a little at the absurdity of the hero's situation. Not long after, Hyun-suk finds his thoughts drifting back to what happened during the trial, especially to the appearance of those heroes who suddenly showed up. Something about that group felt deeply wrong. With the exception of Andrew Taylor, the others all had an unsettling look to them. They all seemed dazed, almost empty, and no matter how badly they were injured, or even when they were killed, their expressions never changed at all. When Hyun-suk asks whether she knows anything about heroes like that, Abelson tells him she cannot say for sure. She reminds him that she was expelled, so she is no longer familiar with the kingdom's internal workings. What she can confirm is that the Empire has a large number of powerful heroes, and that most wars against demons are not actually fought by priest-ranked heroes alone. Even so, it remains a mystery how such a divided empire is able to gather that many powerful heroes so quickly whenever it needs them. Still, there are rumors, ugly ones, that the Empire is relying on inhumane methods to make that possible. The moment she finishes saying that, their conversation is interrupted by someone arriving. It is Raedrun. He apologizes for barging in and ruining the mood between the two of them, but says Hemis wants to see them immediately. The scene then shifts to a meeting in Hemis's office. There, the commander greets them warmly and, in an unusually cheerful tone, announces that she has a brand new mission for them. A spatial interference magic shield needs to be installed. Hyun-suk has no idea what that means, so Hemis breaks it down for him in simple terms, telling him to think of it as a barrier that blocks unauthorized teleportation. She points out that it is the kind of thing that keeps him from waking up one day with an assassin already standing in his room. Hemis goes on to explain that only the second corps is capable of carrying out a task like that. At that point, Hyun-suk starts to realize exactly where this conversation is headed. Hemis continues by saying that the two of them will be sent on what is officially a work trip, disguised as a messenger, and that messenger's personal medic. According to Hemis, the whole assignment is basically meant to keep them safe from human interference, so completing such a simple mission should not be too difficult. On top of that, she says she will assign a trusted guide to lead them along the way. And that guide once again turns out to be Commander Roiger, who reads the travel order with fire practically burning in his eyes, clearly irritated that he has been dragged into yet another ridiculous job. The room where they have all gathered is broad and imposing, lit by the vivid blaze of a flaming structure burning at its center. That fire does more than just illuminate the chamber. It makes the entire place feel grander, heavier, more authoritative. Along the walls, carefully arranged swords catch the firelight and reflect it back, turning the room into a display of both wealth and power. In front of the flames stretches a long, solid wooden table with 7 designated seats, though only 5 of them are occupied. At the head of that table sits the most elaborate chair in the room, occupied by the one hosting the meeting, the unmistakable center of authority there. One seat, however, stands empty, and its emptiness is noticeable even if not surprising. It is simply another one of Rotach's habitual absences. The 5th commander, Uzgez, still draped in the head and hide of a bull, gives a small shrug as if none of this is unusual. In his mind, Rotach never shows up to these meetings anyway. Derekagus, the 1st commander clad in purple armor, is visibly annoyed by Rotach's absence, even if the gathering itself is not technically mandatory. Park Hyuna, who has been lounging comfortably in her chair the entire time with one arm draped over her bent leg, casually remarks that even if Rotach had come, he probably would have just sat there talking nonsense anyway. Standing right there in front of the 4th commander, Hemis could do little more than watch the exchange unfold. Even though she was at the center of it all, she held back for the moment, listening in silence as the others spoke around her and leaving their words unanswered. At the head of the room sat Tegrad, the supreme commander among the demon kings, his thick wavy horns rising from his forehead and making his already overwhelming presence feel even heavier. Wearing a hard, serious expression, he finally looked over the gathered commanders and declared that the meeting would now begin. It did not take long for the real purpose of the gathering to become clear. This meeting had been called because of Hemis. She had gone and carried out a major action on her own, all without reporting it beforehand. As Tegrad continued, scenes from the clash between Choi Hyun-suk in his demonic state and Andrew Taylor flashed through the story. In a cold, measured tone, he explained that the border had been left exposed, and the humans had taken advantage of that opening to prepare an ambush, a trap that ended in disastrous losses. Before the Demon King could continue much further, Lu's gaze cut in to clarify the scale of the damage. He stated the numbers plainly: 97 dead, 100 wounded, and an even larger number still missing after the chaos of the battle. Tegrad sat with his black claws pressed against the armrests of his golden throne, his face calm but only on the surface. Without raising his voice, he went on to say that Hemis had attacked the 4th commander for no clear reason, and by the rules, any battle between commanders was supposed to receive approval in advance. Then the atmosphere in the room tightened even more, with a stern, unbending look. Tegrad formally announced that the discussion over Hemis's punishment would begin based on her actions. But the second he opened the floor for objections, Hemis stepped in at once, clearly intent on giving her own side of the story before judgment could settle over her. She calmly raised her hand and asked to be heard. No one stopped her, and with the room's attention now fixed on her, Hemis began speaking for herself, directly pushing back against the accusation that she had acted without any real cause. Hemis then laid out her reasoning. According to her, everything began because someone had been moving against her from the shadows as a spy. She explained that she targeted the fourth commander because, given the situation at the time, she believed he was the one behind it, and with that she turned the issue back on the room itself, suggesting that instead of punishing her for defending herself from something so underhanded, they should be asking who was actually trying to sabotage her in the first place. The moment that question left her mouth, Tegrad's expression visibly shifted. Irritation flared across his face, and he treated her words less like a defense and more like a direct provocation. He then asked sharply whether what she had just said was meant as a challenge to his authority. Hemis answered without missing a beat. She said it was nothing more than a humble suggestion, but the faint smile on her lips and the fearless look in her eyes said far more than the politeness of her words ever could. That attitude only made Tegrad even more furious. He looked genuinely taken aback by how bold she was being, and as his anger mounted, his hands tightened around the armrests of his throne until his fists clenched. Sometime later, the scene shifts outside the meeting room, where Park Hyuna, Uzges, and Derekagas had gathered together in the corridor. As they talked over what had just happened inside, Uzges remarked on how terrible the emotional outburst from both commanders had been, saying it had turned the entire meeting into something pointless. Park Hyuna let her frustration show, clearly irritated by the thought that Hemis and the Demon King might never be on friendly terms again. Derekagas responded that in his view, there was no way they could ever return to the level of unity they used to have. Hearing that only made Park Hyuna more uneasy, and she admitted she really did not like where all of this seemed to be heading. In the end, the three of them chose to set the issue aside for the time being. As unpleasant as it was, they figured this kind of conflict would probably keep happening again and again from now on. And that left only one real conclusion. Sooner or later, everyone would have to decide which side they were going to stand with. Meanwhile, far away from that tense political confrontation, Choi Hyun-suk's group makes its way toward the magical tower belonging to the Fourth Command. The moment the hero lays eyes on it, he is completely captivated by the sight in front of him, visibly drawn in by what he sees. Not long after arriving, the group is met by the bodyguards assigned to the Fourth Commander, and the guards immediately stop them and demand identification from everyone present. Roger steps forward to handle it, introducing himself as the commander of the 3rd Regiment. He also points out that he has 2 humans with him, making their unusual company clear right from the start. One of the guards accepts the letter of referral sent by Hemis, unfolds it, and reads through its contents. The mood changes almost instantly after that. With sudden enthusiasm, the guard greets them properly, announces that the commander is already waiting for them, and then leads the whole group inside for the meeting. At the same time, Rotach is shown sitting back in his office chair, looking completely at ease as he thinks over the unusual human he has heard about. A human who can use dark mana, and on top of that, one whose body is already in the middle of turning into a demon. Even though the reports from Hemis had clearly sparked his interest, Rotach ultimately reminds himself not to get carried away. To him, no matter how strange the case may be, that subject is still at the end of the day just a human. Soon enough, Choi Hyun-suk's group reaches the room and greets Commander Rotach face to face. Instead of receiving them in a formal way, Rotach immediately lunges straight toward Choi Hyun-suk, catching him completely off guard before he can even properly finish greeting the man. As Rotach begins examining Choi Han-seok's body up close, he suddenly seems surprised by one thing in particular. He cannot feel anything. Right after that, he starts channeling energy directly into one of the hero's arms. Even as he does it, he gives a casual warning that it is going to hurt a little and says Choi Hyun-suk simply has to endure it. Choi Hyun-suk has no real idea what is happening to him. The entire situation is so abrupt and confusing that all he can do is grit his teeth and bear the intense discomfort as Rotach's energy rushes through his body, leaving him to suffer through it without any explanation. The moment it finally ends, Abelson Marriott immediately reacts with concern. Seeing Choi Hyun-suk down on his knees, struggling to recover from the ordeal, she anxiously asks if he is all right. The saint quickly moves toward him, ready to help him up and support him. While behind her, Rotach casually remarks that he is impressed by how much Choi Hyun-suk has developed. As the hero slowly lifts his head, still reeling from what he just felt, Rotach asks whether he has any idea what kind of future is waiting for him, and only then does he deliver the real blow, calmly informing Choi Hyun-suk that if things continue at this pace, he will be dead in about 3 months. That revelation hits Choi Hyun-suk like a shockwave. He is left completely stunned, frozen by the sheer unexpectedness of hearing such a grim future spoken so plainly. Rotak then explains what is actually happening inside the hero's body. Because Choi Hyun-seok is rapidly undergoing demonization, Rotak says he should almost consider himself lucky that for now, only smaller parts of his body are changing. But that grace will not last forever. Sooner or later, the dark mana will begin corrupting his internal organs as well, and the instant that corruption reaches his heart or his lungs, Choi Hyun-seok will die on the spot. Choi Hyun-seok instinctively rejects the claim, arguing that he does not feel any symptoms at all. Rotash, however, does not bother arguing back. He simply turns away toward his desk to retrieve something, remarking that if Choi Hyun-seok doubts him, then all he has to do is wait and see for himself. Rotak then picks up a sheet from his desk and shows it to Choi Hyun-seok, explaining that it is a demon contract. He says its role is simple. It reveals the truth. That alone is enough to catch Choi Hyun-seok off guard. Once activated, the demon contract confirms that everything Rotak has said is genuine. It verifies that his certainty about Choi Hyun-seok dying within 3 months is sincere. It also lays out Rotach's intentions in detail. He plans to take responsibility for Choi Hyun-seok's treatment, expects the hero to agree to participate in his experiments, promises that those methods will not directly kill him, and assumes that Choi Hyun-seok will not resist even if the treatment causes physical deformities. And when the contract goes even further, including the possibility that Choi Hyun-seok's intelligence or ego could begin to fade during the process, the hero fully understands just how far Rotach is willing to go. Abelson Marriott is visibly shaken by the terms being presented so openly. She immediately pleads with Choi Hyun-seok not to agree to it, insisting that she herself will take responsibility for looking after him instead. Rotach cuts in at once, calling Abelson Marriott arrogant for saying that. He reminds her that dark mana and divine power stand on opposite sides by nature, and explains that the only reason her healing has worked up to now is because Choi Hyun-seok still remains mostly human. Once he becomes a full demon, though divine power will lose its effect on him completely. Both Abelson Marriott and Choi Hyun-seok are clearly rattled by that explanation. Sensing the urgency, Rotash presses the issue further, warning them that 3 months is actually an optimistic estimate. With that hanging over them, he urges Choi Hyun-seok to decide quickly what he intends to do. After hearing all of that, the group steps away for a while to think. Rahel grows deeply worried over what might happen to the hero. Because from the way things sound, he is basically suffering from a terminal condition, and the one doctor capable of treating him is demanding permission to perform what sound like outright psychopathic experiments on his body. Choi Hyun-seok, meanwhile, says he is trying to buy himself some time before he begins training the battalion, and he wonders aloud whether there might be some other path to treatment that would not require him to hand himself over for experimentation. At that point, Roiger asks a simple but important question: why not go to Hemis for help? The suggestion catches Choi Hyun-seok by surprise, and Roiger then explains why he said it. Among the commanders, there is an unofficial ranking, and Hemis stands right at the top while Rotach sits near the bottom. In other words, she has more than enough influence to pressure him and force him to back down on those conditions. With that in mind, the group heads back and knocks on the door again, asking for permission to enter. Rotak responds without delay and grants them permission right away. So Choi Hyun-seok steps forward once more to present himself, this time carrying something in his hands hidden beneath a cloth as he politely asks permission and walks into the room. Rotak's eyes immediately fall on the concealed item, and he asks Choi Hyun-seok what exactly he is holding there. Roiger then sets the item down on the table, and once the cloth is pulled away, it turns out to be a glowing purple orb. Everyone in the room recognizes it immediately for what it is. Without wasting any time, he begins casting the spell needed to use it to contact Hemis. The instant Rotak realizes that the communication orb has been brought out, his expression shifts. He looks slightly startled, and a trace of unease creeps into his face at the thought of who they are about to call. It does not take long for the connection to go through. Hemis appears on the other end and casually greets Rotash, asking him how he has been. Rotak answers her with a trembling voice, clearly shaken by the sudden contact. As he greets Hemis back, he awkwardly points out how long it has been since the two of them last saw each other. Hemis calmly recalls that their last meeting was during one of the gatherings with the Demon King. Rotash, looking even more nervous now, hurriedly echoes her words and confirms that yes, that is exactly right. Then, without bothering with small talk any longer, Hemis gets straight to the point and states that she contacted him for one reason only: she wants a favor. Her tone turns cold and pressuring as she starts listing what must be added to the contract. First, Rotak is to do everything in his power to treat Choi Hyun-seok. Second, the hero must not suffer any harm in the process. The moment Rotak understands where this is going, he goes stiff with shock and cannot even argue back. Hemis keeps going without giving him room to breathe, adding a third condition. Nothing in Choi Hyun-suk's body is to be altered without permission, and the hero must not die before the contract has been completed. With each new demand, the pressure on Rotach only grows heavier. By that point, Rotach can no longer hide his anger. Clearly enraged by how much the contract is being rewritten, he demands to know why Hemis cares this much and why he should go this far for the sake of a mere human. Hemis does not raise her voice. Wearing a neutral, unreadable expression, she simply calls Rotach to attention, and the effect is immediate. The moment she reminds him that she once took him in and fed him after his own people abandoned him 350 years ago, Rotach straightens up at once, his earlier defiance collapsing into submission. Hemis continues, calmly reminding him that she also helped him win the commander selection tournament 200 years ago, and that 100 years ago she saved him from being killed by humans as well. Each memory lands like another weight on his shoulders, and with every reminder, Rotach's pride sinks lower and lower. Finally, Hemis adds one last point. She tells him that in the end, she herself had to pay the price for stepping in on his behalf. Then she gives him a blunt ultimatum. If he truly remembers all of that, then there is only one thing left for him to do: sign everything. At that point, Rotach has no room left to resist, and all he can do is obey. Sometime later, after the call is over, Rotach vents his frustration openly. Seething with anger, he curses both the humans and Hemis, and then he calls for one of his subordinates to bring him a communication device. The humiliation he just endured clearly is not something he plans to let pass quietly, and he has something in mind to do in retaliation. Time passes, and by the next day, Rotach receives Choi Hyun-suk again inside his laboratory, the same space he also uses as an office. His demeanor is serious from the start, and he tells the hero that there is a great deal they need to discuss. Rather than dragging things out, he decides to go directly to the heart of the matter. Choi Hyun-suk quietly studies the stern look in Rotach's eyes. Then, in a surprisingly calm tone, the scientist commander asks whether Choi understands why demonic chi is changing his body in the first place. The question itself catches Choi off guard, and the way Rotach asks it makes one thing clear to him. To this man, a transformation like that is not some horrifying abnormality, but something that can be treated almost as natural. Feeling that the two of them are now at least moving toward the same goal of preparing him, Choi Hyun-suk answers honestly. He says he believes his body is changing because using demonic chi as a human is something unnatural, almost a violation in itself, but Rotach immediately shuts that answer down and flatly says he is wrong. Rotach then begins explaining it more clearly. Yes, humans are incapable of properly handling demonic chi, just as Choi said. In fact, under normal circumstances, the moment demonic chi is forced into a human body, that human should simply explode and die on the spot. And yet, through what Rotach describes as a mixture of fate and coincidence, demonic chi somehow managed to take root inside Choi Hyun-suk instead of destroying him. Rather than rejecting it outright, his body allowed it to settle in and become part of him. That is what made the demonic chi evolve further inside him, to the point that it is now actively causing visible and invisible changes throughout Choi Hyun-suk's body. Rotach explains that the process is not merely reshaping Choi on the surface, it is remolding him as a whole being, body and existence alike, turning him into something more adaptable for demonic chi and allowing that power to root itself even deeper than before. Hearing all of that, Choi Hyun-suk is clearly shaken. He quickly asks whether there is any possible way to stop the changes that are continuing inside his body. Rotach answers with the same blunt honesty as before. No, the transformation cannot be stopped. But he does add one possibility. While Choi may not be able to halt it, he might still be able to guide the direction it takes. And to do that, Rotach says he plans to transplant parts from a demon or a magical creature into Choi Hyun-suk's body. The idea hits the hero badly. Almost immediately, Choi Hyun-suk imagines how grotesque it would be to become some twisted mix of human and demonic beast. And his reaction makes it obvious that he does not take the proposal well at all. He then asks if refusing is even an option, because every possible substitute Rotach is talking about sounds bizarre and disturbing. Rotach gives him a brutally simple answer. If he does not accept it, then his only remaining path is to keep living like someone with a terminal illness until the day he dies. Rotach goes on to explain that Choi Hyun-suk does not need to panic about becoming visibly monstrous. He intends to preserve the hero's outward appearance and keep his major organs intact, using only transplants that would not be noticeable. And after that subject is more or less settled, the scene later shifts to the training arena, where Rotach and Choi Hyun-suk meet again for a demonstration of noblesse. Standing in the arena, Rotach tells him to show the ability. Choi Hyun-suk responds immediately and begins concentrating. And before long, the energy gathering around him starts to release a purple aura, signaling that the transformation is beginning. Rotak watches the entire preparation closely, his attention fixed on every detail. As he observes, he realizes that Choi Hyun-seok is producing an incredibly efficient output by combining demonic chi and mana together. More importantly than that, he notices that Choi has gained enough physical strength and enough mental stability to actually withstand the result of that process. That level of performance genuinely surprises him, and he cannot help recognizing how talented Choi Hyun-seok must be to reach an outcome like this. Then, once the noblesse preparation is complete, Rotosh quickly tells him to activate promote as well, and almost at once, the horns rise from the hero's head again. After comparing the two forms, Rotosh remarks that this seems to be the only major physical distinction between Choi Hyun-seok's noblesse state and his promote state. Rotosh then reflects that Choi may in some sense have been lucky. He concludes that this transformation is efficient precisely because it protects the hero's internal organs. Inside his own head, though, Rotosh is nearly spiraling with obsession. He desperately wants to study this phenomenon further and reproduce it in future test subjects. He bitterly thinks that if Hemis were not in the way, he could dissect Choi Hyun-seok and analyze these results in far greater depth. He even regrets being unable to mass-produce these abilities in chimeras, because that would make him almost untouchable to his enemies. But as things stand, the only path he can see toward making any of that happen is through a scroll pact. Choi Hyun-seok notices that Rotosh has gone completely lost in his own thoughts, so he pulls the commander's attention back to the present. A moment later, he asks what he is supposed to do after using promote. Rotosh snaps back into focus and tells him there is no need for any more demonstrations today. Inwardly, he reflects that he has already gathered all the information he wanted. Then he tells Choi Hyun-seok that starting tomorrow, he will begin working through the hero's body and abilities one issue at a time, and advises him to go get some rest while he still can. After that, Choi Hyun-seok continued doing more promote demonstrations, and on top of that, he was put through physical training sessions as well, pushing himself until he reached complete exhaustion. Whenever he hit that limit, Commander Rotosh would subject him to further physical interventions, forcing new changes on his body and driving him to break through even more limits with that altered form, which naturally created still more needs, still more adjustments, and still more modifications as the process continued. Throughout all of it, he was never left alone. Roiger and Abelson Marriott remained by his side, watching over everything constantly and keeping close track of what was being done to him at every step. The scene later shifts back to another conversation between Choi Hyun-seok and Rotosh, and this time Rahel is there too, casually sitting in the room and happily munching on cookies. The system then shows that the hero's status has improved in several ways, but Choi Hyun-seok himself is so utterly worn out that he jokes he wants to die, only to then realize he feels so terrible that maybe he is already dead. Rotosh watches the hero's dramatic complaint without much sympathy and dryly points out that, unlike an actual corpse, Choi Hyun-seok's aura and body are far more stable now than they were before. With that observation, he effectively declares the end of yet another grueling day. Choi Hyun-seok thanks him before leaving the room, though the deep exhaustion in his body is obvious in the way he moves. And the very moment he steps out the door, the scene cuts there. As soon as Choi Hyun-seok is gone, Rotosh reaches for the communication orb again and activates it, opening another private conversation with someone on the other side. The moment the connection forms, he immediately asks whether this is a good time to talk, his tone making it clear that he did not call just to chat. From the other end, the person sounds puzzled and asks what could possibly be going on for Rotosh to suddenly contact them like this out of nowhere. Rotosh does not waste time. With a sharp sense of urgency in his voice, he presses for an answer to the proposal he made earlier. The other person briefly asks which proposal he means, but then quickly remembers what had been mentioned before. It is then revealed that the one on the other side is Ryuna. As she brings up the offer Rotosh had made, it becomes clear that he was proposing an alliance between the two of them to bring down Hemis's third command. Ryuna smiles faintly at the situation, but there is still doubt in her voice as she wonders whether he truly understands what he is saying. Because even if she has her own disagreements with Hemis, she still cannot understand why Rotosh would want to move toward open war against her. After all, Hemis was the one who raised him when he was young, and supported his growth all the way until he became one of King Amon's commanders, carrying him on her back the whole way. Rotosh's reply makes it sound like all of that belongs to the distant past now. He gives the impression that those days are over and that their paths have long since separated. His voice turns sharp and distant as the story briefly cuts to an earlier moment between Rotosh and Hemis. In that scene, Rotosh expresses his desire to move forward with his chimera research, insisting that it is without question a powerful technique. Hemis, however, treats the idea with open contempt. She coldly asks how long he plans to keep relying on cheap tricks, then tells him that no matter how powerful his chimeras become, None of it means anything if the one controlling them remains weak. Her words hit exactly where they hurt most, driving home just how unimpressive Rotash is on his own without the creations behind him. Back in the present conversation, Rotash cuts through the silence and asks Ryuna plainly whether she is going to accept the alliance or not. Ryuna pauses before answering as if weighing the situation in her head. For a moment, she seems to consider whether Rotash might be better off simply continuing to ignore Hemis, just as Hemis has been ignoring him, instead of obsessing over dragging her down. Rotash says he would not have minded continuing like that. But now Hemis has someone in her hands who changes everything, someone too valuable for him to ignore. If he could reproduce that individual's abilities in others, then this alliance would become far more than an act of revenge. It could completely transform what the two of them are capable of. Ryuna quickly figures out that he is talking about Choi Hyun-suk, though she still asks if he could possibly mean someone else, unable to fully believe that one human could be worth bringing about the fall of Commander Hemis. Rotash confirms without hesitation that yes, he means Choi. To persuade her, Rotash lays out the logic as bluntly as possible. No matter how powerful Hemis may be, she would never be able to handle two commanders attacking her at the same time. If the two of them truly joined forces, then her downfall would not merely be possible, it would be inevitable. Ryuna falls quiet and thinks it over, her face unreadable for a beat. Then, at last, she agrees to the proposal and tells him to contact her again as soon as he has a plan ready. The call comes to an end with Rotash calmly telling her that he will reach out again in a few days. Nearby, Rahel is still there with her cookies, and she ends up overhearing the entire exchange. The more she listens, the more stunned she becomes by what Rotash is plotting behind the scenes. It is not long before the group uses the orb to contact Hemis and report the conspiracy forming against her. But to everyone's surprise, Hemis is not shocked in the slightest. She already suspected all of it, caught off guard by how calm she is. Choi Hyun-suk asks why she does not seem surprised at all. Hemis answers with a question of her own, asking why she would be surprised when everything was already practically out in the open. Then she casually asks whether that is the reason they used the communication orb to call her. Choi Hyun-suk tells her that it is not the only reason. He says he has something else he needs to report, and then asks what he is supposed to do in a situation like this when he is nothing more than a tiny shrimp caught in the middle of a fight between massive whales. Hemis does not answer right away. She pauses and reflects for a moment, her gaze drifting off as though she is carefully weighing the next words she is about to say. Then she looks back toward them and asks what they think about an idea she has just come up with. It is a clever idea, no question about that. But it is also one that would push Rotash into an extremely dangerous corner. Sometime later, the scene shifts to outside Rotash's laboratory. There, Roiger and Choi Hyun-suk are shown taking down one of the guards, with Commander Roiger leading the operation and locating the room that holds the true target of their mission. As Choi Hyun-suk stares at the rows of containers inside, he asks whether all of those vials are the treasure Hemis mentioned before, the thing Commander Rotash had been guarding so carefully. Roiger tells him that they are. He explains that the vials contain demonic chi extracted from ancient beasts, creatures that have already gone extinct, and can no longer be obtained no matter how hard anyone tries now. He adds that some of these samples were gathered over the course of centuries and hidden away under tight security for exactly that reason. Then he points out that one of them, in theory, stands above all the others in power. Holding up a vial filled with red liquid, Roiger tells Choi Hyun-suk to wait a moment before doing anything rash, and warns him that if this goes wrong, he will at least make sure the hero gets a proper funeral. Choi Hyun-suk reacts with immediate, unpleasant surprise. With thick sarcasm, he says he is deeply touched and offers the commander a very dry thank you. Then, with barely any hesitation left in him, the hero snatches the vial from Roiger's hand and asks whether now is the right moment to drink it, even as he is already starting to swallow the contents. A few moments earlier, back during the call between Choi Hyun-suk and Hemis, the details of the plan had started to come together. It was an unexpected strategy designed to let Choi make better use of his dealings with Commander Rotash. The instruction Hemis gave him was brief, direct, and more than a little shocking. Hemis told Choi Hyun-suk to injure himself. The order was so simple that it almost sounded absurd, but the meaning behind it hit much harder. Naturally, Choi Hyun-suk was left stunned, confused, and visibly hesitant. He could not understand why Hemis would tell him to do something like that, especially after she had previously forced Rotash to include strict terms in their pact, specifically to protect his body. The contradiction was impossible for him to ignore. Seeing the uncertainty and fear rising on Choi Hyun-suk's face, Hemis softened her tone just a little. Still, there was unmistakable firmness in her voice when she explained that this was not a joke and not some warped form of training. It was a direct strategic order. According to information she had received through her own channels, Rotach had been lazy and careless with Choi's treatment, doing only the bare minimum needed to satisfy the terms of their pact. And the moment that obligation ran out, so would any effort on his part to keep Choi Hyun-suk alive. Still unable to see where this was going, Choi Hyun-seok asks what any of that has to do with deliberately hurting himself. From his point of view, the whole idea clashes directly with the protections that had been put in place for him. Hemus then explains further, telling him about the collection of rare and dangerous demon essences Rotach has gathered over the years. These are not simple samples. They are remnants of power left behind by ancient beings, each one containing immense and violent potential. Her plan hinges on those essences, and more specifically, on Choi Hyun-seok absorbing the single most powerful ex-demonic essence in Rotach's possession. Just hearing that is enough to make Choi Hyun-suk's stomach twist. He immediately voices the obvious fear, asking whether swallowing something that dangerous would not simply kill him on the spot. It is the most natural question he could ask, and Hemis had clearly already expected it. With the same composed authority as before, she reminds him of the pact's binding force. Because of that contract, Rotach would be magically compelled to do absolutely everything in his power to keep Choi Hyun-seok alive no matter what happened. That, she explains, was the leverage she had been counting on from the start when she forced those conditions on him. In other words, no matter how dangerous the essence might be, Rotach would be forced to pour every bit of his knowledge, skill, and effort into saving Choi Hyun-seok from dying because of it, trying to settle the fear building inside him. Hemis offers one more reassurance, this time in a more personal way. She tells Choi Hyun-seok that she knows Rotach's capabilities better than anyone. She does not merely know him, she made him what he is. His medical talent, his growth, the skill he now possesses, she was the one who nurtured it. If anyone can judge what Rotach is capable of doing, it is her, and she believes this plan will work. The scene then returns to the present moment, where Choi Hyun-suk is reluctantly swallowing the so-called potion. As the bitter liquid goes down his throat, Roiger stands nearby with his arms crossed, watching him closely with a face that reveals almost nothing. Rahel stays close as well, visibly worried, and asks if he is all right. With a grimace and a weary sigh, Choi Hyun-seok says that nothing strange seems to be happening so far. Then he immediately complains about the one thing he can feel, the disgusting taste still lingering in his mouth. For one brief instant, it almost seems like maybe everything will go according to plan. But then the situation turns in a flash. A brutal wave of pain tears through Choi Hyun-seok's body so suddenly and so violently that his limbs stiffen on the spot, and the vial slips from his hand before crashing to the floor in pieces. His vision blurs out, and his breathing catches hard in his chest. The pain is worse than anything he has endured before. Through the chaos, Rahel's voice cuts in as she calls his name in alarm. Roiger, by contrast, keeps a cooler head, narrowing his eyes as he mutters that the side effects have started, and as those words land, the pain only grows worse. Choi Hyun-seok twists in place, fighting desperately to stay conscious, even in the middle of that agony. He forces out a delirious bit of sarcasm, snapping at Roiger for conveniently leaving out just how horrifying the side effects would be when he clearly knew what was inside that potion. Roiger answers with dry indifference, saying that it was obvious enough that it did not need explaining. Choi Hyun-seok shoots him a glare and tries to say something back, but before he can get the words out, the pain overwhelms him completely and he blacks out. Sometime later, Choi Hyun-seok slowly wakes up, groggy and disoriented, lying on a bed. Almost immediately he realizes this is not a place he recognizes. The room feels sterile, the lighting is cold, and as he slowly pushes himself upright, the soreness and weakness in his muscles make it clear that his body is still in terrible shape. Just as he starts scanning the room for any clue about where he is, Rahel appears with a gentle smile on her face. She tells him that he is in Rotach's office. Then she explains that the commander personally treated him for 4 straight days, using all kinds of methods that may have been questionable, but were effective enough to keep him alive. Her words are meant to reassure him, yet the uneasiness in her expression makes it obvious that the process was anything but comforting. At last, Rahel gently asked Choi Hyun-suk how he was feeling. But before he could even open his mouth to answer, the door suddenly swung open. Hemis stepped into the room with her usual dramatic flair, greeting him as if it had been ages since they last met. Behind her, Roiger and Rotach followed in much more quietly, letting her presence dominate the room the moment she entered. With a pleased smile on her face, Hemis walked right up to Choi Hyun-seok and remarked that his strength had clearly risen. Just one look was enough for her to see that he had become noticeably more powerful. She went on to say that he had grown even stronger than she expected. Choi Hyun-suk instinctively tried to brush the compliment aside, modestly insisting that he really was not that impressive. But Hemis paid his denial no attention at all. Then, without any warning whatsoever, she placed a hand on his shoulder and began chanting a spell. In an instant, Choi Hyun-suk's right arm turned completely black. A violent surge of pain ripped through him, and it became obvious that whatever magic Himis had just used was aimed at destroying that arm outright. Once again, he was left stunned, caught between shock and pain, with no idea why this was happening, or what was supposed to come next. Rotax then steps in to explain what is going on. He says that the demonic essence of the beast Choi Hyun-suk consumed is steadily taking hold inside his body. That beast, he explains, was once feared across the demon realm itself, a creature infamous for its near-perfect invulnerability and treated by many as something practically indestructible. And now, that very same property is beginning to appear in Choi Hyun-suk, granting his body the terrifying durability of that ancient monster. According to Rotosh, the changes are already spreading through everything, from Choi Hyun-suk's cells to his muscles to his inner structure. His entire body is beginning to reflect the effects of the X-demonic infusion. Even so, Rotosh makes one thing clear: no matter how astonishing the result is, the process to get there was absolutely brutal. The testing pushed Choi Hyun-suk through unbearable pain. The transformation itself was violent, relentless, and dangerous enough to leave him hovering between survival and total collapse. It took all of Rotosh's knowledge, along with the pact forcing him to intervene fully, just to keep the hero alive through it. But despite all of that suffering, the outcome is impossible to deny. Standing nearby, Himis takes in the explanation with a faint smile and a slightly raised brow. In a tone that sounds half teasing and half serious, she admits that she almost feels a little jealous. Then she wonders aloud whether this whole plan was deliberately kept from her, as if Rotak had tried to treat it like some private little project he did not want her interfering with. Rotak, however, does not really answer the jab. He brushes past it with a cold, clipped response, simply stating that the hero's treatment is finished. Then, without showing much emotion at all, he asks whether it is time to destroy the pact. Himis offers no resistance. Calmly and without hesitation, she begins the ritual to dissolve it, acknowledging that the pact had already fulfilled its purpose, which was to ensure that Choi Hyun-suk's treatment would be completed. As the final glyph of the contract fades away into drifting magical dust, the pact disappears completely. The invisible restraint that had kept Rotoch bound to those obligations vanishes with it. The moment that restraint is gone, Rotoch wastes no time. He turns toward Himis, and with bitter hostility in his voice, he makes it clear that he has not forgotten her interference. There is more threat than professionalism in the way he speaks as he promises that she will regret everything she has done. His cold, unblinking stare burns with quiet fury. Himis remains completely unfazed. She simply smiles, almost amused, and asks whether she will really be the one who ends up regretting anything. The way she answers sounds less like a rebuttal, and more like a warning wrapped in a joke. She goes on to suggest that no matter how this all unfolds, regret may end up falling on someone else entirely. And with that same calm confidence, she says she will be waiting with interest to see exactly how Rotoch's threat plays out. Scene then shifts away from that tense exchange, and moves to the training grounds, where Choi Hyun-suk and Raedrun stand in the dust and heat of another hard day of drills. The sun hangs high overhead, as their sparring session grows more intense, the air around them thick with sweat, impact, and pressure. From the very first exchange, Raedrun can tell something has changed. Choi Hyun-suk's posture looks sharper, his timing feels cleaner, and the force behind his attacks has clearly improved. There is no denying it now. The young hero has gotten stronger. Choi Hyun-suk drives forward with a fierce punch, throwing it straight at Raedrun, who blocks it with almost insulting ease. But Choi does not stop after that first failed hit. He immediately follows up, chaining together a rapid series of strikes and pushing the assault with far more precision than before. Raedrun watches every detail as he defends. He studies the line of each punch, the placement of Choi Hyun-suk's feet, the way he is adjusting his breathing to control his effort, and the rhythm behind his movements. To an experienced eye, the progress is obvious. And then it happens. Choi Hyun-suk lands a solid punch directly into Raedrun's abdomen. Raedrun does not even bother to block it. He simply lets the strike connect cleanly. The brief smile that flashes across Choi Hyun-suk's face says everything. For the first time, he has managed to hit his teacher properly. All the pain, all the exhaustion, all the effort he has poured into training is finally starting to show results. But that small moment of triumph does not last long. In one sudden motion, Raedrun slams a massive elbow down onto Choi Hyun-suk's head and sends him crashing flat into the dirt with a heavy thud. For a second, the world spins around him. Choi Hyun-suk lies there dazed, his skull throbbing, painfully reminded that no matter how much he has improved, there are still levels to strength, and he has a long way left to climb. Lying on his back, he thinks about everything people have been telling him lately, that he has grown, that he has improved, that he has become stronger, and yet here he is again, sprawled on the ground after being crushed by Raedrun's sheer power. Letting out a sigh, he cannot help wondering whether progress alone is really enough. Raedrun, ever steady and supportive, kneels down beside him instead of mocking him. In a calm voice, he says there is no reason to get discouraged. Choi Hyun-suk is unlike anyone he has ever trained before. His growth rate is absurd, almost unnatural in how fast it keeps climbing. He does not seem to hit the usual walls or plateaus, he just keeps improving. His body still has not fully settled into its changes yet. But once it does, the results will be extraordinary. Still unconvinced, Choi Hyun-suk pushes himself back to his feet and mutters that he does not buy it so easily. His mind goes back to the last real battle, where he barely survived, and even then only because other people stepped in to help him. Raedrun does not answer immediately. He simply smiles at his student's humility, as if he understands exactly why Choi feels that way. When the session comes to an end, Raedrun extends a hand and helps Choi Hyun-suk back up again. With a reassuring nod, he tells him not to rush things or lose patience. The day to truly prove himself will come, and when it does, Choi will be ready for it. Those words clearly reach him. Encouraged by that quiet vote of confidence, Choi Hyun-suk answers with firm determination and promises that he will prove his worth when the time comes. Meanwhile, back in Rotach's territory, the mood has changed completely. Soldiers are moving quickly now, their urgency making it obvious that something serious is being prepared. Weapons are handed out one after another, and orders are barked across the area as the preparations continue. In another room, cages are being sealed shut, each one holding a chimera ready to be deployed. The tension in the air is heavy, and everything about the scene points to imminent conflict. Back in his office, Rotach receives final confirmation that all preparations have been completed. Without hesitating for even a second, he rises to his feet. His objective is already decided. They are going to reclaim the human from the dark fortress, the one Hemis stole from him. Fury fills his voice as he swears that Hemis will pay for this. That human was never hers to take. In Rotach's eyes, Choi Hyun-suk is his experiment, and he fully intends to get him back. The story then returns to the moment right after Raedrun and Choi Hyun-suk finish their training, with Raedrun still offering calm encouragement and telling him once again not to be impatient because the chance to prove himself has not arrived yet. Those words leave the hero with his confidence renewed. Then, all at once, a massive explosion erupts, blasting apart the wooden structures around the training grounds and sending destruction tearing through the area. The sudden blast catches Choi Hyun-suk completely off guard, and both he and Raedrun snap to attention immediately, bracing themselves for whatever is about to come next. The Sentinel team wastes no time sounding the attack alarm, shouting that the Skeben tribe has launched an assault. The second Raedrun hears that, he realizes at once whose forces these are. They belong to the second commander. That realization leaves both him and Choi Hyun-suk visibly stunned. As previously shown, the Skeben tribe under Rotach's command are rat-like beings standing roughly 1.5 meters tall. Their small frames and natural build make them physically weak in direct combat. But they make up for that with extreme cunning and a dangerous talent for underhanded tactics. Outside the fortress, the Skeben commanders call for even more firepower, and cannon shells are launched toward the defensive fortifications protecting the stronghold. The focus then shifts to Ryan, who praises Rotach's firepower, and admits he did not expect the commander and his tribe to act with this much confidence, right before one of Rotach's subordinates rushes in to report. The subordinate arrives with urgent news, warning that the wall under attack has already collapsed. He explains that they were able to break through so quickly because the earlier strike had delayed repairs on those defenses, information that Ryan had previously passed along to Rotach's forces. Hearing that, the second commander immediately gives the next order. The teams are to advance with the Chimeras taking the front line, and Gaeldao is specifically instructed to capture Choi Hyun-suk. Rotach then makes his own intentions clear. He states that he will move together with Park Hyuna and personally confront Hemis, using that battle to finally carry out the revenge he has been holding on to. Scene cuts back to Raedrun and Choi Hyun-suk, who are already moving as the fortress falls into chaos. Choi says he had always figured Rotach might pull some kind of stunt like this one day, but even so, he never expected it to happen this soon. Seeing how worked up he is, Raedrun tells him to calm himself and reminds him that in moments like this, staying composed matters more than ever. Choi Hyun-suk, however, reacts almost hysterically. Panic leaks into his voice as he demands to know what they are even supposed to do now, and more specifically, what he himself is supposed to do in the middle of all this. Raedrun's face hardens with seriousness. He declares that he will gather the troops at once, and then he turns to Choi Hyun-suk and assigns him a mission of his own. Choi listens closely as Raedrun starts laying out the instructions, And the very first order is enough to make the atmosphere shift. Raedrun tells him that his first task is to eliminate Commander Gaeldao, and the words hit Choi Hyun-seok so hard that he is left completely stunned. Because this means he is being sent to fight a commander directly. Raedrun gives him more context right away, explaining that Gaeldao is one of Rotak's closest confidants. He adds that under normal circumstances, he would be the one to handle someone like Gaeldao himself. But this time Raedrun says he has complete faith in Choi Hyun-seok's strength. That open trust lands heavily on the hero, and instead of crushing him, it fills him with even more resolve, making him feel ready to accept the mission. Then the second part of the assignment comes into focus, and the story immediately cuts to Choi Hyun-seok sprinting through the corridors while pulling Abelson Marriott along by the arm. As they run, the Saint asks whether Raedrun really sent Choi Hyun-seok specifically to get her out of there, and Choi confirms that yes, that is exactly what happened. The reason for protecting Abelson Marriott is actually simple, even if the stakes behind it are enormous. If she were allowed to move around freely and pour out her divine power without restraint, she could become a serious threat to the demon forces almost instantly. Her mere presence, overflowing with sacred energy, would be enough to throw entire demon units into disorder. And if power like that were allowed to roam unchecked across an active battlefield, it could change the course of the fight in dangerous and unpredictable ways. Strangely enough, even with the weight of that explanation, Abelson lets out a soft little laugh, amused by how seriously everyone is taking the threat she represents. Standing beside her with a hard, focused stare, Choi Hyun-seok makes his next objective clear. He says he needs to find Gaeldao, and the tension around him seems to tighten the moment he says it. But before he can even think through where to go next, the man he is looking for steps out almost as if he had been waiting for them. Gaeldao appears from the shadows without warning, immediately seizing control of the moment. Both Choi Hyun-seok and Abelson Marriott are caught off guard by how sudden his arrival is. The imposing commander strides forward, introducing himself with confidence and a trace of arrogance. This is Gaeldao, the opponent Choi has been sent to face, and the instant Choi Hyun-seok catches sight of Gaeldao's stats, a staggering power level of 162,730, he freezes in disbelief. The sheer scale of the strength in front of him is far beyond what he expected. This is not just some strong enemy, this is a genuine monster of a fighter. The realization immediately pulls Choi Hyun-seok's thoughts back to Andrew Taylor, that previous human enemy whose overwhelming raw power had pushed both him and Roger to their limit in an earlier fight. That battle had been brutal enough already. Now, facing Gaeldao alone, Choi cannot help but wonder whether he truly has what it takes to win by himself this time. Before he can properly study the room or come up with any strategy, Gaeldao acts first. With a sharp command, he unleashes his hellhounds, and the monstrous beasts hurl themselves forward at once, charging straight toward Choi Hyun-seok and Abelson Marriott. Choi reacts on pure instinct. He throws himself in front of the Saint, placing his own body between her and the incoming attack. Snarling, snapping hellhounds slam into him from every side, sinking their teeth into him as the air fills with growls and savage noise. The pain is real, but he does not move an inch, keeping Abelson safe behind him. Watching this with ugly satisfaction, Gaeldao declares that he has successfully restrained the hero. Then, with the confidence of someone who thinks the battle is already over, he begins charging up what looks like one of his most devastating attacks. He boasts that this strike will finish everything in an instant and leave absolutely nothing of the hero behind. But just as Gaeldao prepares to unleash it, Choi Hyun-seok cuts him off. His voice rings out with absolute certainty. He says the hound's bites are nothing special, that their threat was clearly exaggerated. As their fangs pressed against his skin, he did not even feel a proper wound. Not a single real scratch. And with that, he triggers his transformation. A blinding burst of force erupts from his body, swallowing him in raw, violent energy. In the very next instant, he surges straight up to level 3. The jump in power is so sudden and so overwhelming that everyone present is stunned by it. The hellhounds sense the danger immediately and instinctively recoil. Even Gaeldao is visibly shaken now, his earlier confidence cracking the moment he realizes the situation has changed. Choi Hyun-seok gives him no time to recover. He launches forward at once, his speed exploding upward as his body becomes a blur, and charges directly at the commander with everything he has. A moment later, Choi's fist slams into Gaeldao with a thunderous impact that shakes the air like a shockwave. The fight has truly begun now, a direct clash of force against force. Snarling through the blow, Gaeldao shouts that he possesses the finest technology on the entire continent and that there is no world, no possible reality, where he could be defeated by a mere human. Driven by pride and panic in equal measure, he screams for his whole army to converge on the battlefield. The ground itself seems to tremble as more enemies begin rushing in. From the rear, Abelson Marriott sees the danger escalating fast. Her eyes widen as the chimeras begin to arrive. grotesque war creatures built purely for destruction. In an instant, the threat level rises dramatically. Without hesitating any further, she drops to her knees and begins chanting. She gathers all of her divine power into a single spell, pouring everything she has into one incantation in an attempt to delay the advance, or if possible, drive the monsters back altogether. Then, within moments, the battlefield is engulfed in an enormous blast of sacred energy. Her divine light surges outward like a tidal wave, radiating across the entire area in every direction. The brilliance of the spell is so immense that it can be seen from every corner of the Black Fortress. It is overwhelming, beautiful, and terrifying all at once. For a brief instant, Choi Hyun-suk can only stare in awe, but that feeling quickly turns into concern. He understands exactly how costly a spell like that must be. Breathing hard, Abelson Marriott confirms his fear. She says she cannot keep going. She has poured absolutely everything she had into that one attack, spending all of her strength in a single sacred blast like a divine cannon shot. That one strike was all she could give, but that one strike is enough. Seizing the opening with renewed intensity, Choi Hyun-seok locks his attention fully onto Gale Dao again and starts pressing him harder and harder, overwhelming the commander with sheer momentum. With a fierce shout, Choi tears one of the mechanical arms right off Gale Dao's armored suit, wrenching it free in a burst of screeching twisted metal. At that point, Gale Dao's face finally changes. The commander who had stood there so proud and certain is now visibly afraid. He cannot understand how a human could possibly possess this much strength, but Choi Hyun-seok gives him no chance to think it through. Without a trace of hesitation, the hero drives forward again, gathering every ounce of his strength into one final crushing blow aimed directly at the shell, protecting Gale Dao's head. The punch lands with devastating force. Metal splits, cracks, and then shatters apart completely. The head protection breaks open, and the full impact crashes straight through into Gale Dao's body. It is the kind of hit that leaves no room for recovery, a true finishing blow. And just like that, the enemy commander is finally defeated, crashing to the ground with a heavy impact that echoes through the battlefield. Yet instead of feeling triumphant, Choi Hyun-suk finds himself oddly disappointed. He stares down at the fallen commander with a slightly tilted head, quietly questioning whether this man really carried the weight and authority that should come with being a commander. In his own mind, Gale Dao simply does not feel all that impressive, not compared to the threat Choi had prepared himself for. But once the adrenaline starts to fade, Choi Hyun-suk begins to reconsider that thought. Maybe Gale Dao was not weak at all. Maybe the real reason this fight felt so underwhelming is because Choi himself has become far stronger than he realizes. He thinks back on everything he has gone through, the relentless training, the monstrous opponents, the impossible standards set by the powerful figures around him. For so long, he has been measuring himself against people who felt like living legends. Maybe standing among giants for so long made him forget how much he himself had grown. That train of thought is interrupted when Abelson Marriott, still shaken from the battle, speaks up and asks in a worried voice whether he is all right. Choi Hyun-suk turns toward her, and his expression softens immediately. Still wrapped in the glowing aura of his transformed state, he calmly tells her that he is fine. But just as he starts to relax, something about Abelson Marriott catches his eye. Maybe it is her posture, maybe it is the feel of her aura, but whatever it is, it puts him on edge. His brows draw together slightly in unease, and before he can dwell on that feeling any longer, the scene cuts away to a completely different battlefield. Now the focus shifts to Hemis, standing firm and unshaken in her own confrontation. Her eyes stay fixed forward as she faces not one enemy, but two. In front of her stand, Rotach and Park Hyuna, both carrying themselves with open menace and confidence. Rotach, wearing a twisted little smirk, asks whether Hemis is finally ready to meet her end. His voice drips with mockery as it carries across the scorched battlefield. Hemis answers him without the slightest trace of fear. Instead, she hits back with sharp sarcasm, mocking the sheer amount of preparation they needed just to come after her. With theatrical disbelief, she points out that they even brought the fourth commander along for this, as if that alone were enough to show how absurdly cautious they are being to her. It is almost funny. She scoffs at them for pushing cowardice to a whole new level. Rotach, however, remains unmoved. He coldly dismisses everything she says and makes it clear that he does not care what Hemis calls him: coward, weakling, dishonorable. None of it matters to him. The only thing he cares about is the end result, and in his mind, there is only one possible outcome to this battle: Hemis's destruction. More than that, he intends to surpass her completely as a warrior and bury everything she represents on this very battlefield. With unwavering resolve, Rotach steps forward. The pressure around him rises, his presence growing heavier as he prepares himself for the clash that is about to begin. Then Rotach turns toward Park Hyuna and asks whether she is completely ready. whether she is truly prepared to begin the decisive battle that will finally bring Hemis's reign to an end. Park Hyun-ah answers with a sinister smile and a gaze so sharp and mocking that it almost makes Rotosh look pathetic. She tilts her head slightly, eyes glittering with mischief, and then replies in dripping sarcasm that she will not be able to join him after all, because all of a sudden she has been struck by an overwhelming and completely uncontrollable hunger deep in her stomach. She keeps repeating that excuse in the same dry, ironic tone, leaning into how ridiculous it sounds on purpose. And the more she says it, the more completely baffled Rotok becomes. Instead of clearing anything up, her attitude only throws him further off balance, leaving him staring at her like he can't even process what he's hearing. At that point, Rotoch finally snaps and demands to know what kind of absurd nonsense Park Hyun-ah thinks she's spouting at a time like this. But unlike him, she looks perfectly relaxed. She just gives a light, casual wave of her hand and tells him that he and Hemis are free to enjoy all the excitement by themselves. As for her, she says she'd much rather head home, make herself a nice steaming bowl of ramen, and enjoy it in peace, speaking as though there isn't a major confrontation unfolding right in front of them. Then, just before she actually turns away, Park Hyun-ah suddenly lifts her hand and points straight at Hemis, announcing in an almost theatrical way that she has one last thing to say before she leaves. And that is when the truth comes out. From the very moment Rotoch first approached Park Hyun-ah with his plan, she had already made up her mind in secret to betray the Demon King's army's internal scheme and stand on Hemis's side instead. Everything after that had just been an act, with her pretending to go along with Rotoch and his carefully arranged assault. In return for siding with Hemis, Park Hyun-ah had only asked for one thing. She wanted the endless conflict and constant friction between herself and Hemis to finally be brought to an end. Now that the deal has been honored, she gives a loose, almost carefree goodbye and walks off without another look, leaving Hemis to deal with Rotoch herself. The moment Hemis shifts her full attention toward him, she starts mocking Rotoch without mercy. With cold sarcasm, she asks whether his strongest and most trusted partner has just abandoned him and left him standing there alone. The jab cuts deep, and the humiliation only makes the rage burning inside him flare even hotter. That is the moment Rotoch finally pieces together what should have been obvious from the start. His face tightens, and he demands a direct answer from Hemis, asking if she and Park Hyun-ah had been working together behind his back the entire time, just to deceive him and lead him straight into betrayal. Hemis answers him with complete calm, her voice soft and steady as she confirms that his guess is right. The instant Park Hyun-ah learned what his real plan was, she switched sides. Because of that, Hemis had already known every detail of his scheme from the very beginning. Then, with an expression that looks strangely peaceful after everything that has happened, Hemis asks him one final question. Even now, after all of this has been exposed and stripped away, does he still intend to keep going with such a foolish plan? Even after the betrayal and the shock of being outplayed, Rotoch is too furious to back down. What enrages him most is the pity and quiet condescension he senses in Hemis's tone. With that anger boiling over, he activates a strange hidden device embedded deep inside his chest and declares through clenched teeth that none of it matters anymore. No matter what it costs him, he is going to finish this. The moment the device activates, an unnatural technological armor begins forming around him, twisting and locking itself tightly along his arm in layers, like something alive. At the same time, a dark crimson energy spills out from it, thick and ominous, spreading over his body until it fully engulfs him and completes his transformation. Now completely armored and overflowing with murderous intent, Rotoch stands ready to fight. Everything about him screams that this is the moment he has been preparing for all along. He intends to prove in the cruelest way possible everything he learned and everything he endured through the hundreds of years he spent living under Hemis's shadow, always chasing the day he could finally surpass her. Meanwhile, back on Choi Hyun-seok's side, it turns out that the figure he noticed approaching him was Park Hyun-ah. The instant he recognizes her, he is visibly startled, completely caught off guard to see her appear there of all places. Park Hyun-ah explains it in a calm, matter-of-fact way. She says she was simply passing through, and when she saw all the chaos around the area, she became concerned that Choi Hyun-seok might get dragged into it and end up hurt. But she quickly follows that up by saying she feels relieved now, because he has clearly grown much stronger than before. In her own words, she worried for nothing and overthought the whole situation. That only leaves Choi Hyun-seok even more confused, because this is the same woman who had once stood as his enemy. And yet now she's speaking to him with open concern. There she is, acting completely at ease, casually asking after him and showing what seems like genuine concern for his condition. Unable to ignore how strange that feels, Choi Hyun-seok asks her directly whether she is not supposed to be out on the battlefield preparing to fight. Park Hyun-ah answers without hesitation that Hemis sent her away under strict orders not to take part in any combat or direct confrontation, so she chose to stay back and watch everything from a safe distance instead. Once Choi Hyun-seok realizes she is simply following Hemis's instructions exactly, he asks her the question that matters most now, in this crucial battle. Who does she think is going to win? Park Hyun-ah pauses and answers thoughtfully. She admits that she is genuinely impressed by how prepared Rotach is, and by how much resolve he brought into this fight. Even so, she says with complete certainty that none of it changes the outcome, because Hemis stands so far above him that no power or strategy he brought could possibly bridge that gap. As the fight truly begins, several blazing spheres of energy are fired straight toward Hemis, lighting up the battlefield as they race in her direction. And yet Hemis does not move. She remains standing there in total composure, calmly waiting as every one of Rotach's attacks comes hurtling toward her. Seeing her stand there so passively only drives Rotach into even deeper frustration. He shouts at her, demanding to know why she refuses to fight back, and why she will not treat this like a real battle. He reminds her loudly that he is also one of the Demon King's proud commanders, and beyond that, the leader of an entire tribe that has placed its hopes on his shoulders. When he realizes that nothing he says is going to change Hemis's stance, Rotach finally commits everything he has. He begins pouring every last bit of his energy forward, pushing himself to the absolute limit, and drawing on all the strength he has built through countless years of pain, struggle, and obsession to strike her with everything left in him. Even then, Hemis remains utterly unshaken, as calm as if none of this is worth worrying about in the slightest. She wonders aloud why she should bother counterattacking at all, or even treat this as a true battle. To her, it is meaningless, because no matter what Rotach does, she already knows with perfect certainty that the only final outcome is her victory. Then, without another word and without the slightest hesitation, Hemis unleashes a massive burst of blinding energy. It surges forward like a violent storm, breaking loose and crashes straight toward Rotach. As she attacks, she drives her words into him just as mercilessly. She reminds him that the one who betrayed him was Park Hyun-ah, the ally he trusted most to stand beside him in this final clash. And worse still, the weapon he spent so many years building, refining, and placing his hopes in has already become worthless. Hemis's strike had been aimed precisely at his most vital equipment, destroying the heart of it completely and leaving it beyond repair. With a voice that carries both authority and a trace of pity, Hemis asks him again if he still plans to continue after suffering this much defeat and betrayal. Rotach, now left with almost no options and no real opening, can only admit that everything she said is true. He openly acknowledges that he was betrayed, and that her words hit the mark. But even after admitting all of that, the fire in his eyes has not gone out. Rotach declares fiercely that he has no intention of retreating, no matter how impossible winning may look. With sheer stubborn resolve, he activates his promote ability, forcing his remaining power higher and gathering it for one more desperate final blow. Using his cannon, he unleashes a barrage of enormous radiant energy spheres at Hemis, firing off what looks like a devastating attack meant to decide everything in one last all-or-nothing strike. Hemis shuts the entire assault down with a single effortless shield, brushing it aside with such ease that it feels almost insulting, as though she were dealing with nothing more than a pesky insect. From Rotach's point of view, it looks as though the entire wave of his power has simply been swallowed up, and the sight leaves him staring in stunned disbelief. For one brief instant, a flicker of hope rises inside him. He wonders if perhaps even Hemis could not endure an attack of that scale, and that maybe, just maybe, his power had finally reached her. But Hemis answers in a tone that almost sounds amused, telling him that it really was a good move, an attack worthy of acknowledgement. Then, all of a sudden, a deep purple aura spreads out across his energy blast like a dark mist rolling over the battlefield. It doesn't take long after that for Hemis's own power to completely overwhelm Rotach's offense. Her energy crushes through it, wipes it out, and erases every trace of his attack, as if it had never existed at all. A moment later, she appears right in front of him, standing tall in complete control of the fight. Looking straight at him, she says with unwavering certainty that he really has changed compared to the weak and lost person he once was. She even admits openly and without mockery that he has truly grown stronger over the years. Even so, Hemis makes it clear that the next move is hers. And when she says it, there is no room left for mercy. With an eerie, chilling grace, she slowly licks one finger while keeping her eyes fixed on Rotach, then raises that same finger and points it directly at him as she activates her ability. In the next instant, countless black claws materialize out of nowhere and surge forward in a mass, moving like a pack of starving beasts racing in for the kill. The second Rotach sees that conjured technique, he immediately understands how dangerous it is. All the fierce resolve he had been clinging to collapses at once, replaced by pure, numbing terror that freezes him from the inside out. He cannot move. He just stands there rigid and helpless, waiting as the swarm of claws closes in on him. It takes almost no time at all for those relentless claws to catch him, wrap around him, and pin him in place so thoroughly that he cannot resist. From there, the attack only grows harsher, its violence intensifying with every passing moment as it becomes more savage and more merciless. Then, with horrifying force, Rotach's limbs are ripped away from his body one by one until only his trembling, ruined torso remains. This is the same man who came there determined to wipe out Hemis and everyone under her. Realizing that his end has finally come, Rotach chooses to spend the last moments of his life asking one final question of the woman who had once been not just his superior, but the mentor he loved and followed. As Hemis slowly walks toward his broken body, she asks him if what he is about to do is beg for mercy. Her voice is cold and distant, but there is also a faint sadness buried underneath it. Gathering the last scraps of his fading strength, Rotach asks whether she still sees him the same way she once did, as weak, useless, and pathetic. The question carries the full weight of the painful road he had walked to reach this point. In that moment, he vividly remembers the person he used to be, back when he openly declared that one day he would become as strong as Hemis and rise into the role of a true leader. A leader who would stand on equal footing with the greatest of them or even rise above them all. But that dream had been completely shattered along the way, broken apart by the pain of being scorned, dismissed and rejected by Hemis. And from that point on, the only thing left driving him was a desperate obsession: to surpass her one day and make her pay for every ounce of humiliation and pain he believed she had caused him. Hemis falls silent after hearing that, and for a heavy moment she says nothing at all, standing there as she quietly reflects on the meaning behind his words. Instead of answering him head-on, Hemis lets out a quiet remark about time itself, saying that time is cruel, cold, and never stops for anyone. She speaks almost wistfully, lamenting how some things feel as though they should last forever, as though they were never meant to change at all. No matter how much people wish otherwise, time keeps moving, and as it moves, people change with it. They make choices, they take actions, and before long, they find themselves carrying regrets they never expected to bear. Even so, Hemis tells Rotach that she is genuinely grateful to him. In the end, after all those long years, he was still able to find something meaningful in the life he lived, something he could truly hold on to. And beyond that, the path he walked helped shape the destiny that followed, whether he intended it or not. Those final words reach him. A faint, peaceful smile slowly forms on Rotach's face, and then at last, his body gives out. He collapses, his eyes closing for the final time, while Hemis softly offers him one last wish that he may finally rest in peace. The scene then shifts away from his death and settles over the ruined remains of the Black Fortress. What was once an intimidating stronghold now looks like it is barely holding itself together. Massive cracks run through the tall walls. The stone is split and scarred, and every small tremor sends dust drifting down from the ceiling as though the entire place is slowly dying. The air inside is thick and heavy, stale with the scent of age, ruin, and slow decay. Deep within that battered fortress, a tense discussion is underway between Hemis, Choi Hin-suk, and Raedrun. The subject hanging over the room is impossible to ignore. This fortress is finished as a proper base of operations. Then Hemis drops the real decision, sudden and sharp, informing them that preparations are being made to move out and relocate. The announcement hits the room like a thunderclap. For a brief moment, both of the others are caught completely off guard, and the chamber falls into a stunned silence. Still as composed as ever, Hemis calmly explains her reasoning. She states with absolute firmness that no amount of repairs will truly save this place. No matter how much labor they pour into rebuilding it, the fortress itself is already broken at its core. Its structure is compromised, and so is everything it represents. In her eyes, it is beyond saving. Raedrun and Choi Hyun-suk both listen closely without interrupting. Neither of them openly argues with what she says, but their faces and the stiffness in their posture make it obvious that accepting that truth is far from easy. After the silence stretches for a moment, Raedrun is the one who finally speaks. He asks where they are supposed to go next. What destination awaits the entire Third Command? On the surface, it sounds like a practical question about logistics. But underneath it, his concern for their future and their safety is impossible to miss. Hemis answers immediately, without even a second of hesitation. The Third Command will be transferred to the 8th Division, and their new base will be Gadrick Fort. The words fall heavily into the room. Raedrun starts to respond, likely ready to object or at least question the decision, but Hemis cuts him off at once. Her voice is sharp, decisive, and leaves no room for debate. Her mind is already made up. She orders him to draft a letter demanding the current commander of Gadrick Fort evacuate immediately, making it perfectly clear that the fortress will now be handed over to them. With the matter effectively settled, Choi Hyun-suk and Raedrun leave the chamber together. As they move through the worn, crumbling corridors of the Black Fortress, Raedrun grows unusually quiet. His thoughts are clearly restless. Out of all the divisions they could have joined, and out of all the possible strongholds they could have taken, why would Hemis choose the 8th? What exactly is she planning? Watching the unease written across his companion's face, Choi Hyun-suk finally breaks the silence and asks what it is about the 8th Division that has him so worried. After a short pause, Raedrun answers. He explains that Gadrick Fort is not just another fortress on the map. It is the one positioned closest to the forward outposts maintained by the human forces. In other words, it is essentially a frontline base, a place where danger is constant and the tension never really disappears. As that explanation sinks in, Choi Hyun-suk's expression hardens. He immediately understands what that means. Being stationed there is practically an invitation to death. Still, he reasons it out and says that if a fortress like that has managed to hold on for this long under such pressure, then the one commanding it must be someone extremely capable. But Raedrun shakes his head and rejects that conclusion. Instead, he brings up Fort Himern, using it as the example Choi Hyun-suk should be thinking about. The mention only leaves Choi Hyun-suk looking confused, and that reaction visibly irritates Raedrun. With frustration creeping into his voice, he reminds him that Fort Himern was the very place where the two of them first met. He then recalls the brutal battle that forced their command into retreat. A bitter memory filled with pressure, loss, and the humiliation of being driven back. Raedrun goes on to remind Choi Hyun-suk that during that time Grat had been the commander in charge of that division. Hearing that, Choi Hyun-suk asks what happened afterward. Specifically how Grat managed to deal with Hemis's fury after such a defeat. Raedrun gives a sober answer. In the middle of all that chaos, Grat somehow succeeded in protecting Gadrick Fort, which was his personal base. Choi Hyun-suk gives a small nod at that and remarks that Grat must be the kind of person who knows very well how to protect what belongs to him. But Raedrun does not agree so easily. He answers in a measured, careful tone, saying that maybe Grat truly did defend it through skill and ability. Or maybe he used some entirely different method to keep it safe. Either way, he says there is no way to know for certain. From there, the scene cuts away and shifts directly to Gadrick Fort itself. Inside a dimly lit office, Grat sits reading the letter Raedrun sent. The moment he reaches the end, the veins at his temples start to twitch and his hand tightens into a fist. Then, without warning, he slams that fist down onto the table with a sharp crack and shouts Raedrun's name in open fury. The sheer arrogance written into that message infuriates him. The order he received is simple and humiliating. He is to vacate the fort so that Hemis's third command can take possession of it. The insult of it lands hard. Under his breath, Grat bitterly curses Hemis as an old witch and demands to know what she could possibly be plotting this time. Even in his anger, Grat understands the reality of the situation. There is no easy way for him to avoid complying with that order. Still, the look on his face makes it clear he has not given up on acting yet. After a brief pause, he reaches toward a nearby communication orb. With practiced familiar movements, he activates the orb and opens a magical line of communication. Once the connection stabilizes, he identifies himself in a clear voice as Grat, commander of the 8th Division of the Demon King's army. A voice answers from the other side with dry amusement, commenting on how long it has been since Grat bothered to make contact, and asking what exactly he wants this time. Grat wastes no time with pleasantries. He states plainly that he has a proposal to make, and not a trivial one but something urgent and significant. The narrative then cuts away from the demon's side and moves to the holy capital, where another conversation unfolds within dark, shadowed halls. One of the Pope's subordinates speaks first, looking visibly discouraged. In a low voice full of regret, he laments the failures of Geffen and Andrew Taylor. He admits that he truly believed Andrew Taylor would come out victorious. Then, troubled by the pattern, he asks if Choi Hyun-suk was involved again, wondering if he was the one who turned the tide yet another time. The monocled man confirms it immediately and without hesitation. He adds that Choi Hyun-suk's rate of growth is unlike anything they have ever witnessed before. His strength is rising far too quickly, to a degree that can no longer be ignored. That pattern, repeated again and again, has now begun to seriously alarm even the Pope himself. The advisor then cautiously suggests that it might be wiser to postpone dealing with Choi Hyun-suk for the moment, and instead focus their attention on resolving the problem involving the Drazen Empire. After all, he says, no matter how troublesome he may be, Choi Hyun-suk is still only one man. But the Pope dismisses that line of thinking immediately. He says that if Choi Hyun-suk were nothing more than an ordinary citizen, then perhaps such an approach might be acceptable. But he is not ordinary. He is a hero, and that changes everything. The Pope then sharply rebukes the monocled man for trying to brush the matter aside so lightly. He goes on to accuse him of failing to understand the true nature of a hero, and more importantly, the terrifying potential of what a hero can become if left unchecked. To make a decision like that, he says, would be dangerously irresponsible and impossible to justify, especially from someone holding such authority. The consequences of that kind of recklessness would not stay contained. They could spread outward across entire kingdoms. With a solemn, commanding presence, the Pope stresses that this threat must be neutralized before it spreads further, before it reaches into the heart of the Holy See itself and corrupts everything from within. Then, turning toward his aide, he asks in a low but weighty voice whether any new contact has come in from the spy planted inside enemy territory. The man confirms that there has been. He reports that a fresh message has just arrived, and according to the spy, an unexpected offer has now been placed on the table. Support has been promised for a single decisive strike that could wipe out all of the major enemy targets at once. When he hears that, the Pope goes silent for a moment. The proposal is so shocking and so sudden that it plainly catches him off guard, leaving him visibly stunned by how bold it is. His eyes narrow as he quietly wonders how the spy could possibly hope to pull off something that ambitious. The man then explains further. The Third Command is preparing to relocate, and their next destination will be Gadrick Fort. The meaning behind it is obvious. They intend to seize the fortress and turn it into their new base of operations. That information suggests something far larger may already be taking shape there, some broader plan that is already moving in the background. As the atmosphere in the room grows heavier, the Pope raises another question. If this offer had been possible from the start, then why had it not been presented much earlier? The advisor answers directly, though. There is visible unease in the way he says it. Grat attached conditions to the proposal, and those conditions were so extreme they had seemed impossible to satisfy. He demanded 10,000 sacrificial offerings, the strategic withdrawal of support posts spread across multiple fronts, and a 5-year non-aggression pact. Even the monocled man sounds disbelieving as he lists them out, because the scale of the demands is enormous, perhaps even absurd. The Pope considers all of that in silence for a moment before calmly asking the real question beneath it. What does Grat actually want? Why put such an enormous price on this arrangement? After taking a breath, the advisor explains what he has heard. Rumors say the seat of the Second Command has become vacant because of internal conflict, specifically after Hemis eliminated Rotosh. With that position now open, Grat may see an opportunity to rise and claim it for himself, and to make that happen, he may be trying to manipulate the unstable balance between Hemis and the Demon King for his own advantage. Pope thinks through the implications out loud. 10,000 sacrifices, and perhaps not just lives either. There may also be territory involved. In that case, this is not merely a transaction, but a political strategy built on blood and expansion. But the monocled advisor answers carefully that the land is not the part that concerns him most. What truly troubles him is the sheer scale of the sacrifice being demanded. A loss on that level could shake even the foundations of the empire itself. Hearing that, the Pope wonders aloud why Grat, of all people, is now asking for so many resources and so much service from within the empire's reach. Before anyone else can respond, the Pope rises slightly from his seat and gives his decision. In a voice that leaves no room for doubt, he orders that the agreement be accepted. The advisor is visibly caught off guard by how unwavering the Pope sounds. There is no hesitation in his voice, no room left for debate. The decision has already been made, and his resolve is absolute. Then the Pope calmly lays out the logic behind it. In his eyes, this may be the one and only chance they will ever get to wipe out every threat gathering around them in a single decisive move. One campaign, one massive strike, and they could cut down every rival leader at once before any of them had the chance to recover. And beyond the battlefield itself, there is an even greater advantage hidden inside this plan. If things unfold the way he expects, their spy could be pushed into a crucial position deep within the Demon King's army, right at the heart of its command structure, where that information would become far more valuable than ever before. To the Pope, that alone makes the operation worth protecting at any cost. He makes it clear that they cannot allow such an opportunity to slip away, no matter how many lives must be spent to secure it. 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000 sacrifices, he is willing to bear that burden, but with the scale of this plan comes a terrifying condition. Every detail must be prepared with extreme precision, every movement has to be perfect. At this point, there is no longer any margin for error, and he warns them in a cold, final tone that another failure will not be accepted. With the discussion over, the Pope gives his final command. The legendary warriors from every region are to be summoned at once. The time for waiting has ended. Every sword must be drawn, every spell readied, every oath honored, because the last great battle is finally about to begin. Sometime later, inside the dim and brooding walls of Gadrick Fort, Grat came forward to receive the members of the Third Command as they arrived. He greeted them with a smile, but it was painfully obvious that the expression was forced. His loud, almost exaggerated friendliness did a poor job of hiding the strain underneath. On the surface, he acted as though he fully agreed with the order from Hemis to abandon Gadrick Fort, and for a moment he tried to play the part of a cooperative ally. Still, it didn't take long before the tension underneath began to show through the cracks. Only a few exchanges into the conversation, Grat's manner noticeably changed. Something was clearly bothering him. His eyes tightened, and a thread of unease slipped into his voice as he spoke. Raedron, as sharp and direct as always, wasted no time dancing around it. He immediately pressed Grat to say exactly what the problem was. Forced to answer, Grat began explaining the situation in detail. According to Grat, the nearest human army had been moving in a way that felt deeply unnatural. Their forces had been shifting positions in strange patterns, and on top of that, huge amounts of supplies were being moved from place to place. From those troop movements alone, Grat had already reached a grim conclusion. In his judgment, the humans were preparing for a full siege of the fortress. He wasn't throwing out a vague suspicion or empty fear. To him, it was a reasoned warning based on what he had observed. Raedron stayed focused and immediately asked what sort of response had been prepared. Grat's face darkened as he answered. He explained that he was planning a divided wave assault, a preemptive operation meant to strike first, before the enemy could completely lock the fortress down. But for that strategy to work, he said he would need reliable support. Enough reinforcements to keep the line from collapsing until Hemis's main army arrived. Grat went on to explain that the 8th Division had already been dealing with one complication after another. None of the setbacks were individually catastrophic, but together they had left the division short-handed and stretched far too thin. In their current condition, they simply could not hold on by themselves. After hearing that, Raedron gave a straightforward answer. The 3rd Command would provide the backup he needed. Once that was settled, Raedron asked whether the rest of their group would be joining the counterattack as well. Grat paused at that question, clearly weighing his words, before slowly shaking his head. He claimed that having them involved might only complicate the operation. In his view, their participation would slow everything down and create more problems than advantages. With a hurried urgency in his voice, Grat said he would personally handle the role assignments. Then he made his next instruction very clear. Everyone was to rest while they still could and make themselves ready for the battle to come. Later that evening, in the relative quiet of their quarters, Choi Hyun-seok sat down with Rahel while the uneasy atmosphere still hung over them like a weight. Looking troubled, Hyun-seok turned back to the same question he had asked her before, unable to let it go. He asked her once again what she truly thought it meant to be a hero. Rahel immediately realized what kind of conversation this was about to become. She could tell from his face that his thoughts were already spiraling back into that same deep, painful reflection. Hyun-seok began speaking slowly, but the emotion in his voice kept building as he went on. He was supposed to be a hero, and yet here he was fighting against humans. That contradiction was ripping at him from the inside. Rahel answered in a calm voice, almost detached. She told him there was not much either of them could do about it. This was simply how things had ended up, but that answer only made Hyun-seok stare at her harder. He couldn't accept how resigned she sounded. This was the same Rahel who used to go on and on about heroism, justice, duty, and protecting others. So when had she become this indifferent? Rahel only gave him a small smile and asked, almost teasingly, when exactly she had ever said anything like that. Hyun-seok answered without missing a beat. He reminded her that she had once promised to guide him so he could defeat the Demon King and protect humanity. But as he said it, he admitted that something inside him had begun to change recently. Hyun-seok quietly confessed that the way he looked at all of this was no longer the same as before. A hero, he said, shouldn't exist only for the sake of humans, and more than that, just because someone was called a hero didn't mean they were always walking the right path. Sometimes heroes make the wrong choice. At that moment, Abelson Marriott finally spoke, breaking the silence that had settled over them. In a thoughtful voice, she said she had once read that heroes existed to carry out the will of all beings. Hyun-seok blinked and turned toward her, clearly puzzled. He asked what that was even supposed to mean. Abelson explained a little further. In ancient records she had read, heroes were described as people born to secure the happiness of the absolute majority, according to those writings. That was the real purpose of a hero's existence. The moment he heard that, something buried deep in Hyun-seok's memory stirred. Someone had once told him something very close to that before. His commander had looked at him and said that, in his eyes, Hyun-seok was already a hero. That memory led him straight into another question. What did the majority really mean? Was it talking only about humans, or did that number include non-human races as well? The saintess gave a small nod and said it probably included them too. She explained that humans often like to believe that their own happiness was the same thing as the happiness of the entire world. But that assumption might be false. Human joy and true peace for the world were not necessarily the same thing. Hyun-seok's brows drew together as he thought it over. Was a hero really supposed to bear responsibility for the happiness of every intelligent life form, not just one race? The saintess did not hesitate. She said that might very well be the truth, and perhaps that was exactly why Hyun-seok was different from other heroes, why he had become a hybrid hero in the first place. That answer silenced him completely. He sat there without speaking, his mind sinking under the weight of what that role would actually mean, to protect the happiness of the absolute majority. By dawn, the final assignments were distributed. Raedron was to move alone as an independent unit. Roijer, meanwhile, would take command of the observation team. Based on intelligence gathered by the analysis division, his mission was to make direct contact as soon as the enemy was spotted, meaning his team would enter battle the moment they confirmed visual contact. The 8th Division had a separate role as well. They were ordered to step in only after Raedron's clash had reached its closing stage, serving as support in the aftermath. As for Hyun-seok, Abelson Marriott, and Bobo, the three of them were placed in the rear. Their assignment was to protect the fortress's stockpiled resources and supplies. Following those instructions, the trio headed to a place that looked like a mess hall. It was a small, plain section inside the 8th Division's area, temporarily turned into a waiting point. Surrounded by stacked crates, rough benches, and the distant noise of activity elsewhere in the fort, they remained there quietly, waiting for the real fighting to begin. It didn't take long for Hyun-seok to voice how unhappy he was with the orders. Something about them felt wrong from the start. He couldn't explain it cleanly at first, but the entire arrangement bothered him on an instinctive level. The placements, the structure of the plan, all of it sat badly in his gut. Hearing the weight in his voice, Rahel leaned a little closer and asked what exactly he meant by that bad feeling. Hyun-seok paused, his eyes moving across the room while his thoughts turned rapidly in his head. Then the answer suddenly clicked into place. He had finally noticed what felt so strange about the unit arrangement. When he compared the current deployment to the original formation that Rems had approved, the difference was obvious. Everyone had been split up and sent in directions that were completely opposite from where they were originally supposed to be. Rahul tilted her head, trying to follow the logic. Confusion spread clearly across her face, and for once her usual certainty was nowhere to be seen. She murmured half to herself, still trying to make sense of why being placed on opposite ends would matter so much. But the look in her eyes made it obvious. She still didn't understand what he was seeing. That was when Abelson stepped in, her tone steady but heavy with meaning. She pointed out that Raedron had been sent into an especially dangerous area. Roijer's position was not much safer, since leading the observation team put him directly in the path of danger as well. And yet the three of them, Hyun-seok, Rahul, and Abelson, had been placed somewhere completely secure, far away from the real threat. Rahel frowned at once, unable to accept that interpretation so easily. She insisted that there had to be a reason for it. Since a saintess was with them, maybe that was why. Guarding a saintess should have been considered an honorable and important duty, something positive rather than suspicious. But even as she said it, the explanation started falling apart under its own logic. Hyun-seok slowly rose to his feet, still piecing everything together. He pointed out the contradiction that bothered him most. Raedron and Roijer had both been pushed toward the front even though they had been told the enemy in that area was not especially powerful. So why were three capable members of the team being left behind just to guard supplies? Rahel's eyes widened the moment the logic truly sank in. It really didn't add up. Someone as strong as Hyun-seok should never have been left in the rear without a reason. And if the goal was simply to keep Abelson safe, then anyone could have been assigned to stay behind with her. There was no need for all three of them to be removed from the front. Hyun-seok gave a quiet nod. That was exactly the part that had been bothering him this whole time. Without saying anything else, he turned and started walking away. Rahel shot to her feet in surprise and called after him, asking where he thought he was going. Was he seriously planning to ignore his assigned position? Hyun-seok never stopped moving. He answered that Bobo was more than capable of holding this place by himself. As for him, he could no longer sit still and pretend that uneasy feeling meant nothing. He needed to go to the front and see for himself what was really happening. Abelson hesitated only for the briefest moment before speaking with sudden resolve. If Hyun-seok was going, then she wanted to go with him too, assuming he would allow it. Hyun-seok stopped and turned back toward her, his expression easing a little. He told her he had no intention of refusing, but he still asked if she was truly certain. Staying behind with Bobo was still the safer and more reasonable choice, but the saintess did not waver. She firmly told him that she could help, and the seriousness in her voice showed that she meant every word. Hyun-seok reminded her that once he transformed, he would be able to move much faster. He made it clear that he was not planning to stay still or slow himself down for anyone. But that was not the real issue weighing on him. There was something else bothering him, something deeper that he still couldn't cleanly put into words. Abelson looked at him in confusion, clearly not understanding what he meant. But before she could question him any further, Hyun-suk simply shook his head. He told her to ignore what he had just said. If she was truly feeling well enough to keep pace, then he would allow her to come with him. And with that, Hyun-seok made his decision clear. He was going to the battlefield. But before he could even take another step, armed guards moved in and blocked his way. They stood firm right in front of him, and their orders were absolute. Choi Hyun-suk was not permitted to leave this area without direct authorization. Thinking quickly, Hyun-suk forced out a crooked half-smile and tried to play it off. He said he only needed to go to the bathroom, then added with a dry bit of sarcasm that he did not even know where it was. He told them he would be right back. The guards did not react at all. Not a single one of them moved aside. One guard simply repeated the order in a hard, unwavering tone. Hyun-suk was not to leave, no matter what. That response sent a chill through him. The way they were controlling his movement, the almost excessive determination to keep him pinned here, it felt deliberate in a way that was impossible to ignore. His unease sharpened into something heavier. Something was very wrong, and with no way to confirm it yet, all Hyun-suk could do was silently pray that Raedrun was safe and not out there facing everything alone. Meanwhile, far from the fort's supposed safety, Raedrun was already locked in battle. He was breathing hard, his body marked with clear signs of combat, standing face to face with a gray-haired hero carrying a sword. The fight was already underway, and judging by the state he was in, it had not been an easy one. Then another voice cut into the scene. A red-haired warrior stepped into view, watching the clash with a smug smile as he called Raedrun by the name that had become infamous on the battlefield, the Red Nightmare. He even praised Raedrun's showing so far. Byron, the gray-haired fighter, was still just a rookie, but even so, the newcomer admitted he had not expected Raedrun to keep two heroes occupied by himself. Byron immediately bristled at that. With obvious irritation, he insisted that if he had not dropped his guard, he could have beaten Raedrun alone. But the red-haired hero snapped back at him just as fast, telling him not to get ahead of himself. He reminded Byron that he was still inexperienced, and this was not the moment to puff himself up with empty confidence. Then the red-haired hero gave the order. The Red Nightmare was to be put down here and now. The next instant, he called for the Holy Magic Unit to move in. At once, soldiers began pouring out from concealment like a tide breaking loose from the dark. They formed up with practiced discipline, every movement sharp and coordinated. Raedrun's eyes widened the moment he saw it. This had been a trap from the very beginning, and in that brutal instant, the truth struck him like a blade driven straight into his back. Grat was the traitor. Back at Gadrick Fort, Hyun-suk and Abelson made their move. They slipped past the guards and burst out into the night at full speed. Soldiers tried to cut them off, but neither of them slowed down long enough to be stopped. They left Bobo behind, not out of fear for him, but out of confidence. No one there would dare lay a hand on him. Everyone knew that beast belonged to Hemis. That knowledge gave them the opening they needed. And as Hyun-suk rushed forward through the dark, his breathing grew faster and sharper, not from fatigue, but from the dread building inside his chest. More than anything, he just hoped they had not already come too late. Back on Raedrun's side of the battlefield, he quickly realized just how excessive the ambush really was. It was not only the two heroes standing against him. The surrounding knights were also armed with magical equipment, an overwhelming amount of force for a single opponent to face alone. The red-haired hero actually acknowledged Raedrun's point, but said it changed nothing. They could not afford to let Hemis's most favored subordinate escape. The moment Raedrun heard that, a fresh unease ran through him. That single remark made it clear that Hemis was their real target. That realization only strengthened his resolve to fight harder. The red-haired hero, meanwhile, noticed Byron's restless agitation and ordered him to stay sharp. The plan, he said, was to wear Raedrun down first, drain his strength, and only then exploit the better chance to finish him. After saying that, he gave another command and ordered the 2nd Regiment of warriors to ready themselves for the assault. Seeing how organized and prepared the enemy was, Raedrun's expression hardened as well. He steadied himself and prepared to give them a battle they would not forget. The moment he activated his combat state, his appearance changed so dramatically that it resembled a monstrous, long-haired transformation, overflowing with power. As soon as that transformation took hold, the hero immediately signaled for the 1st Regiment to attack. Now fully transformed, Raedrun was instantly met by a storm of arrows. The barrage came down on him from all directions, and he braced himself in place, ready to withstand and repel the crushing force being unleashed against him. With a single punch, he defended himself and did far more than just block the attack. The force of that strike sent several of the arrows flying back toward the enemy army instead. It was an absurdly powerful blow, one that used the pressure of the wind alone to shield Raedrun while also turning the enemy's own attack back against them. Even after seeing that, the hero shouted to the remaining soldiers not to lose heart. They still had the advantage in sheer numbers, while Raedrun stood there completely alone. A group of spear-wielding warriors then surged forward, charging straight at Raedrun. He did not rush to meet them. Instead, he stood there calmly and waited for them to come. Then Raedrun prepared one of his signature techniques, a devastating attack known as the destructive explosion wave. With a single motion of his hand, he drove that power into the ground, and the earth answered with catastrophic destruction. He leaped away at the same time, letting the craters that erupted beneath them swallow up the soldiers who had thrown themselves into the assault. After landing from that jump, he immediately pushed forward again, advancing on the survivors left stranded among the broken earth and shattered pits, taking down the remaining warriors one after another. And as he finished off the last of the spearmen by smashing him down headfirst into the ground, the brutality of the exchange became impossible to ignore. Watching all of this unfold without being allowed to interfere, Byron grew more and more agitated by the second. Seeing Raedrun's chance of breaking out increase with every moment, Byron finally lost patience. He forced himself free from the red-haired hero's restraint and rushed in, launching a direct attack at Raedrun. But the attempt accomplished nothing. The Red Nightmare evaded Byron's strike with ease, making the attack look almost embarrassingly simple to avoid. Even so, Raedrun was mildly surprised by how quickly Byron had recovered and thrown himself back into the fight. Still, that surprise changed very little. From there, Raedrun shifted his focus entirely and prepared to strike back at Byron. But before the blow could land, the red-haired hero jumped in, yanked Byron out of the danger zone, and counterattacked in the same motion. Raedrun caught the red-haired hero's sword with his bare hand, stopping the attack cold. Then, with his eyes locked onto both enemies at once, he used that opening to launch an attack meant to hit the two of them together. He slammed another destructive blast into the ground, and a fresh crater exploded outward beneath them. But when the dust and debris finally settled, the two heroes were already well clear of the impact zone. They had escaped with barely any damage, yet the look on their faces had changed. They were shaken by how powerful Raedrun truly was, far stronger than the intelligence division had led them to believe, and that realization left them visibly frustrated. Meanwhile, Raedrun remained in that transformed state, but the strain was starting to show. The cost of using so much power was beginning to catch up with him. Having drawn so heavily on his demonic chi, he found himself wondering how much longer he could keep going at this level. But he was given almost no time to dwell on it. The heroes suddenly sounded the signal for the 2nd Regiment to attack. They had seized the opening created by the brief moment in which Raedrun had been reflecting on his dwindling energy, and with the 2nd Regiment moving in, the heroes themselves surged forward alongside the other warriors, joining the assault directly this time. Byron, however, was left hanging back again, clearly irritated by how the red-haired hero kept taking control of everything. Realizing just how massive the next wave was about to be, Raedrun gathered himself and prepared to unleash his destructive technique once more. But before he could fully complete the conjuring of that attack, the heroes rushed forward. Their sudden advance dragged his attention away at the critical moment. Their sudden rush completely threw Raedrun off balance, forcing him to defend himself against a storm of attacks all at once, with blades and strikes crashing in from multiple directions before he could properly regain control of the situation. That single distraction was all the opening the others needed. More warriors surged in from the sides, driving forward with enchanted spears aimed straight at him. And the instant those spears struck, Raedrun felt it. His strength began slipping away almost immediately, as if something inside him was being ripped out by force. These were no ordinary weapons. The spears had been specially made to drain away demonic chi, pulling his power out of him the moment they pierced him. As more and more of his energy was siphoned off, Raedrun's body finally gave in under the weight of the siege, and at last, even he was forced down by the enemy's trap. Standing over the scene, the red-haired hero coldly explained how those weapons worked. He made it clear that the rate at which they drained energy was so severe that even the strongest demons would be left unable to move, unable to resist, and unable to launch even a single meaningful attack. Then he stepped forward and stood right in front of the subdued Red Nightmare, looking down at Raedrun as he calmly declared that the battle was over. Just to make absolutely certain there would be no reversal, he ordered his men to drive in even more of the magical spears and keep Raedrun locked in that helpless state. After that, he said, they were to finish securing him and take him away as a prisoner as quickly as possible. The moment he heard that, Baron stepped up with obvious eagerness. He snatched a spear from one of the warriors and claimed the right to stab Raedrun himself, treating the moment like a personal score he had been waiting to settle. As Baron closed the distance, he mocked Raedrun without restraint, sneering at how the feared Red Nightmare now looked no different from any other demon once cornered, pinned down, and stripped of the power to fight back. With that arrogant grin still on his face, he raised the spear to strike. But Raedrun, his head hanging low and his shadowed eyes barely visible, still had not given up. Under his breath, he muttered something too quiet for the others to catch, while forcing himself to draw together the last scraps of power he could still summon. Baron paused, curious about what Raedrun had said, and demanded that he say it again. What came back was not a plea or a groan. Raedrun repeated, with grim certainty, that he was the Red Nightmare of the Demon King's army, and the moment those words left him, he exploded into a terrifying counterattack. The strike was so violent and sudden that it tore Baron apart on the spot, erasing the arrogant hero in an instant. The force behind that blow did not stop with Baron alone. It ripped through several of the nearby spear-wielding warriors as well, leaving only a small handful of troops still standing together with the red-haired hero. For the first time, even the red-haired hero looked stunned. In disbelief, he wondered how someone as foolish as Baron had ever managed to become a hero, let alone be placed in a battle this important. He looked over what was left of the battlefield and realized just how badly their forces had been shredded. Still, he made it clear that Baron's death was nothing to praise, even if the man had proven himself completely useless. And yet, not all was lost in his eyes. The attack Baron had drawn out from Raedrun had still served a purpose, because that outburst had clearly burned through the Red Nightmare's last remaining energy. Without wasting another second, the hero barked out a new order. Every survivor still able to fight was to raise their magical weapons and tighten the encirclement, forming a full ring around Raedrun. But before the remaining troops could even properly reform their line, the red-haired hero was suddenly smashed in the face by a devastating punch. The one who landed that blow was none other than Choi Hyun-suk, already on the battlefield at last, his rage boiling over as he arrived. He had already transformed into his half-demon state, and the look on him made one thing obvious. He had come ready to wipe out every idiot responsible for setting this trap around Raedrun. The impact was so brutal that the red-haired hero was sent rolling far across the ground, dragged away by the sheer force of Hyun-suk's strike. Raedrun noticed Hyun-suk the moment he appeared, and a wave of relief washed over him at the sight of that unexpected support. Hyun-suk quickly explained that he had been bothered by a terrible feeling, and that unease was exactly why he had rushed toward the area Raedrun had been assigned to. Then, seeing the state Raedrun was in, he asked him directly whether he could still manage to move on his own. Raedrun admitted that he honestly did not know if he could handle things by himself anymore. But even so, he expressed sincere gratitude that Hyun-suk had come. The red-haired hero slowly pushed himself back to his feet, staring at Hyun-suk now with a new kind of recognition. Almost immediately, he connected him to the rumors about a hero who served the Demon King's side. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk bent down and lifted Raedrun up, clearly trying to get him moving so they could escape from that place as fast as possible. Seeing that, the red-haired hero grimly reflected on how badly the soldiers had been wiped out. There were barely any men left, and no one remained to properly carry out the original plan. At that point, the situation became painfully obvious. If things continued like this, Raedrun would definitely escape. That left him with only two choices: either abandon the mission and let them go, or throw everything away in one final gamble. He chose the harsher path without hesitation. Sensing that the hero had no intention of backing down, the two of them watched closely as he activated a suicidal combat mode. He offered up his soul to his god, and a blazing aura erupted around him, burning so fiercely that it seemed to wrap his whole body in living fire. The moment Hyun-suk saw it, he recognized the technique. He had seen something like this once before, back during the battle at the Black Fortress, when one of the heroes had unleashed an untouchable flame that incinerated everything it touched, while also consuming the user's own life. The red-haired hero continued transforming, and the power swelling from him became so immense that it could be seen even from far away, like a blinding streak of light cutting across the battlefield. Raedrun immediately understood that although this was the same kind of technique, the result here was on a completely different level. This hero's raw power made the threat vastly greater than the ones Hyun-suk had faced before. The technique, Raedrun explained, was called divine summoning. It was an evolved form of that all-consuming sacred fire, a power only high-level holy warriors could invoke, because enduring it required an extraordinary degree of strength. The red-haired hero heard Raedrun's explanation and openly confirmed it. Then he made it clear they should not dare compare him to the weaklings who had been sent before. With burning confidence, he declared his superiority over the already weakened pair, boasting that what he now held was the true power of a god. Hearing that, Raedrun concluded that divine summoning was to holy warriors what promote was to demons, a matching form of overwhelming escalation. A power like that came with a fatal price. Anyone who invoked it was effectively condemning themselves to death. The red-haired hero seemed almost impressed that Raedrun knew so much, and he confirmed every word. Once the power burned out, he too would die, because sacred strength of that level could only be purchased with the user's own life. But to him, that made the choice easy. If his death would also take both Raedrun and Hyun-suk with him, then the sacrifice was worth it. The instant he finished saying that, he rushed the pair and brought his sword straight down at Hyun-suk. Yet Hyun-suk blocked the strike far more easily than expected. Even as he caught it, he found himself thinking about how simple it had been to stop the blow, though the impact still carried a strange effect he could not ignore. The red-haired hero then explained why. Sacred power and demonic chi were complete opposites, and judging from what he sensed, Hyun-suk was no longer truly human anymore, because he had already been nearly consumed by demonic chi. The battle pushed on without pause, the hero pressing the attack while Hyun-suk and Raedron did everything they could just to defend themselves and stay alive. Then came the moment when the red-haired hero intensified his assault even further. As he attacked, he coldly declared that Hyun-suk was nothing more than a walking corpse now, a being with nothing left to protect himself with. What followed was a catastrophic explosion that ripped across the battlefield and gouged out yet another enormous crater. The blast hurled Raedron far away, throwing his battered body across the ground and leaving him in an even more critical state than before. Hyun-suk, however, somehow endured the strike. Even after taking that explosion head-on, he was still standing, though it took effort. He turned his head to the side and checked on Raedron. What he saw immediately told him the truth. Raedron had taken far more damage from that blast than expected, and his condition was far worse than it should have been. He could see Raedron barely holding on. The demon was gasping for breath, his body shaking violently as the accumulated damage from the battle finally began forcing him toward collapse. Hyun-suk quickly measured the difference between what they were both suffering. The backlash from the transformation and the enemy's attacks was brutal for him too. But because he was only half human and half demon, the burden on his body was still lighter than what Raedron had to endure. Raedron was a full demon, which meant every effect hit him harder, deeper, and with far more agonizing pain. Even so, Hyun-suk forced himself to hold on to one hopeful thought. He did not need to win cleanly. He only needed to survive. Once that sacred power burned itself out, the red-haired warrior would fall on his own. And if the man kept throwing out reckless, oversized attacks like he had before, then that end would come even faster. Still, Hyun-suk had no confidence in how much longer he himself could remain standing. In his head, he weighed two miserable options: either keep enduring as he was, or deliberately provoke the enemy into using even more power so the sacred energy would burn away faster. In the end, it felt like the outcome had been handed over to sheer luck, because no matter how much punishment Hyun-suk could take, there was no way of knowing how long Raedron could survive in that condition. Just as Hyun-suk finished that chain of thought and lifted his eyes back toward the red-haired hero, something caught him off guard. The hero himself was trembling now. His body was already showing signs of strain, as though the divine power he had overused was starting to tear back through him. The side effects had begun sooner than even expected. His vision was failing, and a sharp ringing had started filling his ears. Even so, the hero refused to care. He told himself he did not need those senses much anyway, because he could still feel demonic chi, and that alone was enough to keep attacking. Hearing that, Hyun-suk deliberately spoke up and pulled the hero's attention back onto himself. As if there were something he genuinely wanted to ask, the red-haired hero answered with open contempt, asking what a walking corpse like Hyun-suk could possibly have left to say. Hyun-suk looked straight at him and asked one simple question. Was he starting to have trouble seeing? The hero almost sounded amused. He said he had expected a better question than that, then admitted it without hesitation. Yes, he was going blind, but in his eyes that changed nothing, because even with his eyelids shut, he could still sense demonic chi and keep striking at them. At that, Hyun-suk exchanged a brief remark with the others, and immediately realized that this condition could still become a weakness for the man. Even if the red-haired hero could continue attacking, losing his sight was still a disadvantage he could exploit. Hyun-suk's behavior made both Raedron and the red-haired hero stare at him in confusion. Neither of them could quite grasp what he was planning. Then, without warning, another figure entered the battlefield holding a blood-stained club. Hyun-suk immediately seized the moment. With a flat, almost mocking expression, he declared that the red-haired hero was now nothing more than some blind man stumbling around. Then he gave the order for Abelson to attack. She had already come up behind the red-haired warrior, both hands wrapped tightly around the club as she stood in striking range. A few minutes earlier, she had been watching the battle from up on the mountainside, her face tense with fear as she realized the two of them might actually die if things kept going like this. Standing there and watching, Abelson could only ask herself what she was supposed to do. Then, all of a sudden, something grabbed her by the ankle. The sudden touch made her jolt in shock. It was one of the heroes, lying there and pretending to be dead the whole time. The soldier explained that he had been waiting for Hyun-suk to move farther away. Only then did he plan to crawl toward the saintess and seize the chance to take her with him. Abelson froze for a moment, unsure what she could even do. There was no one left nearby she could throw herself behind or rely on to save her body for her. But cornered like that, She finally understood something clearly. She could not keep depending on others to protect her forever. Her thoughts turned to Ha Yun-suk, to every single time he had stepped in front of danger for her sake and dragged her away from a cruel end. He had given everything for her, over and over again, even reaching the point where he was willing to die just to keep her safe. And in return, all she had done was stay sheltered, day after day, living quietly under the same roof, and accepting that protection as if it were natural. She had never truly given anything back to the one who always stood in front of her. By continuing to act fragile, she had only made Hyun-suk carry even more worry on his shoulders. Then Abelson spotted a club lying nearby. And in that moment she made up her mind. From here on out she would defend herself. Gathering every bit of courage she had, she struck and killed the soldier. The story snaps back to the present. To the instant she swings that same club down onto the red-haired hero's head. And with that strike came more than just victory. It also brought her a deep sense of relief. Because for the first time, she was no longer just a burden to the man she believed was the hope of the world. The scene then shifts to a tense confrontation between Grat and the soldiers of the Drazen Empire. He stands boxed in from every direction, surrounded by drawn weapons and hard, hostile eyes. The atmosphere is so heavy, it feels suffocating, and with every passing second Grat's confusion only grows worse. He cannot understand why they are treating him like an enemy. In his own mind, he had carried out their agreement perfectly. He had helped contain Rage Run and kept that dangerous demon pinned down. By his logic, that should have made him useful, even valuable, not someone to be threatened at spear point. Then one of the Divine Army's hard-faced leaders steps forward, his voice cutting across the field like a command meant to crush resistance before it begins. He orders Grat to keep his mouth shut, and the next words drip with contempt as he calls him a filthy demon. The insult hangs there for a moment, sharp and ugly, before the accusation grows even worse. The leader blames Grat for spinning a deceitful scheme that ended in disaster. According to him, the demon's treachery directly led to the defeat of both heroes sent to the front, a result he describes as nothing short of catastrophic for the Drazen Empire. Grat stares back in disbelief. Because up to that moment, he had known absolutely nothing about any of it. His thoughts race wildly as he tries to connect the pieces. How could things have spiraled that far? How could Rage Run, acting alone, possibly have crushed not just two heroes but an entire army as well? Before Grat can sort out an answer or even attempt to defend himself, the ground suddenly trembles beneath them with an unnatural force. The sky itself seems to distort, and then a burst of overwhelming energy drops from above like divine punishment. A blinding light slams down onto the field with terrifying force, smashing into the earth and blasting open a massive crater as dust, fire, and heat explode in every direction. And when the blinding glare finally begins to fade, the source of that overwhelming arrival is revealed. It is Hemis. Her mere presence seizes the whole battlefield at once. She takes in the lines of Drazen Empire soldiers, then the lone figure of Grat, and after a brief pause, she coolly asks what exactly is going on here. The soldiers react immediately, and their minds leap to the worst possible conclusion. The sight of Hemis appearing right where Grat stands sends whispers racing through the ranks, and those whispers quickly harden into suspicion. To them, this now looks like a carefully prepared trap, one arranged by Grat himself, with every soldier here reduced to nothing more than an expendable sacrifice. Grat, shameless as ever, instantly grabs hold of that misunderstanding. A sly smile spreads across his face as he steps forward and speaks directly to Hemis. With theatrical confidence, he boldly claims that yes, he had gathered all these humans here specifically for her, presenting them as a grand offering. And he does not stop there. He pushes the lie even further, declaring that these soldiers are the strongest and finest force anywhere in the surrounding human region. Hemis says nothing at first. She simply studies him, her expression unreadable and her gaze impossible to interpret. After that long pause, she finally responds, almost as if she is reluctantly granting him the smallest scrap of credit. In one way or another, she says, he may actually have done something useful for once in his life. Without wasting another second, Hemis begins activating a skill, her voice ringing out with cold authority. As their superior, she declares that she has no reason to refuse such a feast, especially one so generously prepared by Grat. At once, the air turns heavy. The ground trembles underfoot, and darkness begins spreading across the battlefield, creeping outward little by little as it devours the light and drains the color from everything around them. One of the soldiers looks up, notices movement in the sky, and shouts a warning. But the danger is already too close, and the moment to react is far too short. Then, from above, a gigantic sphere of roaring fire comes crashing down toward them. The heat reaches them before the fire ever does, scorching the air so fiercely that it feels as if the battlefield itself is already being burned away moments before impact. Then the blazing mass crashes down with apocalyptic force. Everything caught beneath it is erased in an instant. Every soldier in its path is consumed, and not a single one survives. When it is over, the once proud army is gone. All that remains is a field of charred earth, broken armor scattered across the ground, and blood running through the ruins where living men had stood only moments before. The moment the flames begin to settle, Grat wastes no time at all. He hurries straight toward Hemis, his voice overflowing with exaggerated admiration and opportunistic praise. He flatters her shamelessly, calling the attack unbelievable, a strike so monstrously powerful that it wiped out an entire army all by itself. He goes even further than that, praising her as an incomparable legend, a being so overwhelming that no one alive could possibly stand beside her. Hemis has little patience for that kind of groveling. The fake sweetness in his voice and the oily admiration in his words wear thin on her almost instantly. Without the slightest warning, she moves. Her body blurs forward faster than the eye can follow, and in one clean, effortless motion, Grat's head is severed from his body. His corpse drops heavily to the ground before the sound of her strike has even fully disappeared from the air. Only after that does Hemis finally speak, her tone cold and absolute. She reveals that she had already known for quite some time that Grat was the spy, and she had even suspected he might not be acting alone. She watched him stir up one problem after another, like a fool convinced he could keep getting away with it. But in the end, she saw his true nature clearly. He was a habitual liar, reckless to the core, fearless in the worst possible way, and driven only by his own selfish benefit. The one thing she regrets, she admits, is not killing him sooner. With that matter finished, Hemis simply turns her back on the battlefield and leaves. The scene shifts once more, this time returning to Gadrick Fort. Inside the stone fortress, a formal meeting is already underway. The subject on the table is troop reorganization after the recent chaos. Hemis stands at the center of it, speaking with crisp authority while Choi Hyun-seok, Raedrun, and Roijer listen in silence. She begins by announcing that Raedrun will now assume command over the remaining soldiers. Grat left behind, a responsibility that is clearly going to consume a great deal of his time and attention. To keep that work moving efficiently, Roijer will serve directly under him as adjutant, offering support wherever it becomes necessary. And Hemis turns to Hyun-seok, and this time she has something unexpected prepared for him. In a calm but decisive voice, she informs him that he is being appointed regiment commander, a position that will place him directly beneath her personal command. For a moment, the announcement catches Hyun-seok completely off guard. Then the surprise gives way to a burst of excitement he cannot quite hide. Even so, curiosity quickly takes over, and he asks why she skipped over the lower ranks entirely instead of making him something like an ordinary battalion commander first. Hemis answers immediately, as though the reasoning had been obvious from the start. In her eyes, placing someone with his talent in a mere battalion role would be a waste. His abilities are far too valuable to be boxed into something that small. This appointment, she explains, is both recognition and reward for the work he has done, for surviving impossible situations, and even for the strange way he has managed to amuse her along the way. But there is one condition attached to the promotion, and the moment she says it, the mood in the room shifts. As regiment commander, Hyun-seok will move forward without a single troop under him. The statement lands heavily, drawing puzzled looks all around. No one in the room can immediately make sense of such an unusual arrangement. Raedrun, as observant as ever, is the one who finally voices what everyone else is thinking. He asks Hemis to explain her intention, because appointing a regiment commander with no soldiers to command makes very little sense on the surface. Hemis answers without hesitation. She says there is a chance, however slim it may be, that Hyun-seok may not need subordinates at all. She wants to see with her own eyes what happens if he is left to operate entirely on his own. Before anyone can dig deeper into that answer, a firm knock suddenly sounds against the heavy door. A voice from outside announces that a visitor has arrived. And the timing feels almost too perfect. It comes just as Hemis mentions that Modem will act as proxy commander. Then the door opens and Modem himself steps into the room. With a small but clearly intentional smile, Hemis finishes by telling the two men to get along well. That gives Modem the perfect opening to greet Hyun-seok warmly, looking genuinely pleased to see him again. Hyun-seok, however, immediately remembers the far less pleasant history between them, especially the trouble Modem caused him during one of the earlier tournaments. With the meeting's main business concluded, Hemis excuses herself, saying there are still other urgent matters that require her attention. From there, the scene shifts again, this time into the quiet interior of Abelson Marriott's room. The atmosphere there is entirely different, less formal, more intimate, but still carrying a quiet tension underneath. Hyun-seok speaks honestly, admitting that Abelson's recent actions had truly surprised him. He asks what gave her the courage to smash that hero's head at such a crucial moment without hesitation. Abelson answers first with a gentle smile, then with careful, sincere words. She explains that something inside her changed after she realized how complacent she had become by constantly being protected by Hyun-sik. In her own eyes, she had grown passive, even lazy, and that realization had started to weigh heavily on her. Hyun-sik notices the difference in her immediately. The old passivity in her demeanor has been replaced with something more active and determined. So he asks whether that means Abelson intends to fight beside him from now on. She answers without any visible hesitation. If he needs her, then she will fight. She reminds him that as a saintess, she carries holy power and can invoke strength similar to divine summoning. The problem, she admits, is her body. She does not have the physical endurance for prolonged battles, so she would burn out much faster than a true frontline fighter. Even with that limitation, Hyun-sik is clearly pleased by her resolve. Half joking and half serious, he remarks that she might one day surpass him altogether. There's even a faint edge of jealousy in the comment, since as a saintess, she now possesses the highest class of divine power a human can reach. But Abelson answers with quiet humility. She says she is not convinced that raw power alone is what truly matters, especially not in a real fight. There is real weight behind those words, because they are coming from someone who has seen victory won through strange, unconventional methods, rather than simple brute force. At that moment, Rahel joins the conversation with a teasing edge in her voice. She jokes that the way Abelson is talking makes it sound as though Hyun-sik wins all his fights through dirty tricks and shameless tactics. Then her tone shifts, becoming more matter-of-fact, and she adds something that genuinely catches Hyun-sik off guard. She explains that the rank of battalion commander is considered equivalent to the rank of hero on the human side. Across the entire continent, there are probably only around 1,000 humans who stand above the level of hero. By that measure, Hyun-sik has already entered the top slice of the strongest people in human society. That revelation leaves Hyun-sik visibly stunned. He knew he had grown much stronger, but hearing that he now stands among the 1,000 most powerful humans in the world is something else entirely. From there, the story's focus shifts away from that personal moment and moves elsewhere. The next scene opens in one of the holy cities, Benedict, and the sight is utterly grim. The streets are choked with devastation. Buildings have collapsed, defenses lie shattered, and the bodies of countless soldiers litter the ruined city. Thick trails of blood snake through the main roads, drawing the eye toward the massive silhouette of a great church looming in the distance, and standing before its huge doors are only two figures, Hemis and a lone survivor trembling under the weight of her presence. Hemis takes in the destruction without showing much on her face. Her expression remains unreadable as she silently surveys the ruined city before her. Then she finally speaks, and her voice comes out calm, steady, and commanding. She tells the man that she is going to spare his life, but not because she feels any mercy toward him. He will live so that he can carry her message beyond this place, across the land, until every ear in his people's world has heard it. The survivor starts trembling even harder as Hemis continues. From this day onward, she says, she will erase every single village belonging to the Drasen Empire, one by one, leaving none of them standing and none of their people alive. At that point, the man can do nothing except collapse to his knees and beg for mercy he already knows he is never going to receive. 500 years earlier, the entire continent had been drowning in chaos and unending war. The great Drasen Empire was aggressively expanding its borders, swallowing up smaller kingdoms that resisted its advance. The fighting intensified day after day until one day something impossible happened. In the middle of nowhere, a new land suddenly appeared, accompanied by a colossal pillar of light. Naturally, speculation spread across the continent almost immediately. Could this newly appeared region be the legendary super-civilization of Valington? A civilization said to have vanished beneath the sea 1,000 years before the Great War? Once praised as the highest peak of magical achievement? Rumors quickly followed. If these really were the remains of Valington, then the place might hold the secret to restoring ancient magic, the very power that had nearly vanished from the world when that civilization disappeared. Every kingdom came to the same conclusion: whoever succeeded in reviving that lost magic would gain unmatched supremacy over all the others. And so, even while war still raged, every realm began sending expeditions into that mysterious land, hoping it would lead them into a new golden age of power. But what humanity found there was nothing like the ruins of Valington they had been imagining. Nor did they discover the lost people of that ancient civilization. Instead, what they encountered were beings from an entirely different realm. Demons, creatures hostile to humankind, hungry for conquest, and utterly alien to the human world. With a terrifying enemy now threatening everyone alike, the humans finally stopped turning their blades on each other and chose survival over rivalry. One by one, their old wars came to a halt, and their combined armies redirected all of that violence toward the demons, igniting a new conflict that would go on to scar the world for centuries. In the beginning, it truly looked as though victory was already leaning toward the demons. They were born with savage instincts and crushing physical power. The kind of raw strength that ordinary humans simply could not match on the battlefield. And as if that weren't enough, they also wielded demonic chi. A sinister force filled with both ferocity and cunning that pushed the balance of war even further in their favor. Just when it seemed like humanity had run out of hope, a new light appeared. The clerics, healers, and priests, who had always remained behind the front lines as non-combatants, finally stepped forward and declared that they, too, would enter the battlefield. They did not come empty-handed. Alongside them came divine power itself, a holy force strong enough to push back against the demons, and their arrival changed everything. That power did more than merely steady the collapsing tide of war. It also carried the influence of religion into every corner of the continent, spreading faith wherever armies marched. And from that rising wave of belief, the divine empire of Gartran was born, a great union of faithful nations bound together under the same sacred conviction. Over the next 200 years, that power of faith only grew stronger and stronger, and the number of battle-ready clerics increased at an astonishing rate. Humanity, once the weaker side in every way that mattered, eventually turned the tables completely and rose above the demons with absolute military superiority. It was during this era that a singular figure rose above all others. The man remembered as the greatest contributor to the war against demonkind. In time, he became a living legend known simply as the Pope. With martial skill that no one else could hope to rival, he trained endless numbers of knights and soldiers with his own hands and went even further by summoning heroes from entirely different worlds to fight for humanity's cause. Under his command, the demons were pushed farther and farther back until they were driven to the very edges of the continent. At last, a new age of peace seemed to begin. But peace, in the end, brought its own kind of danger. During a grand council attended by leaders from every region, the Pope raised a troubling question before them all. He asked them whether they understood why humanity had once again been placed in mortal danger after so many years had passed. Then, without waiting for anyone else to speak, he gave the answer himself. It was because the demons had not been wiped out when humanity had the chance to finish them. Rather than hunt the demons down to the last one, humanity had chosen instead to focus on rebuilding the cities that war had left in ruins. That choice was not without reason, because the people's well-being had to come first. And yet, the consequences remained. By allowing the demons to survive, every nation on the continent continued living beneath the shadow of that threat, and each society had been shaped, and in many ways harmed, by that unfinished decision. Before the worst could finally come to pass, the Pope called on every nation to unite its strength once more and strike back against the growing threat through a new holy war. The divine empire of Gartram would stand at the very front of that campaign, holding nothing back, withholding neither resources nor soldiers nor sacrifice, all for a single ultimate objective: to secure an age in which humankind would rule completely and without challenge. The scene then shifts into a solemn religious gathering, where a message is being delivered before the faithful. The speaker warns the crowd that demons are once again threatening the lives of all humankind. He tells them that 3 entire cities have already been erased in only a matter of days, and no one can say which city will be the next one to vanish. He goes on to say that perhaps even at this very moment as he speaks, he himself and everyone listening could be next, because the demons show mercy to no one, not to women, not to children, not to anyone at all. Then the man gestures toward Father Levi, identifying him before the crowd as the sole survivor of Benedict. In a voice drained of life, the priest confirms the horror. He says that everyone in the city was slaughtered in a single instant, cut down while they were doing nothing more than living their ordinary daily lives. He says that he alone remains, left behind only to deliver this message, but confesses that his soul never escaped with him. In his heart, it died back in Benedict together with all the people he once knew and cared for. He admits with nothing but emptiness in him that he no longer has any reason to keep living. As the room falls under the weight of his words, the speaker takes over again and drives home the demons' cruelty, warning that they are growing stronger with every passing day. He then declares that the Pope has already proclaimed a holy war, and he refuses to remain idle while such a threat looms over them. He also announces that Asael Bald, the legendary figure of Gatling, has ended his long seclusion and will personally take part in the war. And he adds that other nations as well have promised to send out their own heroes and legendary figures to fight on behalf of the people. A massive offensive has already begun, but even that, he says, will still not be enough if humanity truly intends to erase the demons once and for all. If they want to secure the future of the continent, then every man and woman still capable of fighting must offer up their strength and stand together. Now, more than ever, is the moment to answer the call. The plea is sent out to everyone present: join the holy war, follow the will of God, and walk the road that will lead them to peace. The speech reaches its climax with a thunderous cry that rings through the gathering, as everyone present unites around one single desire to wipe out the demons completely and forever. The scene changes again, this time to a private conversation. Away from the public eye, the Pope speaks quietly with one of his subordinates and reveals that Cardinal Elrond, though capable by nature, has committed disastrous failures in recent days. Those mistakes, he explains, led directly to the deaths of 2 heroes and to the failed attempt to capture Raedrun, a catastrophe that accomplished absolutely nothing while costing tens of thousands of lives. Because of that, the Pope gives a cold and immediate order. Within 3 days, Cardinal Elrond's responsibilities are to be reassigned. After that, every possession he owns is to be confiscated, and he, along with his entire family, is to be executed. The scene shifts once more now to Raedrun, who suddenly bursts into a room without warning, her excitement plainly written across her face at the news of Hemis's arrival. Hemis greets her with mild surprise, casually remarking that she never thought she would live to see the day Raedrun entered a room without knocking. With a teasing tone, she jokes that such behavior must be the result of longing. Raedrun pays no attention to the jab and immediately gets to the point, pressing Hemis at once with the real question. Why had she attacked an entire city all by herself? Hemis answers with complete calm. Yes, she says, she really did act alone. But what she did was not reckless. It was part of a much larger plan. A plan that in the end would benefit demonkind as a whole. By making a move that extreme, she forced the humans to bring out their legendary champions because no ordinary fighter among them could possibly stop her. Hemis then explains that the legends of each human nation represent the very peak of their military power, and that by eliminating those figures, the demons would be able to buy themselves more time. Now, visibly uneasy as well as confused, Raedrun immediately asks what Hemis means when she talks about gaining time. Hemis rises calmly before answering. The time she intends to win, she says, is time enough for the hope carried by these new victories to keep growing. Standing by the window and looking out in silence, Hemis spoke under her breath to Modem. In that quiet moment, she wondered whether Raedrun had truly accepted the explanation she had given, or whether doubt was still lingering in his mind. Modem answered that Raedrun was probably still unconvinced, because suspicion was simply part of his nature. Then, with a more serious look, he changed the subject and asked Hemis whether she truly had no intention left of standing alongside the Demon King again. His worry was obvious, because no matter how powerful she might be, the road she had chosen was reckless enough to put everything at risk. Hemis responded without hesitation. There was no longer any possibility of the two of them walking side by side again. Even if that relationship could somehow be repaired, she said, it would come with a cost she had no intention of paying. Even so, she made it clear that she felt no resentment, because she understood very well why the Demon King wanted to avoid another war with humanity. But then Hemis tried to clear Modem's doubts by laying out what she truly thought. Recently, the Demon King had started making foolish decisions, letting himself be guided by pointless emotions, dwelling on matters like the deaths of subordinates, comrades, and even family. To Hemis, thoughts like those were utterly worthless. If someone died, then it was because they were weak, and if they were weak, then that fate was only natural. In the kind of hierarchy she believed in, those who stood at the top, the strongest of all, were meant to crush the defeated without mercy and claim victory as their right. That, Hemis said, was the belief she held without compromise, and it was also the very same truth that the Demon King himself had once accepted as the natural order of the world. That was why his sudden compassion made no sense to her at all. She had gone to confront what she saw as his cowardly behavior, but in the end, she lost patience with him. After giving him one final warning, she turned away and told him to regain his composure and return to the colder, truer self he used to be. And yet, even after saying all that, Hemis quietly admitted to herself that a trace of remorse still remained in her heart. The choice she was about to make was one she never would have made in the past. Modem said nothing for a moment, simply watching in silence as he picked up on the conflict buried inside his commander. Hemis then let out a quiet regret of her own. Maybe, if she had understood sooner what it truly meant to want to protect someone, she might have been able to understand the Demon King much earlier, and far more deeply. That realization only made her think that perhaps better choices could have been made. After that, she turned her attention to Frisch, and apologized to him for dragging him into such trouble along with her. Frisch stepped forward wearing a calm, easy smile, the kind that never seemed shaken even in tense moments. He told her it was no trouble at all. Carrying out her orders was an honor, he said without the slightest complaint. It is then revealed that he is the Pope's right hand. Hemis noticed that Frisch was still dressed in priestly robes, and the sight brought a faint smile to her face. As Frisch began to remove the disguise piece by piece, he explained, almost casually, that after spending so many years as a cardinal, he had simply become used to wearing them. Hemis then handed him a letter, and from her expression it was clear she was genuinely glad to see him again after such a long separation. She asked him to deliver that letter to Raedrun and Modem when the time was right. She admitted that she could have handed it over herself, But if she did, she feared that regret might linger afterward. Frisch accepted the letter at once, fully understanding what his commander intended. Then Hemis brought up Choi. She told Frisch to make absolutely sure that Choi did not die. Hearing that, Frisch could not hide his surprise. Hemis noticed his reaction and lightly teased him, saying that maybe she really was getting old. Or maybe she was just worried about leaving Frisch behind with no one there to support him once she was gone. The next day, at Gadrick Fort, the doors were suddenly thrown wide open with force. Choi, who had been fast asleep, was violently jolted awake by the noise, still half caught in his sleep. He sprang to his feet on instinct and barked out arrogantly, demanding to know who dared interrupt a commander's rest. But the moment he realized it was Raedrun standing there, all of that bluster drained away almost instantly. His voice dropped at once as he asked what was going on. Raedrun wasted no time and ordered him to leave immediately, to run as far away as he possibly could. Completely stunned, Choi demanded to know why such an abrupt order was being given. Raedrun then explained that by the next day, the human army would launch an assault on the fortress, and this would not be an ordinary clash. It would be a massive battle involving the highest-ranking humans of all, their legends. Choi immediately objected, asking whether it wouldn't make more sense for him to stay behind and help instead. Raedrun shook his head and told him the enemy had only one true objective in this battle: the death of Hemis. He made it clear that he did not doubt Hemis's victory, but if something happened in the middle of that fight, he would not be able to protect Choi on his own. The scene then shifts to the moment a letter is quietly slipped beneath the door of the room where Raedrun is staying. He notices it, picks it up, and begins to read. The contents slowly reveal a piece of Hemis's past, along with the truth hiding behind the recent chain of events. In the letter, Hemis writes that the demons had suffered countless deaths, and in the end were driven into exile at the very edge of the continent. And yet, even after cornering them that far, humanity never carried out a complete extermination. There were several reasons behind that decision, but the most important of all was the existence of the Holy Empire. For that empire to keep its authority and meaning, the demons needed to continue existing. The Demon King took advantage of that convenience and used it to forge a secret pact with Gartram. The agreement between them was simple. They would preserve the front lines as they were, and allow each side to keep its own territory. Because of that arrangement, the very survival of the demons became linked to humanity's continued sense that a war still existed, even if that illusion had to be maintained through nothing more than small skirmishes and minor threats. That fragile balance, in turn, became one of the key pillars holding together the unity of Gartram and the surrounding human nations. Hemis writes that she alone was entrusted with Gartram's proposal. Yet the moment she learned of it, she rejected it completely. To her, a proud death was far preferable to living on in submission. But the price of that defiance was exile. Using Rotach's actions as the excuse they needed, she was banished to the Black Fortress. Hemis then makes it clear in the letter that everything she has explained so far is only the preface. What truly matters is what comes after. According to Frisch, the humans are preparing an enormous assault, a battle on a scale unlike anything before, one that will bring together the legends and heroes of every human nation. While she goes out to confront that overwhelming threat herself, Raedrun is to remain behind, protect the fortress, and take her place as its commander. Hemis openly admits that she knows this responsibility will not be easy for him at his current level of strength. Even so, when the vote to choose the next commander is held, Park Hyun-ah and Ashes will cast their support behind him. That support had already been arranged in advance, and in Ashes's case especially, no persuasion was ever needed. His affection for his nephew was too strong for him to brush aside a request like that, no matter how much reason might have told him otherwise. Hemis then writes that this is all she can do for the time being. From that point on, everything will be left in Raedrun's hands. She tells him that she believes he will deal with what comes next in the best way possible. And with that faith laid bare, she quietly thanks Raedrun as well, admitting that during her confinement in that stifling, suffocating fortress, his presence had made her days feel at least a little less unbearable. Then, as a final note added almost like a postscript, Hemis mentions Choi. She tells Raedrun not to waste his worries on him because Choi's road forward has already been prepared. Choi will be leaving the Demon King's army, and if things unfold as planned, then someday he and Raedrun will meet again. But for now, Choi must leave together with the Saint. After that, preparations for the departure begin in earnest. Raedrun reassures Choi that once everything has been settled and he has secured the place that rightfully belongs to him, he will contact him through the communicator. Choi is clearly uneasy, unable to accept how suddenly all of this is happening, but even with that discomfort written across him, he reluctantly agrees to go along with the plan. Then all at once, someone calls out to Choi, pulling his attention away. Abelson Marriott and Frisch appear before him. Hemis's aide steps forward first, introduces himself, and explains that by Hemis's direct orders, he has been assigned to accompany them. He then lays out their next objective. From here on, they will have to slip into human society and quietly observe how events develop during that time, Abelson Marriott will take on the role of a priestess in training. Frisch then hands out false identities for every member of the group. He states that both he and Choi will be traveling under the guise of mercenaries. And once that explanation is finished, he adds that if no one has any further questions, then they should board the carriage at once. Abelson Marriott climbs into the carriage first. After her, Choi follows with visible reluctance, still shaken and stuck in denial, holding on to nothing but the fragile hope that somehow everything will work out in the end. Once they are inside and the carriage is ready to move, Choi turns to Frisch and asks where exactly they are heading. Frisch lets out a sigh, regretting that he had not explained that part sooner. He tells Choi that the territories controlled by the Holy Empire are extremely dangerous, and that the Drasen Empire is especially known for rejecting heroes. That is exactly why their destination will be the Kingdom of Marriott. Following morning, as the first light of day rose, Raedron found himself alone in his new chamber. He remained seated there in silence, deep in thought over what he needed to do next, his eyes resting on the desk that had once belonged to Hemis. As he sat there, his mind drifted to all the demons who had already died up to this point. He understood all too well that if things continued on the same path, those losses would only keep increasing. And now that Raedron knew the hidden truth behind the war between demons and humans, he arrived at a painful realization. All of those deaths, all of that suffering had been meaningless. Just then, a knock at the door broke through his thoughts and pulled him back to the present. On the other side was Roger, standing firm as he announced that it was already time to depart. Raedron drew one last breath, as though gathering resolve into his lungs, and then declared that from this moment onward, demons would no longer remain the same. He swore that he would pour everything he had into making sure his will was the one that prevailed. The scene then shifts to the moment Raedron stands before his assembled army. Facing them head-on, he orders every one of them to listen carefully to what he is about to say. He opens his speech by reminding them who they are, lifting their spirits as he declares that demons are a race of warriors, beings born for battle itself, and that no other race in the world would ever be capable of taming them. Because of that, he tells them, they must meet the coming battle without even a trace of hesitation. And if that battle demands it, then they must be prepared to die for freedom. To die as the warriors they were born to be, and to give their lives for the future of their entire race. As his speech reaches its peak, Raedron raises his voice and declares his own way of fighting. Then, driving the point home with fierce conviction, he ends by proclaiming that demons are warriors of pride. Focus then shifts back to Hemis, who realizes almost immediately that Raedron has already begun to make his move. And knowing that, she understands that she, too, must now begin acting from her own side. High atop a mountain, Hemis gazes downward for a brief moment before leaping gracefully toward the lower ground below. The instant she lands, she finds a man already waiting there, leaning calmly against a tree, as if he had been expecting her all along. The man speaks first and says that he knew she was coming, so he had been looking forward to meeting her here. Hemis recognizes him at once and remarks that it has been 150 years since they last met, adding with slight surprise that he somehow looks younger now than he did back then. That man is Basil Scott, the legend of the Drasen Empire. In response to Hemis's remark, he explains that his youthful appearance is simply the result of reaching the realm of legends. Hemis, however, replies that she had been expecting someone else instead of Scott. The person she had truly come looking for, it seems, had chosen to hide like a coward and conceal his magic rather than face her directly. Scott remains perfectly unfazed and tells her that Gartrum's command post is located at the exact opposite side from where the two of them are standing now. Then, with that said, he draws his sword and announces that their battle will take place here and now, with no one around to interfere. Hemis understands exactly what he intends, but she shows no concern at all over the fight that is about to begin. She answers him in a cold voice, warning him to choose his words more carefully before daring to stand against her. She reminds him that in the past, while lesser soldiers were the ones dying to block her path, Scott himself had run in cowardice, just to preserve his own life. Then she adds that his boldness now is clearly driven by a desire to wash away that stain on his name. And with those words, she activates her magic, unfolding her personal domain, the boundary of lamentation. Scott does not waver. He declares that back then, he was defeated by a technique he had never seen before, but that this time things will not go the same way. The moment those words leave his mouth, he launches himself straight at Hemis with full force. Hemis instantly prepares her own technique, the Stars of Loss, and unleashes it. But to her surprise, the attack does nothing. Scott knocks away every strike and keeps pressing forward without slowing down. He closes the distance again and again, until he is almost right in front of her, his sword now carrying a blow packed with overwhelming power. In that brief instant, Hemis reflects on what he had just said. Maybe this time he really is different. As the attack comes down on her, the hero strikes, but Hemis reacts instantly, blocking the blow with ease. And even while meeting his blade head-on, she mocks him, saying she has yet to notice anything that feels different about his strength. With a contemptuous sneer, she ridicules how little he seems to have evolved. Their weapons crash against each other again and again, each impact echoing through the battlefield. And in the middle of that violent exchange, the hero realizes that her power and his now appear to be perfectly matched. Once he realized that, the hero came to a quick conclusion. As long as he stayed on guard against the magical volleys pouring down from above, he still had a chance to keep fighting. Those attacks were the commander's ability. The tears of lament conjured in an instant, but this time they did not descend from the heavens alone. Now they also burst upward from the ground itself, turning the entire battlefield into a killing zone. Caught completely off guard by that sudden change, the hero was forced into frantic evasive movement, desperately dodging for his life, while also trying to avoid Hemis's unrelenting close-range attacks. At one point, Hemis suddenly sprang up into the air, setting up a brutal combined assault that came crashing down and nearly split the hero's head open. Only by the slimmest possible margin did he manage to escape that fatal hit. That alone was enough to impress Hemis. It proved that he really had grown stronger, because he was now avoiding attacks that, in the past, would have crushed him outright. Irritated by the way she kept talking down to him, the hero barked at her to shut up. Then he tightened his energy, steadied his footing, and prepared himself to charge forward once again. Their clash resumed with even greater ferocity than before. But Hemis was no longer attacking only his body. She also began trying to crush his focus through sheer psychological pressure. With a cold, amused smile, she asked him where he thought the next tears would appear from. The sky above or the ground beneath him. Watching him struggle to keep track of so many threats at once clearly entertained her, and she calmly warned him that the instant his concentration slipped, she would kill him with a single blow. Almost immediately, her words became reality. Before the hero even had the chance to try dodging, the earth under his feet exploded upward, sending countless magical stakes tearing into his chest and pinning him where he stood, stunned and left completely open. He could do nothing but grit his teeth through the pain. Hemis looked down at him with sharp, merciless eyes and remarked that the fact he had managed to evade her so many times before this was already proof of how much he had improved. The difference between the man in front of her now and the one she had faced long ago was impossible to miss. But before she could continue, the hero's body began to blur and fade, as if he were being transferred somewhere else. For a brief instant, Hemis wondered if she had only struck a clone, but she rejected that idea almost immediately. She was certain the one she hit had been the real Basil Scott. At the same time, Basil Scott burst out from a portal and came rushing back in with a new technique already in motion, catching even Hemis off guard. For the first time in that fight, she was genuinely impressed by how far he had come. Advancing without hesitation, the hero declared that this was the hidden technique he had been saving for this exact moment. He unleashed the strike with everything he had. But Hemis met it with just one raised hand and blocked the attack effortlessly, as though his full power amounted to nothing. In that instant, she made the gap between them painfully clear. The distance in power, she said, was simply impossible to overcome because she stood 2,000 years ahead of him. Then, with chilling precision, the commander raised two fingers and pointed them straight at his chest. A devastating burst of energy exploded from her hand, struck him directly, and knocked him unconscious in a single instant. His body crumpled on the spot, his strength exhausted, leaving him unable to resist any longer. Driven into a corner and left with no skill he could still rely on, the hero began to wonder if this truly was the end. The humiliation cut deeply. He had failed to land even one decisive strike on her. Then, while he was still trapped in that bitter realization, Hemis called out to him and demanded to know whether he was really the famed legend of the Drasan Empire. Before he had even recovered from the shock of that question, she made a request so unexpected that he could never have imagined hearing it from the mouth of a demon. Hemis explained that certain personal matters were now unfolding, and because of that, she needed his cooperation. She asked him that if, someday in the future, he were to meet Choi and cross blades with him, then he should spare Choi's life at least once. Basil Scott was left stunned, unable to understand why a commander like Hemis would lower herself to ask for something like that. But before Hemis could say anything more, the sky split open above them, and an immense torrent of golden energy came crashing down. The power struck with such overwhelming force that Basil Scott, the legend of the Drasan Empire, was completely annihilated. His body vanished so thoroughly that not even dust remained behind. Caught off guard, Hemis immediately analyzed what had just happened. She was certain now that Basil Scott was dead. Frustration rose inside her at once, because she had deliberately allowed him the time to speak, only for their encounter to be interrupted in such an arrogantly rude manner. Lifting her gaze toward the sky, she identified the only person who could have unleashed such power, Asael Bald, descending from above with his subordinate Morgan at his side. Originally, he had intended to show himself only after the group had finished off Basil Scott. But once he realized that defeating him was far beyond their ability, he concluded that he had no choice except to reveal himself earlier than planned. At that moment, Hemis stood there gripping her scythe tightly. Doubt flickered in her eyes as she silently questioned whether acting like this among humans was too cruel and whether this was truly the right course. But the answer came to her just as clearly. It did not matter. The one before her had been none other than the legend of the Drazen Empire. Even if temporary cooperation had existed between them, the truth never changed. Drazen had always been the Holy Empire's rival. Striking first and wiping him out had been the most sensible choice. After all, the death of a legend was nothing less than a national disaster. From atop a cliff, Azael watched Hemis below. He understood that the destruction of the city had been nothing more than bait, a trap meant to lure him to this place. And Hemis's response only confirmed that suspicion, as she recognized him immediately as the very legend of Gartram. Calm and resolute, Azael revealed that nothing happening here was accidental. This day had been prepared through a long and meticulous plan designed for this exact moment. Behind him stood Morgan, wrapped in radiant light, and beyond her was a vast army already lined up at her side. Morgan brought her hands together before her lips in a gesture that looked almost like a solemn prayer. In her heart, her conviction did not waver at all. The second battle was about to begin. Hemis immediately sensed that something about the atmosphere around her was wrong. The pillar in front of her was not functioning as some ordinary defensive wall. Instead of merely containing the power she tried to spread outward, it actively repelled her field itself, as though even the surrounding space was rejecting her influence. That pillar was filled with sacred power accumulated over time, and now a golden aura poured outward from it, expanding in every direction and neutralizing her presence. Above, Azael raised his sword before the army, and the strategy became unmistakably clear. The saint would maintain the pillar, while the knight's duty was to protect her with everything they had. The soldiers took their positions in perfect order. One after another, they placed their hands over the swords planted into the earth and bowed their heads reverently. From the exact ground where each of them stood, golden flowers bloomed, as though sacred power itself had taken visible form. At Azael's command, they erected a barrier meant to leave Hemis with absolutely no path of escape. The golden sphere, wrapped in crackling energy like living lightning, blazed with blinding brilliance and spread its dazzling glow across the entire battlefield. Hemis raised one hand to shield her eyes, struggling against the fierce radiance pouring from both the pillar and the sphere. As she stared ahead, she realized this was a barrier unlike any she had ever seen before. In her grasp, her scythe dissolved into black smoke, with faint sparks scattering through the air around her. The repelling force was undeniably powerful, and before that sacred pressure, even her domain began to break apart. Worse still, the shield she managed to keep up at that moment was only a pale shadow of its former strength, and offered her no real protection. And when her face emerged from that flood of light once more, something about her had already changed. With one sharp, deliberate motion, Hemis tore open the stitched seals that ran from both sides of her mouth, all the way toward the edges of her face, ripping them apart without the slightest hesitation. Between those split openings, rows of sharp fangs came into view, and a grotesque, macabre smile slowly spread across her face. Hemis mocked the enemies facing her, making it painfully clear that if she had not placed such a severe handicap on herself, they never would have found the courage to stand against her in the first place. Then she settled into position, gripping the cord made from the torn stitches of her mouth like a weapon, and fixed a hard stare on the enemies waiting above the cliff. In the very next instant, she burst forward with explosive speed, snapping her whip straight toward Azael Bald, who immediately sprang down from above to intercept her, sword raised to defend. Hemis struck from one side and then the other, her whip cracking through the air with terrifying speed and precision, while Azael kept meeting every blow with his blade. One lash sliced so close to his face that it snapped through the air right beside him, missing by only a breath. The moment he spotted an opening, Azael lunged in and tried to turn the exchange around with a counterattack. Shouting as he moved, he drove his sword forward with lethal intent, delivering a killing strike. But the attack never connected. At the very instant it should have hit, Hemis was simply gone. Azael's eyes widened in shock. Hemis had completely dispersed right in front of him. Then Morgan called out from above, urgently telling him to look up. When Azael lifted his gaze, he saw Hemis hovering high overhead, chanting as power gathered around her. A blazing red light wrapped around her body, burning so intensely it looked almost alive. It was Hellflash, the evolved form of Hellflare. On the ground below, Azael bent forward in frustration, already feeling the crushing pressure of the power descending on him. High in the air, Hemis brought her hands together and unleashed that force in full, sending a direct blast down onto Azael as though a heavenly punishment itself had come crashing from the sky. But even that attack was stopped. Azael planted himself, gripped his sword with both hands in front of him, and fully blocked the massive surge of energy. The collision carved a deep V-shaped trench into the earth, where that force slammed against his defense. Floating above, Hemis clenched her fists as she watched what had happened. Even knowing Asael was a wielder of defensive authority, she had not expected him to come through that attack without a single visible wound. Below her, Asael stood firm with sweat pouring down his body. His sword still raised as though every muscle and every breath he had was being poured into resisting that monstrous strike. Hemis immediately grasped what was happening. The sacred barrier was absorbing the demonic power in her attacks, dulling their impact and denying them the damage they should have inflicted. A high-level defensive authority user, a saint, and an enormous shield sustained by the sacred power of hundreds of warriors, all of it had been assembled into a perfect defense. Morgan remained bowed in place, with her eyes shut and her hands clasped tightly together, focusing with absolute concentration as she poured all the surrounding energy into maintaining that barrier. To Hemis, the sight was infuriating. This battlefield had been prepared flawlessly for a long and exhausting war of attrition. Violet sparks began crackling in her right hand, flashing brighter and brighter as her irritation rose. For a brief moment she measured the situation and weighed her next move against that seemingly unbreakable defense. The burden of the fight was already pressing down on her. The demonic power she had spent against Basil Scott had been greater than expected, and every motion now came with more strain. At only half her strength, shattering that shield was impossible. As she stared at the white-haired man standing before her, she realized she had now taken Basil Scott's place, forced to face the same trial he had endured. Then suddenly, a memory flashed across her mind, and in the very next moment the battle erupted again at full intensity. After several more violent exchanges, Asael pressed in with unwavering determination, gripping his sword tightly as he declared that this battle would end here and now, putting all of his strength into it. He drove his blade into the earth and unleashed an overwhelming technique, power of divinity, sword of revelation. The instant the sword struck, golden light exploded outward with such intensity that chunks of stone were ripped from the ground and hurled into the air, while thick clouds of dust surged up all around them. In front of Hemis, a crimson sphere began to take shape, pulsing ominously with tightly compressed energy. She recognized the technique the moment she saw it. But even then, her expression held only defiance. There was no fear in her at all. The move was familiar to her, yet she was nowhere near ready to believe the battle was already decided. The crimson sphere drifted slowly toward her, advancing with an eerie motion, almost as though it possessed a will of its own. Her golden claws glimmered with a dangerous shine, but then, without warning, blood suddenly burst from the upper part of her body, forcing her torso to arch backward. The kneeling soldiers, still keeping their swords planted in the earth, stared at the sight in complete disbelief. Morgan's eyes flew wide open as she cried out in shock, declaring that he had brought down the glutton. Even Asael himself stood there, stunned by what he was seeing. His sword was still buried in the ground, and in front of him lay Hemis, bloodied, collapsed, and seemingly unable to move, his body trembling. Asael slowly returned the blade to his waist, unable to fully accept that the fight had turned out like this. A bead of sweat ran down his face as he muttered under his breath, asking himself whether it had really happened. His eyes dropped to Hemis's hand, where those golden claws now lay still against the ground without movement. And then, before Asael could even realize she was still alive, he was suddenly caught between Hemis's fangs. She lunged with a monstrous maw that burst open from the wound Asael had inflicted only moments earlier, turning that injury itself into the source of her attack. In a single motion, the legendary hero was reduced to nothing more than a bite-sized meal for the glutton. Only a fragment of him remained, leaving behind a scene so grotesque and unbelievable it was almost impossible to process. Unable to accept what she had just witnessed, the saint cried out desperately for Asael, her voice trembling with utter disbelief. Brimming with confidence, Hemis returned to her original form and mocked the entire scene, openly ridiculing the shock and horror she had just caused. Then she reflected, with dry irony, on just how desperate her position had become, to the point that she had been forced to fake her own death and rely on a trick once used by Baal. Even so, she finished with a sardonic joke, asking everyone around her what they thought of her little magic trick. But that calm look on her face didn't last. A moment later, her composure cracked, and blood spilled from her lips. Only then did she finally admit the truth to herself. The Empire's strength was far beyond what she had expected. The saint caught sight of the blood at once, and her mind immediately began searching for the reason. Was it because of the wounds Hemis had already suffered, or had forcing down a paladin simply become too much for her body to handle? She didn't waste even a second dwelling on it. In a sharp, commanding voice, the saint ordered every warrior present to begin layering multiple enchantments at once, while she herself took full responsibility for maintaining every barrier alone. The warriors moved the instant they heard her command. They split apart into their assigned positions, each group preparing its own incantation as the air around them began to tighten with gathering power. Meanwhile, Hemis remained where she was, completely still, Her strength had been drained so badly that she could no longer gather even the smallest resistance. In that fading moment, she thought back on the strange delay. Digestion should have finished much faster than this. And the only explanation she could find was the sacred barrier pressing down on her and suppressing the process. When Hemis slowly raised her eyes again, she saw it immediately. The attack was almost complete, and in that instant she understood with perfect clarity that the end had finally reached her. There was no panic in her voice when she spoke, only quiet acceptance. The commander simply declared that she had fulfilled the role she was meant to carry out. And with that, she entrusted everything that came after her to the one she had chosen to believe in. She knew there were things she could not settle by her own hand. So now, with nothing left for her to do, her final hope rested on her allies succeeding where she no longer could. Then the saint released it. A blazing beam of sacred light burst forward and slammed straight into the commander without the slightest deviation. Hemis accepted the strike without resistance. She remained seated, unmoving, almost serene, and in that final moment she seemed satisfied by one thing above all else, that she had never once bowed her head to a fate of slavery. At long last, the battle was over. When the violence finally faded, all that remained was ruin. The earth itself had been torn apart and broken open, as if the clash had carved a permanent wound into the land. At the very center sat a massive crater, silent and hollow, and within it there was not the slightest trace of Hemis left behind. The saint stood there breathing hard, finally allowing herself a small measure of relief. As her breathing settled, her thoughts drifted back to Asael, who had thrown himself forward like a reckless fool, drunk on the brief illusion that victory was already in his hands. That arrogance had opened a gap, and in the end it had cost him everything. His death had been a cruel one. Even beyond that, she couldn't ignore the weight of losing him so early, and everything now, set into motion, it left behind an unease she couldn't shake. And deeper still was another certainty pressing on her mind. The Pope would be deeply displeased when he learned how all of this had unfolded. Then a warrior broke the silence and asked what they were supposed to do next. The saint slowly turned toward the gathered army, her expression hardening as she faced them. In a steady, unquestionable voice, she ordered them to return to the capital for the time being. Then she gave them a warning. She told them to listen carefully and carve the next words into their memory, because what she was about to say was the version that must remain. She declared that from this moment on, only one story would be told. Ser Azael and Sir Basil Scott of Drasen had fought with incomparable bravery, and for the sake of the Empire of Gartrum, both men had fallen together alongside the gluttonous enemy. She went on to say that the two of them had met the kind of death reserved for the highest honor, a death worthy of living legends, and once that solemn account had been spoken, she ordered that no other version of events was ever to leave their lips. The scene shifted elsewhere, to another part of the battlefield, where Raedrun now stood alone. Every soldier who had stood against him had already been cut down, yet even after all that slaughter, he remained upright, steady, and unshaken. That was when Modem arrived, his presence carrying quiet authority with every step. He praised Raedrun's performance without hesitation, openly stating that none of the soldiers lying dead there had ever been worthy opponents for his strength. Raedrun, however, brushed the praise aside, saying that compared to Modem, he still had a long way to go and far more growing left ahead of him. But Modem did not back down from what he had said. He made it clear that this was no empty compliment and no exaggeration born from emotion. To him, it was obvious that within only a few years, or perhaps even before the current year had ended, Raedrun would surpass him completely. That certainty hit Raedrun hard, and for a moment he could only stare, visibly shaken by the sheer weight behind Modem's words. With a solemn motion, Modem lowered his sword and drove it straight into the ground before him. Then he revealed the truth. The connection he had once shared with Hemis had now disappeared entirely. Raedrun's eyes widened at once. Putting the signs together, he voiced the fear that had already begun forming in his mind, that the worst had truly happened. Modem confirmed it without avoiding the truth. Raedrun then pressed him further, asking what path Modem intended to take from here on. The knight answered without the slightest hesitation. He declared that Hemis had been his one and only lord, and that even now, he intended to continue carrying out the final orders she had left behind. His loyalty, he said with unwavering conviction, would not change whether she was still alive somewhere or had already passed beyond this world. After hearing that, Raedrun asked him what those final instructions had been. Modem explained it carefully. Hemis had ordered him to protect Raedrun and keep him safe until the day he rose to the rank of commander. From that point onward, Modem would personally stand by his side, helping him, training him, and guiding him until Raedrun had gained both the power and the judgment needed to rise above every other commander. He was meant to become strong enough to overturn the rotten, corrupted state of demonkind itself. Then, standing directly before him, Modem extended his hand and sealed that resolve with a promise. From this day on, he would remain Raedron's ally forever. The scene shifted once again, this time to a magnificent place of worship, where the Pope himself stood before a great gathering of the faithful. His voice rolled through the sacred hall as he delivered grim news to them all. One of the greatest pillars supporting the Holy Empire had fallen. He announced that Asael had become a martyr, a man who had devoted more than 200 years of his life to service. Sorrow weighed heavily in his voice, as he mourned the loss of a comrade who had stood beside him for so many years, and beside the legendary Kinley Riverford as well. Then the Pope raised Asael even higher in death. He declared that Asael had lived a life of devotion to God greater than any other man could ever hope to match. Up until his final breath, he said, Asael had thought only of the people of the Holy Empire and their safety. The Pope even revealed that at the very moment of death, Asael's last prayer had been for the sacred people to spend their remaining days in peace and protection. And after saying all that, he called on everyone gathered there to pray in remembrance of Asael's deeds, so that his sacrifice would never fade from memory. But his message did not end with mourning alone. His words also carried a warning. A day would surely come when divine punishment would fall upon all who dared oppose God. At last, with grief still written plainly across his face, the Pope reflected on how many times he had warned others not to grow careless in moments of advantage. And so he lamented once more the tragic fall of the legendary hero Asael, whose death would remain a lasting burden on the hearts of the faithful. Then the Pope was interrupted. A messenger arrived and reported that Dracen had sent a representative to Marriott, requesting permission to investigate the battlefield where Hemis had been fought. The Pope immediately understood why. He remarked that they were most likely trying to uncover the truth behind Basil Scott's death, but he also noted that the cleanup had already been completed and nothing useful remained at the site. Even so, he ordered the messenger to make secret contact with Marriott and ensure that Dracen's request was rejected. The messenger bowed, ready to take his leave after understanding the order. But the Pope stopped him and said to wait, because there was still one more matter he wanted answered. He then asked about the whereabouts of Abelson Marriott and Choi Hyun-seok. The man reported that neither of them had been seen anywhere, not even during the recent battles. He found Choi Hyun-seok's absence especially strange, because there had been no obvious reason for him to stay away from the front lines. From that, he suspected that Hemis had removed him from the Demon King's army altogether. The Pope grimly accepted that even now, in these final moments, Choi Hyun-seok continued to remain a thorn in his side. Since Choi Hyun-seok had not appeared even when Hemis was in crisis, the Pope ordered the man to search for both of them across the entire continent if necessary, but to find them no matter what. And he added a final warning of his own. If anyone dared hide them or offer them shelter, that person would face divine consequences. The scene shifted again, this time to the group's carriage, or rather, the carriage carrying all four of them, where Choi Hyun-seok and Rahel were in the middle of muttering their complaints when someone suddenly cut in and interrupted them. Rahel was then asked to check whether the disguises were ready. Rahel looked over the preparations and couldn't hide her surprise. Everything had been put together far faster than she expected, and for a moment, even she seemed impressed by how quickly the disguises had been made ready. Then her eyes shifted toward Choi Hyun-seok. She took in his newly dyed hair, that cold shade of red standing out sharply against his usual look, and gave him a careful once-over as if judging whether the disguise would actually hold up. After sizing him up, she gave him a blunt warning and told him not to ruin everything by making a mess of things. Just then, Abelson Marriott stepped in and announced that she had finished disguising herself as well. With that, she showed herself properly and asked the others what they thought of her appearance. Choi Hyun-seok reacted exactly like himself. His eyes practically bulged out of his head as he blurted out, with shameless exaggeration, that Abelson Marriott looked absolutely gorgeous, like some princess straight out of a fairy tale. Abelson Marriott laughed softly at that, clearly amused, and thanked him for the compliment. Then, with a playful little smile, she replied that she might not be from a fairy tale, but she really was a princess, one from Marriott. The moment those words landed, Choi Hyun-seok snapped right back to reality. Frisch stared at him in disbelief, stunned that Choi Hyun-seok had never connected Abelson Marriott's surname to the kingdom they were literally on their way to. Even Rahel admitted she would have liked to defend him for once, but this time he had simply been too dense to save. Realizing how badly he had missed something so obvious, Choi Hyun-seok immediately bent toward Abelson Marriott and apologized for not realizing sooner that she was actually a princess. Abelson Marriott told him it really didn't matter and asked him to keep treating her the same way he always had. Off to the side, Choi Hyun-seok muttered that he was Korean and apparently carried something close to a slave mentality when it came to people with titles. Then another thought hit him. If Abelson Marriott was truly a princess, that meant she should have real influence within Marriott itself. But Abelson Marriott answered honestly that she wasn't even sure about that. She explained that she had already talked it over with Frisch, and if it were possible, she would rather not reveal who she was at all, or even return there in the first place. That answer caught Choi Hyun-seok off guard, and he immediately asked why. The question earned him a smack to the head from Frisch, who called him an idiot on the spot, with Rahel echoing the insult right after him. Frisch then spelled it out for him. One of the greatest empires on the continent was hunting Choi Hyun-seok, and Abelson Marriott had no intention of letting more people get dragged into danger because of her. Abelson Marriott added that it wasn't as if she meant to stay away forever. If things ever reached a truly desperate point, then she would have no choice but to find some way to ask for help. Because no matter what had happened, they were still her family in the end. The scene then shifted back to the battlefield, to the place where Hemis and the heroes had just clashed in that violent final confrontation. From somewhere within the ruined stones, a sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out, and then, from deep inside the wreckage, a dark aura slowly began to rise. Whether that sign meant something hopeful or something far worse was still impossible to tell. Far away from that battlefield, already inside human territory, the trio continued moving deeper through the forest as their journey pressed on. While walking, Choi Hyun-seok checked his system once again, clearly troubled by the fact that it still wasn't functioning at all. Rahel noticed the worry on the hero's face and turned to ask what exactly was going on with him. Choi Hyun-seok explained that ever since they had crossed into human territory, something had gone seriously wrong. The hero's system had completely stopped working. Instead of anything normal, all he could see was a screen filled with glitches, scrambled characters, and broken text that made no sense. Rahel found that hard to believe in her view. The system was far too advanced, far too intelligent, to simply break down that easily. But Choi Hyun-seok said he had been feeling something off for a while now. It was as if someone were watching every step he took and throwing obstacles in his way in real time. Rahel immediately pushed back at that, almost defending herself from the implication. She said that since she couldn't see the system directly, she couldn't say anything with certainty. Maybe the bug was happening because they were following a path no other heroes ever took. Choi Hyun-seok was such an irregular existence that the system simply couldn't keep up with him anymore. In other words, he was a depraved user of demonic energy who had chosen to turn against humans. Of everything she said, Choi Hyun-seok only fixated on one word, depraved, and he couldn't help noticing that Rahel really had no habit of softening her insults. Rahel then finished her thought by saying that despite all of this, one thing was still worth noting. She still hadn't received any order telling her to abandon Choi Hyun-seok in exchange for returning, and that might mean he was doing a better job than expected. Frisch, who had been listening in on their back and forth, finally cut in and told the two chatterboxes to knock it off. He warned them that they were almost at the village closest to the borderlands, Kaitan Village, in the Kingdom of Marriott, under Viscount Andef. Abelson Marriott grew curious and asked Choi Hyun-seok whether this would be his first time entering a human village. He answered that it was. Ever since his journey had begun in that bizarre place because of someone, this would really be his first proper chance to step into human lands as a hero. After hearing that, Abelson Marriott told him he would probably end up disappointed. His first experience in human territory was not going to be somewhere beautiful. At that very moment, guards came up to the group and demanded identification, and Frisch smoothly responded at once, introducing them as 3 mercenaries looking for paid work. Choi Hyun-seok was visibly surprised by that explanation, especially because they were standing in a region right along the demon border. Frisch ignored the reaction and simply told him that the reason would become obvious the moment he saw what kind of place they were entering. And soon enough, the sight ahead answered everything. Ruin stretched out before them, with misery written across every corner and wreckage filling the view as far as the eye could reach. Rahel stepped forward a little and noticed a series of posters hanging from nearby notice boards. The contents of those notices were downright bleak. They basically spelled out the region's reality as endless taxes, forced labor, more taxes, and then even more taxes piled on top of that. Abelson Marriott took in that information with visible anguish, and the weight of it struck her even harder because this was land that belonged to her own family. Frisch noticed the look on her face right away, and, with a dry sort of irony, asked why she looked so embarrassed, telling her to be honest. When Abelson Marriott hesitated, Frisch answered in her place. He explained that the imperial family was squeezing the people dry, taking everything they could under the excuse of an approaching war. He went on to say that this wasn't some problem unique to the Empire of Marriott. He had seen and learned enough during the time when he worked as a cardinal to know that the same kind of thing happened in other empires too. It was common, he said, for rulers in Garden to exploit ordinary people through fear of war, stirring them up, burdening them, and all the while filling their own pockets. Abelson Marriott listened to every word in stunned silence, unable to believe this was the direction the kingdoms had chosen to follow. Later on, Abelson Marriott sat quietly by herself, still reflecting on the harsh reality the people there were living through beneath the looming statue of a knight. Her troubled thoughts were suddenly interrupted when someone approached and called out to her, catching her by surprise. It was Choi Hyun-suk. His appearance startled Abelson Marriott for a moment, and she immediately asked him where Frisch and Rahel had gone. Choi Hyun-suk sat down beside the saint and gently asked how she was feeling. Abelson Marriott answered him honestly. Her mood hadn't improved at all. If anything, she said, she felt angry now. Choi Hyun-suk tried to lighten the mood with a joke, saying that after hearing about that many atrocities, she had every right to be angry. But Abelson Marriott clarified that her anger wasn't aimed at Frisch. It was directed at herself. She said she could have tried to come up with something, anything, that might defend the empire, but she couldn't. There was nothing she could say that would justify what Garden had been doing to its people. Hearing Abelson Marriott speak that way left Choi Hyun-suk visibly shaken. His mind immediately started racing, desperately searching for some way to help pull her out of that heavy state. But the ideas that surfaced were all awkward, badly timed, and nowhere near right for a moment like this. Before he could settle on anything at all, Abelson suddenly called out to him. Startled by that alone, Choi Hyun-suk tensed up at once, already convinced he must have said something wrong. He answered her in a flustered panic, apologizing before he had even done anything, which only made Abelson Marriott stare at him in confusion. That was when Choi Hyun-suk finally realized she wasn't about to lecture him at all. For a brief second, Abelson Marriott herself seemed just as frozen by the misunderstanding, caught off guard by how strangely he had reacted. Then, with a small smile softening her face, the saint explained that an old story had just come back to her, and she thought it might be worth telling to Choi Hyun-suk. So Abelson Marriott began to speak about a hero whose name had once defined Khitan itself, a place that looked like nothing more than a worn-out village now, but one that had once known a far more glorious age. That hero's name was Lofar Dozer, a figure whose legend stretched back centuries into the past, to the era when those who fought bravely against the demons in war first began to be honored as heroes and living legends. Lofar Dozer had stood above all the rest in his time. His name didn't remain famous only within Marriott. It spread across the whole continent. Among the many warriors remembered from that age, he was one of the few who truly deserved every bit of the glory attached to his title, not just for his achievements, but for the kind of man he was. He was known as a spotless warrior, someone who loved his homeland deeply, respected the weak, and treated others with compassion. Like all things, his story too came to an end. And for the people of Khitan, that end came far too soon. When Lofar Dozer died at the young age of just 37, Choi Hyun-suk listened closely, then asked whether there was a specific reason Lofar Dozer had died so young, and why that end had come in Khitan of all places. Abelson Marriott continued. She explained that 1 year before the war finally ended, the demons suddenly intensified their offensive, likely in one last desperate surge. At that point, the imperial family of Marriott ordered Lofar Dozer to abandon Khitan and pull back, but that was something he refused to accept, and so for the first time in his life, that hero openly stood against an imperial command. He held firmly to one belief above all else: the nation existed to protect its people, and because of that, he would never allow Khitan to be discarded. After making that declaration, Lofar Dozer went out to battle and drove back the demon's assault. And the most astonishing part was that he did it alone, without another warrior standing beside him. That single act etched his name permanently into the memory of the people of Marriott. Choi Hyun-suk felt the weight of that story settle on him, and without saying much, he carefully fixed Lofar Dozer's name in his mind. Abelson Marriott then continued, wondering aloud what kind of reaction Lofar Dozer would have if he were still alive now, forced to look at the condition the people had fallen into in the present day. A little while later, night finally came down over the village. The two of them walked together through the dim streets, and Abelson Marriott thanked Choi Hyun-suk for staying with her, admitting that his company had helped ease her heart. Choi Hyun-suk brushed it off and said there was really nothing to thank him for, since all he had done was sit there and listen to her story. But Abelson Marriott gently explained that simply having him there beside her had already been enough. Little by little, the air between them was starting to shift into something softer. Then, all at once, that quiet moment was broken by screams that snapped both of their heads toward the noise. Two men came bursting out of an alley in total panic, shouting that there was a body back there, a dead person, and desperately calling for someone to bring the authorities. The instant he heard that, Choi Hyun-suk picked up his pace and moved to check the scene for himself while telling Abelson Marriott to stay alert behind him. It didn't take more than a glance for him to realize this wasn't some simple incident. What lay there was more than an ordinary corpse. The blood around the body had been arranged in an unnatural pattern, and that alone made the whole scene feel deeply wrong. Worried, Abelson Marriott came closer. But Choi Han-seok tried to reassure her, saying that the officials would be there soon, and that whatever immediate danger there had been seemed to have already passed. Even so, he admitted that something about the scene was off, and he asked Abelson Marriott to take a proper look herself so she could confirm what he was beginning to suspect. She stepped nearer and asked him exactly what part of it he wanted her to examine. Choi Han-seok pointed out that the smell was far too strong for a body that had only just died, and on top of that, there was a strange magical circle surrounding the corpse. Since magic wasn't his field, he told her she would be able to judge it far better than he could. But the moment the saint got close enough, a warning rang out in a shout. "Choi Han-seok, watch out! Behind you!" Right at his back, a zombified creature had risen into position, ready to launch a surprise attack on him. Choi Han-seok reacted instantly, wrenching himself free from the creature's grasp and throwing himself back to create some distance, all while trying to process what in the world was happening. Abelson Marriott moved just as fast. She rushed straight toward the creature, putting herself between it and Choi Han-seok to stop it from causing any more harm. Without hesitation, the saint struck the monster in the head and dropped it immediately, disabling it on the spot. Still rattled, Choi Han-seok stared at it and asked what had just happened, struggling to understand whether that thing was actually supposed to be dead. Abelson Marriott explained that it was an undead, something created through necromancy, an occult kind of magic demons used to exploit the dead. According to what was known, some demons had used that kind of magic during the war long ago. But even for Abelson Marriott, this was the first time she had ever seen an undead with her own eyes. Trying to make sense of it, Choi Han-seok compared the whole thing to something out of an American movie or TV show, then immediately asked the practical question, if one of those things bit somebody, was there a risk of infection? Abelson Marriott answered that she honestly didn't know because there were no records describing anything like that. Still, she made one thing clear: getting bitten by an undead was obviously not something anyone should take lightly, so they needed to stay cautious before either of them could say more. The conversation was cut off by the arrival of soldiers responding to the commotion. As soon as the soldiers saw Choi Han-seok and Abelson Marriott standing there, they noticed the two didn't look like villagers at all, and demanded to know what they were doing there. Abelson Marriott started to answer, but Choi Han-seok stepped forward first and calmly explained that they were mercenaries who had come to the village looking for work. The guards exchanged looks and quietly discussed it among themselves, with one of them remarking that the pair really did carry themselves like mercenaries. After that, the guard asked Choi Han-seok to show his mercenary insignia, and he immediately handed it over without hesitation. Once the man checked it, he confirmed that they were telling the truth, said he understood why they were there, and instructed the pair to come with him. Not long after, once the situation had been sorted out, Choi Han-seok explained everything to Frisch, including the part where he had accepted requests as a mercenary. Frisch was immediately annoyed by the way the two had been handling themselves in the village streets, spreading the story that they were mercenaries and even taking on random jobs. With obvious displeasure, he remarked that if Choi Han-seok kept this up, he might end up becoming a real mercenary before long. Soon after that, Edmar arrived looking for the mercenaries the guild had described to him as extraordinary. That description alone left both Choi Han-seok and Abelson Marriott looking slightly bewildered. That reaction alone made the man hesitate. Looking at the two of them, he couldn't help wondering whether they really deserved the kind of extravagant praise the guild had attached to their names. Not wanting to lose face for even a second, Choi Han-seok immediately straightened up and answered with total confidence that they were, in fact, legendary mercenaries. He even went so far as to say people should consider themselves lucky just to be living in the same age as them. After showing off like that, Choi Han-seok quietly apologized to Abelson Marriott in his heart, convincing himself that this was the best possible way to keep their real identities from being exposed. Then he continued the introduction, saying that the guild had told them to handle the matter as quickly as possible, though he couldn't help grumbling that this now meant they really had to take care of it. Standing beside him, Abelson Marriott felt a deep sense of embarrassment before God and silently asked for forgiveness on behalf of the shameless lies her companion was telling. The man accepted the explanation, and now that he believed he had confirmed the mercenaries' identities, said he would stop circling around the issue and get straight to the point. Choi Han-seok then laid out what he had heard. According to the village chief, people had been disappearing from the village one after another over the course of several months. And what made it especially strange was that these weren't ordinary disappearances caused by desperate residents choosing to run away from unbearable living conditions. Because before long after each disappearance, bodies would always start turning up somewhere around the outer edges of the village. Some of those corpses were found laid out on top of family graves. Others had been pierced through with bizarre staffs. And still others had unknown letters and crude, unnatural patterns carved straight into their flesh. At that point, Abelson Marriott added her own observation, stressing that even she had never seen anything like this before. Choi Han-seok continued, explaining that the villagers had recently sent a letter to the local lord asking him to resolve the matter. But the only answer they received was an order telling them to relocate to a neighboring settlement instead. Most likely, the Lord had no intention of wasting effort on poor villages that couldn't even meet their tax burden. So in the end, the residents scraped together whatever money they could and sent a request to the mercenary guild instead. Once Choi Hyun-seok finished explaining that, Frisch immediately understood what had happened and asked whether that was why Choi had insisted they be treated like real mercenaries. Rahel, meanwhile, called all of them liars and complained that she had basically been abandoned, saying this was exactly why they were being punished now. Frisch then turned toward Abelson Marriott and remarked that maybe Choi Hyun-seok lying was one thing, but having a saint join in on the deception was going too far. Even so, both of them understood the group's circumstances well enough. From here on, it would be best not to attract any unnecessary attention. If undead were involved, there was always the risk of drawing the Demon King's army to the area, and recklessly interfering with that kind of situation would be dangerous. Abelson Marriott then asked whether Frisch could allow them to do something even if it was only for a single day. She explained that before they left, she wanted to help the villagers as much as she possibly could. Choi Hyun-seok noticed the genuine compassion in her, and immediately said he felt the same way. He too wanted to help the people there. Frisch finally gave them a condition. Their stay would be limited to 1 week, and if they did everything they could during that time and the matter still wasn't resolved, then they would leave without pushing any further. Choi Hyun-seok accepted that condition right away, clearly pleased, and Abelson Marriott reacted the same way, letting out a quiet breath of relief now that she knew they would at least be allowed to do something for the villagers. After that, the group worked out a plan. They split the village into 2 separate zones. Rahel and the Saint would patrol one side, while Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch would take responsibility for the other. Choi Hyun-seok then asked what Frisch himself planned to do in the meantime, and Frisch answered that he would remain watching the village entrance in case any outside mercenaries showed up. 4 days passed, and when Abelson Marriott returned to the room where the others were gathered, Choi Hyun-seok greeted her by pointing out that she was late. She replied that she had needed to check something first before coming back, and then told him that she had something important she needed to say. That immediately caught Choi Hyun-seok's attention, and he asked what it was. Abelson Marriott explained that it had started during her patrol with Rahel earlier that day, and that after what she observed, she was now certain of one thing. The village was filled with an abnormally high concentration of demonic energy in the air. She went on to explain that every land naturally holds traces of human energy, demonic energy, and divine power, and depending on the place, it was normal for one of those forces to be stronger while another was weaker. But even in a place whose guardian was human, demonic energy should only exist in very small amounts. Yet that wasn't the case here. In this village, the amount present was plainly unnatural. The moment she said that, both Frisch and Choi Hyun-seok responded that they had felt this kind of energy somewhere before. Abelson Marriott added that regardless, this abnormal demonic energy was most likely the root of everything happening in the village, so during the remaining days of their stay, they would investigate why that energy was gathering there, and once they had an answer, they would report it to the village chief. Choi Hyun-seok pointed out the obvious problem. Even if they went that far, it still wouldn't amount to a complete solution, and he asked Abelson Marriott whether she was truly okay with that. She answered honestly that she knew she had already taken up too much of the group's time as it was, and she didn't feel she had the right to ask them to get even more deeply involved than this. With that, Frisch and Choi Hyun-seok brought the discussion to a close, deciding that they would continue this effort for 2 more days. Now that they finally had a clear direction, they should regroup and move forward according to the plan. As darkness settled over the village, the group prepared to begin their work. While they moved, Choi Hyun-seok casually remarked that Frisch used necromancy too. Frisch immediately denied it and replied that necromancy was not something commonly practiced by members of the 3rd Legion. The sudden mention of the 3rd Legion caught Choi Hyun-seok off guard. Frisch then explained that Hemis hated necromancy just as much as she hated chimeras. And to be honest, necromancy itself was an extremely twisted form of magic to use in the first place. Choi Hyun-seok asked him what exactly he meant by that. Instead of answering right away, Frisch turned his gaze toward Abelson Marriott and asked whether she had ever explained necromancy properly to Choi Hyun-seok. Abelson Marriott simply said no, because she herself didn't know many details about how the practice actually functioned, so Frisch took over. He explained that only a small number of demons had ever used that type of magic, and even then, it had never produced especially satisfying results. Because of that, there were very few surviving records about necromancy among humans. From there, he began describing how the magic worked in practice. Necromancy was the ability to turn corpses into undead, and then command them. During the war, with dead bodies scattered all across the battlefield, those remains were often used for exactly that purpose. At first glance, it sounded like an impressive kind of magic, something that could drastically increase the size of an army. But the reality was far less useful. Low-level undead were simply too stupid, which meant the caster had to control each one individually. And trying to direct undead in the middle of a chaotic battle left the caster full of openings and dangerously exposed. In the end, even when someone succeeded in creating high-level undead, a different problem emerged. If the undead's abilities surpassed those of the one controlling it, it could break free from the caster's command altogether. There had even been cases where the undead turned on the very summoner who raised them. Once control slipped, those creatures would attack anything living nearby without making any distinction between ally and enemy. After hearing all that, Choi Hyun-suk nodded and admitted that it really was a bizarre kind of magic to bring into the world. Frisch added that during the war, necromancy had ended up causing plenty of friendly fire because of exactly those flaws. Before the discussion could continue any further, all of their attention was pulled away by the sudden presence of a strange energy. Abelson Marriott reacted first and immediately pointed out that there was another demon somewhere near the group. Frisch was visibly surprised by just how sensitive the saint was to demonic energy, and he quickly asked where the demon was. Choi Hyun-suk asked the same thing, wanting to know which direction the presence was coming from, and Abelson Marriott answered that the energy was radiating from the statue plaza. The group rushed there without delay, and when they reached the plaza, they found someone crouched over the ground in the middle of performing a spell. They stopped at once, and Choi Hyun-suk asked whether that person was the source of the demonic energy. Abelson Marriott confirmed that it was, but immediately told the others to wait. They couldn't kill the individual yet, because what mattered most right now was learning what that creature was doing there in the first place. Frisch immediately asked what Abelson Marriott intended to do next, but before she could answer, Choi Hyun-seok cut in. He said he wanted to try handling the situation himself and asked for permission to approach the matter alone. Before anything else could happen, the person casting the spell noticed their presence. Without even turning fully at first, he remarked that for a human, Choi Hyun-seok carried an unusually strange aura. That single comment made Choi Hyun-suk realize just how sharp the man's senses really were. Then the caster slowly rose to his feet and announced that since they didn't seem willing to come any closer, he would simply go to them instead. The man's calm reaction clearly caught Choi Hyun-suk off guard. But before anyone else could make a move, Choi Hyun-seok suddenly launched into his own plan and shouted for no one to attack. In a loud voice, he declared that the man before them was an ally. That only left the others stunned, because just a moment earlier it had looked like Choi Hyun-sik was about to start a fight. Even the hooded man looked thrown off and demanded to know what the hell was going on. Without breaking stride, Choi Hyun-suk loudly introduced himself as Ryan-sak, the regimental commander of the Demon King's army, 3rd Legion, and then demanded that the other man state his own name and rank as well. The instant that order was thrown at him, the hooded man hesitated. The command itself clearly unsettled him. He turned it over in his mind, disturbed by the fact that a human was the one demanding identification from him. And not just any human, but one who had been recruited into the demon army and had already become infamous through rumor after rumor. Doubt immediately took hold. The last time this man had been in contact with his own regiment, Choi Hyun-seok had still been nothing more than a company commander. Obeying him now did not come easily. Abelson Marriott sensed the tension at once, and inwardly she questioned whether Choi Hyun-suk's attempt to deceive the man was really the right move. Frisch, however, chose to respond in an entirely different way. Without the slightest hesitation, Frisch stepped in and played along. In a composed, authoritative tone, he presented himself as a regiment leader within the 3rd Legion. Then he pointed out that the man standing before them did not appear to belong to the 3rd Legion at all, and firmly repeated the demand that he properly identify himself and declare his affiliation. From Abelson Marriott's point of view, the whole exchange was deeply unsettling. As far as she could see, both of her companions were lying shamelessly right to the man's face. Frisch, though, had only one goal in mind. He wanted this settled quietly, before the village suffered any collateral damage. So, in a calm voice, he advised that if the situation got worse, the saint should withdraw immediately and contact the village chief so the civilians could be evacuated as a precaution. At that point, the hooded man slowly revealed his face. Suspicion still lingered in his expression, and he admitted that he found it strange how casually Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch were walking around among humans as if it were nothing. Frisch answered without missing a beat. He said they were carrying out a secret mission ordered directly by Hemis herself, and claimed that anything beyond that was classified information that could not be disclosed. The moment Hemis's name came up, it clearly carried weight. The hooded man acknowledged that authority immediately, and Frisch used the opening to demand his identification one more time. Reluctantly, the man finally admitted that he belonged to the 4th Legion. The moment he said that, Choi Hyun-suk understood. This man was one of Park Hyuna's subordinates, but the hooded man's composure suddenly broke under a surge of anger. He snapped that Park Hyuna was not the rightful commander of the 4th Battalion at all. In his eyes, that seat belonged to Lord Onyx. Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch exchanged a quick whisper between themselves. Frisch explained that Onyx had once held the position of fourth commander, but after suffering a crushing defeat, he had been stripped of the post and reduced to vice commander. He also noted that the hooded man's outrage was hardly unusual. Plenty of demons could not stand the idea of a human hero being placed above them, and even inside the Demon King's army, the chain of command was filled with resentment and internal tension. The hooded man noticed the whispering right away and sharply demanded to know what the two of them had been talking about. Choi Hyun-suk brushed the question aside as if it were nothing, telling him not to worry about it because it wasn't important. Then Choi Hyun-suk deliberately shifted the conversation. He brought up the man's earlier comment that back when he last left his unit, Choi had still only been a commander. That alone suggested the man had been away from his homeland for a very long time. Seeing the opening, Choi Hyun-suk softened his tone and spoke with unexpected understanding. He suggested that a lot of time must have passed, and that the man had probably endured all kinds of hardship during that long stretch away. Frisch followed up with the same energy, acknowledging how difficult solitary assignments could be, and saying that he understood what it meant to carry that kind of burden alone for so long. Little by little, the hooded man's resistance began to weaken. The unexpected sympathy from the two of them seemed to get through to him, and his posture visibly loosened. Before long, the three of them had formed a loose circle, their guard lowered enough for the conversation to turn more honest. From there, they slowly began pulling apart the reasons that had brought the hooded man to the town in the first place. The hooded man still hesitated, carefully weighing his words as though he were measuring the danger of speaking against the strange comfort of finally being heard. Sensing that hesitation, Choi Han-suk pressed gently but directly. He pointed out the obvious, that the man clearly had no affection for the current Legion commander, and if what he needed most was simply a chance to vent and curse Park Han-a little, then Choi Han-suk assured him that both he and Frisch were more than willing to listen. Choi Hyun-suk pushed it even further, saying that Park Hyun-a's personality really was awful, something he could personally verify after a recent encounter with her. Frisch added that the relationship between Hemis and Park Hyun-a was already severely strained, then casually asked whether the hooded man had known that. And before the man had much time to react, Frisch smoothly added that they themselves were also in the city on a mission. That being the case, it would be wiser for both sides to exchange information now so that neither operation ended up interfering with the other. As the hooded man paused to think, the two of them remarked that he seemed badly out of touch with recent developments in the lands ruled by the King of Amon. Frisch explained that this kind of disconnect was common for demons sent on solitary missions, where long periods passed without any contact or news from the main force. That observation seemed to lower the final barrier in the man's mind. After a brief silence, he finally began to talk, revealing that his mission centered on testing a magical device designed to convert mana into demonic energy. The moment he said that, Choi Han-suk's surprise was impossible to hide. The hooded man then explained in more detail. When demonic energy was injected into the device, it triggered a reaction that converted the surrounding mana into even more demonic energy for a fixed amount of time. The result was an area thick with demonic energy and yin, exactly the kind of environment necromancy thrived in. He went on to reveal that the device itself had been developed through a joint effort between Onyx and Rotosh. Over the course of several months, they had buried close to 100 bodies while building an enormous magic circle centered on the village. Recently, that plan had begun producing real results, with zombies starting to appear on their own, even without being directly summoned. The hooded man explained that he had been sent there to observe the outcome, gather data, and oversee how the experiment progressed, right up until the moment he encountered Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch. After hearing all that, Choi Han-suk asked the obvious next question. Once the preparations for the magic circle were fully complete, what exactly was supposed to happen? The hooded man answered that there were old rumors surrounding the village, stories tied to a legendary hero from its past, and the final goal, he said, was to resurrect that hero as an undead. Frisch's mind immediately went to Lofar Dozer, and he questioned whether necromancy had really progressed that far enough to bring back someone who had died so long ago. The man replied that summoning a figure like that was certainly possible. The real problem was control. He openly admitted that the whole operation was still experimental, and there were no absolute guarantees that it would work the way they wanted. Then, noticing the hostility Choi Hyun-suk seemed to hold toward Park Hyun-a, the hooded man decided to reveal even more. He stated that if this experiment succeeded, the next objective would be to turn Park Hyun-a herself into an undead. That statement hit Choi Han-suk so hard that he shot to his feet on instinct, shock written clearly across his face. The hooded man meanwhile continued as calmly as before, explaining that such a plan would require a huge number of those magical devices. If it succeeded, there would no longer be any need to hand over the position of commander to members of other races. In that future, his master, Lord Onyx, would finally be free to reclaim what he saw as his rightful seat as commander of the 4th Legion. And with that, the hooded man brought the conversation to an end, saying he hoped the paths of their two groups would not cross again. At that point, Choi Hyun-seok turned his eyes toward Frisch, and Frisch met that look without even a moment of hesitation. Not a single word passes between them, and neither man gives so much as a glance for confirmation. But somehow the decision is made all the same. In that split second, their timing matches perfectly, as if they had planned it beforehand. They move together without hesitation and strike in the very same instant, fast, exact, and utterly ruthless. The hooded man loses his head, and at nearly the same moment, his heart is pierced before the rest of his body even has time to crumple to the ground. In the last fading scraps of his awareness, what settles over him is not terror and not rage, but something far more bitter. It is disappointment, a crushing, humiliating disappointment. Right at the end, he realizes he had been completely outmaneuvered by the very people he believed he had under his control from the start. The instant his life is snuffed out, the magical device begins to lose control. Its core starts pulsing wildly, the rhythm breaking apart as unstable energy spills from it in violent bursts. It skids across the plaza, grinding against the stone, throwing off bright sparks as it bounces and ricochets wildly, until it finally slams with brutal force into the statue standing at the center of the square. The device gives one last violent tremor, shivers in place, and then goes completely still. It is Frisch who breaks the silence first, sounding faintly amused as he points out how strange it is that neither of them said a word, yet both still chose the exact same target and the exact same outcome. Choi Hyun-seok lets out a small, incredulous response and admits that even he had not expected their instincts to line up that cleanly. Frisch goes on to make his position clear without any hesitation. As far as he is concerned, the interests of the Legion mean very little when compared to the interests of Lord Hemis. He adds that, given the choice, he would much rather see Park Hyun-ah remain the kind of passive commander who keeps to herself than watch the whole situation descend into chaos because of internal struggles for power. At that, Choi Hyun-seok slowly exhales, and the tension finally starts to leave his body. His shoulders loosen for the first time in a while. From where he stands, the legal and moral burden of the situation is finally settled. The summoner is dead, the device has been neutralized, and now they can leave the city without carrying that ugly sense of guilt with them. If they can finish destroying the magic circles that are still left behind, then the undead should disappear completely. Once that happens, the demonic energy that has soaked into the village should gradually settle as well and return to a normal level. Certain that the worst is over, neither of them notices the faint change gathering behind them. As they start walking away from the plaza, the air at their backs shifts almost imperceptibly, and a strange mist quietly begins to spread along the ground, thickening as it follows in silence. Completely unaware of it, Choi Hyun-seok casually remarks that after everything that just happened, his relationship with Park Hyun-ah will probably improve at least a little. He never gets to finish the thought. Behind them, a gigantic pillar of green light suddenly explodes upward with a deafening roar, as if the sky itself has been split open. The surge of power is so violent that it shakes the air around them. Both Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch stop dead in their tracks, stunned, and whip around toward the plaza with shock written plainly across their faces. Far from the center of that chaos, Abelson Marriott is standing before the village chief and the gathered residents, speaking to them in a calm, controlled voice as she gives out instructions. Then, without warning, something changes. An unnatural silence drops over the crowd so suddenly that it feels wrong. Abelson Marriott pauses mid-thought, her expression tightening as she senses that something is off. For a brief moment, she even wonders whether she should continue speaking at all. That uncertainty disappears the very instant a beam of green light tears up into the sky. The moment she sees where it is coming from the direction of the hero's statue, she understands at once that something has gone terribly wrong. Without wasting another second, she decides she has to return to Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch immediately. Before she leaves, she turns back long enough to issue a firm warning to the villagers, telling them under no circumstances to enter the town. She also orders the village chief to contact the nearest temple at once, making it clear that there is no time to waste. Back at the center of the village, Choi Hyun-seok can barely process what he is looking at. The summoner is dead. Of that much, he has absolutely no doubt. And yet, despite that, the ritual is somehow still continuing right in front of him. As the thick mist slowly starts to thin and peel away, Frisch narrows his eyes and stares into the center of it, noticing that something is taking shape there. There is no mistaking it now. Something is standing inside that haze, solid, upright, and undeniably real. Then, from within the last drifting veil of fog, the summoned undead finally speaks. Its voice is deep and heavy, carrying the weight of long years along with the natural authority of someone once feared and respected by all. Its very first question is simple but loaded with meaning. It asks whether its homeland is still a safe place. For a moment, both Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch are left speechless as they come face to face with the legendary hero himself. The pressure of Lofar Dozer's presence is immediate and impossible to ignore. Even in that shocking moment, Frisch's attention briefly shifts away from the scene itself and toward Choi Hyun-suk, as if trying to predict what kind of reaction this revelation will draw out of him. Choi Hyun-suk is the first to recover. Forcing a smile onto his face, he answers with an energy that feels almost surprisingly bright under the circumstances, telling the hero that they are in Marriott. Then he adds a more precise answer, explaining that this place is Kaitan. Lofar reacts with open confusion. He looks around and questions why monsters are moving about so freely within the territory of the Kingdom of Marriott, especially when Choi Hyun-suk is standing there so openly among them. That question puts Choi Hyun-suk in an awkward corner immediately. His thoughts begin racing, as he tries to come up with an explanation that makes sense and does not collapse into contradiction the moment he says it aloud. Before he can piece together a proper answer, Abelson Marriott rushes onto the scene and calls out to him and Frisch with obvious urgency. But the moment she arrives and sees the unfamiliar figure standing beside them, she abruptly stops. Surprise flashes across her face for an instant, sharp and unmistakable, before recognition follows close behind. The second she realizes who he is, the Saintess wastes no time at all. Abelson Marriott steps forward and formally introduces herself to the hero, presenting herself as the successor to Marriott's throne. She respectfully asks for permission to speak with Lofar. To prove that her words carry royal legitimacy, she takes out the royal medallion of Marriott and presents it before him. The medallion gives off a faint magical glow, subtle but unmistakable to anyone familiar with its origin. Lofar recognizes it immediately for what it is, a relic entrusted only to members of the royal family. Without even a moment of hesitation, he drops to one knee before her. In proper form, he introduces himself as Lofar of the Lightning, royal warrior of Marriott, and offers her his respect exactly as protocol demands. Standing off to the side, Choi Hyun-suk looks visibly relieved, and there is even a trace of pleasant surprise in his voice as he quietly tells Frisch that this whole situation is turning out far better than he ever expected. He points out that Lofar seems completely sane and physically whole, showing none of the madness, rot, or instability they would normally expect from an undead being. Frisch, just as surprised, admits that necromancy is still not well understood and suggests that Lofar's nature as a legendary hero may have produced an outcome far outside the ordinary. Meanwhile, Lofar calmly asks what exactly happened during the years after his death, and more importantly, why the Princess of Marriott is now traveling together with demons. Frisch studies the hero in silence for a moment, watching his posture, his expression, and the steady way he carries himself quietly. He finds himself wondering how Lofar is taking in revelations this absurd with such unsettling composure. Abelson Marriott answers only briefly, saying that the full story is far too long to tell in a single breath. She then asks Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch to return to the hotel and begin getting ready to leave the village. As she starts walking with Lofar, she assures him that she will explain everything properly while they move. Sometime later, as the group continues talking, Lofar reflects in a low voice that the world seems to have changed much too quickly since the day he died. Choi Hyun-suk asks him directly whether he is truly certain he wants to keep accompanying them. Lofar answers without hesitation that he once swore loyalty to the royal family, and because he believes Abelson Marriott is acting for the good of Marriott, he intends to follow her. Choi Hyun-suk presses him on that resolve, pointing out that the oath Lofar made belongs to a distant age now. Everyone from that era is gone, and there is no one left alive who still needs his protection simply because of an old obligation. Lofar listens to every word without the slightest sign of being shaken. Then he answers calmly that, above all else, the reason he fights is so that Marriott can remain a good place for people to live. As he says those words, old memories begin rising to the surface, and among them, the clearest of all is the memory of his family, especially his daughter. He remembers her as a spirited little girl with strong determination in her eyes. The kind of child who carried herself with the same stubborn resolve he himself came to embody in later years. He remembers her running through the kingdom full of pride, loudly declaring to anyone who would listen that her father was the greatest warrior in all the land. And beyond that childish pride, he remembers her dream as well, that more than anything, she wanted to become the finest tailor in all of Marriott. When he compares those memories to the age they are standing in now, he knows there is only one likely truth. She must have left this world a very long time ago. Even so, Lofar remains convinced of one thing. He believes his daughter must have grown into someone deeply loved and cherished by the people around her. That belief is what gives shape to his determination now. He no longer seeks glory, honor, or recognition for himself. What drives him instead is the desire to become the one who protects everything his daughter once loved. even if the world before him has long since moved beyond the era he belonged to. Abelson Marriott is visibly taken aback when she learns that Lofar had a daughter at all. When he tells her the girl's name was Rosa Tozer, she listens with full attention. Lofar's voice softens as he adds that after his death, Rosa most likely would have taken the surname Crossell instead, since she would have been raised by her mother's side of the family. Hearing that, Abelson Marriott points out that the current royal commander carries the surname Crossell. Lofar responds by quietly shaking his head, dismissing the idea as nothing more than coincidence. Crossell may not be a common surname, but far too much time has passed. To him, the idea that one of his own grandchildren could still be alive feels impossible. Abelson Marriott gently pushes back on that conclusion. She recalls hearing, when she was still a child, that the commander's mother had been a tailor. She also mentions that the commander himself is known to be skilled at knitting. On top of that, he is regarded as Marriott's second legend. And as she reminds Lofar, legends do not age the way ordinary people do. With all of that in mind, she suggests that the possibility of a surviving descendant may not be so impossible after all. Lofar takes a moment to think over her words before giving his answer. If that man truly is his grandson, then he must have grown into someone worthy, someone capable of carrying the lineage of a hero with pride, discipline, and strength. The thought stirs a quiet curiosity in him, and he admits that one day he would like to meet such a man face to face. Nearby, Choi Hyun-seok quietly tells Rahel that he is honestly relieved Lofar did not return as some mindless undead creature driven only by destruction. Rahel agrees, sharing that same relief, grateful that they were spared the cruel outcome of seeing Marriott's own protector rise again, only to turn against the people he once existed to defend. Lofar Dozer himself adds, in a tone that leaves no room for doubt, that the thought of him ever becoming the one to destroy Marriott is beyond absurd. To him, the very idea is so outrageous it can barely even be spoken aloud. For a moment, his mind seems to drift somewhere far away, back to gentler times, untouched by all this horror. He recalls how his wife used to love the candy shop in the 4th block, the one along the street facing the palace. Then he speaks of his daughter, remembering that she had always adored the little yarn shop just 2 blocks farther down. But even as those warm memories leave his lips, something else begins to move in around him. A strange presence starts creeping closer, subtle enough to go unnoticed at first, yet impossible to ignore once it draws near. An unfamiliar force presses against him little by little. At first it is only faint, like an unwelcome chill brushing the skin, but with each passing moment it grows heavier, darker, and far more oppressive. And with every word Lofar Dozer speaks, that unseen pressure closes the distance even more. The shift is not gradual for long. Once it starts, it accelerates with frightening speed. Then his voice stumbles. It catches, twists, and finally breaks apart altogether, replaced by something mangled and unnatural, a sound that no longer feels human. His body pitches forward as if an invisible weight has suddenly crashed down onto his shoulders. He bends under it, visibly overwhelmed by a force whose exact nature no one there can clearly identify. Choi Hyun-seok catches the change immediately, and frustration surges through him at once. Deep down, he had already known it. Luck alone was never going to carry them all the way through this. Frisch reacts without hesitation. He immediately takes control of the situation, ordering everyone to get away from Lofar Dozer at once, so they can create distance and figure out what exactly is happening. At the center of it all, the hero thrashes violently as he resists the curse taking hold. His entire body convulses with pain, racked by agony as though he is fighting with everything he has just to stay himself. Choi Hyun-seok asks Frisch what he thinks is happening, and Frisch answers with grim certainty. If this continues, Lofar Dozer will most likely attack anything alive that still breathes anywhere in the village and the surrounding area. Worse than that, if nobody stops him, pure instinct may drive him straight toward the capital, where civilians are packed in overwhelming numbers. At that point, Frisch makes it clear that only one option remains. They have to fight. None of them truly possess the power needed to completely suppress a legend of his caliber. But that no longer matters. Running is not an option anymore. Driven by pure resolve, Abelson Marriott steps forward and tells the others to run. Her voice is firm as she declares that she will deal with this herself. Frisch answers her with cold, steady reason. He tells her plainly that this is not a burden she can shoulder alone, and that something like this should properly fall to the temple or the royal family to handle. Even so, he also acknowledges one important possibility. Undead beings are, by nature, fundamentally vulnerable to sacred power. And if Lofar Dozer is not able to fight at his full strength, then there may still be a chance for Abelson Marriott to confront him directly. Choi Hyun-seok notices her hands trembling. The small shake in her fingers tells him everything. She knows, just as well as he does, that there is a real chance she may not be able to stop Lofar Dozer at all. Even with that fear written into her body, Abelson Marriott forces herself to steady up. Then she declares that, as the Princess of Marriott, the thing that drives her more than anything else is protecting her land. The moment she says it, Choi Hyun-suk answers without hesitation. He tells her immediately that he will stand with her and join the attack. Frisch makes one final attempt to stop them, but Choi Hyun-seok pushes back. He argues that allowing Lofar Dozer to destroy the homeland he once protected would be even crueler than killing him. If they do nothing, this village will become nothing but a slaughterhouse. Once Frisch sees that neither of them is going to back down, he gives up on trying to persuade them any further. Instead, he accepts their decision and fully commits himself to the battle as well. With the ease of someone used to combat, Frisch shifts into position at once. He vaults up onto a nearby building to claim the high ground, while Choi Hyun-seok and Abelson Marriott advance from the front to face Lofar Dozer head-on. From above, Frisch keeps his eyes locked on Lofar Dozer without blinking, poised to move the instant the situation changes. And then, in that very moment, the possession fully takes hold. Whatever restraint Lofar Dozer still had left is ripped away completely, and his body is overtaken in full. His entire presence changes at once, sharp and violent. The air around him warping as raw, murderous instinct crushes out what remained of reason. Almost immediately, his eyes snap toward Frisch's position on high ground. Frisch understands the danger the second that gaze lands on him. The hero's instincts are obvious. Take out the back line first. Realizing that, he steadies himself in place and prepares for a direct attack. Lofar Dozer explodes forward with terrifying speed, launching himself toward his target so fast it is almost impossible to follow. But before that strike can reach Frisch, Abelson Marriott steps in and meets it head-on. She plants her feet, braces her whole body behind her shield, and blocks the charge as the collision booms through the street. She does not hesitate for even a second. Sacred power surges out from her, radiant and forceful, and spectral chains appear in the air before snapping around Lofar Dozer's limbs in an attempt to restrain him. At the same time, she gives Choi Hyun-seok the signal to move in. Choi Hyun-seok bursts into motion instantly. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, taking full advantage of the opening Abelson Marriott created with those restraints. In one swift, decisive sequence, he grabs hold of Lofar Dozer, breaks his balance, and drives him down into the ground with a crushing physical slam. The force of the impact blasts cracks through the stone beneath them. But even while he slams Lofar Dozer down, Choi Hyun-seok knows better than to believe that was enough. A legend is not the kind of opponent who falls from one hit, and he understands immediately that this is only the opening exchange. Then, without wasting the momentum, he wraps his legs around Lofar Dozer's body and, gathering every last bit of power he can force out of himself, violently hurls him down into the ground again. This second impact is even more brutal, gouging out a deep crater in the earth. For a brief moment, Lofar Dozer lies still at the center of it. Choi Hyun-seok immediately kicks himself back with a backward leap, putting distance between them. Just behind him, Abelson Marriott stands ready with shield and spear in hand, staring into the crater with tense, wary eyes as she tries to judge whether the fight might somehow already be over. But Choi Hyun-seok, still breathing hard from the effort, realizes something deeply unsettling. Even after using his strongest attack, he did not leave so much as a scratch on Lofar Dozer. Then the scene reveals Lofar Dozer's body lying there with his torso twisted backward, his chin angled unnaturally toward the sky. The ground around him has been completely shattered, yet his body itself remains untouched. Around him, red smoke begins to spread in a slow, ominous haze, while tiny sparks start flickering through the air. Nearby, Frisch keeps his weapon trained on Lofar Dozer the entire time. He knows exactly what kind of monster they are dealing with. Creatures like this do not stay down unless a priest performs a purification ritual on them, or unless their heads are taken clean off. Abelson Marriott quickly reassesses the battlefield, searching for some other answer. She knows exorcism magic is still an option, but if she wants it to work, then she would need enough uninterrupted time to fully concentrate and complete the invocation. And with the battle moving this fast, she realizes something painfully clear. She is still too inexperienced to fight at the front and cast a spell like that at the same time. High above them, the sky begins to twist into a storm. Dark clouds spiral together into a heavy vortex thick with lightning. Sensing the danger immediately, Abelson Marriott lifts her face toward the heavens and raises her shield in front of herself, instinctively bracing for what is coming. Rahal, floating nearby with her blonde hair and yellow wings, gasps when the first drops of rain begin to fall. The sudden rain clearly catches her off guard, and her confusion shows at once. Water runs over Abelson Marriott's skin, and her brows draw tight the moment she feels it. This is no ordinary rain. As that realization sinks in, her gaze is pulled back toward Lofar Dozer. One of his hands is raised now, fingers clenched tight, while countless brilliant bolts of lightning gather and crackle violently around it. And in that instant, everything clicks into place. the title Lofar Dozer carries was never just ceremonial. The name Lord of the Heavenly Thunder is a perfect reflection of the power now unfolding before them. Lofar Dozer has called a storm down from the sky itself, and fierce lightning answers his command, striking from the heavens directly to where he stands. The thunder around him is so overwhelming that every impact blasts dust and broken stone into the air, as though the atmosphere itself is being ripped apart by raw electricity. There is no room left for doubt now. He truly is the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder. Then the image settles fully on him. Lofar Dozer stands unmoving at the center of the storm, rooted in place while his scarlet-red cloak lashes violently behind him in the raging wind. In his hands are two swords held with absolute confidence, one a solid blade of cold silver, the other marked by a blue hilt and forged from lightning itself, alive with pulsing electrical power. And with that, the scene reveals the activation of a unique transcendental authority. The thunder sword style known as lightning haste. With eyes blazing like fire, Lofar Dozer suddenly bursts forward at overwhelming speed. In less than the blink of an eye, he tears across the space between them all, leaving nothing behind but lingering trails of electricity in the air, as he charges straight toward the hero standing there with clenched fists. Lofar Dozer swings both swords at the same time. Choi Hyun-suk reacts purely on instinct, snapping his arms up and crossing them in front of his body to block, stunned by just how absurdly fast the attack is. Even with his eyes wide open and focused, he can barely track what he is seeing. Lofar Dozer is moving far too quickly for his gaze to properly follow. And before Choi Hyun-suk is given even a moment to recover, Lofar Dozer is already there again. This time he comes from above, bringing down the sword made of lightning. Choi Hyun-suk raises his right fist beneath his face like a makeshift shield, forcing himself to take the blow head-on. From the rooftop of a nearby house, Frisch keeps his weapon trained on Lofar Dozer, holding the backline steady, while Choi Hyun-seok endures the pressure below. Under that overwhelming assault, there is still no room for retreat. All the while, the heavy rain continues pouring down. On the ground below, a fissure shaped like a bolt of lightning rips across the street, carving out the path Lofar Dozer's power has just taken, and even in the darkness and rain, the red glow pouring from his body remains clearly visible, fierce, ominous, and impossible to ignore. Lofar Dozer's eyes burn with deep, violent hatred now. Thick veins stand out across his face as he pushes forward toward Choi Hyun-suk once again, every step carrying the weight of murderous intent. But this time, Abelson Marriott moves first. She steps directly into his path, tightening her grip around her spear while lifting her shield in front of Choi Hyun-seok to protect him. Just behind her, Choi Hyun-seok feels the next attack coming and immediately warns her that the strike is aimed straight from the front. Abelson Marriott answers without a trace of hesitation, fully resolved to block it head-on. In that same instant, her shield responds to her will, calling forth a second barrier, huge and golden, which blooms outward in front of her like a wall of sacred light. And yet, Lofar Dozer is not attacking blindly. There is sharp intelligence in the way he moves. Just before crashing into that defense, he suddenly uses the shield itself as a stepping stone. With precise timing, he plants against it and launches himself upward in a clean, controlled leap, slipping right past the barrier instead of smashing into it, mid-air. He twists through a graceful somersault, passing over Frisch, who is positioned with his crossbow, and does not even realize that Lofar Dozer has already crossed right above his head. Abelson Marriott stares for a split second in disbelief at that maneuver, but she recovers immediately. She breaks into a run at once, shouting a warning to Frisch while preparing another line of defense, fully aware that the attack has not ended yet. Lofar Dozer raises one arm, and a bolt of lightning rips down through the purple sky in a perfectly straight line before crashing directly into Frisch. The strike is savage. His body is blasted off the rooftop and hurled downward, smashing violently into the ground hard enough to tear open a crater among the rubble. Rahel flies straight to the edge of that crater and looks down in horror. At the bottom lies Frisch, his body bent at an unnatural angle, like a fly that had been struck dead on. Even so, he is still breathing. Through the pain, he manages the slightest movement, just enough to show that he barely made it out alive. If his guard had slipped for even one more second, he would have died there. Just behind Abelson Marriott, Choi Hyun-suk keeps his gaze fixed on Lofar Dozer, who now stands atop the very house Frisch had occupied moments ago. Above him, the sky is still swallowed by the storm, lightning flashing over and over again, throwing harsh light across his figure as electricity coils around him. Then a new sign appears, revealing the next power Lofar Dozer is about to unleash. It is another unique transcendental authority, the thundersword style known as Bolt from the Blue. He lunges forward in a powerful leap, drawing both swords back before violently hurling them toward Choi Hyun-seok. Once again, Abelson Marriott throws herself in front of him. At the exact instant those blades crash in, The golden force of her shield expands to meet them. The collision that follows is devastating. She grits her teeth and endures the full impact with everything she has. The force is so heavy that the ground beneath her boots gives way slightly as she fights to hold her position. Right behind her, Choi Han-sik spots the opening the moment it appears and signals that this is their chance to move. Abelson Marriott reacts instantly, dropping down to one knee to give him a foothold. Choi Hyun-suk charges in, plants off her support, launches himself into the air, and pours all of his strength into a flying kick. The strike lands squarely in Lofar Dozer's stomach and sends him hurtling backward with crushing force. As he is thrown away, Lofar Dozer grits his teeth, rage flaring across his face at being struck like that. Without wasting a second, Choi Hyun-suk turns toward Frisch, who has already begun pulling himself together after being dropped by that earlier lightning strike. To Choi Hyun-seok, the battle is nowhere near finished. And this is exactly the moment for a dangerous maneuver they have practiced before. He grabs Frisch by the arm. The officer still scratched up and battered, his glasses sitting crooked across his face. Frisch hesitates for the briefest instant, fully aware of how risky it is to use that technique against an opponent who has already survived something that should have finished him. Even so, once he understands what Choi Hyun-suk intends, he answers by tightening his grip. Then, with precise timing, Frisch twists Choi Hyun-seok's body in midair and hurls him forward with all the strength he can muster, sending him straight at Lofar Dozer, who is already recovering. Arching his body back into fighting posture with both swords in hand and ready for the next exchange. Suspended in the air, Choi Hyun-suk gathers his power and activates the skill known as drop kick. He rockets forward with one leg fully extended toward Lofar Dozer, absolutely determined to land this blow with everything left in him. Right before impact, the strain is written clearly in his eyes. In his mind, one thing is simple. It does not matter whether the enemy is undead or not. If he can destroy the body badly enough, that alone should be enough to stop it from moving. The clash that follows is enormous. Lightning and dust explode outward from the point of impact in a violent burst, spreading like a detonation. The shockwave is so intense that everyone nearby has to brace themselves just to avoid being knocked backward. Clinging tightly to Frisch's cloak, Rahel watches anxiously as the cloud of dust rolls outward, straining her eyes to catch even the first hint of what happened. Little by little, the dust begins to thin, and the truth of the collision finally comes into view. Lofar Dozer is completely unharmed. Wearing a merciless expression, he has Choi Hyun-suk caught by the leg as if the man weighs no more than a sack of potatoes. Choi Hyun-suk's body jerks helplessly in the air, but it does nothing to loosen that grip. Lofar Dozer's fingers clamp down even tighter around the hero's ankle. Then red lightning begins to radiate from his body, pulsing with a dark, threatening intensity. It is the activation of his technique known as lightning flash. That crackling energy surges through Choi Hyun-suk's entire body without mercy, electrocuting him from head to toe. A scream rips out of him as violent spasms seize his muscles and tear through him in agony. Seeing that, Abelson Marriott cries out Choi Hyun-suk's name, her eyes well with tears almost instantly as desperation starts swallowing her. At that moment, Frisch launches an attack from behind Lofar Dozer, crossbow in hand, even while Lofar Dozer is still holding Choi Hyun-suk, and the hero is roaring in pain. Frisch strikes with full force from the rear, forcing the enemy to let go. The impact sends Choi Han-seok flying back toward Frisch, and moments later both of them crash to the ground not far from Abelson Marriott. Frisch pins Choi Hyun-seok down just long enough to check him and confirms that he is still breathing. He attributes that narrow survival to the body Modem had painstakingly modified. Even so, Choi Hyun-seok does not move. His eyes are vacant, almost catatonic, while red sparks continue leaking from his body in irregular bursts. Frisch watches him with open concern, resting the crossbow against his shoulder, as he realizes that no matter how much Modem reinforced that body, Choi Hyun-seok is not going to survive without immediate treatment. But before Frisch can do anything else, something invisible strikes him with brutal force and sends him flying. He slams into the ground and goes completely limp, losing consciousness on impact. Rahel panics instantly, shaking Frisch and pleading with him to open his eyes and wake up. Faced with all of that, Abelson Marriott calls upon her most sacred power. Divine magic gathers around her as the declaration of the sanctuary is activated. Golden wings unfurl from her back, and all the energy surrounding her begins to shine with an intense, nearly blinding golden light. She knows exactly what that power will cost her. The sanctuary consumes an enormous amount of divine energy, and as long as it remains active, she cannot leave the spot where she stands. Even so, it is an extraordinarily durable technique, one specialized in holding a position no matter the cost. Out of everything available to her in that moment, this is her ultimate defense. A golden sphere spreads outward from Abelson Marriott's body, expanding until it encloses and protects everyone behind her. She glances toward her spear, and doubt starts creeping into her mind. Even after using this much power, it still may not be enough. The difference in strength between her and Lofar Dozer feels crushing. For the first time, she begins to question whether she is truly capable of protecting anyone at all. Lofar Dozer advances without the slightest hesitation and begins hammering the barrier with brutal force. Every strike makes the sanctuary shudder, and cracks immediately begin spreading across the golden surface. As the barrier trembles, Abelson Marriott thinks of Choi Hyun-seok lying behind her, paralyzed and completely helpless in his current state. If she gives out now, if she falls here, then he will have no chance at all. Tears stream freely down her face as she begs Lofar Dozer to come back to himself. She reminds him who he is. She reminds him of the village he devoted his life to protecting. She reminds him of the vow he made when he first awakened, that he wanted to live again for Marriott. But even then, Lofar Dozer does not stop. He keeps attacking over and over, each new blow driving the cracks in the barrier wider. Watching him push the field of force to the brink and no longer knowing what else she can possibly do, Abelson Marriott cries out through her sobs in total desperation. She reminds him of the dream he once confessed himself, that he wanted to be a father his daughter could be proud of. Then Lofar Dozer's hand suddenly shoots forward in a brutal motion and closes around Abelson Marriott's neck before hurling her violently down to the ground. Lofar Dozer loomed over Abelson Marriott and pressed down on her throat with crushing force, pinning her in place so hard that each breath became harder to steal than the last. Even while choking beneath him, Abelson Marriott gathered what little air she had left and forced herself to keep speaking. She reminded Lofar Dozer of the countless people in that land he had once loved, of everything he had devoted himself to protecting. She called back the dream he had once carried so sincerely, the wish to make that place into something better for everyone living there. In silent, agonizing desperation, she begged him to wake up, to see clearly again, because it was still not too late. And right then, something inside him began to shift. Fragments of memory came flooding back into Lofar Dozer's mind. Old celebrations surfaced one after another. Laughter shared with others. Hands lifted toward him in gratitude. Moments when people praised him not as a monster but as a savior, as someone who stood for hope itself. But even as those memories surfaced, the pressure on Abelson Marriott's neck kept increasing, and her vision began to dim at the edges. Right on the verge of blacking out, with tears running down her face and her body close to giving in, Abelson Marriott still managed to express one last feeling. To them, Lofar Dozer was a hero. Then droplets began falling onto her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and for one brief instant she almost mistook them for raindrops. A second later she realized they were not rain at all. With painful effort she lifted a hand to Lofar Dozer's face and felt wetness against her fingers. The truth settled over her in silence and disbelief. He was crying. And just as Lofar Dozer reached the point of thinking that this girl was unbearably irritating, he suddenly burst into a harsh shout and ordered her to be quiet. Red lightning coiled around his body while tears continued spilling from his eyes, the two mixing together in a sight that felt both terrifying and tragic. Then, without even the slightest pause, he lunged forward and drove the silver sword straight toward Abelson Marriott's chest. Watching Lofar Dozer thrust that sword into Abelson Marriott's chest, Frisch was overcome with pure horror. The shock hit him so hard that he reacted before he could think, desperately trying to call out to her. Then the narration abruptly cuts away into a memory from the past. Frisch is standing inside Lady Hemis's office, holding a long sheet of paper as he suggests the possibility of reopening research into necromancy. Hemis is seated behind a large wooden desk covered in papers and documents. She shuts the idea down immediately, making it unmistakably clear that necromancy is forbidden within the Third Legion, and that she herself had gone out of her way to keep the other legions away from such practices as well. Frisch notices how absolutely rigid she always becomes whenever the subject of the undead comes up, and he quietly wonders what could possibly lie behind that level of severity. Without looking up from the paper she is still writing on, Lady Hemis asks him a simple question. She wants to know whether there are still faces he carries in his memory. Frisch silently admits to himself that there are. He remembers the faces of the companions he trained beside, all of them dead in battle while he alone remained alive. At that, Hemis stops writing and sets her pen down on the desk. She tells him that she too carries faces she once longed desperately to see again, people who died far too young, simply because they had been too weak. Back then, she had thought how wonderful it would be to have them returned to her, and driven by that longing, she had personally thrown herself into research on necromancy. She had even succeeded in bringing some of them back. In that moment, she had felt real happiness, convinced that she had restored the bonds that death had stolen from her. The memory shows Hemis reaching her hand out toward one of the kneeling figures she had revived. She had promised herself that this time would be different, that this time she would treat them better and protect them the way she could not before. But the memory moves forward to the moment when that reanimated figure did not accept her hand. Instead, it grabbed her wrist in a grip that was openly threatening. That was the point where the illusion shattered. Everything before it had been false. The instant that thing tried to kill her, driven by nothing except pure resentment, Hemis understood the truth. She concluded that the impulse governing the undead was like a primordial hunger, absolute and all-consuming, something capable of erasing every past bond and every value that had once mattered. It was not something anyone could simply resist. With her head slightly lowered, Lady Hemis continues explaining that yes, the undead could swell the numbers of an army almost instantly. But she raises the deeper problem immediately. There is no guarantee that the blade placed in a corpse's hand will not one day turn against the very one commanding it. The memory then shows Hemis walking toward the bloodied corpse of one of the demons that had been reanimated through her own research. The scene feels suffocatingly heavy. She reflects on what always comes in the end, that those creatures eventually turn on the ones who dragged them back, advancing only with hatred and cursing the person who tore them out of death and forced them into a miserable existence again. Her conclusion is painful but absolute. It is something she never wants to witness again. Then the scene snaps back to the present at the exact moment Abelson Marriott opens her eyes, still paralyzed after Lofar Dozer's attack. Almost immediately she realizes the strike never pierced her chest at all. Lofar Dozer's silver sword is stuck in the ground, wedged into the narrow gap between her arm and torso, trembling there but leaving her body untouched. Seeing that, Frisch freezes completely, his face full of disbelief. In his mind, the thought forms at once that such a mistake should have been impossible at that distance, and from there, an even harder thought follows. Maybe Lofar Dozer had actually overcome the undead impulse controlling him. At the same time, Lofar Dozer struggles to contain his tears. He bites down on his own lips so hard that blood begins to spill, internally begging for it all to stop, for the pain inside him to just end. His body trembles as he pulls the sword back out of the ground, and the only thing echoing inside him now is a desperate plea not to hurt anyone else. Even then, he still remains above Abelson Marriott, one hand locked around her neck while the other raises the sword again for another strike. But before he can bring it down, something interrupts him. In the next instant, Choi Hyun-seok appears out of nowhere and drives a brutal kick straight into Lofar Dozer's neck. The force is so overwhelming that Lofar Dozer's head is severed from his body and launched far away. At once, his body begins to crumble away into dust, while countless glowing motes of light bloom around him. The same thing happens to the severed head as well, which also starts breaking apart and scattering into dust. And even so, he still has enough strength left to speak his gratitude. From the bottom of his heart, Lofar Dozer offers a sincere thank you. A real, peaceful smile rests on his lips even as tears continue to run down his face. In those final emotions, what comes through most clearly is relief. Relief that he was stopped before he could harm the princess. Little by little, Lofar Dozer closes his eyes, and the points of light around his head grow brighter and larger. In the very last thought he holds on to, only gratitude remains. Gratitude for being allowed to leave this world as a father his daughter could still be proud of. Abelson Marriott watches in silence as Lofar Dozer disappears completely into the beam of light. Her hand presses tightly against her chest, and her eyes shimmer with tears. Pain, respect, and gratitude all mix together inside her as she speaks his name in his final moments. After using every last scrap of strength he had left to deliver that final strike, Choi Hyun-seok collapses face down onto the ground. A low groan escapes him, and the sound immediately draws Abelson Marriott's attention. She moves to his side at once and sits beside him. Frisch comes over and checks Choi Hyun-seok's condition, quickly realizing that the hero has already lost consciousness. In silence, he acknowledges just how absurd Choi Hyun-seok's willpower really is, certain that this level of endurance is far beyond anything normal. Not long after that, movement appears in the distance, revealing that other people are approaching. Abelson Marriott recognizes them as villagers, and at the same time, she finds it strange that they still have not gone to the temple. Without hesitation, Frisch slips away from the scene and takes Rahel with him. At the front comes a line of guards carrying spears, with several villagers following behind them. They stop in front of Abelson Marriott, who is still seated on the ground with Choi Hyun-seok's unconscious head resting in her lap. The guards announce that they were sent from the temple by the diocese, and they demand an explanation for the profane energy still lingering around the area. Then they order her to identify herself and state both her name and her affiliations. As Abelson Marriott tightens her hold around Choi Hyun-seok, she notices details in their insignias that immediately expose them as false. From that alone, she concludes that real priests would never be wearing identification like that. A rapid conflict rises in her mind. Fighting is nearly impossible now because she has almost no divine power left. But if she tells the truth, then Choi Hyun-seok will be placed in immediate danger. Trapped between those two choices, she remains still, unable to decide what to do next. Above, hidden behind a chimney on top of a house. Frisch and Rahel are watching everything unfold. Rahel hovers beside him and whispers anxiously, asking how the situation could have turned into such a complete disaster. Frisch immediately hushes her and warns that if they keep acting like that, they are going to be spotted. The focus returns to Abelson Marriott as she asks everyone to step back for just a moment. And right then, another figure of authority arrives on the scene. It is Bishop Tranio of the South Marriott Diocese. As he looks at them more closely, he seems to recognize exactly who they are. His appearance leaves Abelson Marriott stunned. She cannot understand why a bishop would be here, this far away from the place where his authority is based. Sensing her reaction, Bishop Tranio discreetly gives her a signal for silence, subtle enough that only she can notice it. Then he personally assures the guards that the two of them are safe, and requests that for the time being, they be allowed to accompany him. He makes it clear that he will take full responsibility for the matter himself. The scene then shifts to an elegant room decorated in white and blue lace-patterned wallpaper. White Victorian wooden furniture fills the space, giving the whole room a refined and calm atmosphere. At the table in the center, Bishop Tranio holds one hand suspended over a purple sphere. He explains that they found the communication device among the saintess's belongings, and that it had been classified as a forbidden item, one that operates using demonic energy. Sitting across from him on a sofa, Abelson Marriott keeps her hands resting tensely between her thighs as she asks what is going to happen to them now. In her mind, she fears they might be bound and sent all the way to the capital of the Holy See. Bishop Tranio answers with a gentle smile. But instead of replying to that concern directly, he begins by recalling the pilgrimage they once traveled together across the continent several years earlier. Bishop Tranio spoke with complete honesty about the past, admitting that when he first met Abelson Marriott, he had not thought very highly of her at all. Brief memories flashed through his mind as he spoke. Back then, all he had seen was a sheltered princess, a girl who had never truly known hardship, suddenly insisting on joining a brutal pilgrimage. To him, it had looked like nothing more than the shallow stubbornness of a pampered child, and he had honestly believed she would be lucky to last even a single week. But he had been wrong. Over the course of that journey, which stretched on for an entire year, the young saint had never once uttered a complaint. Memory showed Abelson Marriott standing beneath open sky, hanging clothes out to dry on a line, while laughing children ran around her and played at her sides. Another scene followed right after that. This time, she was inside a simple classroom, teaching children seated at their desks. No matter whether someone was young or old, male or female, highborn or lowly, Abelson Marriott had shown the same kindness, the same patience, and the same devotion to anyone who needed help. Bishop Tranio remembered that. Back then, he had been blunt enough to ask her directly why she went so far for others. Her answer had been simple and unwavering. She said she was only doing what she believed was right. Then the scene returned to the present, with Bishop Tranio still wearing that gentle smile as he looked at Abelson Marriott. In his eyes, the young saint he had once known was still exactly that kind of person, someone who would never betray her own principles or join hands with demons out of selfish greed. And because he believed that, he asked her to tell him everything, to explain what had truly happened. Hearing those words, Abelson Marriott struggled to hold back the tears already beginning to gather in her eyes. Then, with her gaze lowered toward the floor, she finally began telling him everything that had happened to her. The scene shifted again. In a dungeon, Choi Hyun-seok lay unconscious on the freezing stone floor. Sensing that someone was nearby, he slowly fought to open his eyes and managed to catch sight of long, shining strands of hair. As he forced his eyes open a little more, the blurry image before him seemed to sharpen into the face of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. In that dazed moment, she looked like an angel leaning over him. Completely convinced of it, he called her Abelson Marriott. But of course it was not Abelson Marriott standing there at all. It was Frisch. The moment he realized Choi Hyun-seok had mistaken him for her, Frisch visibly lost his composure and awkwardly muttered to Rahel, who was standing beside him, that the hero must have hit his head harder than they thought. Then Frisch turned his attention back to Choi Hyun-seok and asked, with genuine concern, whether he was all right. But the second Choi Hyun-seok properly recognized who it was, he recoiled so hard he slammed himself against the stone wall and immediately started complaining that Frisch had suddenly begun acting weird. Still irritated and disoriented, he muttered that the whole thing was annoying and demanded that all the demonic energy used to heal him be returned. Still kneeling there, Frisch shot back that to save an ungrateful brat like him, he had even gone so far as to sneak into a temple. Then down the dungeon corridor, another figure appeared. Bishop Tranio stood there in his white cassock, his hands calmly clasped behind his back and a soft smile resting on his face. And just behind him, smiling even more brightly, stood Abelson Marriott. The instant Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch realized it was really her, both of them reacted with open surprise. Abelson Marriott walked up to the dungeon door with a key in her hand. Choi Hin-seuk, still confused and unable to make sense of any of it, quietly asked what exactly was going on. Abelson Marriott explained that she had known the bishop for a very long time and that he was going to help them escape. Even so, Choi Hyun-seuk still looked uneasy, gripping the iron bars. He said he was grateful for the help, but he was worried the bishop might end up in serious trouble because of it. When he heard that, Bishop Tranio remained completely calm. He answered that he had already lived long enough and that an aging body like his, one merely waiting for God's call, had nothing left to fear. Abelson Marriott finally turned the key and opened the cell so Choi Hyun-seuk could step out. After that, she suggested that the bishop come with them as well, but Bishop Tranio refused. He said that the number of people trembling in fear because of the undead had only continued to grow, and that if a bishop were to abandon his own diocese in a moment like this, then no believer would be able to put their trust in God anymore. Then he slipped one hand into the long sleeve of his cassock and said that he was also returning her belongings. From inside, he pulled out the purple sphere and placed it into Abelson Marriott's hands. Then he told her to go, to leave without looking back. He urged her not to worry about anything behind her, and instead to keep following the path she believed was right. At those words, Abelson Marriott's eyes filled completely with tears, overwhelmed by gratitude. Bishop Tranio kept speaking to Abelson Marriott, but as he did, he also cast a meaningful glance toward Frisch. At that moment, Frisch was awkwardly trying to disguise himself by putting on bits of armor, and it became obvious that the bishop's words were meant not only for Abelson Marriott, but also for the nameless demon and the elf standing there with her. Rahel, small and hovering beside Frisch, looked stunned as she realized that Bishop Tranio had known from the very beginning what Choi Hyun-seuk and Frisch truly were. Frisch, on the other hand, reacted with a mix of annoyance and disbelief, muttering that if the bishop had already known everything from the start, he could have said so before Frisch went through all the trouble of putting that armor on. At last, just before Bishop Tranio turned to leave, he admitted that he was making a shameless request to a hero he had only just met. Even so, he still asked them to please take good care of the young saint. The chapter closed on the image of the three of them riding through the forest, each mounted on horseback. The steady sound of hooves echoed softly between the trees, while the afternoon light filtered through the branches and flickered across them as they moved forward, heading toward a future filled with both uncertainty and hope.